Chapter 61. Campus Recruitment. Founder is worthy of being a top professional manager. After taking over the power from Li Fu, he first established the company's main framework in a short period of time and recruited company personnel on a large scale, including finance, administration, sales, etc. It was quickly staffed. Although the company does not have its own office building for the time being, it has rented a building in Sanjiang Town and temporarily converted it into an office building and put up a signboard. It looks more formal than when Li Fu went there alone like a headless fly. Founder also handled the contacts with the government and construction companies very well. Many of the tricks that construction companies wanted to play in the past were naturally hidden under Founder's eyes. The construction speed of company buildings and employee dormitories was very fast. After all, the price offered by Fuyun Technology is quite high, and the contract signed also has a time limit. In addition, it is difficult to find large projects in rural areas now, and it is even harder to find profitable projects. With the strong support from the Sanjiang town government, the projects during the entire construction period are like bamboo shoots springing up in the future, one after another. At this time, Li Fu left behind the company's affairs and led several of the company's administrative staff to the university town of Hongdu City, the capital of Jiangnan province, preparing to recruit the company's scientific researchers. From the very beginning, Li Fu decided to separate scientific research from the company. Li Fu attached great importance to scientific research because it involved the development of Li Fu's follow-up plans. There were not enough scientific researchers, and Li Fu could only rely on Li Fu. As a human being, nothing big can happen. At most, they can only continue to research black technologies one by one. However, to apply these black technologies into practice, a very large scientific research team is needed to help. And Li Fu wants to lead through his own leadership. A large number of outstanding scientists will emerge. The university town of Hongdu City in Jiangnan province is home to more than a dozen universities. Although these universities are unknown in the country and have little reputation, even the most famous Hongdu University can only be regarded as second-rate. There is no way to compare the schools in the imperial capital with the universities in the imperial capital. However, it does not have much impact on Li Fu. Li Fu's current company is not well known enough, and it cannot even be officially operated. If he enrolls in a prestigious university, he will probably not be welcomed. Now it is only we can first recruit some science geniuses from local universities. Li Fu also took the college entrance examination. There are many students around him who have very good scores in science, because of partial subjects and other reasons. Their overall scores in the college entrance examination are not ideal, so they can only enter ordinary colleges and universities. However, their scores in science are not at all. They will be inferior to students from many famous universities. It is these talents that Li Fu wants to recruit this time. As long as they have a good foundation in science, Li Fu plans to accept them. In the future, Li Fu will train more of these talents and use the scientific talent training methods of the super-civilized Han Science and Technology Empire to train them. I believe that they may not be able to become talents in the future. Outstanding scientific research talents. Jiangnan Institute of Technology is a second-class university, and it is only in Jiangnan province. If it is placed in coastal provinces, the enrollment order of Jiangnan Institute of Technology is in the third batch, and few people will report Jiangnan Institute of Technology. If nothing else, the word college always makes people feel that it is very different from a university. At this time, in Jiangnan Institute of Technology, Jinbin looked helplessly at the recruitment information on the campus recruitment website. None of them were well-known companies. There were only 3 or 2 big cats and kittens, and they were basically all from Jiangnan province. Jiangnan province is a major agricultural province, and any good enterprises are basically related to agriculture. Moreover, most of these companies are here to recruit sales staff. Take a look at their requirements. Fresh graduates must have English level 4 or above, have good facial features, and be 175 centimeters tall for men and 165 centimeters for women. There are various requirements. There were so many of them. I didn't know, but I thought they were looking for models. Let's look at the positions recruited by these companies. Sales, 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 and sales are basically all for salespeople. They have nothing to do with science and engineering majors at all, and have nothing to do with the power major that Jinbin studied. The relationship between them is that they simply can't find the corresponding major. Let's take a look at the wages offered by these companies. The 3-month free internship period includes meals and accommodation. After 3 months, the performance will be positive. And the basic salary is 1,500 plus sales commission. Few companies can provide 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. Most companies don't even mention it. It's really a scam. The expansion of enrollment in colleges and universities is really hurting people. The school actually doesn't have the relevant faculty to offer so many professional courses. The university has been raising people like pigs for several years. Now when it comes to when I graduated, my true colors were revealed. Power major. Power major. When I was in school, I thought I would be able to join a big company to learn how to manufacture engines after graduation. I didn't expect that I would end up working as a salesperson. With such a small salary, I would have trouble making ends meet. Chinbin felt a sense of sadness all over. In high school, he was too partial to subjects, and his English scores were really poor. However, Chinbin had an amazing talent in science. He had many science subjects that others thought were esoteric and difficult to understand. I enjoyed learning, but I was too partial to the subject. In the end, he had no choice but to study at Jiangnan Institute of Technology. At that time, he also applied for the school's new power major. However, after entering the school, Chinbin discovered that the level of teachers in this major was very limited. They basically followed the textbooks and distributed textbooks. Leave it to yourself to learn. Examinations are also very relaxed. Chinbin's roommate didn't go to class all year long. Even if he studied unexpectedly in the last few days, he could pass the exam easily. Most people in the entire university were playing games and falling in love. Spend it moderately. I'm not willing to accept it. I studied and studied seriously for several years in college. After graduation, can I only work as a salesperson? Exam for civil servants or banks? It's simply impossible for a rural kid like me. All these are based on connections. Chinbin closed his eyes, constantly struggling in his heart, thinking about his future way out, with countless thoughts in his heart. And the way forward was confused. Good news! Everyone, hurry up and check out the latest campus recruitment information. At this time, Yu Liang, the monitor of Chinbin's class, hurriedly said loudly in each dormitory. It was obvious that there was some particularly important news. Maybe a fairly well-known company has come. Chinbin thought this in his mind, but he still clicked refresh. And soon a red recruitment information at the top appeared in Chinbin's eyes. Fuyun Technology? I've never heard of it before. Li Fu? It's actually a company founded by him. When Chinbin saw this, he was immediately excited and clicked in without hesitation. The content is very simple. It is nothing more than that Li Fu has opened a company by himself and is preparing to recruit scientific researchers. The requirements are very simple. As long as you have excellent science knowledge, there are no other requirements. The salary and benefits are divided into many levels and are determined through examinations. The highest one has an annual salary of 300,000 yuan, and the lowest one has an annual salary of 100,000 yuan. This information can't be false. Right. The annual salary starts at 100,000. With such a high salary, you can definitely go to famous universities across the country to find people. How come you come to our Jiangnan Institute of Technology? When he saw the salary package, Chinbin couldn't help but frown, because the salary package had far exceeded Chinbin's expectations. In his opinion, an annual salary of 40,000 to 50,000 yuan was quite good. Oh, it turns out that Li Fu is also from Jiangnan province. He takes care of the students in his hometown. At the same time, he started a new company, and the company is located here in Sanjiang town. It's no wonder. When he saw the back, Chinbin finally realized that Li Fu's recruitment information made everything clear and had no intention of deceiving the graduates. It was up to everyone whether they wanted to go or not. Of course, at the end of the recruitment information, there is also a solemn reminder that if your science knowledge is not strong enough, or you have forgotten it, it is not recommended to participate in the recruitment. Li Fu, a top student at Yanwan University. At the same age, he is a great scientist who has already developed drugs to treat AIDS. It's so irritating that people are so competitive. If I can work under him in the future, it will definitely be good. Although Meijiang County and Sanjiang Town are rural areas, I am also from a rural area. It doesn't matter at all. Chinbin thought rapidly in his mind. Clicked to download the registration form without hesitation. Filled out the relevant information very quickly, and sent it to the other party's email. And then quickly rushed to the school recruitment center to prepare to take the exam. On the way, Chinbin took out his mobile phone and looked at the messages in the WeChat group. Haha. It's really Li Fu. Let me show you a photo. It's exactly the same as the one on TV. I wonder if I can ask him for an autograph later. Yu Liang, the class monitor who always acted quickly, had already arrived at this time. The place was already overcrowded. Graduates from the entire school were running here, for no other reason than to see with their own eyes the world-renowned Li Fu. Scientists are enough. What's more, Li Fu's company offers a very competitive salary package. The salary package starts at 100,000 yuan. Compared with those companies that are still talking about a monthly salary of 1,500 yuan plus an uncertain commission. It is like a bright moon and a rice grain. The light is generally different from clouds and mud. TSK. At the same age, he is already a world-famous scientist. We are still worried about finding a job. There is a huge difference between people. But his company is definitely not bad. The production of AIDS drugs alone is enough for the company to make a lot of money. It is still a startup company and has unlimited possibilities in the future. Brothers, hurry up and come! While watching the classmates chatting, Qinbin hurried over. Clenching his fists tightly, he realized that the person who changed his destiny this time had arrived. Chapter 62. High salary is not that easy to get. The recruitment and employment center of Jiangnan Institute of Technology is already overcrowded. Graduates who receive the news basically flocked here. Even many graduates who have not yet reached their senior year also came to join in the fun, wanting to see the world-famous Li Fu. Great scientist. Look at this guy who developed drugs to treat AIDS. Qinbin held his profile in his hand and looked at the long queue. He thought he had arrived quickly enough, but he didn't expect that there were so many people faster than him. At this time, Li Fu and several people from his company were already very busy, and the Jiangnan Institute of Technology Student Union also urgently sent people over to help and maintain order. At this time, each classmate held a mobile phone in his hand and kept taking photos, videos, etc. at Li Fu. Li Fu also kept smiling and nodded to the classmates who came to participate in the recruitment. All students who participate in the recruitment will hand their resumes to me and then go to the classroom to wait for the exam. Next to the side, Sun Xiaofeng from the Human Resources Department, who was recently recruited by Fuyun Technology, was wearing professional attire with a smile on her face. She was already holding a push of resumes in her hands. She was collecting the resumes and talking to the growing crowd behind her, although the queue was very long, because it was just for submitting a resume or something. It was very fast. It wasn't long before it was Qinbin's turn. He handed over the resume in his hand, and then went to a classroom under the guidance of his classmates from the student union. There were already a lot of people sitting in the classroom at this time, and everyone was separated by a seat. It looked a bit like an exam, but looking at everyone's expressions, they all looked very relaxed. In the past, everyone has participated in similar graduation recruitment exams. The content is basically very simple, and there are mostly multiple choice questions. Everyone has their mobile phones in their hands, so they can answer the questions casually when the time comes. Moreover, the company that recruits basically takes the written exam. This level is all a walkthrough in process. Who can really solve the difficult questions? However, Qinbin felt very uneasy, because Fuyun Technology's recruitment policy stated very clearly that the kind of treatment he could get was completely linked to the test scores. It was estimated that Fuyun Technology would definitely not just go through the motions, and maybe it would really happen, come up with some more difficult questions. After waiting boredly in the classroom for about half an hour, a classmate from the student union walked in with a large stack of test papers. The Fuyun Technology Job Fair exam has officially started and will last for 1 hour. Papers can be submitted in advance. After the students in the student union finished speaking, they began to hand out test papers, and everyone in the classroom became nervous. They were no longer as bored as they were just now. Holy crap! What kind of questions are these? Why are they all big questions? They are all difficult science questions. How can I, a liberal arts student, take the exam? This question is too difficult. The college entrance examination wasn't that difficult back then. Soon the test paper was handed out, and all kinds of voices rang out in the whole classroom. Everyone who came to apply was dumbfounded, because looking at the 10 questions on the test paper, most of them found that he didn't know any of them, and all the science knowledge in his mind had been forgotten. Chow! This damn thing. I don't want anyone to take the exam anymore. I won't take the exam anymore. Soon, some people cursed and handed in the blank test paper and left. These questions were really too difficult. The entire complex of science questions was comparable to the science questions in the college entrance examination. Of course, more students quietly took out their mobile phones to take pictures of the test papers, or went online to ask about Dunyang, looking for outside help. Chinbin looked at the test paper and frowned instantly. The test questions were actually real. Every question was a big science question, and it was definitely not that easy to solve. Huh? Fortunately, I studied seriously during college, and I often gave tutoring lessons. Otherwise, I would be really confused. No wonder it is said that test scores are directly linked to salary. The difficulty of this question means that not many out of 100 people may be able to pass the test. Chinbin read the 10 major questions from beginning to end, and then began to answer the questions. With his profound knowledge, and the fact that he never gave up studying during college, Chinbin successfully answered the first 6 questions. When he got to the 7th question, Chinbin started to frown, while quickly writing on the draft paper. Calculation. Soon, an hour of answering time passed. The time is up. Students who haven't handed in their papers yet can do so. The students from the student union who were responsible for invigilating the exam gently reminded them, and turned a blind eye to those who were still talking to each other about plagiarism. Phew! The last question is too difficult, and I can only solve it halfway. Chinbin shook his head, looked at the time, and handed in the test paper helplessly. This question is so difficult that I couldn't find it using Dunyang's search. I solved the first of 10 questions. No, I just handed in the blank paper. I have already forgotten all this knowledge. This Fuyun technology is really different from other companies. After leaving the examination room, Chinbin heard countless similar voices, all complaining that the test questions given by Fuyun technology were too difficult. For those who had been playing in college for several years, they simply couldn't do it. Aubin! Here! A voice attracted Chinbin's attention. He followed the voice and looked over. It was his squad leader Yu Liang. How was it? How many questions did you answer just now? Yu Liang saw Chinbin coming and asked immediately. Apparently he had also taken the exam just now. Chinbin was a well-known top student in the class, and was often the first in the exam. Only half of the last question has been answered, and the rest should have been answered. This question is really difficult. Damn! Pervert! How could you answer 9.5 of the difficult questions? But I only answered 7 questions. I asked everyone else one by one, and very few of them were able to answer 4 questions. Many people turned in blank papers. Hearing Chinbin's words, Yu Liang couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Only those who have taken the exam in person will know how difficult these questions are. Fuyun Technology has said that future salary will be linked to performance. Isn't that true? Maybe. Aubin, you can get a contract with an annual salary of 300,000 yuan. While chatting, Yu Liang suddenly said with bright eyes, How is that possible? I can't even imagine an annual salary of 300,000 yuan. Chinbin shook his head, but there was an extra expectation in his heart, and he began to wait nervously for the result. Throughout the morning, there were a lot of people who came to apply for the job. They went in to take the exam in batches. The vast majority of people came out shaking their heads. The blank test paper said everything. People who study seriously in the university still too little. Brother Fu, there were nearly 1,000 people taking our exam this morning, but there were less than 50 people who could answer more than 6 questions correctly. And there was also a reason why the test questions were leaked and the results improved. Sun Xiaofeng held a piece of data and said to Li Fu. Sun Xiaofeng was not very young. She had just graduated a year or 2 ago and was from Meijiang County. She was quite satisfied with the job at home. Inform them to take the retest in the afternoon and kick out those who plagiarized. Li Fu nodded. He didn't expect it to be so bad. This is still a polytechnic, focusing on science and engineering. In just a few years, many people have forgotten everything they learned before. In the afternoon of that day, Chinbin and Yu Liang came to the recruitment center together. In the morning, most of the students in the class took the exam, but only 2 people received the notice for the re-examination. At this time, they were also very nervous, because someone has already received accurate information from Fuyun Technology. Test scores are directly linked to future remuneration. The higher the test scores, the better the remuneration. The promises made by Fuyun Technology's recruitment are definitely not worth the slightest. As long as someone can answer all the questions, the contract with an annual salary of 300,000 yuan will not go away. Both of them were so excited that they didn't sleep at noon. They picked up their old books and started sharpening their skills crazily, hoping it would be helpful. At the same time, They prayed silently in their hearts, hoping that the afternoon's questions wouldn't be too difficult. In a large classroom, less than 50 people were sitting very scattered. Li Fu looked at everyone with a smile on his face, holding a stack of test papers in his hand. Congratulations to everyone for passing the first round of the exam. The second exam will now take place. The time is still 1 hour. I promise you again that as long as you can answer 6 questions correctly, you can get a contract with an annual salary of 100,000. If you can answer 8 questions correctly, those who answer more than 9 questions can get a contract with an annual salary of 200,000 yuan. And those who answer more than 9 questions can get a contract with an annual salary of 300,000 yuan. Good luck to everyone. Li Fu looked at the faces below with a smile on his face, and then asked Sun Xiaofeng to start handing out test papers. The 10 questions this time are completely different from the questions in the morning. These questions are all asked by Xiaoying. Each question has a certain degree of difficulty and requires a relatively deep science foundation to answer it. After getting the question, Xinbin browsed it from beginning to end, and then started to answer the question. Time passed by, and Li Fu personally proctored the exam. Naturally, he quickly noticed some people's little moves. But although Li Fu, I didn't say it out loud, but I had already excluded such people in my heart. An hour passed quickly, and less than 50 papers were collected. After the first round of selection in the morning, the test papers this time were much better. Many people had real talents and were able to answer many questions correctly. Of course, there were still some people who cheated to get into the second round of the exam in the morning, and they were definitely exposed at this time. The marking of the test papers was completed quickly with the help of the student union. The students whose names I read below, please go to the next classroom for an interview. If there are no problems in the interview, you will get the corresponding offer. Sun Xiaofeng walked into the classroom with a list. Everyone in the classroom looked at it nervously. Xinbin, answer 10 questions, and if the interview goes well, you will get an offer with an annual salary of 300,000 yuan. When Sun Xiaofeng was the first to read Xinbin's name, Xinbin jumped up with joy and clenched his fists tightly. Yeah! Chapter 63. A gift package of civilization seeds. Li Fu, Sanjiang Town, Meijiang County, came back with 72 newly recruited employees. All of these 72 were seedlings that Li Fu would use to train as scientific researchers in the future. Each one of them passed Li Fu's test and had profound knowledge of their own. With strong science skills and the kind of people who were still diligent and studious after several years in college, Li Fu planned to train these 72 people well and form his own scientific research team. Lao Fong, how is the company doing recently? Returning to the company's temporary office building in Sanjiang Town, Li Fu saw many unfamiliar faces in the company, and he guessed that these should be Lao Fong's new recruits. Everything is basically on track. The company's personnel are basically in place. However, our business has not yet started. The construction of the company is going very smoothly. It's just the pharmaceutical production lines and laboratories you asked me to purchase. The scientific equipment and so on are not going well. Fong Zheng seemed a little tired at this time. During this period of time, he had been supporting the entire company by himself, organizing company personnel, handling various company affairs, etc. These things were very busy, especially at the beginning when there were only a few people in the company. This is even more true under the circumstances. Any questions? Li Fu frowned upon hearing this. The pharmaceutical production line is a major matter that affects whether the company can put into production. This cannot be delayed. The construction of the company's factory even cost a lot of money to hire the top magic city in the country, modern architectural design company to build. The various scientific instruments that Li Fu needs to build his own laboratory are also very important, because they are related to Li Fu's plan to cultivate his own scientific research team and the progress of Li Fu's subsequent scientific research. First of all, we still have a gap in funds. The amount of money spent on the construction of pharmaceutical production lines and high-standard pharmaceutical factories is really too large. For the construction of one factory alone, we spent 100 million in funds to hire a professional. We need a construction company to do it. In addition, for the pharmaceutical production line, the price of the most advanced fully automatic pharmaceutical production line in the world is very expensive, often costing several hundred million, and it needs to be specially customized. As for scientific research equipment and instruments, it is possible to purchase them, but these are only at an average level and cannot meet the standards you need. Founder detailed the current difficulties he encountered. One was the funding gap, and the other was the problems encountered in purchasing scientific instruments. Many high-precision scientific research equipment could not be purchased at all. In terms of funding, I will think of ways to contact the manufacturers of pharmaceutical production lines as soon as possible. As for scientific research instruments and equipment, I will make do with them if they can be purchased. It seems that if you want to set up an international first-class laboratory, just having money is not enough. Many things are simply not available in the market. Li Fu pondered for a while, and after thinking about it, he could only do this for the time being. I originally wanted to set up a laboratory worthy of my teacher Louis, but now it seems that it is really not an easy task. It is basically impossible for a private person to own such an advanced laboratory. There is another thing. You must have received some phone calls. During this period, many of your relatives came to me and said that they hoped that I could arrange some positions for them in the company or transfer them to the company. I left some business to them, but I didn't dare to make the decision at this time. So I always said I'd handle it after you come back. Fang Zheng told another troublesome thing. There is no doubt that Li Fu set up the company in his hometown. Li Fu's 7 aunts and 8 aunts will naturally try their best to get into the company. After all, everyone can see that Li Fu's company has great prospects, and the investment funds are calculated in hundreds of millions. If you can enter such a company, the treatment will definitely not be bad. Moreover, the company must have a lot of business dealings. As long as you can hook up with one, you can make a lot of money. Naturally, it is inevitable to get a share of such good things. I will handle this matter. You don't need to pay attention to them. Li Fu nodded and said without any hesitation that his company is a high-tech enterprise, and the people he hires must at least have a bachelor's degree or above. Among his relatives, even the younger generation, very few have gone to college. Why? Maybe arrange to join your own company. Moreover, if you start this way, all aspects of things in the future will be subject to many constraints, which will become more troublesome. It is better to stick to this principle from the beginning, which will save you a lot of worry. And since Li Fu has authorized Fang Zheng, he naturally cannot let Fang Zheng have any influence on his work and decision-making due to such things. I have newly recruited 72 scientific researchers. Please help arrange accommodation and so on. We must fix the company's factory as soon as possible and put new drugs into the market. Otherwise, there will be a real shortage of funds. Li Fu calculated carefully in his mind. Although he was the major shareholder of Wangzhe Pesticide Company, the combined shares of his 3 roommates exceeded his own. It was not a problem for him to continuously draw blood from there. No. Maybe it means asking for dividends every month. Therefore, we still need to let the company operate as much as possible. As soon as our new drugs are put into the market, there will soon be a steady stream of orders, and then we will not be afraid of running out of money. The construction speed of the factory is still acceptable. After all, we paid a big price. But this production line is a big problem. Fang Zheng nodded. Pharmaceutical production is different from ordinary products. The requirements are very high. What Li Fu plans to buy is a fully automatic, fully enclosed advanced production line. It is expensive to intensify and difficult to purchase. I'll contact my teacher here and see if he can help. After thinking for a while, Li Fu thought of Louis. He had dealings with many pharmaceutical companies, and the government departments he contacted were also at a very high level. Maybe there might be a way to find Louis. Master, I actually have medical production lines and high-precision scientific instruments, etc. Just when Li Fu was worrying about advanced production lines and scientific instruments, the little shadow in his mind said slightly proudly, You do? Xiaoying, how could you have these things? Li Fu asked Xiaoying a little strangely. Xiaoying is just an intelligent program of civilization seed. Where can he get these things? When it comes to helping Li Fu solve the financial problem, Li Fu believes that there is no problem at all. But when it comes to solving the production line and various, Li Fu didn't believe in this advanced scientific instrument at all. Master, you underestimate me too much. I am the civilized seed of the super-civilized Han Dynasty's technological empire. Even though I am in your mind, I seem very, very small, but I contain profound applications of time and space technology. Hee. There are many, many good things in the seeds of civilization. In his mind, Xiaoying curled his lips and looked down upon Li Fu fiercely. You mean you contain the universe? There are a lot of things inside? Hearing this, Li Fu's eyes lit up, and he asked in disbelief. Of course. The seeds of civilization want to cultivate a person into a super-civilized citizen. How can it be done without a lot of resources? Especially in science and technology. If you don't do experiments and research on many things yourself, others will build them no matter what. It will appear very rigid. So the civilization seeds of super civilization are equipped with a full set of research equipment and instruments from low level to high level, etc. Furthermore, the civilization seed also has the function of protecting the owner. If an emergency occurs, various advanced protective equipment will definitely be needed. These things are all installed in the civilization seed. Xiao Ying was slightly proud of himself. He played various lists of items in Li Fu's mind. The variety were dazzling. Great. I was worried about setting up my own laboratory and company production line. I didn't expect you, Xiao Ying, could solve it. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Li Fu immediately became happy, and his frowning eyebrows instantly relaxed. Master, you didn't ask. I thought the master didn't want to be exposed. After all, these instruments and equipment, even the most basic ones, can completely destroy the existing scientific instruments and equipment on the Earth. If the outside world knew about it, it would be very easy. It makes people question the origin of these things. Well, this is a problem. These advanced instruments and equipment suddenly appeared, and they are far beyond the current Earth's technology. It is indeed easy to make people suspicious. It seems that we need to buy some low-end things first to deceive others. When he said this, Li Fu also frowned and began to think about how to use these instruments and equipment without arousing suspicion. No matter what. Let's take a look at the good things in my novice gift bag first. Li Fu thought for a while and already had a rough plan in mind. But in his mind, he asked Xiao Ying what things he had. An elementary quantum computer. A computer capable of computing more powerfully than all the computers on the planet combined. Just seeing the first thing, Li Fu immediately laughed. This is a good thing. There is no doubt that computers are helpful to scientific research. Many things require the use of supercomputers for simulation and calculation. Definitely an essential tool for scientific research. The primary civilization material melting furnace is an essential tool for conducting various material science experiments, which is enough to produce various materials required by primary civilization. The resolution of the electron microscope of primary civilization has reached the limit of 0.1 angstroms of the electron microscope, which is enough to meet the needs of primary civilization to study the microscopic world. Primary civilized multifunctional processing machine. Primary civilized multifunctional industrial production line. Li Fu was drooling as he watched. These are all the things that Li Fu can come up with at the moment. More advanced things can only be made after Li Fu's scientific level reaches the corresponding level. It can be seen that it is a super civilization. The Han Science and Technology Empire spent a lot of money to cultivate its own citizens. It actually had a complete set of research equipment and instruments, and even some experimental materials, etc. prepared. It truly is a super civilization. I can't imagine that a super civilization has gone so extravagantly in cultivating citizens. Everything is fully prepared. Even a primitive man can quickly rise to become a powerful civilization. Chapter 64. My medicine is not so easy to steal. The section between Sanjiang Town and Lijiakan was already bustling with activity because Li Fu had set up the company's headquarters building, employee dormitories, and early biopharmaceutical factories, research institutions, etc. here, and spent a lot of money on it. The fields that seemed extremely desolate in autumn and winter are now in full swing. In just a few months, high-rise buildings have sprung up like mushrooms after a rain, bringing eye-catching color to this remote rural area that has never had the atmosphere of a modern metropolis. Li Fu carefully inspected the construction site, and the little shadow in his mind was constantly calculating the steel bars and cement used in these buildings, analyzing various data to see if these construction companies had done things according to Li Fu's requirements. The construction site seemed a bit messy. At this time, only the frame of the building was being erected. There were various building materials, the roar of machines, and the busy figures of workers everywhere. Even if they are honest, of course Lao Feng's management is indispensable. Otherwise, the quality of the house may not be guaranteed. After looking carefully, Li Fu nodded slightly. The price Li Fu gave was quite high, because the construction period was very fast. It was normal for the price to be higher. Of course, another reason was that Li Fu had relatively high requirements for the quality of the house. Li Fu didn't want that. Your own company employees will work and live in shoddy projects in the future. Li Fu, according to the progress of this construction, I estimate that our company will be able to move into its own building by May. However, the progress of our factory construction is slower. The construction unit said that we need to build a high-rise building. A standard fully enclosed, fully automatic pharmaceutical production line requires slow work and meticulous work in all aspects, which is not comparable to a house used for office and living. Fang Zheng, who accompanied him to inspect the construction site, had been focusing on the company's house during this period, so he knew all aspects very well. At this time, he could already see that Li Fu was a little anxious. I know this. We are just building a pharmaceutical production plant. It is impossible for those who build nuclear power plants for 10 or 8 years. Building a 3 gorgeous hydropower station is even more time-consuming from demonstration, site selection, immigration, construction, etc. It's been decades. But we are really pressed for time. There is a lot of pressure from international public opinion now. They say that I have technology that can cure AIDS. But I have never brought new drugs to the market. They say that patients with AIDS are dying every moment. These people will be killed. All the deaths are blamed on me. Li Fu nodded. Li Fu has also been under a lot of pressure recently. There are news reports at home and abroad from time to time. The arrow points directly to Li Fu's greed for profit, and regardless of the life and death of patients around the world. Whenever he sees such reports, Li Fu's face becomes extremely ugly. And he hopes even more urgently that the company can start production and operations as soon as possible, so that those people can shut up. Don't pay attention to the reports of these news media. They say what they say, and we do ours. I guess there must be the promotion of some domestic and foreign pharmaceutical companies behind this. They just want to get your technology in time. Many people die every moment in the world due to lack of medical treatment. So who should be blamed for this? Of course, Fang Zheng was aware of Li Fu's pressure. Ever since he agreed to Li Fu's employment, he had paid great attention to the pharmaceutical industry. As the saying goes, if you are good at what you do, you will not do well if you don't understand the pharmaceutical industry. Well, inform the construction unit that the construction standards of the pharmaceutical factory can be lowered, and the price can also be increased for them, so that they can build the factory as soon as possible. Why don't I want to put the drug into production earlier? Only by putting it into production earlier will we have a steady stream of funds and be able to carry out the next step of the plan. Li Fu nodded. But Naozi had already learned about Xiaoying. The multifunctional production line provided by Xiaoying is very advanced. It occupies a small area and is fully automated. The requirements for the surrounding environment are not that high. So the factory building is only there is no need to have the same high standards that were required in the first place. Don't worry. I will take care of it. Fang Zheng nodded. As a professional manager, he needs to carefully figure out what his boss means. He knows that the boss is not rich in funds now. If he spends these 100 million or 100 million, he will not even have a shadow now. No. Coupled with the pressure of public opinion at home and abroad, the boss is young and it is inevitable that he will be impatient. This is also normal. Li Fu is busy preparing for his company. On the other side, far across the ocean, here in Yingjiang and the Yingjiang National Bioscience Laboratory, David, the world's top biological scientist, is leading his team in Japan. Monthly research on drugs for the treatment of AIDS obtained from China. At the Yinhuang University-affiliated hospital, a bottle of medicine to treat AIDS was taken out and eventually fell into the hands of Yingjiang. Behind this was the control of Pfizer, the world's largest pharmaceutical company. Dr. David, how is the research going? Robert, the president of Pfizer Pharmaceuticals, brought people to the laboratory. Although this laboratory is the Yingjiang National Bioscience Laboratory, everyone in the world knows that here in Yingjiang, the capitalists are the masters of the country. A lot of funds are also sponsored by Pfizer. So Dr. David also has to work for Pfizer. The progress is very smooth. In fact, this drug is very simple and does not require any analysis at all. The supervirus inside it can treat AIDS, and the other things are auxiliary. We have conducted in-depth research on the super rice virus in the drug during this period, and we can confirm that it does have a miraculous effect in treating AIDS. However, we have been unable to cultivate the super rice virus through the rice virus. All the super rice viruses in our hands are constantly splitting from that bottle of medicine. Dr. David temporarily stopped his research work and told the latest research situation. Have we not yet developed our own super rice virus? Hearing this, Robert frowned. The stolen drugs were not only for the treatment of AIDS, but more importantly, for the purpose of developing a new biotechnology that uses poison to fight viruses proposed by Li Fu. Moreover, this super rice virus is related to Pfizer. Can the pharmaceutical industry rely on it to make a lot of money? No. Although I am very sure that the super virus and the meme virus come from the same source. But now they have fundamental differences. Just like cats and tigers. Although they are both felines, they have many similarities. But they are two completely different species. There must be technology in this technology that we don't know now. Technology that can mutate virus mutations. This is the key to this technology. Dr. David is a top scientist in the field of biotechnology. In the past few months, he has been desperately studying the new biotechnology technology proposed by Li Fu to fight poison with poison. But he has gained very little. If Li Fu had not come up with the results, he would not even have done so. Think you are wasting your time. Then can we produce drugs to treat AIDS on a large scale? Robert nodded. The scientist was concerned about studying these technologies. He was concerned about the company's profits and various financial data. New drugs were very important to Pfizer, which was also the main purpose of his visit this time. There is no problem at all. We have super rice viruses in our hands. We can continue to divide the super rice viruses to obtain more super rice viruses. It is possible to manufacture drugs on a large scale. Dr. David pondered for a while, and then nodded slowly. At present, there is no problem with the cultivation of super rice virus. As long as there are enough AIDS viruses to feed, the super rice virus will continue to divide. That's good. Li Fu from China still wants to eat this cake for himself. I heard that he is investing in building a factory now. I want him to lose all his money. We were very sincere at the beginning. But he refused directly. Thinking of being rejected by Li Fu, Robert felt unhappy. But thinking that Li Fu would soon lose all his money, he couldn't help but laugh happily. Soon, Pfizer Pharmaceuticals announced that it had also developed a drug that could treat AIDS. The principle used was exactly the same as that of Li Fu. It also used the meme virus to cultivate a super meme virus that only eats HIV. And announced that it could be used on a large scale. Large-scale new drugs on the market. Officially accepting orders from around the world. The news spread all over the world like a whirlwind in an instant. Countless people who had long been eager for new drugs to be launched rushed to Pfizer Pharmaceuticals to buy new drugs with their money in hand. Pfizer Pharmaceuticals Robert is also very good at business. He bundles new drugs with other drugs for sale. If you want to buy new drugs to treat AIDS, you must buy a certain amount of other drugs. Otherwise, you will not get the new drugs. Suddenly, Pfizer Pharmaceuticals' performance increased significantly. The stock quickly doubled and grew. And the overall prospects were bright. In Sanjiang town, Fang Zheng hurriedly found Li Fu. The big news is bad. Pfizer announced that they have also developed a drug to treat AIDS and have launched it on the market. They have accepted orders on a large scale. We. Fang Zheng looked very anxious. But he knew what this meant. Which meant that Li Fu's company would be completely dead in the womb. And all investments would be in vain. I already know the matter. I didn't expect that the bottle of medicine was not dropped, but was obtained by them. However, my medicine is not so easy to steal. The best is yet to come. Li Fu had a serious face. But he was not worried at all, and said somewhat mysteriously. Chapter 65. Biological Gene Lock. Li Fu is very confident in the super rice virus he has developed. Except for himself. It is simply impossible for anyone else on Earth to cultivate the super rice virus through the rice virus. Because they do not have many advanced cultivation methods. They also don't understand that Yuanli is the best stimulus in life. The meaningless super rice virus currently in the hands of Pfizer must have flowed out from Li Fu. When Louis passed the news to Li Fu, the China National Disease Control and Prevention Biological Laboratory also conducted a careful investigation, ruling out the possibility of leakage from the laboratory. Finally, Li Fu thought of what happened at the hospital last time. Louis asked someone to investigate, and the truth soon came to light. Tao Yin, who had stolen the new medicine, was quickly caught and confessed her truthfully. He exchanged new medicine for 20 million Chinese dollars. However, Li Fu told teacher Louis not to worry, and to wait for the good show to unfold. At this time, looking at Fang Zheng's anxious eyes, Li Fu also comforted him with the same confidence. Lao Fang, don't worry. Everything in the company will continue. And they can't steal my things. But they have announced that they can launch new drugs on a large scale. And they have already accepted orders from all over the world. When our drugs are launched, no one will come to buy them. Fang Zheng was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Even Li Fu's comfort was of no use. We'd better cancel our subsequent investment. That way, you can still have some money left and won't blow up all your worth. Fang Zheng thought for a long time, and said to Li Fu very seriously that Li Fu admired him very much and had been very supportive of many of Fang Zheng's policies and management in the past few months. He never asked questions and was very trusting. He felt that he was necessary. Think of an escape route for Li Fu. Don't worry, Lao Fang. If you can't smash it, their new drugs won't be on the market. The more orders Pfizer receives now, the more they will lose in the future. Li Fu smiled and comforted Lao Fang. He didn't understand technology, only business management. So it was very normal for him to behave like this when he received the news. Li Fu, is there any mystery in this? Fang Zheng asked after seeing Li Fu not worried at all. Of course. This design involves a professional term in bioscience and technology. Biological gene lock. Li Fu nodded and smiled slightly. What is a biological gene lock? Upon hearing this, Fang Zheng became interested and asked immediately. The so-called gene lock is not the restriction of various superpowers mentioned in the novels, but an internationally used method of product confidentiality. That is, through some special means, the biological species developed by oneself can be used by others to keep others secret. There's no way to retroactively deduce the way your genes are combined through a product. Or you can limit or amplify certain functions of genetically modified organisms to achieve your desired goals. For example, if you limit the fertility genes of genetically modified organisms, others will not be able to continue to grow the crop by saving seeds and must continue to buy from you. Seeds so you can make a good profit selling them. Basically all rice seeds, corn seeds, soybean seeds, etc. are now first-generation products. They are all genetically locked and can only be reproduced for one generation. Farmers can only continue to purchase expensive seeds from seed companies. You have no right to choose what to plant. Li Fu smiled and gave Fang Zheng some knowledge about biological gene locks. I see. Then what do you think about the super rice virus? Ha. Pfizer is in trouble now. After hearing Li Fu's explanation, Fang Zheng suddenly understood. A smile suddenly appeared on his face, and he couldn't help laughing. Actually, I didn't think about preventing others from stealing my super rice virus. At that time, I just thought about limiting the number of divisions of the super rice virus. In this way, after the HIV in the human body is eliminated, even the super rice virus will still remain. If so, it will not continue to divide indefinitely. After all, there has been no super rice virus in the human body before, and it is difficult to predict what kind of harm the super rice virus will bring. Ha. I didn't expect people from Pfizer to steal my medicines. Now they dare to announce that they have developed corresponding drugs, and they dare to accept orders on a large scale around the world. They are simply courting death. They must think that I can't perform genetic locking on such a small virus. Ha. We pharmaceuticals' good days are coming soon. Li Fu couldn't help laughing happily as he spoke. The genetic lock was just to prevent the super rice virus from multiplying unrestrictedly in the human body. Unexpectedly, it saved Li Fu once. Otherwise, if the mother virus is stolen by Pfizer, then this market will really be lost to Li Fu. Ha. Then, they are probably going to be really miserable this time. As far as I know, the price of their AIDS treatment drugs is very high, reaching a terrifying price of $10,000 apiece. And if you want to buy this new drug, you still have to buy it. If you need to purchase other Pfizer drugs together, you must reach a certain amount to purchase a certain amount of new drugs. Since Pfizer announced the launch of its new drug, its stock has doubled several times. It has almost caught up with Apple, and its sales performance has also skyrocketed. Fang Zheng also laughed, and the worries in his heart disappeared. $10,000 apiece? They are really crazy. They dare to charge such a high price. Ha. It seems that we can also refer to their prices when setting selling prices in the future. After all, they are the largest pharmaceutical company in the world. Such pricing definitely makes sense. When Li Fu heard this, he couldn't help but take a breath. He didn't expect that Pfizer was really evil. The ex-factory price was already $10,000. If it got into the hands of patients, the price would be at least more. Double. $10,000 per tube. $10,000 is $100 million. There are more than 60 million AIDS patients in the world, and they are growing rapidly every year. By 2020, it is estimated that it will exceed 100 million. Oh my God! This number is like the astronomical figures are terrifying. No wonder some people say that the future richest man in the world will definitely be born in biomedicine. This is something related to human life. Even if you are slaughtered, you must be willing to be slaughtered. Fang Zheng made careful calculations. According to the selling price of Pfizer Pharmaceuticals, the value of this market will be over $1 trillion in the future. It is so huge that he can't help but sigh. So, Lao Fang, we should speed up the progress and put our new drugs on the market as soon as possible. We will have a lot of money in our hands. Then we can flex our muscles. We don't have to be like now. Every day I worry about putting rice in the pot. Li Fu smiled and nodded. He had already taken a fancy to this huge cake. Otherwise, he would have already cooperated with other pharmaceutical companies. And there would be no need to work so hard to open a company or build a factory. Well, we need to step up construction. Fang Zheng had a smile on his face, as if he had seen a scene in the future where his hands would cramp while counting money. Chapter 66. Collapse overnight. At the Pfizer headquarters in New York, Robert has a smile on his face and is in a very good mood. This period has been the most glorious day since he took charge of Pfizer. Stimulated by the bundled sales of AIDS drugs, Pfizer sales have skyrocketed. Now 1 month's sales can equal the sales of several months in the past. The price of the company's stock has also continued to rise, and has doubled on the original basis several times. The company's shareholders are very satisfied with Robert. They have agreed to give Robert generous share incentives in the year-end incentive plan. Moreover, they have occupied this huge market for the treatment of AIDS from the beginning. Pfizer will continue to do so for a long time in the future. You can live a very comfortable life without any worries. The company's stock has risen by more than 10 points. What a great day! Robert was very limited at this time. He was drinking coffee and looking out the window at the bright sunshine and the blue sky and white clouds. He was in a very good mood. As a senior official of Pfizer Pharmaceuticals, he had a lot of Pfizer pharmaceutical stocks in his hands. Now he looks at them every day. As the stocks rise day by day and my assets continue to skyrocket, it's no wonder that I feel bad. Mr. Robert, your schedule today includes attending a cooperation signing ceremony with European pharmaceutical agents in the morning, and going to the AIDS hospital to visit AIDS patients in the afternoon. The secretary with a proud figure, blonde hair and blue eyes walked in charmingly and reported to Robert about today's work arrangements. Well, how is the progress of the new drug production? Robert nodded, and at the same time, he did not forget to care about the production of drugs for the treatment of AIDS, because he knew that the reason why he was able to live so comfortably today was entirely because of the drugs for the treatment of AIDS. He had already signed a large number of orders from all over the world. The customers were waiving their bills and clamoring to get the new medicine as soon as possible. The production of the new drug is progressing very smoothly, and it will be available on the market soon. That's good. You have to keep an eye on this. You must not make any mistakes. Otherwise, our company will be in big trouble. We have received so many orders, and we must deliver them on time. Robert nodded with satisfaction. As the world's largest pharmaceutical company, Pfizer's strength is undoubted. They are not like Li Fu, who started everything from scratch and want to bring AIDS drugs to the market very quickly. At the Yingjiang National Bioscience Laboratory, Dr. David is still seriously studying the super rice virus cultivated by Li Fu. At the same time, he is also working tirelessly to cultivate new viruses through the rice virus. For Li Fu, in the new field of biotechnology that has opened up, he is also eager to achieve success as soon as possible. I don't know what method he used to mutate the Mimi virus. Why, after many attempts on my side, although the Mimi virus has mutated, it is still far from a mature virus like the Super Mimi virus. I don't know how far it is. It can only be said that there are some changes. This Li Fu is really amazing. The more he studied, the more Dr. David admired Li Fu. He felt that this new field was vast and had infinite possibilities. Viruses could be cultivated like animals. Only Li Fu in the world had mastered the technology. He was sure it was a systematic approach, but not a word from Li Fu's side was revealed. Doctor, please come over and take a look. There seems to be something going on with the super rice virus. This was Dr. David's assistant, Parker, the person in charge of breeding the super rice virus, who hurried over. Huh? What happened? When Dr. David heard this, he immediately asked, the reproduction and division of this super rice virus is a major matter related to Pfizer's new drug, and there must be no mistakes. Yesterday, as usual, we put HIV into the culture vessels to cultivate super rice viruses. However, when we checked this morning, we found that this time, the number of super rice viruses not only did not increase significantly, but also decreased significantly. In this situation, HIV, which has been completely devoured in the past, still exists in large numbers. While leading the way, Parker hurriedly told the new situation he encountered, and he looked very anxious. What? The supervised virus has been greatly reduced? How is this possible? Did you not pay attention when you released the HIV and introduced some substances that can kill the supervised virus? When Dr. David heard this, he was immediately dumbfounded, seeing that a large number of cultivated supervised viruses were about to be delivered to Pfizer Pharmaceuticals. Now that such a situation has occurred, Dr. David naturally knew the seriousness of the matter. No. We checked carefully and found that no other substances were brought in. The materials used to feed the supervised virus are no different from those in the past. But this time, the number of supervised viruses has been greatly reduced. It is obvious that no new supervised viruses were spawned. Parker shook his head. Such low-level mistakes would naturally not be made in such an important laboratory. But they still conducted detailed tests and tests. Soon the two came to the laboratory. A huge screen was showing a microscopic world. The huge supervirus was constantly devouring HIV. It seemed that everything was normal. But Dr. David, the problem can be seen at a glance. In the past, after a night of cultivation, the number of supervised viruses should be very large, and the number of HIV viruses that should be swallowed up should be very small. However, at this time, it seems that the number of HIV viruses is very large, and the number of supervised viruses is very small. There is a big problem. Carefully check every detail from beginning to end, and check for all supervised viruses. Dr. David had a dark face, and ordered to the people around him. It doesn't make sense. Everything went very smoothly in the past. The division of supervised viruses is very normal. As long as there is enough HIV, the supervised viruses can continue to divide. Why did the number of supervised viruses suddenly decrease significantly? Dr. David is still thinking carefully in his mind. He has clearly understood the characteristics of the supervised virus during this period of time, and has also conducted experiments on the human body. The experiments were also very smooth, without any problems at all. Question. Doctor, something bad has happened. All the supervised viruses in our hands have begun to decrease significantly. Not only the supervised viruses we use to cultivate the split, but even the supervised viruses stored in our laboratory for backup have begun to decrease in size. With the magnitude of the reduction, it is estimated that all supervised viruses will disappear soon, because no new supervised viruses will split off. However, Dr. David hadn't thought clearly yet, and Parker hurried over again. Just now, he organized people to check all the supervised viruses in his hands, and discovered an amazing phenomenon. The number of supervised viruses was astonishing. After a drastic reduction, there are soon signs of death. Put it under a microscope and observe it carefully. Dr. David's face became even more ugly. One after another, his subordinates put a sample under the microscope for observation. As the Ingjiang family's International Biological Laboratory, the equipment and instruments here are enough to be proud of the world. Soon, the huge monitor shows a microscopic world. The supervised virus keeps devouring one AIDS virus after another. But this time the supervised virus no longer splits into new supervised viruses after swallowing to a certain extent as in the past, but dies. He actually died directly without splitting into a new supervised virus. No wonder. Could it be that Li Fu, imposed division restrictions on the supervised virus? How is this possible? This is a biological virus. Such a small virus. How did he add a genetic lock to the supervised virus? Witnessing all this with his own eyes, Dr. David's eyes widened in disbelief. But apart from this explanation, he seemed to be unable to find any other reasonable explanation. Oh my God! The supervised virus we got is a genetically locked virus, not a parent virus. It's over. I should have thought of this a long time ago. How could such an important technology not be kept secret? Dr. David quickly woke up and said loudly, suddenly feeling dark. Once there was a major loss on Pfizer's side. They would never let him go. Notify Mr. Robert from Pfizer immediately. At this time, Robert was very proud. He saw AIDS patients who had been cured by new drugs in the AIDS hospital, and he boasted in front of a large group of media reporters, which was very majestic. Bang! What's going on? What's going on? You swore to me before that there was no problem. And now you actually told me to stop selling new drugs immediately. After receiving the urgent news, Robert rushed to the laboratory. He looked at Dr. David like a predatory beast. He seemed to have seen Pfizer collapse overnight and saw his own death ending. The super rise virus we got is not the mother virus, but the daughter virus. The child virus was divided and restricted by Li Fu gene. Now the super rise viruses in our hands are dying. And soon, we will not have any super rise viruses anymore. Dr. David stated the results very straightforwardly. What? When Robert heard this, he immediately fell to the ground in darkness. The next day, Robert, the president of Pfizer Pharmaceuticals, who had been talking about AIDS treatment in front of the media with great fame the day before, bizarrely committed suicide by drinking a bullet in his own home. Pfizer concealed all the news from the outside world, and the company's major shareholders desperately sold the company. The stocks of Pfizer, which had been rising several times, fell for the first time. However, everything was covered up by the publicity of Pfizer's major shareholders. It was not until shortly after that Pfizer was unable to provide customers with new HIV treatment drugs on the date agreed in the contract that the news broke. Make it public all at once. In an instant, the whole world was in an uproar. The ever-famous Pfizer Pharmaceuticals, once the world's #1 pharmaceutical company, collapsed overnight. Countless customers held orders and contracts in their hands and sued Pfizer Pharmaceuticals in court for huge compensation. All sales customers overnight have canceled their cooperation with Pfizer, and the company's stock fell into pieces overnight. Chapter 67. The production line is put into use. The Pfizer pharmaceutical incident once again attracted global attention to Li Fu and to Sanjiang Town in Meijiang County. Sanjiang Town, a corner of China, appeared in the eyes of the world for the first time because Li Fu's Fuyun technology is here. This is the company that can truly produce drugs to treat AIDS. Time has come to July in a blink of an eye. For a whole semester, Li Fu did not go to school for a class. He only went back to school during the final exam and completed the exam easily. By the way, he will stay at the National Disease Control and Prevention Center in China. The parent virus of the super rise virus in the biological laboratory was taken away. In the past few months, Li Fu has been busy training his 72 researchers. These students, who are also still in their senior years, could only be regarded as having a good foundation when they were in school. But in real practice and operation, the difference is far behind, and there are few opportunities for practice. Therefore, Li Fu used the training methods of the super-civilized Han technological empire to train these people. Except for the Yuanli cultivation method, which was not taught. Other training methods were used. The focus was to let these people develop a good he has a habit of seeking knowledge and love scientific exploration. In addition to busy training his subordinates, the company's factory building on the other side was finally completed under the premise that Li Fu spent a lot of money and the quality requirements were not that high. In the new pharmaceutical factory, a second-rate production line that Li Fu bought from the outside market was lying here quietly. This production line obviously could not meet the requirements of a fully automated and fully enclosed production line that Li Fu required. Of course, Li Fu has no intention of using this production line. The reason why he spent a lot of money to buy such a production line was naturally to deceive others. What he really wanted to use was the advanced production line that Li Fu took out from the seeds of super civilization. Of course, Li Fu couldn't just take it out casually. Instead, he led his 72 people here to work non-stop, while he called it on-site learning and upgrading. In fact, he secretly and slowly the entire production line was replaced with a multifunctional production line for primary cosmic civilization provided by Xiaoying. In this case, when outsiders see it, although they find that these production lines have been brand new, they will not have any doubts. Because Li Fu, a great scientist, has been busy here with a group of scientific researchers to transform the production lines. Upgrade. Phew! Finally, this production line has been upgraded. I have to say that the design of the production line, a comprehensive project involving electronics, machinery, power, chemistry and many other majors, is really not something that ordinary people can complete. Brother Li is really perverted. No matter what it is, it's as if there's nothing he doesn't understand. Qinbin wiped the sweat from his forehead. In just 6 months, Qinbin felt as if he had been reborn. Although the conditions were more difficult when he first came to the company, he lived in a private house in the town, and the company's laboratory not even a shadow. But soon, Li Fu began to train them, and they lived a very practical life every day. They were immersed in the ocean of learning during the day, slept deeply at night, and lived a simple and practical life. Of course, what really makes Qinbin happy is that there was no discount at all on the high annual salary promised by Li Fu when he was recruited. The annual salary was 300,000 yuan, and the figure of more than 20,000 yuan per month was credited to his card on time, which made Qinbin feel that he is a truly valuable person who works harder and more diligently in study and work. I have already understood this pervert. Brother Li. He is an all-round pervert. Even if he doesn't understand many things at first, he can quickly become proficient in them by casually learning them. Brother Li is basically responsible for upgrading and transforming the entire production line. As the main force, we just come here to see and learn. Yu Lian on the side also sighed. Sometimes people are really annoying when compared to others. The longer they stay with Li Fu, the more they feel that Li Fu is a true all-round genius with learning ability and understanding ability. It's really terrible. So, we still have to work harder. Didn't you see Brother Li staying in the laboratory until late every night? Geniuses are not scary. What's scary is that geniuses work harder than us. Qinbin also let out a long sigh. During this period of time with Li Fu, everyone has been infected by Li Fu invisibly. It seems that there is an invisible force on Li Fu pulling everyone, and they can't help but ask Li Fu. Repeat learning. At this time, Li Fu was looking at the entire huge factory building, which he spent a lot of money to build. Just to build this factory, it cost Li Fu almost 200 million. It was spacious, bright, clean and generous. And more importantly, it was the completely dust-free factory building can achieve constant temperature and humidity throughout the factory through the control center. And confidentiality work is very strict. Everyone entering and leaving the factory needs to go through multiple strict inspections. One price for one product. The money is not wasted. Li Fu looked at the factory with satisfaction. It was not easy to build such a high-standard factory in just half a year. Of course, money can make all the difference. As long as you spend a lot of money, it can still be done. Master, there is actually no need to build such a good factory. The production line I provided will have no problem even if it is placed in the open air. Xiaoying and Li Fu said in his mind, looking very confident. Of course it is necessary. Without the cover of the factory, people will see that I secretly changed the production line. What's more, the production of new drugs also needs to be kept confidential. Furthermore, how can building a factory casually reflect the company's integrity? It's a high-tech enterprise. Li Fu shook his head. In fact, the factory building had been built a month ago. However, in more than a month, Li Fu secretly replaced the production line with the advanced production line provided by Xiaoying on the pretext of installing, modifying, and upgrading the production line. Afraid of being discovered. Everyone, just stop here today. We will officially start trial production tomorrow. The next day, Li Fu and Fang Zheng brought the entire company's personnel to the factory. Now the company can be considered a big company. The total number of employees is almost 200. Of course, there are many people now, especially the company's functional personnel. Seemingly doing nothing is purely a matter of being supported by the company and preparing for the future. Finally, it is almost ready to be put into production. Our company has received countless consultation calls asking when our new drugs will be launched online. Fang Zheng looked at this sci-fi filled production line and breathed a sigh of relief. There was not much money left in the company's account. If production didn't start, there would soon be no rice left to cook. Ha ha. Lao Fang. As long as there are no problems with trial production, our company will be able to start large-scale production of new drugs starting tomorrow. Qinbin, start the production line. Li Fu smiled and ordered Qinbin beside him. Good. After receiving the order, Qinbin quickly entered a series of instructions on a computer with both hands. The entire production line was controlled by computers. The entire huge production line didn't even make a sound and began to run dizzyingly. At the same time, on a huge monitor connected to the computer in the control center, green indicators kept lighting up. Each green indicator represented various items. The data is normal. All the staff in the company looked at the huge monitor nervously and carefully, and from time to time looked at the glass medicine bottles flowing like running water on the production line, secretly praying that everything was normal. Li Fu seemed confident. This was a production line from a super civilization. Although it was the lowest level production line, no matter how low it was still several levels higher than the current Earth. It ran smoothly. There won't be any problems. Brother Li, the operation is perfect. There are no problems. It can be put into production at any time. After running for more than half an hour, all the data were perfect and there was no problem at all. Qinbin said to Li Fu, Fang Zheng and others. Lao Fang, do you think our company's new drug needs a ceremony to be officially put into production? Li Fu nodded and asked Fang Zheng beside him. Of course, we need to hold a groundbreaking ceremony. And we also need to invite the county leaders. We have enjoyed many preferential policies. So of course we need to let the leaders know about such a big event as the new drug being put into production. Fang Zheng nodded, thought about it carefully and said, Chapter 68. Money Printing Press. On July 7, 2018. The sky was clear and the wind was sunny. Here at Fuyun Science and Technology Industrial Park in Sanjiang Town. All the leaders of Meijiang County were present, including senior county official Yang Jiwei, county magistrate Fan Jiqiang, and others. The leader and a group of dozens of people arrived at Fuyun Technology Industrial Park in a mighty manner. Li Fu, Fang Zheng, Sanjiang Town Secretary Don Lia, Town Mayor Li Youfu, and others were naturally required to accompany them. While taking everyone to visit Fuyun Science and Technology Industrial Park, they introduced the company's future development direction in detail. I've always wanted to come here and get to know the world-famous scientist Li Fu. I'm so lucky to meet him today. Yang Jiwei is over 40 years old. He is looking at Fuyun Technology's industrial park. Although many places are still deserted, the newly built new pharmaceutical factory here is very atmospheric. The greening is very good. The transplanted trees, the green lawn and the majestic-looking factory building. While not forgetting to say to Li Fu beside him, Secretary Yang, thank you for your praise. I have always wanted to find time to visit Secretary Yang and County Magistrate Fan. But I have been busy with the production of the company's new drugs. As you know, there is great pressure from public opinion around the world, and they are all strongly demanding our new drugs should be launched as soon as possible. No, as soon as the production line is debugged. Leaders will be invited to help hold the opening ceremony. Li Fu smiled. Yesterday, he temporarily learned some experience and methods of dealing with officials and people from Fang Zheng. Otherwise, Li Fu would have no experience in this area at all. It would be better to put it into production as soon as possible. Our county is very poor. If you can put it into production as soon as possible, we can also benefit from it as soon as possible. Now our county has such a great reputation because of you. The provinces, the leaders have repeatedly asked us to focus on your company. Yang Jiwei had a smile on his face, but he didn't dare to offend such a golden phoenix in the slightest. Since then, Fuyun Technology has given policy to policy and land to land. 3 connections and 1 leveling have been done as quickly as possible. The high standards are fully met and all aspects are paying attention. The small town of Sanjiang has attracted the attention of the entire world. How can we not take it seriously? I am really grateful to the leaders for taking care of our Fuyun Technology. This factory may not seem particularly big, but its construction cost alone cost more than 200 million. Li Fu introduced everyone enthusiastically while leading them into the factory. At this time, everyone couldn't help but look inside. Thick tempered glass, computer monitors everywhere, and fully enclosed production lines. Everything all show the extraordinariness of this production line. Secretary Yang, please press this button and our production line will officially go into production. Soon, everyone arrived at the control center. Fang Zheng, with a smile on his face, pointed to a switch button and said, naturally, this switch button was added temporarily just for the leader to press. Then I'd rather be respectful than obey. Yang Jiwei smiled happily, and with a gentle push of his hand, the entire huge production line started to start. There was no sound, and everything was carried out quietly. I saw empty white glass bottles being sent in one after another by the conveyor belt. When the other end came out, there were bottles of fully filled medicines. The speed was very fast. The entire production process was completely closed, and only the tops could be seen. Tail. How much does your new medicine cost? County Magistrate Fan Jiqiang, who had been silent, carefully calculated the production speed, and then asked Fang Zheng. Well, our domestic price is more than 50,000 Chinese dollars apiece, and our overseas price is 10,000 US dollars apiece. This price was set by Pfizer Pharmaceuticals in the early days of Eagle Sauce. We also carried out, okay. Refer to. Fang Zheng smiled slightly and quoted the price. $10,000 a knife. My dear, what kind of production line is this? This is a money printing machine. Hearing Fang Zheng's quotation, Fan Jiqiang couldn't help but take a breath and exclaimed, money printing machine? This is a really good description. I think hundreds of them have been produced in just a short time. This is millions of dollars. It's very hard for you to easily produce 10,000 of them in one day. It's such an easy thing. And the production value in one day is hundreds of millions of dollars. Yang Jiawei also nodded. And after a rough calculation, he had to shake his head and sigh. Ha ha. 2 liters. Although this production line can produce a lot of medicines in a day, the medicines used to treat AIDS are different from ordinary industrial products. Ordinary industrial products can be produced at full capacity 24 hours a day as long as there are enough raw materials. But our new type of medicine is completely different. We need to put the liquid containing the super rice virus that has been cultivated in advance before we can produce it. But cultivating super rice viruses is not an easy task and takes a lot of time. Therefore, although our production line has strong production capacity, we simply do not have that many raw materials to meet the demand. Li Fu on the side smiled and shook his head. If this advanced production line was fully powered, it would be easy to produce 1 million pieces a day. But Li Fu simply couldn't produce so many super rice viruses. It is difficult to produce around 10,000 units of a new drug, which is almost the current limit. Of course, this number is also the number that Li Fu asked Xiaoying to calculate. Although there are tens of millions of people infected with HIV in the world, there are not many people who can really afford the medicine, especially in Africa. Li Fu estimates that even fewer people can afford medicine. Therefore, Li Fu's plan is to supply 10,000 doses of the new drug to the market a day first. And when everything is on track, increase the supply to 100,000 doses a day. In this way, the demand of the global market can basically be met. Of course, even if 10,000 new drugs are produced a day now, even if the price is based on the domestic market, the output value is 500 million Chinese dollars, which is nearly 200 billion yuan in 1 year. If the daily output of 100,000 new drugs can be increased, the output value per day will be more than 5 billion Chinese dollars. And the output value can reach a terrifying nearly 2 trillion Chinese dollars a year. Fan Jiqiang said that this production line is a money printing machine, which is actually not at all too much. Of course, Li Fu couldn't tell these figures in front of outsiders. He could only pretend to be haha. In fact, it was not as profitable as everyone thought, because there were not enough raw materials. It's amazing! It's amazing! High technology is high technology! This production value really cannot be calculated using common sense. Yang Jiawei couldn't help but sigh. He naturally knew that Li Fu's words contained a lot of water. He had been in charge of Meijiang County, a national-level poverty-stricken county, for many years, and the entire county's annual output value was only more than 10 billion. However, nowadays, a company can easily exceed the output value of the entire county. Naturally, everyone has to feel emotional. The news that Fuyun Technology, founded by Li Fu, a world-renowned great scientist and a pioneer in the new field of biotechnology, has finally begun to officially sell AIDS drugs to the world has disappeared. Countless people who have been screwed by Pfizer Pharmaceuticals have come back one after another. They waved the banknotes in their hands again and swarmed over Sanjiang Town, a remote mountain area that had never been visited by anyone, seemed to have never had any foreigners. Suddenly, all kinds of foreigners came in. Blonde, blue-eyed, tall Europeans and Americans with a hint of arrogance, black people with skin as dark as charcoal and short curly hair. All of a sudden, people from all over the world made the folks in Sanjiang Town couldn't help but stare. My eyes widened as I watched these foreigners commenting on each other. So this is a black man. He's as black as charcoal. TSK. TSK. These foreigners are rich. Look at the cars they drive. They all look very valuable. This Yanma has a really good figure and is really tall. Look at the curved front and back. It makes people hot. If I can marry a Yanma. There are many people in Sanjiang Town who have never seen foreigners in their lives. They have only seen them on TV. Now they are looking at foreigners one by one. At this time, these foreigners appearing in Sanjiang Town naturally attracted the attention of young and old men in Sanjiang Town. They all ran to the town to see the foreigners as if they were going to a market. Here in Fuyun Technology Industrial Park, Fuyun Technology has already moved to its headquarters building. At this time, luxury cars are parked outside the headquarters building, and representatives of companies operating pharmaceutical businesses from all over the world are constantly walking by. Enter the headquarters building of Fuyun Technology. In a huge conference room, Founder was leading people to warmly receive guests from all over the world. Founder had formulated a detailed long-term sales strategy and was preparing to establish a dealer system. In foreign countries, the sales and operation rights of a region are only sold to one company, instead of simply bringing this drug to the market. Anyone with money can come to Fuyun Technology to buy it. Fuyun Technology must develop its own sales system, so that any new products in the future can be sold better. And this first product is naturally the top priority, and must get off to a good start. Of course, the dealer system will inevitably lead to a sharp increase in the price of the new drug after it finally reaches the hands of consumers. But this is not an issue that founder is concerned about. Especially this time the dealer system is only implemented abroad, while the domestic one implements real-name individuals. The subscription system provides as much discount as possible to domestic patients, which can be regarded as a disguised discount. In fact, if Li Fui's initial thoughts were followed, it would be completely unnecessary to make money domestically, as long as the overseas market could make money. After all, the price of this medicine, which costs more than 50,000 Chinese dollars a pill, is too expensive. Chapter 69. Sell the agency first. In the huge conference room of the Fuyun Technology headquarters building, pharmaceutical sellers from all over the world have basically arrived. Everyone seems a little tired. Sanjiang town is a small place, and the transportation is not as convenient as in big cities. These foreigners everyone had to go around and around to get to Sanjiang town on time. In addition, there is no 5-star hotel or the like in Sanjiang town that they require. Naturally, this rest is not good, and everyone looks a little tired. However, when they saw Fang Zheng walking to the middle position, they all cheered up for a moment. Fuyun Technology implemented a dealer sales system overseas. This is great news for these pharmaceutical businessmen. This means as long as you can win the sales rights of a region, the prices of AIDS drugs in this region will be decided by themselves in the future. Even if they are sold at several times the purchase price, there will be no problem, especially since this drug is the only one in the world that can treat AIDS. For drugs, the prices can skyrocket. Thank you to friends from all over the world for coming to participate in our Fuyun Technology Dealer Bidding Conference. Fang Jing's face was filled with a smile. He did not expect that hundreds of people would come to participate in Fuyun Technology's Dealer Bidding Conference. The more people there were, the more expensive the exclusive operating rights would be. Pfizer can engage in bundled sales, but the company currently has no other products. Naturally, it has to make a fortune from its agency rights. Otherwise, how can it afford the advantage of an exclusive monopoly? Now I will tell you the main bidding content and methods in detail. All products of Fuyun Technology adopt an exclusive sales policy overseas. As long as we can obtain the exclusive sales rights in one region, then our company will have exclusive sales rights in the entire region. Products are sold through dealers. How they are sold and what price they are sold at, our company doesn't care about these. Although we at Fuyun Technology currently only have one drug to treat AIDS, I think everyone should know that our boss Li Fu at Fuyun Technology is an outstanding scientist in the field of biotechnology and a pioneer in the new field of biotechnology. This new science and technology will have unlimited potential in the future. Maybe it won't be long before our company will have a steady stream of new products on the market. Maybe soon. The treatment of cancer, tumors, and other terminal diseases that plague us humans will be easy to solve. And not only in the field of biomedicine, our company will expand in many high-tech fields in the future, and various high-tech products will continue to emerge. So now if you can become a member of a certain area of the company if you are a dealer, then you will definitely eat meat, drink wine, and feast in high-tech fields in the future. Fang Zheng was talking loudly on the stage about the future development plans of Fuyun Technology. However, the foreigners below were obviously not very interested. If Fuyun Technology was not the only company in the world that can provide HIV treatment drugs, they would not refuse. I worked so hard to come to this remote corner of the mountain. Li Fu is the world's top scientist in the field of biotechnology, and he has created a whole new field. And currently only Li Fu can achieve results in the entire field. Others are still in the exploratory stage. Maybe they can really match what he said. The future has unlimited possibilities. It seems that we can spend more money this time and win the agency rights of a large region. John Solon from Europe was thinking carefully in his mind at this time. John Solon is the younger generation of the Solon family. He is in his 20s at this time. He has just graduated from college and is currently working in the family's pharmaceutical company. This time came to this mountain corner as a representative of the family company. The Sauron family is an ancient family with a very long history. The family's business is very large and involves many fields. Although the Sauron family originated from Gallic Rooster, it now has family influence in countries such as Eagle Sauce and John Bull. The ministry can be regarded as a global family. Naturally, there is fierce competition within the big family, and it is not easy to stand out. Almost all the children of the family similar to John have experienced in the family business. In the end, only the most outstanding people can control the entire Sauron family in the future. With golden hair, sapphire eyes, tall figure, and extremely handsome, John Sauron can be said to be the most standard Anglo-Saxon. The competition within the family is really fierce. It is not easy to defeat others, especially the business I am in charge of is pharmaceutical sales. The main competitor William is in charge of new electronics. The internet market is growing very rapidly, and if you want to surpass it, you must make a breakthrough. Perhaps this time is also an opportunity. Fuyun technology. I hope this Li Fu can continue to create miracles. John Sauron kept thinking in his mind. As the younger generation of the Sauron family, it is definitely not an easy task. The pressure of internal competition is very high. Unless he does not want to be in power in the future, and just wants to be a mediocre person. Otherwise they have to work harder than ordinary people. Please see. This is the sales area divided by our Fuyun technology. The Asian region, except China, is divided into the East Asia area, including the areas of Foot Pod Chicken, North and South Bangsi country, and Mongolia. The Southeast area includes all areas east of India. Asian countries, as for other regions, are all divided into the West Asia sales area. The Americas are divided into two regions. The North American region to the north of Mexico. The South American region to the south. Africa is one region. Europe is divided into two regions. Eastern and Western Europe. And Australia is one region. We only need one sales agent in all sales areas. The one with the higher bid can become the sales agent in this area. On the huge monitor in the conference room, a huge world region is divided into different sales areas. Counting the Chinese area, there are a total of 9 major sales areas around the world. After hearing what Fang Zheng said, the pharmaceutical dealers in the following countries couldn't help but frown, because this division is too simple and crude. In terms of the East Asian sales area, there is a difference between a chicken and a foot pot and a stick. People with the same water and fire tend to have a bad relationship with each other. If Bangsi gets the exclusive sales rights, Taibaji will have to look at Bangsi's face if he wants to buy this drug. And the price will definitely be severely punished by Bangsi. The same is true the other way around. As soon as Fang Zheng finished speaking, some people in the region who had some grievances between the two countries couldn't help but look at each other. And they all saw determination in each other's eyes. This sales agency right must be won. Otherwise they will look at each other in the future. His face looked quite ugly. Mr. Fang, isn't this kind of expense too simple? There are more than 200 of us here, from dozens of countries, and you only divided it into 8 foreign regions. How can this be done? It should be divided according to each country, and the agency rights of each country should be purchased from talents in that country. There is no doubt that someone immediately stood up and made a comment. The people who stood up were representatives of pharmaceutical companies from African countries. They knew very well that Africa is a big market with the largest number of AIDS patients in the world. But Africans don't have much money. It is difficult to compete with others when fighting for agency rights. When the time comes, when this drug passes through the hands of intermediary agents, the price will definitely skyrocket. And even fewer Africans can afford it. There are more than 180 countries in the world, and not every country has people coming. Moreover, our company does not have that much experience in dealing with so many dealers. If you are unwilling to participate, you can leave at any time. And we will also you are not forced to participate. Fang Zheng smiled slightly. The seller was in charge of everything now, so there was no need to be polite to them. If you don't have any objections, the competition for sales agency rights has officially begun. The first is the agency rights in Western Europe, with a starting price of $100 million US, $150 million, $200 million. As soon as Fang Zheng finished speaking, representatives of pharmaceutical companies from Europe raised their flags one after another. The competition for agency rights was very fierce, but people from other regions did not participate. $250 million, $260 million, $270 million, $300 million. John Sauron saw that the quantity was rising little by little, and it would take a while before the next person would raise the placard again. Obviously everyone thought that the price was about the same, so he quietly quoted a number. The European market is very huge. Europeans are rich, and the number of AIDS patients is expanding very rapidly, especially with the increasing number of African immigrants. The speed is even faster. As long as you win the agency rights, you will not be afraid of running out of money. It was profitable. But when it reached almost $300 million, it almost reached its limit. $300 million? Is there any higher? If not, then the sales agency rights in Western Europe will belong to this gentleman. Fang Zheng had a smile on his face. He sold the agency rights before the medicine was sold. It is estimated that only such a high-tech monopoly company can do this. Otherwise, it would be unbelievable to say such a thing. Just the sales agency rights in a region can be sold for $300 million. This is faster than robbing money. But this kind of thing is happening right in front of them. These foreigners are willing to increase the price desperately, for fear that this agent the power falls into the hands of others. Because then people in your own country will be embarrassed by others if they buy this kind of medicine in the future. Chapter 70. Counting money makes my hands cramp. In the huge conference room, the exclusive sales agency rights in each region have caused fierce competition, especially the sales agency rights in East Asia. The competition between Nanbangzi and Jianbingji is so fierce that no one wants to see it in the future. The expression on someone else's face was actually auctioned for a sky-high price of $100 million. You must know that the sales area in East Asia is except for the huge market of China. The number of AIDS patients in the remaining countries, such as foot-pot chicken, Bangzi, and Mongolia is very small, and the speed of spread is also very slow. It stands to reason that this is the case. The regional agency rights are worth tens of millions of dollars at most. You must know that Fuyun Technology's starting price is only $5 million. Obviously, it has done research on this market. It is known that this market has a small number of people and slow growth. In fact, the market is not big. However, the people from Taobingji and Nanbangzi simply refuse to give in to each other. They pushed the price of the agency rights to a sky-high price of $100 million. And it was finally won by the people from Nanbangzi. In addition to the fierce competition for agency rights in East Asia, competition is also fierce in the huge market of Africa. People from all over the world do not want to let this market go. You must know that Africa has the largest number of AIDS patients in the world. And the rate of spread of AIDS in Africa is basically the same. It is incomparable to other areas. In many African countries, half of the population is suffering from AIDS. Countries where about 1/10 of the population are AIDS patients can be considered mildly affected. Although Africa is poor, it is rich in resources. This is a huge market for those with a discerning eye. But they all saw it clearly, and each one increased the price frequently. In the end, it was won by John Solon from Europe at a sky-high price of $500 million. He alone won the two major markets in Western Europe and Africa. The sales right obviously does not only focus on the current product for treating AIDS, but also on Li Fu's future prospects. Overseas agents with $300 million in Western Europe, $500 million in Africa, and $100 million in East Asia have brought our company a full revenue of $1.5 billion. Gee, this money is so profitable. Zhong Yun, who was in charge of finance at Fuyun Technology, had a smile on his face at this time. He took the statistics and looked at the astronomical amount of money in the company's account. The situation of no money coming in during this period was finally over. It has been reversed. And this amount of money is a large amount of money. I have to lament that high-tech monopoly business is easy to do. This has just begun. Our drugs will be sold soon, and our agents will soon have to pay back large sums of money to our company account. Fang Zheng on the side smiled slightly. Even being an important executive of a large company had never been so comfortable before. To make money, you must make money from foreigners to be considered capable. In this way, foreigners can honestly follow the rules of their own company. What you are asked to do is really awesome. In the previous company, for these customers from overseas, they basically gave considerate and attentive services. I was afraid that these foreigners would not be satisfied. If you want to feel proud and proud like today at Fuyun Technology, even if you have money, I will not necessarily sell them. Give you pride? It's great. It's great that a company in China can achieve such a step. Fang Zheng's previous company often bowed to foreigners for the sake of overseas markets. Now he breathed a sigh of relief and looked very happy. Mr. Fang, there are only 8 global agents left in the conference room. We can proceed with the next step. Sun Xufeng, the company's administrator, came over with a smile on her face. The company sold just one agency right for $1.5 billion. It can be imagined that the company's future prospects are bright. As long as she works well in the company, The future will definitely be the same. You can follow the rising tide and lift all boats. After the Fuyun Technology Global Supplier Bidding Conference, new drugs to treat AIDS were sold around the world at the same time. The price of the drugs was very expensive. In many countries, they were sold by these unscrupulous agents for more than 100,000 US dollars. 1. The general price is 40,000 US dollars to 50,000 US dollars per medication, which can be said to be astronomically expensive. However, although the medicine is very expensive, its effect is unquestionable. It only takes one medicine to cure the disease, save the life of an AIDS patient. Therefore, even though it is very expensive, the sales of Fuyun Technology's new drugs are extremely hot, because now it can only produce 10,000 new drugs per day. And Fuyun Technology has reserved 2,000 new drugs for the domestic market. And the global there are only 8,000 new medicines available in the market every day. The entire global market is in short supply. Countless AIDS patients, especially in developed countries such as Europe and the United States, basically have complete medical guarantees. Therefore, even if drugs reach sky-high prices, these AIDS patients can still afford treatment. The demand is very strong. Every day Fuyun Technology's suppliers would call to urge the supply, and they never dared to cut off their pre-deposits for treatment at Fuyun Technology. Because the rule here at Fuyun Technology is to pay first and then deliver the goods. These agents are all well-fed now. The agency rights obtained from Fuyun Technology at a huge price were not in vain at all. Each one is more evil than the last. In addition, the production capacity of Fuyun Technology is now since the price is limited. These unscrupulous agents will naturally keep increasing their prices. Bangzi, who had a feud with Titanji, obtained the agency rights in East Asia. The new medicine sold to Titanji was actually raised by $1 million by the crazy stickies. And they still had a buy it or not attitude, which triggered Titanji's hatred of stickies. Strong dissatisfaction. In Western Europe, Europeans are rich enough to treat immigrants as uncles. John Soren is naturally black-hearted. Every drug used to treat AIDS is given full play to his businessman nature. Rich people under the marketing strategy of not necessarily selling it to you. The John Soren family has gained a lot of benefits. Of course, as a beneficiary of growing bigger, far away in Sanjiang town in eastern China, Li Fu listened to the company's financial director Zhong Yin report detailed financial data with a smile on his face. Mr. Li and Mr. Fong, as of the end of July, our company has received a total of 1.5 billion US dollars in agency fees. We have sold a total of 120,000 new drugs globally, with sales of 1.2 billion US dollars. In addition, there are nearly $1 billion in advance payments. In terms of domestic sales, we sold a total of 30,000 new drugs in July, each priced at 50,000 Chinese dollars, a total of 1.5 billion Chinese dollars. The domestic and foreign markets achieved a total sales of nearly 100 Chinese dollars in July. Zhong Yun's voice was very loud, and he seemed very happy. Throughout July, the sales of the new drug actually started only about 20 days ago, but he still achieved sales of nearly 10 billion. My hands cramped from counting the money. Li Fu looked at the series of numbers and laughed. Isn't that right? We just started selling in July. Our sales can increase a lot starting from August. And now agents around the world are clamoring for us to increase the supply of drugs. And our production volume is also increasing. Slowly increase it, and by then, it will be possible for us to earn 20 billion a month. Zhong Yun smiled and nodded. He had money in his hands, so he didn't panic, especially for a new startup like Fuyun Technology. The funds in his hands must be abundant. Only in this way can people's hearts be stable, and the company's subsequent development will be stable. Guaranteed. Although the company's performance is very good, we still have to see the existence of some problems. Domestically, many people are very dissatisfied with our online real name sales system for purchasing new drugs, because some scalpers are pretending to be patients to apply for new drugs. Then he changed hands and sold the new drug at several times or even 10 times the price. This has made many AIDS patients very dissatisfied and had to be severely chopped off by scalpers. They also criticized our company. This was originally a way for our company to take care of domestic patients, but it actually made those people cheaper. And many patients who really urgently need this new drug to save their lives have died because they did not get the new drug. This matter has even attracted the attention of the news media. It is quite disadvantageous for us at Fuyun Technology. We must pay close attention to this matter. Fong Jing's face looked a little solemn, worried about what had happened in China during this period. Domestic sales accounted for a small proportion. But this was the foundation of Fuyun technology, and had to be taken into consideration. Well, let me see it this way. Our company is investing in building a hospital here in Sanjiang Town. All patients who apply to purchase AIDS drugs must go to this hospital for injections. This way, scalpers can be prevented from causing trouble as much as possible. Our original intention was not to make any money from the domestic market. If we hadn't considered many factors, we could even provide our own people with new drugs for free. I didn't expect these scalpers to be able to do anything. On the other hand, our newly added production capacity will be used to supply more of the domestic market. We must first meet the demand of the domestic market. Whether we can make money or not, we cannot rush. It is more important to save our own compatriots first. Li Fu pondered for a while, thought about it carefully in his mind and said, "This is a good method. We don't make money in the domestic market, but we can't make those people cheaper. Moreover, our new drugs are already quite expensive in the global market. I estimate that if we don't carry out effective control, the drugs are likely to be smuggled abroad. After all, the price difference is really too big." Fang Zheng thought about it carefully and nodded, feeling that Li Fu's method was quite good. Chapter 71. 500 million tax. In Sanjiang Town, Zhong Yun, the financial director of Fuyun Technology, took his colleague from the finance department, Zhang Xichuang, riding a bicycle and carrying a pile of tax declaration materials to the tax bureau in Sanjiang Town to declare last month's taxes. Although the Sanjiang Town government strongly supports Fuyun Technology and provides many policy benefits, it also provides as many tax benefits as possible, such as 3-year tax exemption. However, this tax exemption refers to the exemption from corporate income tax, which is similar to value-added tax. Personal income tax and the like are inevitable and must be paid. The changes in Sanjiang Town are really big. Fortunately, we wisely choose to use bicycles to enter Sanjiang Town every time. If we drive in, 10 minutes will turn into several hours. The further you enter the center of Sanjiang Town, the more congested the roads become. At this time, the roads are full of cars, motorcycles, etc., and all kinds of horns are blaring non-stop. It is even more lively than during the Chinese New Year. Zhong Yun and others were riding bicycles very fast, and they were able to throw the cars behind them far away with all their twists and turns. Thanks to Fuyun Technology's settlement here in Sanjiang Town, it has driven the rapid economic development of the entire Sanjiang Town. Fuyun Technology Park has never stopped here. After the first phase of the construction, there are still 2 and 3 phases. Now that Li Fu has tens of billions of funds in his hands, he is even more lavish in spending money. Many people used to think all the technological projects that had been put on hold due to lack of funds are now being started like crazy. The second phase of Fuyun Science and Technology Hospital is in full swing. The third phase of Fuyun Material Technology Company Limited has also started construction in Yuanjiang Town, downstream of Sanjiang Town. The fourth phase of Fuyun Science and Technology Research Institute has also started construction again. A contract was signed with the top domestic architectural design company, and a beautiful place with beautiful mountains and clear waters in the upper reaches of Sanjiang Town was selected to start construction. Although these projects are divided into 2, 3, and 4 categories, all the projects were started at almost the same time. Who is Li Fu? Boss Li is very rich now, and with the continuous expansion of new drug production capacity, the future Li Fu can earn nearly 20 billion Chinese dollars every month. With such a huge capital flow, it was naturally impossible for Li Fu to say that he would just let the money lie rusting in the bank. Money must be used to be money. Otherwise it would be just a string of numbers. Such a large-scale construction, coupled with the fact that Sanjiang Town has attracted a lot of capital inflows due to the settlement of Fuyun Technology. Among other things, there are now 9 5-star hotels under construction in Sanjiang Town alone, in addition to various types of hotels, as well as the vigorous construction of infrastructure by the Sanjiang Town government and Meijiang County government. The entire villages and towns near Sanjiang Town have become a large construction site, bustling with activity. Fortunately, we came here on bicycles. If we had come by car, we would probably still be halfway there. Zhong Yun stopped the car in front of the Sanjiang Town Taxation Bureau. He couldn't help but shake his head and said to his comrades, at this time, Sanjiang Town was inflating rapidly like an inflated balloon. However, the Sanjiang Town government had no control over the situation. This rapid change also lacks sufficient management experience, so it seems a bit confusing. In the tax bureau of Sanjiang Town, several staff members were chatting and drinking tea very boredly. A small town like Sanjiang Town could not collect a few yuan in tax all year round, especially now that it has been exempted. Without the agricultural tax, there would be nothing to do at the end of the year. Our Sanjiang Town has changed so fast this year. The newly planned new area is 10 times the current area, and the roads have been repaired. All my relatives' fields have been expropriated. Tax collector Li Ke was a native of Sanjiang Town and a college graduate. She was admitted to the civil service establishment that everyone in rural areas envied. And she was still in her hometown. She said with some sigh at this time, "Isn't that right? The county is planning to build a highway that will lead directly to our town. The exploration has been completed, and a ring highway connecting Sanjiang Town to surrounding towns has also been put on the agenda. However, in the past 6 months, our town has been undergoing various projects have been launched one after another, and now the town has no money at all. And Secretary Dong is asking for money from above every day." Zhu Hongxia, an old tax collector in her 40s, knows everything there is to know. There is nothing in the area around Sanjiang Town that she doesn't know. And when she talks about it now, she is even more clear-cut. "I heard that Fuyun Technology officially went into production last month. Gee, a new drug to treat AIDS sells for as much as 50,000 yuan domestically, and even as high as $10,000 when sold abroad. Last month alone, it was achieved the sales volume is nearly 10 billion. I guess they will have to file tax returns in the next few days, and then they will have the money." Wu Xuexian, an old tax collector who is also in his 40s and a native of Sanjiang Town, also joined in. As a local tax collector, he naturally knows the companies within his scope well. "What you think is beautiful, but I have heard that the leaders of the county and town gave all the preferential policies they could to Fuyun Technology. I don't expect to receive much tax from Fuyun Technology in 3 years. As long as they plan their taxes properly, we basically won't receive any money." Zhu Hongxia shook her head and felt a pity in her heart. If Fuyun Technology's taxes were the same as those of other companies, the taxes would be very considerable. "Several leaders, I'm going to trouble you again today." At this moment, Zhong Yun walked in with a smile on his face. As soon as he came in, he stuffed the shopping carts in his hands into the hands of Zhu Hongxia, Wu Xuexian, and Li Ke. Giving gifts like this during the holidays, shopping carts and the like are very popular everywhere, and they cannot be considered bribes. They are just to build good relationships and facilitate things. The company does not evade taxes, so it needs to bribe anyone. But the relationship with government departments still needs to be good. "Mr. Zhong, please sit down quickly. Please sit down quickly. Xiao Li, help Mr. Zhong and others make a pot of tea." Wu Xuexian was the oldest and had the most say besides the director, so he received Zhong Yun and others very warmly, especially when he saw the numbers on the shopping cart. He couldn't stop laughing. There is no money to be made in a small place like Sanjiang Town, especially since they are still the lowest level staff. However, since Fuyun Technology has become formal, Zhong Yun will bring more or less of them every month when he comes to declare taxes. Some fruits, some shopping carts during holidays, etc. However, in the past, Fuyun Technology had always spent money from outside, so this amount would not be too much. A shopping cart cost only a few hundred yuan at most. But this time, Fuyun Technology has money in its hands. This is the official honor to parents. The public relations department of the company department is indispensable in the county and several towns and villages. And the financial department in charge of Zhong Yun is naturally indispensable when it comes to filing tax returns. No need to go to such trouble. I feel so sorry for bothering the leader every time I come. As a financial person in charge, Zhong Yun naturally had to deal with tax collectors a lot in the past. He knew that although these people were basic staff, they could not be easily offended. So he shook his head repeatedly. "Xiao Zhang, please send our company's tax information for July to the leader for review," Zhong Yun said to Zhang Xichuang, who was standing aside. Zhang Xichuang was a newly recruited finance graduate. He was tall, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, and looked very talented. "Please ask the leader to review." Zhang Xichuang handed over the thick application materials, which contained various detailed information. "Okay, just a second." Li Ke looked at Zhang Xichuang and said with a hint of red on his face, "Zhu Hongxia, Li Ke," and Wu Xuexian took the information and began to review it carefully. But as soon as they saw it, smiles appeared on their faces. Over 100 million in tax revenue? More than 500 million. Oh my God! It's more than 500 million. We have never encountered such a large tax before. The three people's faces suddenly showed expressions of disbelief. They did not expect Fuyun Technology to declare and pay more than 500 million in taxes this time. This is a figure that the Sanjiang Town Taxation Bureau has never dared to imagine since its establishment. In the past, it was considered very good to receive hundreds of thousands in taxes from the end of the year. But now they have to collect more than 500 million at once. Looking at the long strings of zeros, the three of them couldn't help but marvel. This, Mr. Zhong, we need some time. We have never encountered such a large amount before. Wu Shuisheng said to Zhong Yun, and then said to Zhong Yun on the other side. Xiao Li, please call other colleagues and leaders in the office and ask everyone to come over and help. With such a large amount, I'm afraid of making a mistake. Good. Li Ke nodded repeatedly and hurriedly made a call. Soon, the leaders and other personnel of the tax bureau who received the news arrived at once. They all looked at Fuyun Technology's declaration materials and couldn't help but stare. Eyes began to divide the work for review. TSK. The employees of Fuyun Technology earn too much. Their boss Fong actually earns more than 20 million yuan a month, which means he has to pay millions more in taxes. The bonuses for their scientific research employees this time are all in the hundreds of thousands. And this one named Chen Bin has millions. I don't know what they do to earn such a high income. Well, ordinary company employees are more normal, but they also have tens of thousands of bonuses. Look how much this Zhang Xuchuang earns. The salary is more than 7,000. The bonus is more than 20,000. And the total income is 30,000. He has just graduated. In this way, he has an income of hundreds of thousands a year. High-tech companies are high-tech companies, and the income of their employees is really horribly high. Li Ke, who is responsible for reviewing personal income tax, looked at the salaries of Fuyun Technology employees and sighed. The income of ordinary employees like Zhang Xuchuang, who was particularly focused on, was so high. Chapter 72. Meeting Parents. On the campus of Yanwang University, the imperial capital of China, Li Fu held Wang Yun's hand and walked on the tree-lined campus. Wang Yun, who was dressed in goose yellow, had a red face, especially when someone looked over. He was hot and looked very shy. I've only come back twice in half a year. Are you that busy? Wang Yun said to Li Fu with some annoyance. More than half of the 18 years have passed. But Li Fu has been busy with the company's affairs. That is, he came back once during the last final exam. The two of them have been really busy for more than half a year. There was more separation and less gathering. It was rare to get together at this time. So Wang Yun naturally had to talk. I have been really busy during this period, with things in the company and the laboratory. Now that the company is on track, I feel a lot more relaxed. I will come here to accompany you whenever I have time. Li Fu gently touched Wang Yun's hand, and while looking at the scenery on campus, he felt the beauty's tenderness. Well, my grandfather heard that you returned to the imperial capital, and he wanted to see you. Wang Yun nodded. She was a smart girl. She knew that Li Fu was busy with his career, so naturally, she would not get entangled in this issue. In her opinion, men should put their career first. Because the Wang family, this has been the case with our children's education since childhood. Huh? Your grandpa wants to see me? When Li Fu heard this, he was instantly shocked. He now knew who Wang Yun's grandfather was. Looking at your expression, does my grandfather know how to eat people? Wang Yun saw Li Fu's expression and gave Li Fu a roll of his eyes. Of course not. It just feels a bit sudden. I didn't prepare anything in advance. I don't have any gifts. How can I have the nerve to meet him? Li Fu smiled and shook his head, and began to think about what gifts to buy in his mind. My grandpa never likes people to give gifts. You just don't need to bring anything. How can this be done? Meeting parents for the first time is a must and cannot be done without courtesy. The next day, Wang Yun took Li Fu to the entrance of a courtyard near the imperial city in the center of the imperial capital. At this time, Li Fu still seemed uneasy. After all, anyone would be nervous when meeting their parents for the first time. At the door of the courtyard, a tall young man with sword-like eyebrows and resolute face stood. He stood upright. At first glance, it was obvious that he was a man who had been in the army for a long time. When he saw Wang Yun and Li Fu, a smile appeared on his face. Elder brother! Wang Yun smiled and went over to greet him. This must be the famous Li Fu? Uncle Wang Yun's second son, Wang Xiao, stretched out his hand to Li Fu with a smile on his face. Hello, second brother. Li Fu was very wise, and he immediately followed Wang Yun and called him brother. His face had obviously become much thicker. Let's go. Grandpa has been waiting for you for a while. Wang Xiao patted Li Fu on the shoulder and welcomed him in with a smile. As a soldier, he preferred Li Fu to be so straightforward. He was also said by Mr. Wang to greet Li Fu. The Wang family also treated Li Fu quite well. After all, the third generation of the Wang family is all male. And Wang Yun, a little sister, is doted on by the whole family. Li Fu was filled with nervousness and was led by Wang Yun into the Wang family's courtyard. The courtyard was full of flowers, plants and trees. Although it was already summer and the weather was hot, it was very cool as soon as he entered the courtyard. Everything inside is antique and full of history. In a living room next to the courtyard, Mr. Wang was chatting happily with an old man who was also very old and looked somewhat similar to Mr. Wang. There were many people accompanying him. Second grandpa, why are you here? Wang Xiao took Li Fu and Wang Yun to the living room. As soon as Wang Yun saw the old man next to Mr. Wang, he immediately went up to say low to the old man. Ha ha, I heard about you, so I came here uninvited. Wang Jingxing's face was filled with a smile when he saw his little granddaughter, the only granddaughter of 3 generations of the Wang family. Wang Jingxing loved Wang Yun even more than Mr. Wang. Xiao Li is here. Sit down. On the other side, Mr. Wang looked at Li Fu carefully. Li Fu looked average. He could only be regarded as having good features and simple clothes. But he was very decent. However, Li Fu's eyes were as deep as stars, making it impossible for people to see through them. It exudes a kind of temperament, as plain as water, but also seems to be dormant with terrifying energy. Under the gaze of Mr. Wang, Li Fu still looked very calm and collected. Feeling Mr. Wang's sword-like gaze, Li Fu seemed to feel that he had been seen through. There was no secret in front of the old man. Mr. Wang couldn't help but nodded in his heart. He knew Li Fu's detailed information very well. Now that he saw the real person, Mr. Wang felt that he couldn't see through Li Fu. Mr. Wang smiled slightly and motioned for Li Fu to sit on an empty chair that had been prepared next to Mr. Wang. At the same time, everyone around him also looked at Li Fu and looked at Li Fu carefully. Complex. Hello, Grandpa. Lo, second grandpa. Li Fu greeted the 2 old people very politely. It was similar to what he saw on TV. Although the 2 old people were older, they had rosy faces and were in good spirits. Especially their eyes were shining, and they had golden eyes. The power of stone. Wang Yun very obediently returned to his grandmother's side. Here sat a circle of female members of the Wang family. At this time, all of them looked at Wang Yun with smiles. Wang Yun's face turned red and hot, and he wanted to find her immediately. The crack in the ground drilled down. Xiao Li, how is the company's recent development? Mr. Wang looked at Li Fu and asked with a smile on his face. It's basically on track. New drugs to treat AIDS were officially put into production last month. Production capacity can be further expanded in the future. Li Fu reported the company's detailed situation to the old man. Well, it's very good. You can think of returning to your hometown to run a business and promote the development of your hometown. What are your plans for the future? Mr. Wang nodded and asked about Li Fu's future plans. In the future, I should still be committed to developing in high-tech fields. The field of biotechnology should expand to broader fields. Genetic recombination, new fields of biological viruses, and biological radio waves should be the focus of the future. In addition, I am preparing to enter the aviation and aerospace fields, which should be my main development direction in the future. Li Fu spoke out the blueprint he planned in his heart, especially the last sentence. Li Fu wanted to lead China out of the earth. The future investment in this area will be very huge. Li Fu will also focus on this area. From now on, from the beginning, everything Li Fu did was to develop into space, striving to lead China out of the earth and into the interstellar universe as soon as possible. Oh, in the field of aviation and aerospace, Xiao Li has great ambitions. Can you tell me in detail? Wang Yun's second grandfather, Wang Jingxing, was immediately interested when he heard this. He was from the military and was in charge of the Air Force, so he paid great attention to this area. I'm also very curious. This aviation and aerospace field is not an ordinary field. It requires very huge funds and strong technology. Mr. Wang also smiled and wanted to hear Li Fu's views on this field. With the continuous development of our human science and technology, Coupled with the increasing population on the Earth, global resources have become increasingly scarce. I personally feel that the future of our human beings will also develop into space sooner or later. In the interstellar universe, it is increasingly difficult for Earth, a small planet, to meet the needs of our human development. Li Fu pondered for a while and spoke slowly. In space, there is infinite space, inexhaustible energy, and various resources that will never be exhausted. The future development prospects are very great, not to mention other things. Just producing energy in space, setting up factories, interstellar mining, interstellar immigration, etc. There are endless possibilities here. Even in the near future, it is possible for us humans to carry out interstellar expansion and set off a new age of navigation in the universe. This is all possible. It is full of infinite opportunities and possibilities. We, China, to truly rise, everything in the space and universe era cannot be missed. Li Fu described a blueprint for the future in his mind. This is a blueprint for the interstellar era and the cosmic era. It is a blueprint full of infinite possibilities that makes people unable to help but be fascinated. The goal is very ambitious and fascinating. I also hope that one day, we China will be able to enter the stars and enter the universe. Our descendants of Yan and Huang will be all over the universe and the stars, and we will no longer be limited to a small Earth. After hearing the long sigh, Mr. Wang suddenly felt that he was really old. Unexpectedly, young people nowadays have turned their eyes away from the Earth and looked towards the stars and the universe. However, it is not easy to achieve this goal. The aviation and aerospace industry are truly high-tech industries, and they also require huge amounts of funds. Li Fu, you are a genius scientist. Is there anything you can do in this regard? Can the new technology make a breakthrough? Wang Jingxing also nodded. He has a deep understanding of the aviation and aerospace fields. This is definitely a truly high-tech field. It is a field that even those with money may not be able to play. It requires a very strong technological and industrial background. Be able to achieve something in this field. You must know that there are many developed countries in the world, but there are only a few countries that can really be regarded as big countries in aerospace and aviation. Each of them is a real powerful country on the Earth, and their comprehensive national strength is very strong. Although a country like Nanbangzi has a developed economy, it is completely poor in the fields of aerospace and aviation, and cannot afford such advanced fields. Chapter 73. Plasma Technology. In the two fields of aviation and aerospace, China is a big country in the aerospace field. It has been able to send people into space, and it is preparing to build its own space station in space. In the future, it will set its sights on the moon. But in the field of aerospace, there is still a big gap between China's technology and countries like Eagle Sauce and Polar Bear. The core and heart engines of domestic large aircraft and domestic fighters have never been truly domestically produced. Even if the country can produce aircraft engines, there have always been many problems with the lifespan, power, stability, output, etc. of these engines. Mr. Wang Jingxing used to be in charge of the Air Force and had been committed to building China's own strong aviation industry. Now when he heard Li Fu talk about aerospace and aviation, he naturally became interested. He had also read Li Fu's information and knew that Li Fu was not only great in the fields of biotechnology and computers, but also in other fields. He was an all-round genius. Now that Li Fu having said that, it must not be aimless. Theoretically, there are some breakthroughs, but the actual operation has not yet been carried out. So I am not sure whether it is feasible. Li Fu nodded, and Xiaoying had already searched for Wang Jingxing's resume in his mind. Knowing the importance of this old man, he was thinking about whether he could use this opportunity to get involved in the domestic aviation and aerospace departments. In this case, he would be able to work in this field in the future. Development can have a certain foundation. Otherwise, aviation and aerospace regulations are quite strict, because a careless move may cause devastating disasters. Among other things, there are many disasters around the world caused by aircraft problems alone. Therefore, if Li Fu wants to develop in this field in the future, he must cooperate with the aviation and aerospace departments to obtain relevant authorizations and qualifications. Otherwise, no aircraft will be able to take off. Oh, a theoretical breakthrough. I don't know what kind of theory it is. Mr. Wang Jingxing raised his white sword eyebrows and asked immediately. There are two theoretical aspects. One is plasma power, and the other is anti-gravity. I have studied both of these aspects. I have almost understood them theoretically, but I am not yet qualified to conduct experiments and operations. Li Fu thought for a while, and explained these two technologies. The plasma power mentioned in it already has relevant theories on the Earth, while anti-gravity has always existed in science fiction. I know that plasma power uses ultra-high voltage current to ionize compressed air to form strong power. Currently, scientists in our country are also conducting research. But the amount of electricity required for this plasma technology is too huge. Now there is simply no battery that big that can provide such power. As for the anti-gravity technology you are talking about, I have never heard of it at all. Not even on a global scale. When it comes to technology, even Mr. Wang Jingxing, who knows nothing about technology, often comes into contact with top domestic scientists. He can still tell something, and actually knows the principle of plasma power. There are actually two cores of plasma technology. One is a battery with superpower storage capacity. The current traditional battery is far from meeting the needs of plasma power. The other is materials. Ultra-high voltage ionized compressed air. The temperature can reach more than 2,000 degrees. And the core temperature can even reach 5,000 degrees. At such high temperatures, the current materials on the Earth simply cannot last long. However, Li Fu seemed very confident, as if he had a very in-depth understanding of this area, and he was actually able to point out the two most critical technologies for plasma power. Xiao Li, what you said is exactly the same as what the country's top scientists said. I wonder if you have any way to solve these two problems. If we can really develop plasma power, our Chinese warships can directly surpass all the world's warships. In this country, theoretically speaking, plasma-powered warships can easily reach 10 times the speed of sound. Mr. Wang Jingxing became more and more excited as he listened. He could tell from Li Fu's words that Li Fu was not just talking nonsense, but also looked very confident, which should obviously be expected. To solve the power storage problem, we can use atomic batteries and unlimited power transmission technology. As for solving the material problem, this requires continuous exploration. Although there are some ideas on materials, there are no experiments. Li Fu smiled. He admired such an old man who devoted himself to contributing to the country's aerospace and aviation fields. Atomic batteries, wireless power transmission technology. Mr. Wang Jingxing was dumbfounded when he heard this. Although he knew about plasma technology, he didn't understand it at all. However, he could tell from Li Fu's confident look that Li Fu was confident. I'm also curious about anti-gravity technology. What theory is this technology based on? Mr. Wang, who had been silent until now, also asked with a smile. Seeing the heated discussion between his brother Wang Jingxing and Li Fu about new technologies, he also jumped in. Anti-gravity technology is still in theory. I also expanded my thinking when studying magnetic fields. We all know that the Earth itself has a strong magnetic field, which can be regarded as a super large magnet. Anti-gravity technology, the theory is based on this. The principle that people of the same sex repel each other. Li Fu smiled and talked about anti-gravity technology. Among the seeds of civilization in his mind, there was a very detailed description of anti-gravity technology. Basically, interstellar civilizations rely on anti-gravity technology to enter space. This technology, it has low energy consumption and high speed. And in the future, gravity technology can be reversely developed and installed in space cities, space factories, and space vehicles. Li Fu followed the seeds of civilization to learn various technologies of super civilization. Naturally, he had already learned such basic technologies long ago. And he also figured out the key to anti-gravity technology. This is also the third phase of Li Fu's company's Fuyun Technology project. The reason why Fuyun Material Technology Company was established in Yuanjiang town. Li Fu is now laying the foundation for the future in the aviation and aerospace fields. These two fields have very high requirements for materials. The development of many technologies is restricted by materials. Li Fu must have his own high technology materials company. I see. I thought you were already quite amazing in the fields of biology and computers. I didn't expect you to have such in-depth knowledge in other fields. It's really rare. Mr. Wang couldn't help but nodded. Looking at Li Fu was like looking at a rare treasure. If Li Fu could really be as good as the biotechnology field in many fields, then Li Fu would be far beyond the national treasure level. The level of the character can be called a genius of the century, comparable to scientific giants such as Einstein and Newton. Grandpa, you are overly flattering. Li Fu smiled and responded very modestly. Xiao Li, let's do this. I'll ask someone to find you after a while. Let's work together first and see if we can build a plasma engine first. Our country has always been weak in this regard. Domestic large-scale planes, fighter jets, etc. have always been subject to human control. Mr. Wang Jingxing said very seriously at this time. He originally came here to see Li Fu, but he didn't expect to return to his old profession while talking. The Air Force is a technical branch. A high-tech branch that requires all kinds of services. All kinds of advanced aircraft can support a country's sky. I wish for it. And I also want to learn from the seniors in the country. Li Fu smiled and nodded in agreement. Of course Li Fu would not miss such a great opportunity. With Li Fu's strong learning ability, as long as he can sneak in by then, he will definitely learn all the country's technologies. No problem. Furthermore, cooperation with the country also has many benefits for Li Fu, and can lay the foundation for future development in related fields. Okay, it's settled. I'm really looking forward to Shaoli. You can open a new chapter in this field just like the field of biotechnology and create a national artifact for China. Mr. Wang Jingxing laughed happily. In fact, he also had the mentality of giving it a try. Dinner time! You guys, we were chatting and talking about national affairs again. Didn't we agree that we would only talk about family matters today? At this time Wang Yun's grandma came over with a smile on her face. Okay, let's just talk about family matters. Shaoli, let's go and eat. Mr. Wang smiled happily, and was quite optimistic about Li Fu. Chapter 74. Biosensing Technology. Since Li Fu met Wang Yun's parents, the relationship between Li Fu and Wang Yun has been recognized by the parents. Many things have come naturally. Just like a newlywed couple. They stick together like glue every day. Envy countless people. For a whole week, Li Fu didn't want the country but the beauty. He put down all the work at hand, and accompanied Wang Yun to stroll around various scenic spots in the imperial capital. But soon, Li Fu had to return to Sanjiang town again. The company was well organized by Fanzheng, and Li Fu didn't need to worry about anything. However, here at Fuyun Technology Research Institute, without Li Fu as the core, many projects' progress has stalled. There is a very special building complex in Fuyun Science and Technology Industrial Park in Sanjiang town. The houses in the entire building complex are relatively low, only 2 stories high. This is a bit unusual among the surrounding high-rise buildings with more than 10 floors. The distribution of these houses looks very messy. But in fact, if you study carefully, you will find that there are some profound rules in it. Coupled with the surrounding trees, flowers, plants, walls, etc., the entire building appears looming and looks very ordinary. However, if you rush in, you will find that there are many mechanisms inside, including various monitoring and detection instruments and equipment. Wait a lot. This is Li Fu's current laboratory. Everything here is built according to Xiaoying's design, except for the strict inspections in and out of the front. In any other area, once someone wants to sneak in and steal technology, information and the like, these people will have a taste of the power of technology from super civilizations. Here in the laboratory, Li Fu was wearing a white coat, and he was accompanied by some of the scientific research seedlings he had recruited. After more than half a year of training by Li Fu using the methods of the super civilized Han technology empire, these scientific research seedlings have grown very quickly. Of course Li Fu has not taught them the Yuanli method yet. After all, time is still short, and it still takes time to observe how a person is. However, even if the Yuanli method is not taught to these people, the methods used by super civilizations to cultivate scientists are still not comparable to the current methods on Earth. Li Fu also taught some methods of exercising the brain and body developed by super civilizations. For developing the brain also has a very magical effect. So at this time, these people have already made leaps and bounds compared to half a year ago, and each of them has performed well in related fields, which is comparable to those who have been engaged in scientific research for many years. Brother Fu, according to the biosensing technology theory you proposed, everything seen with the eyes is ultimately transmitted to the brain in the form of brain waves, and the brain controls the body to form related functions through brain waves. Reaction. If we can thoroughly study the mysteries of brain waves, we can develop biosensing technology. But in our current experiment process, we use radio waves to simulate brain waves to transmit and receive information. However, our experiments and failures have failed again and again, and there is no way to achieve the conversion between radio waves and brain wave information. Yan Zhang, who also studied biology, saw Li Fu as if he had seen a savior. The team he was responsible for leading to study biological sensing technology was in a deadlock. Brain waves and radio waves. One is biological waves, and the other is conventional radio waves. There is a huge difference between the two, but they are essentially the same. So you have to be patient to find the similarities between the two. Don't just want to realize the conversion between brain waves and radio waves at once. We can now try how to read brain waves, and then slowly study how to transmit the information we need to send to the brain through radio waves. Li Fu carefully checked the research status of Yin Zhang. Biosensing technology is not a novel technology. Currently, many scientists around the world are studying this technology. Among them, the AR and VR technologies that everyone is more familiar with are actually related to biosensing technology. Scientists want to read the information in the biological brain and transmit relevant information to the biological brain by studying biosensing technology. The prospect of this technology is very broad. Let's not talk about anything else. The simplest treatment of blindness is very useful. If biosensing technology can be realized and a camera is installed on a blind person, this technology can make the blind person see the world around you as clearly as ordinary people. Secondly, biosensing technology can be used in biocomputers in the future. You only need to wear a device, and you can directly control calculations through your brain without using your hands, eyes, etc. to surf the internet, play games, chat, shop, etc. All can be realized in the real virtual world. In addition, biowave communication technology can also be developed to use the characteristics of biowaves to achieve highly confidential communications. Everyone's brain waves are different. Biowave communication technology can achieve a high degree of confidentiality. An outsider simply cannot, there's no way of knowing what's in it. Therefore, the development prospects of biosensing technology are very broad and have unlimited possibilities. This is also a popular subject in the field of biotechnology. However, scientists on Earth have not yet made any substantial breakthroughs in this field. Many VR products are still very simple products. There is no way to market them on a large scale. There are many restrictions, such as wearing a large sensing device. You still need to use your eyes to feel it, etc., which is still a long way from real biosensing technology. The real biosensing technology is like a super civilization seed. It can directly present countless information in Li Fu's brain and communicate with Xiaoying directly through brain waves. This is the real biosensing technology. Li Fu followed Xiaoying to learn the technology of super civilization, and naturally had already mastered the biosensing technology. However, Li Fu could not use it directly. He had to lead his people to use the current technological level and conditions on the Earth, etc., to slowly restore and research these technologies. Biosensing technology, genetic recombination technology, and new areas of biological viruses are currently Li Fu's main research fields and directions. Most of the scientific researchers in the entire laboratory are currently studying and researching with Li Fu in these three fields. Only a few people like Chen Bin and Yu Liang who study motivation are studying and researching other topics. Yin Zhang listened carefully to Li Fu's words and followed Li Fu for more than half a year. Everyone in the entire research team regarded Li Fu as a genius and a monster. There was nothing that Li Fu didn't understand. There were many problems that only Li Fu could solve. With a little more guidance, you will be able to solve it quickly. Don't be impatient. Take your time. Many things require repeated experiments and exploration to discover the mysteries. Biowaves and the radio waves we usually come into contact with. Li Fu smiled, and then began to conduct experiments and lectures on the spot. He began to talk about the relevant scientific knowledge of biological waves, and dissected the differences between biological waves and ordinary waves in detail. This method is also a teaching method that Li Fu has always insisted on, combining theory with practice. Li Fu has always had no upper limit on investment in scientific research. These college students who have only been in the company for only half a year or more, when they first started, I don't understand many aspects at all. However, Li Fu used various experiments and personal operations to hone them, and he did not know how much materials, instruments and equipment were wasted. However, looking at the little progress of his scientific research seedlings, Li Fu felt that it's all worth it. In the Biosensing Technology Research Group of Fuyun Technology Laboratory, Zheng Xiaodong was lying on a chair with his eyes closed. Two special sensor devices were attached to the temples of his head, and a computer was connected next to the sensor device. The 99th experiment begins. Send message. Li Fu, Yin Zhang and others were looking at the calculator's display, and pictures began to appear on the display. Apple! When the Apple logo appeared on the computer, Zheng Xiaodong immediately shouted out, Banana! Another pattern appeared, and Zheng Xiaodong spoke out what was in the picture just as quickly. Dog! Cat. 124. Car. Great Wall. As the pictures continued to play out, the content in the pictures became more and more complex and rich. Zheng Shadong, who was in the middle of the experiment, was actually able to say everything accurately. Ha. There is finally some progress. It can transmit information to the biological brain. Although the information that can be transmitted now is relatively simple, this is also a relatively good achievement. Yin Zhang laughed happily when he saw the experimental results. With Li Fu's guidance and participation, the research speed of biosensing technology can be said to be rapid, and several key achievements were made in less than half a month. Technological breakthroughs at this time are still able to use equipment to transmit relevant information into the brains of living things. Well, SOSO is okay. The next step is to try to read the brain waves of living things. If this step can be completed, then we can basically develop preliminary biological sensing technology. Li Fu nodded. The most difficult aspects of biosensing technology are two places. One is transmitting information to the biological brain, and the other is reading the information contained in the brain waves of the biological brain. Only these two areas have been thoroughly studied. Biosensing technology, only then can it be considered a real research success. Chapter 75. Someone from the military industrial unit came. Busy time always passes very quickly, and August has passed in the blink of an eye. In the past month, Fuyun Technology has relied on the hot sales of new AIDS drugs in the global market, and achieved sales of nearly 15 billion in August. Well, there is a large amount of capital input. Li Fu is also investing heavily here. The planned Fuyun Technology Research Institute alone covers an area of tens of thousands of acres. The top construction companies in the country have been hired to build it. It is expected to cost at least hundreds of billions. Huabi. Plus the later purchase of various advanced scientific research equipment and instruments, etc. Although the income was huge, the money spent was also like running water, and there was not much money left at all. Li Fu had to find ways to further increase the production of new drugs, and at the same time, he also stepped up research on various technologies so that he could be able to produce them as soon as possible. Come up with new products to gain more profits. I'm so poor. I still don't have enough money. Here at the headquarters building of Fuyun Technology, Li Fu couldn't help but sigh after listening to Zhong Yun's financial report, and carefully calculated with his fingers where he would need to spend money in the future. Fuyun Technology Research Institute is a bottomless pit that attracts money, but it has to continue the project. The current laboratory is too small and the functions are too simple. If we want to develop comprehensively in the future, Fuyun Technology the institute will be built. In addition, the material technology company in Yuanjiang town still needs to continue to invest. It has just started construction not long ago. After careful calculation, we don't expect to retain too much funds this year. Originally, I was thinking about whether we could come. It seems we can only wait until next year to start the construction of Sanjiang College. One bite won't make you fat. We can take our time. Many things cannot be rushed. For example, the construction of Sanjiang College. Although we have help from the local government, the review by the Ministry of Education is not that easy. As long as it is approved, the relevant teachers, teaching management, majors to be offered, enrollment, etc., all need to be realized step by step. Fang Zheng on the side said with a smile after hearing this. He could now roughly know what a huge blueprint Li Fu had in mind, including building a research institute, a material company, a biological company, a hospital, etc., and what he still wanted to do. College. One can imagine the gap in Li Fu's heart. While Li Fu, Fang Zheng and others were discussing future plans, several special cars came to the Fuyun Technology headquarters building. These cars had special signs on them, and they could be identified as units of the National Army at a glance. Do Xian, who was dressed in military uniform, got out of the car neatly and looked carefully at the new building in front of him, which was not too tall. The logo of Fuyun Technology on it was very dazzling. There were young faces coming in and out of the company building. The roaring sounds from the surrounding construction sites kept ringing all the time. Looking around, there are farmers busy in the fields further away, surrounded by green mountains and green waters, and fields filled with rice. No matter how you look at it, everything and the surroundings of Fuyun Technology seem out of place. But it is in such a rural area that Fuyun Technology, a world-famous high-tech enterprise, is located here. And I have worked tirelessly to come from the distant Tianfu. Came here. This Li Fu would actually put the company in such a place. Dou Xian smiled and shook his head. It was difficult to understand why Li Fu would put the company here. But he did not stop and walked straight into the headquarters building of Fuyun Technology. Hello! What can I do? Seeing Dou Xian and others come in, company security guards immediately asked thousands of questions. These people were wearing military uniforms and had straight bodies. They could tell who they were at a glance. We are here to see Li Fu, the boss of your company. We have made an appointment with your boss in advance. Okay. Please go to the reception room and take a rest. We will notify the boss immediately. The security guard led Dou Xian and others to the reception room to rest, and immediately let the company's front desk control Li Fu. Soon Li Fu came to the reception room, saw Dou Xian and others, and his mind was full of doubts. I should have no contact with these soldiers. Hello, I'm Li Fu. Li Fu was even more confused when he saw Dou Xian and others, because he didn't know these people at all. But Xiaoying quickly found out the information of these people in his mind. Dou Xian, the leader, was affiliated with the National Military Industrial Unit. An officer. Hello, Mr. Li. My name is Dou Xian, and this is my work ID. Dou Xian saluted Li Fu and then handed over a small notebook. I wonder if you have any orders for your visit this time. Li Fu looked at his work ID carefully, then invited a few people to sit down and gave instructions with a smile on his face. I wonder if Mr. Li still remembers the agreement he made with an old man in the imperial capital. That's why I came here. Dou Xian asked slightly mysteriously. The old man's agreement? Li Fu thought carefully in his mind, and then his eyes lit up quickly, and he remembered the agreement he had made with Wang Yun's second grandfather, Wang Jingxing, when he last went to see Grandpa Wang Yun, to work together to study plasma engines. I thought the old man had forgotten about this, but I didn't expect that just over a month had passed and someone had already been sent here. I remembered. I wonder if you are coming here this time. Li Fu nodded, and then asked again. We were ordered here this time to invite you to join a national-level confidential research group. The relevant work documents have been prepared for you. There is also a confidentiality agreement that you need to sign. Dou Xian didn't waste any time. He directly took a document bag from his subordinates, handed over a work card and documents, and also showed a confidentiality agreement to Li Fu. Li Fu quickly glanced at the confidentiality agreement. It was nothing more than participating in major confidential scientific research projects, and not leaking any relevant scientific research information to the outside world. Can I bring a few people with me to participate in the research of this project? These people are all R&D personnel of my company, and have performed well in related fields. Li Fu nodded, and then he heard that Chen Bin and Yu Liang, who were researching the power of his company, and Yang Yiping and Chao Haidao, who were researching materials, thought that this was also a very good learning opportunity to see if they could be brought along. I need to ask my superiors for instructions on this. You can send me their relevant information first. Dou Xian was slightly stunned, not realizing that Li Fu actually wanted to bring someone else with him. He originally thought that Li Fu would make some other requests. Li Fu nodded and reported the names of Chen Bin, Yu Liang, Yang Yiping, and Chao Haitao. Li Fu believed that with their powerful abilities, they should be able to identify these people very quickly. But he didn't know how. He would not agree to Li Fu's request to take people there. Mr. Li, the project team hopes that you can come over as soon as possible, especially after Academician Liu of the project team heard that you have made new breakthroughs in plasma power. He is even more eager to hope that you can participate in the research of the project team as soon as possible. Middle. When Dou Xian saw Li Fu signing the contract happily, he said to Li Fu with a smile on his face that he could now recite Li Fu's information by heart. He knew that Li Fu was a genius scientist in many fields. All have outstanding performances. Well, I will arrange relevant matters as soon as possible. I am also looking forward to learning and communicating with my seniors as soon as possible. Li Fu nodded. There are still many things going on in the company. Various research projects require Li Fu. However, Li Fu does not want to miss this opportunity. He can learn from the country's top aviation and aerospace experts. It is also a key link in Li Fu's future development. A week later, Li Fu took Chen Bin, Yu Liang, Chao Haidao, and Yang Yiping on a plane to the Land of Abundance, and secretly joined the Aero Engine Research Project. Chapter 76. Lu Shiring, the Land of Tianfu, an aviation place as famous as Northeast Liaoning and Shenyang, is one of the central areas of the entire Chinese aviation industry. There are famous aviation research institutions here, as well as the famous Tianfu Aircraft Industry Group, which is a company specializing in the production a powerful military-industrial enterprise that manufactures aircraft. China has been studying large aircraft projects. The most advanced 5th-generation fighters, future 6th-generation fighters, etc. Almost all projects designed in the aviation field require the participation of scientific research institutions and military-industrial enterprises in the gifted country. At this time, in the land of Tianfu, the weather is sultry and hot. But the people of Tianfu, who enjoy life, are very leisurely. The scenes of racing against time in the coastal areas are basically invisible here. Everything here seems so unhurried. Li Fu, Shen Bin, Yu Liang and others were taken by the Research Institute's car from the airport all the way out of the city, and arrived at a place with a hill in the background and a very beautiful environment. Li Fu looked around carefully. The surrounding houses were very low, with few more than 3 floors. There were trees everywhere, and a sign hung in a very inconspicuous place at the door. Tianfu Aviation Research Institute. There are soldiers guarding the entrance, and vehicles entering and exiting will be strictly inspected. The same was true for the vehicle that Li Fu and others were riding in. All kinds of documents were carefully checked. At the same time, because it was their first time, Li Fu and others received special attention. After careful inspection, they reported it to their superiors. After reporting for several times, it was not released until it was confirmed that there were no problems. More than 10 minutes later, inside the institute, cars carrying Li Fu and others were driving continuously. It was very big inside, with many trees, and you could tell it was old at a glance. Many of the surrounding buildings were even in the architectural style of the Soviet era, with a strong flavor of history. The car came to a building in a zigzag manner. Dou Xian and his people were already waiting. When they saw Li Fu and others coming down, they quickly went up with a smile. Looking forward to the stars. Looking forward to the moon. I finally got you here. The man next to Dou Xian, who was probably in his 40s and looked like a scholar, his eyes lit up when he saw Li Fu, and he immediately said with a smile, You must be academician Lu Shering Lu. How dare I bother you to come here in person? When Li Fu saw Lu Shering, he immediately seemed a little panicked. He didn't expect that this top scientist in the aviation field would come to greet him in person. He was really flattered. Ha ha. I just happened to be free. In addition, I have long wanted to meet our legendary Chinese bioscientists, pioneers in the new field of biological viruses. I very much hope that you can also work in the field of aviation and biotechnology, creating a brand new field. Your mentor Louis and I have known each other for a long time. Old Lu has accepted a good student. Lu Shering was also very talkative and seemed very happy to see Li Fu. As he led Li Fu and others inside, he said with a smile that he was an old acquaintance with Louis, a master in the field of biological sciences. With the leadership of Lu Shering, a brand new world began to unfold in front of everyone, with various aircraft models, various aero engines, huge wind tunnel laboratories, etc. displayed one by one. Our laboratory is one of the most advanced laboratories in the country, with the largest scientific research team and the most advanced scientific research equipment. There are hundreds of people who have won the title of Chinese academician, and they all lead their own teams to research aircraft. A certain part of it, Lu Shering took Li Fu and others to visit, while proudly introducing the basic situation here to Li Fu and others. Li Fu, Shen Bin, Yu Liang, Chao Haidao, and Yang Yiping were a bit like Grandma Lu entering the Grandview Garden. He looked at everything around him with wide eyes and curiosity. For things like airplanes, I have been full of curiosity since I was a child. Now that I can experience it up close, you can imagine how excited a few people are. Even a man is full of curiosity about such a huge thing, like an airplane, and wants to see it in person. Go see and touch it. Let's go and take you to see my latest research project, the plasma engine. Li Fu, how much do you know about the current situation in the global aviation field? Lu Shering saw the curious looks of several people with a smile on his face. In fact, Lu Shering's main responsibility is to study the plasma engine, which is still in theory around the world. I know very little. I just saw that the most advanced aircraft in the world, whether large aircraft or fighter jets, are controlled by European and American countries. Our country still needs to import fighter jets from polar bears and purchase large passenger aircraft from Europe and the United States every year. Li Fu smiled and shook his head, although he did not directly state the current situation of China Airlines in his words. The meaning of his words was obvious. The most advanced aircraft in the world are now in the hands of European and American countries. Xiao Li, you are right. Our country has always been controlled by others in this aspect. It is because our country has never been able to produce qualified engines on a large scale. This has a heart problem. Naturally, domestic aircraft have always lagged behind others. Although we have been working hard to catch up, because our foundation was much worse than others from the beginning, and because the internationally advanced European and American countries have blocked our technology. In the field of traditional fuel jet engines, we still have so much to work on. Liu Shuring nodded, and was very worried about the current situation. A big country could not build its own aerospace engine in the aviation field. It had been suffering from heart problems. It was very uncomfortable to be controlled by others. Now is peacetime. If you want to protect your blue sky during a war, you can't rely on outsourcing everything. However, the main working principle of traditional jet engines is to provide a large amount of compressed air, and then form an extremely rapid explosive combustion with vaporized or atomized fuel, thereby forming a large amount of high-temperature gas, forming a volume expansion of thousands. But for such an engine, after the aircraft exceeds 3 times the speed of sound, it is necessary to focus on the issue of deflagration speed. If it exceeds 5 times the speed of sound, combustion interruption will occur. The essence is that the combustion speed is too slow and cannot be used for more than 5 times the speed of sound. An aircraft traveling at 5 times the speed of sound provides sufficient kinetic energy. So now the world's major aviation powers are looking for new technologies that can break through this limit. And the theory of plasma engines came into being. The plasma engine relies on powerful current to ionize the compressed air, which can cause the compressed air to violently expand tens of thousands of times in an instant. It can provide the aircraft with more than 10 times the theoretical thrust of the transmission jet engine, and can easily allow the aircraft to break through 10 times the speed of sound. Once this technology is researched first, then this country will have capital that is superior to all other countries. Once an aircraft built with a plasma engine reaches 10 times the speed of sound, it will be difficult for even missiles to catch up and circle the entire Earth. It only takes a few hours to complete the circle. When talking about the plasma engine he is currently researching, Liu Shuring kept talking and seemed very excited. Obviously, this is the most cutting-edge field in the world. So has any country in the world developed a plasma engine now? Chunbin looked at Liu Shuring's appearance and asked weakly. No. Not even the most powerful Eagle Jam plasma engines are hailed as the core technology of a new generation of future fighter aircraft. The reason why our country attaches so much importance to this technology is because our country wants to be a leader in the field of plasma engines. In this field, we have caught up with or even surpassed European and American countries. So when I learned that, Shaoli, you also had a theoretical breakthrough on the plasma engine, I was very excited. I wish I could invite you over as soon as possible and research the plasma engine as soon as possible. In this way, our country in the aviation field, we no longer have to be controlled by others, and there will be no problems with large aircraft, fighter jets, etc. in the future. Liu Shuring smiled and shook his head. The field of plasma engines is a brand new field. It can be said that all countries are on the same starting line. This is also where China achieves overtaking in corners. I just made some random inferences on my own. Whether it works or not remains to be tested in practice. Li Fu smiled awkwardly. Haha. It's better to be young. Young people have active brains and can think about anything. You can make major breakthroughs in the field of biotechnology and open a new chapter. I think it will definitely bring you a lot of surprises. Liu Shuring smiled happily. He was currently leading the team to study the plasma engine and had been stuck in a deadlock for a long time. It was difficult to make breakthroughs and progress. So when he heard that Li Fu had made new breakthroughs and discoveries, he didn't care whether Li Fu studied this background or not. They also hurriedly recruited Li Fu. In his opinion, in order to achieve breakthroughs in the new field of plasma engines, any new ideas and new methods are very valuable. He himself has visited many well-known scientists to discuss plasma engines, problems encountered in this field. So he was extremely surprised when he heard that Li Fu had made a new breakthrough. Although he knew that Li Fu came from a background in biotechnology, he might not really have any good ideas in this field. But even Li Fu might not be interested in research. Plasma engines don't help much. Liu Shuring must also seize the opportunity, because any new method may be very likely to achieve new breakthroughs. Allowing China to develop the plasma engine first. Allowing China to achieve cornering overtaking in the aviation field. Chapter 77, Blank Paper is easy to draw on. At the Tianfu Aviation Research Institute, Li Fu and the other 5 had a good rest for the day. Early the next morning, Li Fu came to the plasma engine research team led by Liu Shuring. Good morning, Shaoli. Liu Shuring, who had just arrived at the research team, was already working earlier than Li Fu and saw a smile on Li Fu's face. "Good morning, Academician Liu." Li Fu smiled and nodded to greet him, then looked over. At this time, in front of Lu Shering, a round cylinder about several people high was standing quietly. It immediately attracted the attention of Li Fu and others. "Look! This is the plasma engine we have created so far. Although it is called a plasma engine, it does not have any substantive effect. It cannot even ionize air." Lu Shering saw Li Fu's expression and said helplessly, "No, if you want to ionize the air, you should be able to use high-voltage electricity to ionize the air on the ground. It is not flying in the sky and cannot carry a large amount of electricity." Li Fu frowned as soon as he heard this. Ionizing the air should be very simple. Just use high-voltage electricity to ionize the air. How could it be impossible? Ionizing the air is naturally very simple. Just connect a high-voltage wire. But it is difficult to ionize the air in such a small engine. Lu Shering smiled and shook his head. Many research institutions can perform ionized air experiments in large laboratories. But ionizing air in a small engine cylinder requires a lot of knowledge. While listening to Lu Shering's words, Li Fu looked around the huge cylinder carefully. It was all black and full of streamlines, making people feel like they were seeing something from a science fiction movie. There were pieces in the cylinder. The precision-made blades form a dizzying pattern. There is no doubt that once this engine is started, it can immediately compress the air to the extreme. Once it encounters atomized or vaporized fuel or is ionized by ultra-high voltage electricity, which can cause the compressed air to expand explosively in an instant, thus forming an unparalleled huge thrust. Huh? After breaking through, Li Fu immediately stopped and made a confused sound. Li Fu had seen a lot about the plasma engine in the Seeds of Super Civilization. He even knew the internal structure of the plasma engine clearly in his head. Although the engine in front of him is called a plasma engine, Li Fu now sees that it is no different from a traditional fuel jet engine. "What's wrong?" Lu Shering immediately noticed Li Fu's expression and asked, "Can you let me see the internal structure diagram of this engine?" Li Fu frowned. Although plasma engines and fuel jet engines are similar in that they both use special methods to cause explosive expansion of compressed air, they are two completely different engines after all, and they cannot continue fuel jets. There should be new innovations in the structure of the engine. "Well, of course." Lu Shering pondered for a while, then nodded, and operated on the computer next to him. A diagram of the internal structure of the engine began to appear on the huge monitor. Just by looking at it, Li Fu knew why this engine couldn't even ionize air. It was completely a fuel jet engine. But the fuel inlet was simply changed to a high-voltage electricity inlet. Like this naturally, the engine cannot achieve high-voltage ionization. It is very different from the plasma engine of the super-civilized Han technological empire in Li Fu's mind. Although the plasma engine needs to continuously compress air like the fuel jet engine, the more compressed the air is, once the fuel is burned, the thrust generated by the expansion of the air the bigger. In fact, compared with current domestic jet engines and advanced foreign engines, a large gap lies in the degree of compression of air, because the compressed air is not as powerful as others. The expansion and thrust generated by the fuel combustion chamber are naturally not as strong, so big, because the plasma engine ionizes air. It is very different from fuel combustion. This fuel jet design obviously cannot meet the needs of ionized air. Academician Liu, since we are studying a new generation of engine technology such as plasma engines, I think we should completely abandon the previous design ideas of fuel jet engines and treat them as a blank piece of paper to draw on. Let's first you can consider how to use high-voltage electricity to ionize air, and then consider the issue of air compression. Li Fu pondered for a while, and slowly expressed his thoughts. Snapped. Hearing Li Fu's words, Lu Shering was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes lit up, and he slapped himself so hard that everyone around him couldn't help but look over. That's right. Why didn't I think of this problem? I said there has been no breakthrough. It turns out that my thinking is still stuck on designing a fuel jet engine. No wonder I always feel that no matter how I do it, there is no breakthrough. Progress. I feel ashamed of the country's trust. Countless previous experiments have wasted so much of the country's resources. But I still use old thinking to design a brand new plasma engine. Lu Shering felt as if he had been enlightened by someone. He suddenly became enlightened and started shouting. He is an expert in aerodynamics. He is one of the best or second best in the whole of China. He is also the top aerodynamics expert in the world. He has many people under his command. No one has ever questioned him before. Research ideas and methods. After all, There seems to be nothing wrong with studying according to traditional fuel jet engines. Now being awakened by Li Fu, the whole person suddenly woke up. This is like building a building. If the foundation is laid at the beginning, the building can be built quickly. But on the other hand, it is difficult to lay the foundation in advance. A good foundation also limits and determines the shape and height of the building. But if there is no foundation, it is very likely that it will be very difficult and clueless at the beginning. But because there is no foundation, there will be no restrictions. Only then will there be new development. And it will be better on a blank paper. Painting. This truth is very simple. But no one has ever reminded it before. Only Li Fu, who has studied with the seeds of super civilization, can point it out at once. Otherwise, he would continue to study it along the original basis. Li Fu, I made the right call by recruiting you. It's only the second day that we can achieve such a huge harvest. I didn't have much confidence in developing a plasma engine before. But now, with your I feel confident joining. Alas, I actually made such a huge mistake. If you hadn't woken me up right away, I wouldn't have known how much time and resources would have been spent. It would have also delayed the research work on our country's plasma engine. Maybe in the future if we still lag behind others, then I, Lu Shering, will become a center of the nation. Lu Shering seemed to be filled with a sense of guilt. She deeply felt that she was unworthy of the country's trust. The country had entrusted such an important matter to her. But she had made no progress, and might even delay the country's progress in the new TV industry. Developments in the field of propeller engines. At the same time, Lu Shering was very lucky to have recruited Li Fu. Unexpectedly, it was only the next day that Li Fu pointed out a huge problem just by looking at the engine and design drawings. Thank you for your praise. You are an expert in this area. I was just talking casually. Li Fu smiled and shook his head. At this time, Li Fu saw in Lu Shering a sense of mission and a sense of responsibility that his teacher also had. For the tasks assigned by the country, these older generation scientists were all responsible for the tasks assigned by the country. Full of a heavy sense of mission. If you cannot study it yourself, you will be disgraced to the country, will delay the country's development in this field, and be a center of the nation, not to mention anything else. Just this kind of sentiment and sense of mission makes people feel awe-inspiring. This is something that young people today simply cannot understand, and can often only be seen in the older generation. It can be seen from the fact that Lu Shering was able to personally meet Li Fu for new methods and thinking. Lu Shering was under a lot of pressure, and this pressure was not external pressure, but what he put on himself. There is a sense of historical mission. China wants to surpass Europe and the United States in the aviation field, so it has placed great expectations on plasma engines. As the head of the plasma engine research group, Lu Shering gave herself a huge sense of mission and historical responsibility. She knew clearly that Li Fu was studying biotechnology and probably didn't know shit about the aviation field, but still refused to let go of any opportunity. Just hearing that Li Fu had made a theoretical breakthrough in this area, he recruited Li Fu. Facts have proved that Huan Tian paid off. Since Li Fu joined the entire plasma engine research team, it has quickly got on track. Although Li Fu, Chen Bin, Yu Liang, Chao Haidao, and Yang Yiping have just started, I don't even understand. So I need to ask people a lot of common sense questions. But soon, the people in the project team discovered that the 5 people were extraordinary. Their learning and understanding abilities were astonishing. They could understand many things just by reading and listening to them once. In less than half a month, several people were able to understand them. People can already match these old researchers, especially Li Fu. Everyone finally understood what a genius is. Li Fu's terrifying learning ability, understanding ability, powerful reverse thinking ability, and reverse reasoning ability astonished everyone in the entire project team. Every difficulty encountered by the entire project team was quickly solved one by one under Li Fu's abnormal and terrifying ability. The plasma engine was rebuilt and redesigned from scratch. But the speed of progress was extremely terrifying. 1 month later, a brand new plasma engine appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 78. Materials are still materials. Li Fu, Lu Shering and others looked at the silver-gray engine in front of them, as if they were looking at rare treasures. It was about 5 meters long and 1 meter in diameter. It was full of streamlines and faintly glowing, like a product from a science fiction movie. Generally. Haha. I didn't expect that we could actually create a plasma engine in just over a month. If it weren't for you, Xiao Li, it would have been something we wouldn't have dared to think about. At the beginning, We thought that if we could make some progress within 10 years even though it's pretty good. It's only been over a month now. Lu Shering couldn't help but sigh. After spending more than a month with Li Fu, he truly understood how terrible Lu Yi said genius was. There was nothing that Li Fu didn't understand. Many people thought Li Fu could come up with methods that even his brain couldn't think of one after another. The entire project progressed at a speed that can be said to be 1,000 miles a day. Old Lu, thank you for your praise. Without everyone's concerted efforts and the strong support from the country, even some ideas I have will be of no use at all. What's more, without everyone's experience in designing aero engines, we would really if you start from scratch. You will definitely not be able to complete it overnight. Li Fu smiled and shook his head. Although Li Fu is now at the core of plasma engine research, he naturally has to be more modest about this kind of thing. Now he is quite harmonious with Lu Shering's team. He even calls Lu Shering Lao Lu. Haha. Let's not be too busy to be happy. Let's quickly conduct a wind tunnel test. Only when the test is successful can it be considered a real success. We don't know if our use of new materials and the most advanced air cooling technology can withstand the core of the engine. High temperature. Seeing Li Fu's humble look, Lu Shering nodded with satisfaction and quickly turned the topic back to the plasma engine. She was still worried, because according to theoretical inference, the operating temperature of the plasma engine is above 2,000 degrees, and the core the temperature can reach 5,000 degrees. Such a terrifying high temperature is definitely the biggest test. Soon, the engine was transported to the wind tunnel experiment, ready to undergo the most critical wind tunnel experiment test. Through the thick glass, Li Fu, Lu Shering and others looked at the plasma engine quietly waiting for testing. Everyone seemed a little excited. After all, this is the first plasma engine in China, although it is not yet known what its performance is. Like this, but everyone was still excited. Start! Following Lu Shering's order, someone next to him gently pressed several openings, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the engine in the wind tunnel laboratory. Li Fu only felt that the whole ground was shaking slightly. In the laboratory, the plasma engine started instantly. The powerful air compression ability could instantly evacuate all the air in a space the size of a basketball gym, even if it was separated by thick glass. Li Fu still heard the thunderous roar. I saw an orange-red tail flame jetting out from the rear of the engine. The length actually reached tens of meters. Then the orange-red tail flame soon turned into a completely blazing white tail flame. It was very dazzling, as if it was a look at the sun with your eyes. As the orange-red tail flame completely turned into a blazing white tail flame, the temperature in the surrounding air increased rapidly, and there was a vague sense of haziness. A powerful heat seemed to be coming towards you, even though there was a thick layer of the glass still conducts heat. Didi! Didi! There was a huge monitor next to everyone. Various data were changing rapidly, making the people in the research team smile. The engine's thermal efficiency, propulsion efficiency, total efficiency, EPR, engine pressure ratio, in-one fan speed, EGT, exhaust temperature, power consumption, and other data are constantly beating on the huge display. It's great! This has just begun, and it has already surpassed the most advanced engine parameters in the world. If the power meter is fully opened, it will be absolutely terrifying. No wonder it is said that the plasma engine is the core of future fighters and is known as an aerospace fighter. This data is so perfect. I can't imagine that we can actually create such an advanced engine. The power and temperature are amazing. The researchers in the research team looked at the numbers on the huge display with smiles on their faces. They who study engines know very well what these data mean. He is really an electric tiger. Look at the electricity consumption. In just a few minutes, he has consumed more than 5,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity. This thrust is so powerful that our entire wind tunnel laboratory feels faintly shaking. There are no water glasses on the table. Our wind tunnel is a wind tunnel laboratory with the highest standards. The temperature at the outlet is really too high. It has exceeded 2,000 degrees. The temperature of the rotor core will definitely double. I don't know if our new materials and the most advanced air cooling technology can meet the requirements. Otherwise, if so, this rotor won't last long. As if to verify this statement, the engine that was originally spitting out dazzling white tail flames suddenly had special gas at its tail. The entire engine began to turn red, and then soon began to turn white. As if burning, the red steel block made everyone immediately realize that something was wrong. No! Stop the engine immediately! Lu Shering shouted loudly, and the people next to him immediately pressed a few buttons to stop sending high voltage power to the engine. Coax! As the roar gradually became smaller, The engine slowly stopped running. But black gas was still coming out. And then an open flame could be seen burning from the engine. However, this wind tunnel laboratory is the most advanced laboratory. Soon, water droplets in the wind tunnel laboratory sprayed towards the engine. Countless water mist covered the entire wind tunnel laboratory. And then, the wind tunnel laboratory, the powerful exhaust system quickly exhausts all water vapor, and so on. After a long time, a completely scrapped engine appeared in everyone's sight. The shape of the engine had been slightly deformed at this time. The inside looked like dried magma, with obvious traces. The rotor at the core of the engine was now completely damaged. It melts and turns into molten iron and flows out. After cooling, it turns into dry candle oil. More than 1 billion are gone like this. There were people watching this engine, and the entire population was dumbfounded. All the materials used in this engine are the most advanced materials in China, coupled with the processing and manufacturing of various blades, etc. The cost of manufacturing the entire engine alone is more than 1 billion Chinese dollars. Lu Shuring on the side had a dark face and a very ugly face, looking at the engine that was gradually cooling down. She looked dumb. Materials. Li Fu quickly came to the conclusion with the analysis in his mind that it was not that the plasma engine was not good, but that the materials used to make the plasma engine were not good. It relied on powerful current to ionize the compressed air, with a temperature as high as 2000 degrees and a core temperature as high as 2000 degrees Celsius, 5000 degrees. Even using the most advanced air cooling technology and the most advanced high-tech materials. But in less than 10 minutes, the rotor at the core of the entire engine was completely burned out, melted into molten iron, and the entire engine was completely scrapped. Why is this happening? We have clearly developed the plasma engine, but we still failed in the materials test. Lu Shuring looked a little frustrated. This engine has used China's most advanced materials and the most advanced air cooling technology, but it still cannot withstand the high temperature of the core. Lao Lu, don't be discouraged. Problems always appear one after another. Just like before, we also encountered many problems. We just solved them one by one. Judging from the experiment just now, at least we have developed a plasma engine. At least it shows that our efforts are not completely fruitless. There will be fewer and fewer problems to be solved later, as long as we can find a solution to if we have high-temperature materials that can withstand these temperatures. We will be truly successful. Li Fu looked at Lu Shuring's depressed expression and couldn't help but go over to comfort him. It's difficult. The core temperature of this engine exceeds 5000 degrees. We have used materials from aerospace technology and the most advanced air cooling technology, but there is still no way. Look at this engine. The core rotors have all melted. This is only 10 seconds. Less than a minute. Lu Shuring shook his head helplessly. The failure of this test was undoubtedly due to the material. Everyone present knew this. Materials technology may seem inconspicuous and does not sound high-end, but materials technology is often the basis that determines the level of a country's science and technology. The reason why many of the country's scientific research projects have always been far behind the international advanced level is, a large part of it is due to materials. To give a very simple example, the materials used on the core rotor of an aerospace engine must have high temperature resistance, friction resistance, and continue to work at high temperatures without deformation. Common materials simply cannot meet these stringent requirements. Our country has not paid enough attention to basic materials in the past. Therefore, the development of materials technology is quite different from that of advanced countries in the world. In fact, the scientific and technological content of materials technology is not very high. What is really needed is continuous development. It takes a lot of data to experiment. Only with large enough experimental data can we say that we have made achievements in material science and technology. However, this kind of project that continuously invests resources in experiments, but the results may not be effective quickly. Our country did not pay much attention to this aspect in the past. In the past 10 years, as we have developed towards high-end technology, we have gradually realized that basic material technology has become a big obstacle. So we have invested heavily in resources. Chapter 79. Perfect material. Materials technology requires the investment of a large amount of resources and massive experimental data. Although China's investment in these years is still acceptable, it is still far behind the advanced countries in the world. Let's not talk about anything else. Some countries in Western Europe have a very famous story in terms of materials. In the last century, West Germany put a large amount of smelted steel into the sea, and then took it out for use after standing still for half a century. It has been placed in the sea for a long time. Although the surface has been severely corroded by seawater, the stress inside the steel has been completely eliminated. Such steel has been used in the most sophisticated machine tools, military industry, aerospace, and aviation fields. Just to eliminate stress, natural aging methods can be used to prevent materials from being left in the sea for 50 years. This spirit alone is far beyond our current impatience to understand. Of course, all this is nothing to Li Fu. There are countless material formulas, manufacturing methods, etc. among the seeds of super civilization. Li Fu can get all kinds of materials at his fingertips. This is why Li Fu is second. There will be reasons for preparing to build Fuyu Material Technology Company in the next step of the plan. Material technology is the foundation. For others, it may take countless resources to slowly explore and experiment to continuously find the ideal materials they need. But for Li Fu, there is no need at all. If you need any materials, you can directly find a method to smelt them from the seeds of civilization. Of course, these are low-level materials used in the development of primary civilizations. If intermediate and advanced cosmic civilizations use atomic materials, degenerate materials, quark materials, etc., it will not be that simple. Old Lu, don't worry. We will slowly figure out how to use materials. There are always more solutions than problems. If we can combine the characteristics of ceramic materials and steel alloy materials, we can create a material that can withstand the plasma engine. Materials with high core temperatures. Li Fu smiled and continued to comfort him. Materials are really something that cannot trouble Li Fu. After searching among the seeds of civilization, Li Fu found countless combinations of materials that could meet his current needs, such as tantalum and hafnium carbide alloys, ceramic alloys, tungsten carbide alloys, etc. There are many various elements in the universe. The combinations between them can form endless, and correspondingly, endless materials can be born. Ceramic materials can only withstand high temperatures of about 3,000 degrees at most. And although ceramic materials have very good chemical stability at high temperatures and high hardness, their ductility is too poor, but their tensile strength is low, and their plasticity and toughness are very low. Very bad. Lu Shuying shook his head. Although he was an expert in aviation power, he was also very familiar with various materials. Hearing Li Fu talk about ceramic materials, he shook his head and said, I'm talking about ceramic alloy materials formed by combining ceramic materials and alloy materials. Not just ceramic materials. Li Fu smiled mysteriously. This new concept of ceramic alloy materials has never been seen before, and it can be regarded as the first time Li Fu has proposed it. Ceramic alloy materials? I don't know much about materials. I'll ask the superiors for instructions and send some material experts to help. The plasma engines have already been manufactured. I don't want to give up on a small material problem. Hearing Li Fu's words, Lu Shuying raised his eyebrows. And then he cheered up again. He was not a person who gave up easily. Now he was just frustrated when he encountered difficulties. But it was absolutely impossible to say let it go. Well, our current work can be divided into two departments. One is to study atomic batteries and strive to develop atomic batteries that can store electricity. The other is to work with materials research experts to jointly develop new atomic batteries that meet the needs. The materials were researched. These two civilizations are the most direct problems before us, and they are also the core and key to whether our plasma engines can be truly useful. If these two civilizations are solved, I estimate that our plasma engines can be equipped with fighter planes to fly in the blue sky. Li Fu nodded. Scientific research inherently requires a very perseverant character, one who can endure loneliness and maintain prosperity, in order to finally achieve success on this avenue of science and technology. Soon, because the country attaches great importance to the plasma engine project, it basically gives what it wants. After all, this involves the core of new future fighter aircraft, and whether China can surpass the advanced Western countries in one fell swoop and achieve overtaking in corners. Event. The cost of a plasma engine is easily more than 1 billion. The country didn't even blink an eye and said it was ruined. The project team's request to recruit top scientists in the field of materials was quickly answered. Inya, a beautiful scientist in her 30s, and Wu Chongying, a very young and top materials scientist in her 30s, were quickly dispatched to the project team with a huge team to jointly study new technologies, new materials to meet the needs of plasma engines. Although Li Fu wanted to tell him the manufacturing method of the new material at once, his ideal told Li Fu that he absolutely couldn't do that. Li Fu still showed that he was a peerless genius in materials. From the beginning, he only knew a little bit about materials technology, and then quickly relied on his strong learning ability, analysis ability, and comprehension ability to impress the people in the materials research group. Then, Li Fu slowly turned the direction of everyone's research. I have already set a good direction to guide him there. High temperature resistance 3,500 degrees. High temperature resistance of 4,000 degrees. High temperature resistance 4,500 degrees. As the project progresses, the field of materials science and the research on plasma engines have achieved rapid development. The high temperature resistance limits of the new materials manufactured have been continuously improved, and the results have been fruitful. All of a sudden, the results are like a blowout. Come out. It's incredible. Why haven't I thought of this before? By combining ceramic materials and alloy materials, turning all the materials into the smallest powder, and then using special glue to bond and shape them, we will soon be able to create a 5,000 resistant high-temperature materials. Enya has a pair of eyes. Although she is 30 years old, she looks no different from a college student who has just left campus. Her tall figure and slender legs are very eye-catching. Originally, the proportion of women among those engaged in scientific research was very low, and the probability of beautiful women was even lower. However, this Enya, with both wisdom and beauty, is also a genius. At only 30 years old, she is already a leader in the field of material science and technology in China. Top experts. At this time, she looked at the materials in the experiment, and her eyes were shining. She had gained countless things in studying material technology during this period, and she was even more impressed by Li Fu. From the beginning, she thought that Li Fu was a person who studied biology. How could people in aviation power also make a difference in the field of materials? Until now, they have obeyed Li Fu's words and admired him greatly. Ha. It won't be too soon. Our latest materials have arrived. I guess the new materials we produce this time will be enough to meet the demand. Wu Chengying, who is also an expert in the field of materials science, said with a smile as the staff and the team installed a brand new material on the test bench. It is very light and has a density lower than that of aluminum alloy. Only 2.12. This means that when used to manufacture aviation aircraft, it can greatly reduce the weight of the aircraft and has an unparalleled effect in improving the integrity. When Wu Chengying saw the first piece of data, he couldn't help but speak out. Testing electrical conductivity. Almost complete insulation. In this regard, several people have continued the electrical insulation of ceramic materials. It is incredible. You must know that various metal elements are added to this material. Test the hardness. Test tensile strength. Ductility. Test elastic strength. Experimental shock testing. One item of test data soon appeared on the huge computer monitor, and everyone couldn't help shouting in their hearts. Perfect material. This item of data seemed to be specially created for this, and it perfectly matched the plasma engine. Various requirements for materials. Conduct a heat test. After hearing this sound, everyone couldn't help but stop breathing. At the most critical link, the materials of the core components of the plasma engine must withstand temperatures above 5,000 degrees. Only those who can sustain and only long-term stable operation can truly meet the requirements of the plasma engine. In the laboratory, a new type of ceramic alloy material was placed in the middle, and a dazzling white flame began to grill it. In order to obtain an exceeding temperature, this flame was not an ordinary flame. An ordinary means simply could not create 5,000. Only special methods and means can create a 5,000 degree flame. You must know that the surface temperature of the sun is only 5,500 degrees. The dazzling white flames are constantly grilling the gray-white ceramic alloy material. If it is an ordinary steel material, it will soon turn red and white, and then melt into juice. Under such high temperature, the molecules will be abnormally active, easily separated. However, this piece of gray-white ceramic alloy material seemed to be completely insulated, without any change at all. After being calcined for more than an hour, the temperature even exceeded 5,000 degrees. Even the temperature in the laboratory air was so high that the surrounding air was no matter how much other things melted. This new ceramic alloy material still did not change at all. Ha. It can withstand high temperatures of 5,000 degrees. Wu Chengying almost jumped up with excitement and shouted loudly. The entire project team couldn't help but cheer. Enya looked at Li Fu with a smile on her face and found that Li Fu always kept a light smile. It seems that all this has already been understood. Chapter 80. More expensive than gold. Li Fu looked at the various data and nodded slightly. The new materials Li Fu came up with this time can only meet the needs of the plasma engine. Better materials are naturally reserved for his own use, and they can withstand high temperatures. 5,000-degree materials are definitely at the most advanced level on the current Earth. Li Fu asked Xiaoying to search the development of materials in various advanced countries on the Earth. The most advanced in the field of high-temperature resistance is a tantalum hafnium carbide alloy developed by a laboratory at the University of California, Berkeley, which can reach a high temperature of 4,300 degrees. If we continue our research, we are very hopeful that we will be able to develop materials that can withstand temperatures of 5,000 degrees. Now, because of Li Fu's guidance, the project team has quickly developed new materials that can withstand temperatures of 5,000 degrees. In this field alone, it is already leading the world. Of course, this is a special case. In the field of basic materials, what is needed is massive and continuous. Only by investing and continuous accumulation can you accumulate wealth. Haha. New materials that can withstand high temperatures have finally been manufactured. On the other side, good news has come from the atomic battery project team. They have also developed the atomic battery. It seems that good things come in pairs. Our new generation fighters equipped with plasma engines will be interviewed soon. Lu Shering, who follows the materials project research team almost every day, laughed happily. When he looked at Li Fu, he was like looking at a rare treasure. Since Li Fu joined, it seems that all the problems are no longer problems, can be easily solved, and the entire project is progressing rapidly. Well, after solving the two major problems of materials and energy, plasma power can indeed come into being. Li Fu also nodded. The reason why he is working so hard now is that he naturally hopes that his country can hold sharp weapons and become stronger. Only when the country is strong, people in this country will feel more secure. The other is on the one hand. Li Fu naturally wanted to show his value and let the country see Li Fu's role in scientific research, which would also be of great help to Li Fu's future development. Well, I have been engaged in scientific research all my life, and it has never been as smooth as this period of time. Xiao Li, now I believe that as long as you participate in any scientific research project, there is no scientific research project that cannot be completed. Lu Shering let out a long sigh. Old Lu, you are exaggerating. This is the result of the concerted efforts of all of us, and it is also the result of the strong support of the country. We should first rebuild the plasma engine with new materials and test it. Li Fu smiled and responded modestly, then changed the topic to the new plasma engine. Yes, it's not too early to be happy. Everything still depends on the test results. Xiao Zhang, please notify us and let all units work overtime as soon as possible to complete their respective parts. Lu Shering smiled, and then gave instructions to the assistant Zhang Renjia next to him. It seems we don't have enough funds? Assistant Zhang Renjia reminded weakly. What? How is this possible? Didn't the higher-ups just allocate 5 billion to our project team not long ago? How could it not be enough? When Lu Shering heard this, he immediately frowned and asked, We have been experimenting with new materials during this period, and these materials require the use of a large amount of precious and rare metals. Our consumption in this area alone during this period has exceeded 2 billion Chinese dollars. And there are also atomic batteries. The same, it also consumes a lot of money, using a lot of rare metal materials, and consuming more than 1 billion. Coupled with the new materials currently being researched, the cost per gram exceeds that of gold. So even a simple estimate shows that we will need at least 8 billion Chinese dollars to manufacture a plasma engine made of new materials. Zhang Renjia shook his head helplessly. The performance of the new materials is indeed very perfect, but the cost of the new materials is too high. A large amount of rare metals are used. You must know that many rare metals are very expensive, and some are even more expensive than it is normal for gold to be dozens or hundreds of times more expensive. Even 1 gram of synthetic rare metals, like californium, is worth more than $1 billion. Of course, among the various rare metals used to make plasma engines, there cannot be precious metals like californium, but there are many other rare metals. The quantities of various rare metals are still very large, and the cost can be imagined. Got it. 8 billion? Lu Shering's eyes widened. He is a scientist, and he is also a scientist serving the country. Basically, the country will call him directly if he needs anything, so he is not very sensitive to this aspect. No matter how much trouble he made in the past, it would not take a year. How many? However, during this period of time, nearly 10 billion has been invested in it. The plasma engine that was scrapped not long ago is worth more than 1 billion. It is also made of various new materials. And each new material is also worth more than 1 billion. Also expensive. This is just a conservative estimate. And there are also atomic batteries, new aircraft design, manufacturing, etc. I estimate that we will not be able to build a new generation of fighters without tens of billions by then. Zhang Renjie smiled and added that he is still confident that Lu Shiying can apply for such a huge scientific research fund. After all, this is a major event related to the future generation of fighter jets. National defense is no small matter. And the higher authorities will definitely allocate funds. I will apply to the higher authorities for funds. You need to inform everyone to get started first, and use all our existing funds. I have long heard that the cost of the Yingjiang family's F-22 fighter jet is as high as $350 million US, which is more than 2 billion Chinese dollars. The cost of the B-2 Ghost stealth bomber is as high as 2.4 billion US, which is nearly 15 billion Chinese dollars. Now it seems that the cost of our new generation fighter aircraft is definitely more than 20 billion Chinese dollars. I used to think that Uncle Sam was very cautious when calculating the price of fighter jets. Now it seems that you get what you pay for. In this high-tech aviation field, the cost really cannot be calculated based on common sense. Lu Shiying made a simple calculation in his mind, and he couldn't help but sigh. That is, even with the wealth of the Yingjiang family, there are only more than 100 F-22 fighters. Each one is very expensive. They have never been willing to deploy it to overseas military bases. As for the B-2 Phantom stealth bomber, what's more, a total of 21 were built, which is really expensive. Li Fu nodded. High-end technological weapons in the high-tech field are really beyond the reach of ordinary countries. The price of manufacturing, maintenance, etc. are really too expensive. It's expensive, but it has to be made. We can't lag behind others in the field of cutting-edge science and technology. Otherwise, how can we defend our country's territorial security? Don't worry. The higher-ups will definitely give us approval soon. Lu Shiying said categorically, appearing very confident. Over the years, the country has invested a lot in national defense and scientific research. With a no-cost attitude, aircraft carriers, new missiles, satellites in space, new fighters, large aircraft, etc. Almost all high-tech fields are fully rolled out. You can see it from here alone. Things were just as Lu Shiying expected. Soon, there was an answer from above, and a huge fund of 30 billion Chinese dollars was allocated. A new generation of plasma-powered fighters is a new technology that can surpass all fighter planes in the world. There is no doubt that it is highly valued, especially now that almost all the problems have been overcome. All that is left is to build the fighter planes. The country is also very generous in terms of money, people, and materials. In short, it is an attitude that we must build a new generation of plasma-powered fighters, no matter the cost. With the strong support of the country, all the problems have basically been overcome. The remaining problems are nothing compared to the previous core problems. Everyone in the entire project team is very excited, as if they were on steroids. Generally, a new generation of fighter jets equipped with plasma engines is named the Arrow fighter jet, which means it is as fast as an arrow and can deliver fatal blows to enemies thousands of miles away. Boom! In the wind tunnel laboratory, a brand new plasma engine sprayed out blazing white and dazzling tail flames. The strong power made the entire laboratory tremble slightly. This time, it ran perfectly without any problems. Although the temperature is as high as 5,000 degrees. But the powerful new material still works perfectly. On the other side, Li Fu participated in the design of the Arrow fighter. Li Fu was very confident about the engine. After solving the key material problem, the plasma engine had no problems at all. Now it is the fighter. There are still many problems. Because the power of the plasma engine is so powerful, it can allow the fighter jet to easily exceed 10 times the speed of sound. So the design of the fighter jet also needs to be recentered around this powerful power system. Not to mention anything else. The outer L of the fighter plane also needs to be made of new materials. Otherwise, when the fighter plane flies at 10 times the speed of sound, the huge heat generated by the friction between the outer L of the fighter plane and the air will be enough to destroy the fighter plane. Completely burned. In addition, fighter pilots who fly at 10 times the speed of sound also face huge challenges. The average person can only withstand 2 to 3 G of pressure. Pilots and astronauts who have undergone strict training can withstand 5 to 6 G of pressure. The human body, the limit does not exceed 10 G. and it can only be tolerated for a short time. However, once the Aero fighter jet reaches full speed, the pressure exerted on the pilot will be very terrifying. It can easily exceed 10 G. Under such huge pressure, the human body will explode directly. Therefore, special anti-pressure suits must be developed to reduce the pressure on fighter pilots. Similarly, the overall structure of the aircraft must also fully take into account the huge pressure that the aircraft will face. Otherwise, the aircraft may be under huge pressure. It collapsed because the plasma power was too powerful. Chapter 81. Air and Space Fighters. The busy time is always short. The Aero fighter project team has gathered the high-end scientific and technological level of the entire country. With the strong support of the country, we will give you what you ask for. And many major issues have been overcome. The most core plasma engine has been developed. And the remaining problems were quickly solved one by a powerful scientific research team. On September 25, 2018, the sky was clear and the sky was blue. At a secret military airport in Tianfu, the entire scientific research team of the Aero battleship was all present. At this time, everyone looked at the airport. Get on the silver fighter plane with a strong sci-fi color. This Aero fighter plane looks like an enlarged version of a ray. It is about 18 meters long, has a wingspan of about 20 meters, and is about 5 meters high. It is silver gray in color and full of streamlines. It stands quietly in the sky. At the airport, it really looks like a ray from the deep sea. This Aero fighter jet is equipped with 2 atomic batteries developed with the latest technology. Traditional batteries only use chemical energy and chemical bonds to store electrical energy. But this battery uses physical methods to store energy. We all know that the nucleus of an atom has multiple electrons. But the electrons in different orbits have different energies. The closer to the core, the greater the energy. This atomic magnetic field sealed electron leap energy storage battery, referred to as an atomic battery, uses a magnetic field to drive electrons outside the atom and press all low-orbit electrons into the core region of the atom. Such a battery costs more than 1 billion yuan. And its shape is a giant weighing nearly 4,000 kilograms, measuring 4 meters by 2 meters by 1 meter in length, width and height. But such a battery can carry 1 million kilowatt-hours of electricity. Extremely powerful. Only this kind of battery can carry such a power-eating monster. 2 such batteries are installed on the Aero aircraft, carrying 2 million kilowatt-hours of electricity. The entire fighter plane is made of new materials, with an empty weight of 15 tons, a maximum safe takeoff weight of 50 tons, and a maximum weight design of more than 70 tons, which is comparable to the most advanced Eagle B-52 bomber in the world. You must know that this is a fighter plane, not bomber. It can be seen how powerful the plasma engine installed on it is. The 2 plasma engines on the left and right can provide 80 tons of thrust, which is almost dozens of times equivalent to traditional fuel jet engines. And this is because of preliminary production. All aspects have not yet been refined, and there is still a lot of room for development in the future. But even if it is pushed forward with all its strength, it can theoretically break through the sound barrier in 3 seconds, break through 5 times the speed of sound in 10 seconds, and break through 10 times the speed of sound in 20 seconds. It's just that this kind of acceleration is extremely terrifying. It breaks the sound barrier in 3 seconds, and the acceleration exceeds 150, which is 15 times the Earth's gravity. The Aero fighter aircraft has not yet designed relevant weapon systems, because scientists have found that traditional mounted weapon systems cannot be applied to this brand new fighter aircraft. You must know that the flight speed of the fighter aircraft can easily breaking through 10 times the speed of sound. Even missiles can't catch up. And those ordinary mounted weapons have no effect at all. Its weapon system must be redesigned. And a weapon must be designed that can match it. Otherwise, it will make no sense to use such an advanced fighter plane like an ordinary fighter plane. Scientists have already had some idea as to move a railgun weapon system that only a few countries in the world have mastered to the Aero fighter jet. On the entire huge airport, only this fighter plane was parked quietly. For the sake of safety, air restrictions were imposed even for hundreds of kilometers around it. The cost of building this fighter plane was really too high. It's so expensive that there's no room for error. All structures, including parts and components, are almost made of new materials. Just the cost is so high that the signing leaders can't help but widen their eyes and grit their teeth to sign. A battery costs 1 billion. And this is just the cost, not counting anything else. The cost of 2 plasma engines alone exceeds 8 billion Chinese dollars. And the 2 together exceed 16 billion Chinese dollars. Plus the aircraft, the SH.L and many internal parts are made of new materials. The content of rare metals alone exceeds 1 ton. A rough estimate of the overall cost is more than 30 billion, not counting the losses during the processing, the efforts of many military industrial units regardless of cost, and the hard work of a huge scientific research team, etc. The cost of building this fighter jet exceeds the same weight of gold. At this time, in the command and control center of the airport, the country's important leaders came to watch the test flight of the Aero fighter jet. A huge monitor in the middle displayed a world map. Below, countless scientific researchers were wearing white coats, staring at each computer. Tracking radar number 1 is ready. Tracking radar number 2 is ready. Tracking satellite number 1 is ready. Tracking satellite number 2 is ready. Ocean 1 tracking ship is ready. Yuanyang 2 tracking ship is ready. The scene was comparable to the country's first manned spacecraft launch. And even many elite scientists from aerospace units were mobilized. Radars on the ground, satellites in space, ships in the ocean, etc. were all at this time ready. Liu Shiring looked very excited. At this time, he was looking at the tense and busy preparations in the command center. As the test flight got closer and closer, he held his hands tightly. Li Fu on the side even vaguely saw his palms. The sweat on the middle, back, and forehead is not because there are too many people in the command center. Nor is it because the weather in Tianfu is sweltering now, but because of nervousness. Li Fu is very aware that Liu Shiring is under tremendous pressure. The funds, manpower, material resources, etc. invested by the entire project team have been somewhat difficult to estimate. In terms of funds alone, they have applied for more than 50 billion Chinese dollars from the country, coupled with other various costs and so on, cannot even be calculated. In the current test flight, important leaders of the country even visited the site in person, and even used satellites in space, radars on the ground, ocean tracking ships, etc. The country attaches great importance to it. The tangible and intangible pressures made Liu Shiring nervous. As the core and main person in charge of the Aero fighter research team, one can imagine the tremendous pressure he was under at this time. Old Liu, please relax. The wind tunnel test data is very perfect. We should be full of confidence. Li Fu smiled at Liu Shiring and said, "Call." Liu Shiring took a deep breath, smiled at Li Fu, and said nothing. He felt that the air at this time was frozen, and it was even difficult to breathe. He didn't want to say anything to Li Fu at all, because of the huge under pressure. Every minute and every second at this time passed extremely slowly. Li Fu on the side looked very relaxed and confident. The wind tunnel test data was almost 10 times that of the strongest fighter currently in service. You must know that in the field of fighter jets, the overall gap is 10 times. And they can no longer be said to be products of the same level. If there are some differences in the data, everyone would say that this is a new generation of fighter jets. A 6th generation fighter technology that all countries in the world are currently working on. However, it is more than 10 times larger than the whole. Even 7th generation technology cannot describe this. The Aero fighter is no longer a fighter in a conventional sense. According to computer simulation, as long as enough compressed air is added, the fighter can fly in space. It can take off directly from the ground, fly directly out of the atmosphere, and fly into space, and can return safely. The first generation air and space fighter. This is the definition of the Aero fighter jet by scientists. An aerial fighter jet can go from the ground to space, and from space to the ground. It is more powerful and terrifying than the Yingjiang family's space shuttle. The Yingjiang family's space shuttle to enter space. You still need to use a high-thrust rocket to push it up. But aerospace fighters do not need it at all, and can directly take off from the ground and enter space. This is one of the reasons why the country attaches great importance to it this time. Because this is not only related to the country's major events in the aviation field, but also to the national aerospace field. Space vehicles that can freely travel to and from space are important for promoting the development of the national space industry has immeasurable far-reaching significance. Nowadays, many advanced countries in the world have imposed a technological blockade on China. Many high-tech technologies can be easily obtained, but China cannot. In the space field, they completely isolate China. Although the space project will not take China with us. Therefore, China has always insisted on independence in the space field. All technologies are explored step by ourselves. No one in the world will guide you. And no one will cooperate with China in this regard. With Yingjiang, the leading country, wants to completely block us. Therefore, the emergence of the Aero fighter jet An aircraft that can freely travel between space and the ground is of great significance to our country. As a result, both the aviation and aerospace fields will achieve rapid development. Just like inserting with soaring wings, it can completely ignore any blockades from European and American countries in the future. In these two aspects, one country is enough to compete with all forces. Such an important thing cannot be overemphasized. At this time, everyone here in the command center is waiting quietly for the test flight of the fighter plane. Just like the launch of satellites and spaceships. One by one, they were all very nervous. And at the same time, everyone was praying silently in their hearts. The fully rejuvenated China really needs such a national artifact. Chapter 82. Soaring into the sky. At the empty airport, under everyone's attention, a pilot wearing a thick anti-pressure space suit slowly entered the fighter plane through the elevator ladder. This pilot's name was Yang Yi. He was an astronaut himself and had experience many times traveling to and from space. He used to be a fighter pilot. This time, he was given the glorious mission of becoming the test pilot of the first aerospace fighter. Take off! As an order was issued, everyone couldn't help but pick up the binoculars in their hands and look at the fighter plane at the airport. Buzz! The plasma engine started to start, and there was a buzzing sound in the air. Circles of ripples in the air were seen rippling in all directions. It was like a hurricane blowing on the lawn next to the fighter runway, and all the grass was blown by these waves. Fly! Then two orange-red tail flames spurted out from the rear of the fighter jet, and then instantly turned white and dazzling, making people afraid to look directly at the high-standard runway at the rear under the high-temperature tail flames of several thousand degrees. At the same time, it was a very strong impact, and the entire runway was completely destroyed in an instant. The cement blocks with dark burn marks on them quickly impacted towards the rear. In the eyes of everyone, the fighter plane is like a sharp arrow shooting out. When the tail flame changes from orange to dazzling white, the fighter plane bursts out instantly. At a distance of less than 10 meters, the fighter plane has already taken off, like a dazzling meteor flowing back into the sky. 3 seconds later, a circle of water mist-like substance appeared on the outer SHL of the fighter plane, and the roar in the sky became even more harsh. This was a sign of breaking through the speed of sound, producing a huge sonic boom. In just 5 seconds, the fighter plane had risen to an altitude of several thousand meters and disappeared from everyone's sight. A faint smoke channel slowly appeared behind the plane, and then slowly disappeared. That was after breaking through the speed of sound. The impact on the atmosphere is caused by promoting the condensation of water mist. When everyone couldn't see the plane, they immediately turned their attention to the large screen in the command center. The radar on the ground and the satellites in space formed a three-dimensional tracking system, which could accurately know the position of the plane. On a huge world map, red dots of fighter jets are like ants crawling on it. They don't seem to be very fast, but this is on a world map. They can move at such a terrifying speed, which is comparable to that of intercontinental aircraft. Missile. 5 times the speed of sound. 10 times the speed of sound. In just a few minutes, the fighter plane flew out of the atmosphere of Tianfu province from north to south. 10 minutes later, it flew directly out of the national border and entered the sky over the Indian Ocean. Energy is normal. Liquid compressed air is normal. The engine is fine. Signal tracking is normal. Everyone in the hall looked at the green indicator lights one after another, and at the same time looked at the red dots that were still moving rapidly on the world map. Everyone had a solemn look on their face, because they were about to experience the most severe test. Fly into space. As an order was issued from the command center, the fighter plane far above the Indian Ocean suddenly rushed into space like a sharp arrow. In just a few minutes, the fighter plane flew out of the atmosphere and entered space. On the monitor, a satellite that had been prepared in advance photographed the fighter plane at the moment it flew into space and transmitted it to the monitor in the command center. The fighter plane in the photo was like a sacred bird bathed in the holy light, lifelike and like a holy bird, like a ray jumping out of the sea. Below is the sky blue earth exuding the halo of life. 20 times the speed of sound. Flying into space. There is no resistance from the air, and the speed of the fighter plane continues to soar. So much so that the pilot has to quickly turn off the engine and let the fighter plane circle around the Earth like a spaceship. If the engine continues to work, the speed of the fighter plane is still high. Will continue to accelerate. Everything is normal. When we come to space, all kinds of data are still green, and there are no problems. Fighters are circling the Earth in the sky. The country's ocean-going surveillance ships in various oceans on the Earth, and satellites in space. The network transmits the fighter's position, speed, etc. in real time. And the fighter's own communication system reports the fighter's status to the ground command center anytime and anywhere. The fighter plane returns. After walking around in space and confirming that there were no hidden dangers or problems with the fighter plane, the ground command center decisively issued a return order. In space, the fighter plane that received the order was like a ray diving towards the blue earth, exuding the halo of life. Like an elf descending from the sky, the fighter plane dived down from space very fast. But the fighter plane's plasma engine did not start because the fighter plane's speed was too fast. If it wanted to land safely on the ground, the fighter plane's speed had to be slowed down to a safe enough level. Degree. So the speed of the fighter must be reduced by relying on air resistance. Mach 10. Mach 5. The closer the fighter plane is to the ground, the slower the fighter plane is. The strong air resistance slows down the fighter plane sharply. At this time, the fighter plane is like a space shuttle, constantly gliding in the sky. Buzz! When the speed of the fighter plane dropped to Mach 1, the fighter plane's engine started again, but it was running at extremely low power. This was of course to adjust the flight direction of the fighter plane, but also for safety reasons in case of any emergency. You could also take off again and find the right time to land. Half an hour later, when the fighter plane appeared again in everyone's sight, the speed of the fighter plane had been reduced to a safe range. It landed on the runway. For safety reasons, the fighter plane's parachute was opened, and the fighter plane slowly landed on the runway. The stop came down. The pilot Yang Yi slowly opened the cockpit and walked out slowly with the help of the ground staff. At the same time, he did not forget to wave in the direction of the command center. Apparently he was in pretty good condition. Ha ha! Success! Until this moment, Lu Shering jumped up instantly, released his clenched fists in both hands, and laughed happily like a 3-year-old child. Pop! In the entire huge command center, no one knew who was taking the lead. Thunderous applause kept ringing. Everyone had joyful smiles on their faces and laughed happily with each other. The test flight of China's first-generation aerospace fighter ended perfectly. The fighter took off from the ground and flew into space. After wandering around in space, it landed very smoothly and safely on the ground. Neither the pilot nor the fighter had any problems. Things are perfect. The artifact of the country. From now on, China will lead the world. On the huge monitor, such a passage appeared, making the atmosphere at the scene even more exciting. Everyone laughed happily, and a strong sense of pride arose spontaneously. After being behind for 100 years and being beaten for 100 years, we have doubted ourselves, and we are even more unconfident. We have been independent by the world. We have been doubted by others, and we have endured too many unfair treatments. So we have caught up. We move forward bravely and create miracles one after another. Today, in the world's most advanced and cutting-edge aviation and aerospace fields, we, China, have taken the lead in developing a brand new air and space fighter aircraft that is capable of being proud of the world. From now on, we, China, will lead the world. Chapter 83. Chinese Academician. China's aero fighter jets flew into space like sharp arrows. Such a huge thing was naturally not hidden from the advanced countries in Europe and the United States. Especially now that Eagle Sauce attaches great importance to China. There are satellites flying over China anytime and anywhere. Pass by and monitor every move in China. In the Eagle Polygon building, Defense Secretary James was rudely woken up from his sleep. The visitor seemed very anxious and had no scruples at all. At this time, Defense Secretary James frowned to express his dissatisfaction. Mr. Minister, our satellite and surveillance systems have discovered a major discovery, and we need you to go there immediately. The visitor's name is William. James' secretary. He has always been very steady in doing things, but now something has caused him to lose his composure. What's the big deal? James seemed to sense from William's anxious look that this was something unusual. So he got up immediately and prepared to go there. While walking, he didn't forget to ask about the relevant things first. It's about the recent situation on the Chinese side. Just now our satellites monitored a set of unbelievable situations. The Chinese side actually experimented with an unprecedented and terrifying fighter jet today, with a speed exceeding Mach 10. As William walked, he quickly told James the simple story of the matter. What? Mach 10? This is impossible! James' eyes widened when he heard it, and then he immediately denied it with great certainty. James, who was born in the military, is very proficient in military matters, And he is also very clear about the speed of aircraft. He is very clear about what the speed of Mach 10 means. The most advanced fighter jets in the current market cannot reach the maximum speed. It is capable of reaching the ultimate speed of Mach 3. I also hope this is impossible. But this is what our satellite monitors. And it goes beyond that. China's new fighter jets can take off directly from the ground and fly into space. After the fighter jets circle around in space, return to the ground safely. William smiled helplessly, and then told another fact that was even more unacceptable. Fly directly into space? Oh, God! When James heard this, he was in disbelief. He could not imagine what new technology China had developed that could actually allow fighter planes to take off directly from the ground and fly into space at a speed exceeding Mach 10. The two of them walked very fast, and soon came to a monitoring hall. A three-dimensional Earth was displayed on the huge monitor. There were dots outside the Earth. These were all satellites of Eagle Sauce. At this time, there were many satellites in the hall. The scientists were all arguing with faces red in the face. The small monitor next to them was playing the footage captured by the surveillance satellite. The speed of Mach 10 is comparable to an intercontinental missile, and a fuel jet engine is simply not enough to provide such strong power. What kind of technology is it? It stands to reason that based on China's current technological level, they are simply not capable of producing such an advanced fighter. Once the speed exceeds Mach 10, the huge friction with the air is enough to burn up the fighter. China definitely has not mastered such advanced technology. Material technology. Also, the reason why aircraft can fly in the sky relies on the buoyancy of the air. The higher the fighter plane flies to the upper level, the thinner the atmosphere and the less buoyancy it can provide. However, this aircraft can actually fly directly from the ground. Going into space is so counterintuitive. Each scientist frowned at this time and carefully studied the data obtained by the surveillance satellites. They really couldn't figure out what kind of technology could allow fighter planes to take off directly from the ground and into space at 10 times the speed of sound. China's actions this time are really unexpected. China, which has never been very good in the aviation field, has not even been able to mass-produce its own fighter planes. Now it has suddenly created such a terrifying aircraft. It is so unexpected. In addition, it is really unbelievable. But the monitoring data truly tells everyone that this is true. Gentlemen, can anyone tell me the specific situation in detail? James came to the hall, saw the situation, frowned and said loudly, Mr. Minister, this is the picture captured by our surveillance satellite at 10 o'clock China time. Someone soon played the picture and started explaining at the same time. At 10 o'clock Chinese time, at this location in China, a new Chinese fighter plane, a fighter plane that had never appeared before, took off. In just 10 minutes, they flew over the Indian Ocean at a speed of Mach 10, and then flew over the Indian Ocean. It flew directly into space, and after circling along the equatorial orbit in space, it flew into the Earth again and returned to the ground very smoothly. This is a high-definition picture we captured in space. A picture of the Arrow fighter plane was played. The entire fighter plane was like a ray from the ocean, lifelike, and its silver-gray streamlined body was full of science fiction colors. Gentlemen, can anyone tell me what this means? James looked at every detail carefully, looking at every high-definition picture taken by the satellite. His face became increasingly ugly, and he asked slowly after a long time, This means that our existing weapon systems are basically useless against such a fighter, which is faster than our missiles. It also means that China has mastered a brand new power technology. Our existing fighters, even the 6th and 7th generation fighters that we are vigorously researching, are all outdated because our fighters can never exceed the speed of Mach 10. It also means that from now on, China will have unparalleled advantages in space. They can take off aircraft directly from the ground to transport supplies into space. Although they don't know the cost, it is definitely many times cheaper than using launch vehicles, and more secure and faster. The most important thing is that this means that our Eagle Sauce can no longer dominate the world in military terms, unless we can develop equally advanced fighters as soon as possible. Otherwise, they only need a few formations of such fighters to defeat us. All armed forces were completely destroyed. The scientists reluctantly stated one unbelievable fact to James, which was worse than James himself imagined. James's face became increasingly ugly, and his eyebrows wrinkled. William, please send all the data and information as well as the relevant impact assessment analysis report to Mr. President. I will go to the White House immediately to report to Mr. President. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, James immediately rushed to the presidential palace to report his work without any hesitation. At the same time, other advanced countries on the Earth also monitored this test flight. And they were all alarmed. The Arrow fighter jet was like a sharp arrow inserted into the hearts of the world's major powers. On the other side, the research and development of the Arrow fighter jet has achieved brilliant results. Because of Li Fu's participation, the plasma engine that originally seemed to be just a theory was actually developed from the drawings in just over 2 months. He walked out of it, flew smoothly into the blue sky, and rushed out of the Earth into space. The 3 key core technologies involved: material technology, plasma power technology, and atomic battery technology, were all quickly solved with Li Fu's participation. In addition, it relied on the strong power of the country to make it so smooth. The birth of the Arrow fighter jet has far-reaching significance. In a sense, plasma power technology can at least dominate the direction of human power in the next few decades. In this regard, China is at the forefront of all countries, and it has given wings to take off in the space field related to the future. For such important scientific research achievements, the country's leaders were very generous. With a wave of their hands, the bonus awarded to the entire scientific research team alone exceeded 10 billion. From the core scientists like Liu Shiying, Li Fu, Enya, Wu Chungying, etc., to ordinary participating researchers, and a huge team of more than 10,000 people each received a large bonus. Of course, for Li Fu, this bonus is nothing at all. If these technologies were placed in Li Fu's own hands, they would not be something that money could measure at all. In addition to a hefty bonus, the celebration banquet was held in the most solemn Great Hall. All the country's main leaders were present. Li Fu, Liu Shiying and other core scientists from the team were even more fortunate to be able to attend. Take photos with the country's leaders. As the core and key figure in the entire team, Li Fu participated in almost all projects, and all 3 core problems involved were solved by Li Fu. Naturally, the treatment Li Fu enjoyed was unprecedented. For the first time, he truly entered the high-level vision, was deeply remembered, and was directly given the special treatment of a national treasure. Of course, in addition to these, more than 200 people in the entire team were quickly awarded the title of Chinese academician because of this major achievement. Of course, Li Fu is also indispensable among them. And even Chen Bin, who was brought there by Li Fu, Yu Liang, Chao Haidao, and Yang Yiping were also awarded the title of Chinese academician for their outstanding performance. Like Li Fu, they were also fortunate to participate in the celebration banquet in the Great Hall and had the opportunity to take a group photo. Li Fu, Chen Bin, Yu Liang, Chao Haidao, and Yang Yiping are all very young. This time they were awarded the title of Chinese academician, breaking the record of the youngest Chinese academician and becoming the 5 youngest among the entire Chinese academician. Of course, people who know the internal details have no objections to all this, because these 5 people are really geniuses, especially Li Fu, who can be called a monster. Chapter 84. Won the Nobel Prize. The Xinjian fighter jet was successfully developed. Li Fu, Chen Bin, Yu Liang, Chao Haidao, and Yang Yiping also ended their retreat in Tianfu. All 5 of them received warm invitations from national research institutions, and the conditions given waiting is also quite generous. After all, the 5 of them now have many titles such as Chinese academicians, aviation, aerospace experts, etc. They are very popular, and the country also attaches great importance to them. Li Fu naturally refused without any hesitation. Li Fu had his own plan in mind. The main reason why he worked hard to research plasma power this time was for fame, and to let everyone see his value. This it will also be quite helpful for Li Fu's own development in the future. At least now that he has so many titles hanging on his head. It is very convenient for Li Fu to do many things. Coupled with a huge contribution this time, the treatment he enjoys will naturally be completely different. Chen Bin, Yu Liang, Chao Haidao, and Yang Yiping were beyond Li Fu's expectation. He originally thought that at least a few of the 4 of them would be poached by the country. It would be quite good if 1 or 2 of them could continue to follow him. Unexpectedly, the 4 of them would be poached by the country. He actually refused the country's invitation very simply, and chose to continue to follow Li Fu. The 4 of them knew very well that without Li Fu, they would still be graduates worrying about their jobs. Perhaps they were working in sales at this time, running around for life day and night. It would be impossible for them to have such great achievements as they do today, had the opportunity to participate in major national level issues. And he was able to make such a huge contribution. and even had the opportunity to enjoy a banquet in the Great Hall, take photos with the country's leaders, and even receive the title of Chinese academician at a young age. In less than a year. For a while, everyone felt as if they had had an unreal dream. The four people knew very well that all of this was brought about by Li Fu. It was Li Fu who trained them, cultivated them, and used various novel ways to exercise their brains, which brought about earth-shaking changes in these people. That's how we got everything today. I am determined to follow Brother Fu for the rest of my life. Shen Bin, who has never talked much, only said one sentence, which was enough to express the thoughts of several people. The four of them knew very well that joining a national research institution may seem very glamorous, but following Li Fu as a private person does not seem to have much future. But the four of them knew that following Li Fu would lead to an unimaginable future, and everything they had experienced since today was enough to explain everything. Li Fu was very pregnant and gave Chen Bin and others a half-month-long vacation. In the past few months, he had been in seclusion for research. He had little contact with the outside world and rarely rested. It was time for a long vacation to have a good rest. Li Fu himself had the same plan, and took a plane directly from Tianfu to the imperial capital, ready to accompany Wang Yun. When Li Fu's figure appeared at the exit of the imperial capital international airport, Wang Yun jumped into Li Fu's arms like a swallow and gave him a sweet kiss. It felt like a little farewell than a newlywed. Congratulations! You are now a Chinese academician, the youngest Chinese academician in history. Holding Li Fu's hand, Wang Yun's face was red, thinking about his crazy behavior just now. The red was even hotter. There were so many people coming and going around him. When he thought about what he and Li Fu had just done in front of the public. After kissing her, she wanted to bury herself like a camel. Ha ha! You miss me so much. How about we kiss again? Li Fu, on the other hand, looked playful and smiling, still savoring the wonderful taste just now. There are too many people here. Let's go back first. Wang Yun's face turned redder when Li Fu smiled. He buried his face in his hair and couldn't help but squeeze Li Fu's waist hard. Ouch! It hurts! You are trying to murder your husband! Li Fu immediately pretended to be in pain, but held Wang Yun tightly with his hand, talking and laughing all the way back to Unit 901, Building 8, which Li Fu originally purchased in Huaxia Garden next to Yanhuan University. Bang! Li Fu kicked the door with his right foot, and the door was slammed shut. Then he picked up Wang Yun with both hands and walked to the bedroom. Wang Yun also kissed him very passionately at this time. Li Fu naturally lived a very comfortable life in the imperial capital. He and Wang Yun were glued to each other every day, as if he wanted to make up for the pain of lovesickness during this period, and he put all other things behind him. On the other side, news has spread that Chen Bin, Yu Liang, Chao Haidao, and Yang Yiping were awarded Chinese academicianships. Although they were given a long leave by Li Fu, they had to return to their alma mater, Hongdu Institute of Technology. Chen Bin and Yu Liang were awarded the Chinese academician, and they were the youngest academicians. When the news reached Hongdu Institute of Technology, the school leaders were even in disbelief and thought there was a mistake. After repeated attempts, after confirmation, it was finally confirmed that 2 students from my school were awarded the title of Chinese academician because of their participation in major national scientific research projects and their outstanding contributions. The whole school immediately became excited, and the leaders of the school were naturally dancing with joy. Hongdu Institute of Technology was actually a graduate, and he was still a college student and the youngest academician. 2 of them were awarded at once. This thing is good enough. Go get some hype. It has an immeasurable effect on improving the reputation of their school. The school leaders naturally tried to invite Chen Bin and Yu Liang, who had planned to go on vacation, back to the school. It happened to be the last half semester of graduation for senior students, so we simply held a large celebration party. Time has come to October before you know it. Far away in Western Europe, Sweden, the Royal Karolinska Institute of Sweden, Karolinska Institutet, which is responsible for the evaluation of the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine, is currently preparing for this year's Nobel Prize. The owner of the item makes the final assessment. There is no doubt that Li Fu from China has developed drugs that can treat AIDS with his outstanding contributions to the new field of virology and biological sciences. He is well deserved to be selected as this year's Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine. Jeffrey, who was already very old and his hair had turned white, slowly spoke to the judges present. This year's evaluation of the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine was the easiest year. No other scientist had made the decision. His contribution is insignificant compared with that of Li Fu. In the past, every year's Nobel Prize has more or less divided the opinions of the judges present. And in the end, voting has to be used to decide the winner of the Nobel Prize. Only this year, there is no need to vote at all. All the judges have unanimous opinions on this. Whether it is Li Fu's contribution to physiology, creating a new field of biological virology, or his contribution to the medical field. He has developed a method that drugs to treat AIDS can save tens of millions of AIDS patients around the world. In these two fields, no matter in which field, Li Fu's contribution is well-deserved and no competitor is enough to win this year's Nobel Prize. The other judges nodded after hearing this. When Nobel first established the Nobel Prize, he hoped to reward those who have made significant contributions to mankind in related fields. There have always been some mistakes in the promulgation of the Nobel Prize, and unfair places, but overall it has always adhered to Nobel's original wishes. For China, the Nobel Prize jury used to look at it with somewhat discriminatory eyes. Therefore, although China's population accounts for 1/6 of the world, there are only two pitiful Nobel Prize winners, one of whom is a literature prize winner, Mo Yin, a physiology or medicine laureate 2UU. Of course, one thing that cannot be denied is that we used to lag behind others in the field of science and technology. We have been behind for hundreds of years, and have been constantly catching up with others in the field of science and technology. However, the contributions of our Chinese scientists in some fields are definitely enough to win the Nobel Prize. Yes, due to many reasons, I have never gotten it. Now Li Fu's contribution is unquestionable and undisputed. The new field of biology, viruses, and drugs for the treatment of AIDS. Any one of them is enough for someone to win this award, let alone now that they are two together. Even if they are present, many of the judges have Anglo-Saxon pride and prejudice. But I have to nod at this point. If you look at the absolute achievements with colored eyes, it will only make people think that Nobel has not adhered to the principle of justice at all, and will make the Nobel Prize lose its sacred and supreme value, sense of honor. On October 2nd, 2018, the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences took the lead in announcing the winner of this year's Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine. Born in Jiangnan Province, China, the 22-year-old Li Fu relied on his research in the new field of biovirology to develop drugs for the treatment of AIDS. Outstanding contributions received this award. This news was immediately spread throughout the world by the global media, who had been waiting for a long time. As expected, the award was awarded to Li Fu from China. This young man, only 22 years old, broke the promise in one fell swoop. The youngest winner of the award. The influence of the Nobel Prize is very huge. When the news reaches China, there is no doubt that it becomes the headline of major news in an instant. China needs such good news so much. A young Nobel Prize winner is also a scientist. The gold content of a winner in a field is quite high. Although there was a literature award winner in the past, it was not in the field of natural science after all, and it did not reflect the strength of the scientific and technological field. Although 2UU later won the Physiology or Medicine award, it was based on her contributions decades ago, not current science. Research results. Li Fu's award made up for all the regrets. In the words of news headlines, this marks the rapid rise of China in the field of science and technology and the beginning of China's comprehensive renaissance. Chapter 85. Life is at the right time. On the campus of Yanwang University in the imperial capital, it was the golden autumn, with bright sunshine and green trees. On a quiet lawn on the campus, Li Fu, Zhao Dongye, Qian Jin, and Wang Wanli gathered together again. Time flies so fast. In the blink of an eye, we have graduated and are about to say goodbye to college life. It flies by before we have time to feel it properly. Qian Jin looked at everything on campus with some reluctance, and carefully recalled every bit of the 4 years of college on campus. Everything seemed to have happened yesterday, and it was already the time to say goodbye in the blink of an eye. There will inevitably be a lot of sentimentality. As I have explained before, the second half of the semester in this world is in the second half of the year. Yes, time flies so fast. Everything seems to have happened yesterday. In the blink of an eye, all the students in our class went their separate ways. Wang Wanli nodded, looked at the clear sky, then looked at the campus full of autumn, looked at the junior students talking and laughing, and felt that they were enjoying a happy campus time. This time, the only thing that will allow the four of them to return to Yanwang University is to return to school to attend the graduation ceremony. Considering the employment issues of students, the second half of the senior year is very short. There are no courses, and they only need to complete the corresponding tasks. You can graduate by defending your thesis, and the graduation time is arranged as early as possible, so that graduates can have more time to integrate into their new jobs. Therefore, generally in the second half of the senior year, there are basically no graduates in the school. Now 4 students are basically running around for their own futures. Of course, as one of the top universities in China, graduates of Yanwan University have many choices. Basically, most of them choose to go abroad to continue their studies, and the remaining half stay in China to continue their master's and doctoral studies. Only a few people will choose to get a job at this time. Therefore, for these people, they have already figured out where to go very early. They have basically either reported in advance, or they are enjoying their leisure time, traveling and playing around. It is difficult to see senior students on campus. Only at this time, when everyone comes back to participate in the final graduation defense, and hold the graduation party and final party, will everyone get together again and reappear on campus. What are your plans for the future? Zhao Dongye had a smile on his face, and there was no trace of sentimentality. For a person like him, he always looks forward. He pays more attention to the future than the past. I am planning to withdraw from the management of the company. I think it would be more appropriate for me to invest money in the management of the company in the future. After Zhao Dongye pondered for a while, he said something very surprising. He was actually planning to quit the management of King Pesticide and give up the position of general manager to Qian Jin. Dongjio, what's going on? The company is not in order and prosperous under your management. Why do you suddenly want to withdraw from the company's management? When Li Fu heard this, he frowned and asked. To be honest, Wangzhe Pesticide Company is still very important to Li Fu. It is a huge asset in Li Fu's hands. Now the performance of Wangzhe Pesticide Company is improving steadily. It can earn tens of billions of Chinese dollars every quarter in 2018. It can be called a money printing machine. For such a promising company, Zhao Dongye actually said that he would withdraw from the management. He is not like Li Fu, who has his own private company. Needs care. That's right. The company is running very well now. Why did Hao Wanwan suddenly withdraw from the management? Wang Wanli was also confused. In his opinion, the company's situation was very good, and there was no reason to quit at this time. You don't want to imitate Li Fu and go out to work alone, do you? You shouldn't be as evil as Li Fu. You know everything about technology. Right. Besides, if the company is left to be managed by me, I don't have leadership skills as good as yours, so it might be defeated by me. Qian Jin also curled his lips, showing no intention of taking over the burden. There will definitely be no problem for the company to manage you. Li Fu has his own career to work on, and will definitely not take over the management of the company again. You are the most suitable candidate. As for me, I should go into politics. Zhao Dongye smiled. He was still very accurate in seeing people. Li Fu made it harder and harder for him to understand. But Qian Jin was very accurate in seeing people. Don't look at Qian Jin, who always looked carefree. But people are not fundamentally different. Bad. And he is the kind of person who deliberately plays off and hides his true ability. This can be seen from the fact that he was able to get into Yanwan University, the top university in China, on his own, plus 4 years of contact. Zhao Dongye knew that Qian Jin actually had a gap in his chest, and that he had to rely on his own abilities to surpass his father. He was also quite mature in dealing with people. Everyone who came into contact with Qian Jin liked to deal with Qian Jin, and did not have the arrogance of children from rich families. Despite prejudice, he is also willing to help many poor students. Politics? Wang Wanli stared, not expecting that Zhao Dongye would go into politics. Well, to be in politics, I am the only son in my family, and the eldest grandson of the 3rd generation of our Zhao family. So I must continue my family's influence in politics. And for me personally, being in politics has always been my own choice in life. Naturally, when you are alive, you have to get drunk and lie on the knees of beautiful women. Wake up and master the world's fists. And leave your name in history. Only then will your life be worthy of it. Zhao Dongye nodded seriously, and all the ambitions in his heart burst out at this moment, making Li Fu and others truly get to know Zhao Dongye for the first time and get to know the children of this official family in the imperial capital. Zhao Dongye has always given people the impression that he is facing the spring breeze. No matter what kind of people he is, Zhao Dongye can get along well with people. He is very good at managing his own personal relationships, has a very high emotional intelligence, is mature and impeccable, and comes from a big family. But he does not have the arrogance and squeamishness of a child from a big family, and is just like a humble gentleman. But at this moment, the momentum and ambition he showed made people feel like they were seeing the king who would dominate the world in the future. In the past, Zhao Dongye buried all this deeply in his heart and never showed it. Hearing this, Li Fu couldn't help but nod. The Zhao family is a powerful family that is not inferior to the Wang Yin family in the slightest. It has immense strength in politics, military, and economy. It is the most powerful family in China. As the eldest grandson of the family, and the fact that the third generation of the Zhao family has few male members, Zhao Dongye naturally has high hopes. Although king agriculture is very popular now, it is insignificant compared to the fate of the family. It is reasonable to enter politics. Something happened. Li Fu had no objections to Zhao Dongye's future arrangements for Wanja Pesticide Company. Qian Jin could definitely take on this important responsibility. As for Wang Wanli, Li Fu was not very optimistic about him. Compared with Zhao Dongye and Qian Jin, Wang Wanli in many aspects the difference is quite large. Ha ha. It seems that there will be another historical great man in our dormitory in the future. I am very excited just thinking about it. Qian Jin immediately said with a playful smile after hearing this. He didn't seem to be surprised by Zhao Dongye's choice, and he was full of confidence in Zhao Dongye's career in politics. Go away! Go away! Don't talk nonsense about things that are not even there yet. But in the future, you will definitely need help from your brothers, especially Li Fu. In the future, you may need to invest in something like that. Don't pretend to do it then. He looks aloof. There are 4 of us in the dormitory. When it comes to the future, I think Li Fu has no limit. Now they are all Chinese academicians and Nobel Prize winners. They are enough to leave their names in history. It is really difficult to estimate what the future will develop into. Zhao Dongye smiled. Hit his huge ambition again, and shifted the topic to Li Fu. He couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of his heart when he spoke. He used to think that Li Fu was ordinary. But in the past year, Li Fu's performance made Zhao Dongye feel more and more unable to see through Li Fu. And he even felt that Li Fu was full of infinite possibilities. Speaking of Li Fu, Wang Wanli and Qian Jin couldn't help but look over. Li Fu now has too much halo around him, and there are too many related reports. But the few of them and Li Fu after 4 years of contact. I know very well what kind of person Li Fu is. He used to be a very ordinary person, but he suddenly took off, full of so much incredible things. Dongye, just let me know if you need investment. I will probably focus on scientific research in the future. Technology is developing too fast. It may not take too long in the future for us humans to enter the interstellar era. And it is very likely that China is leading this era of great exploration of the universe, which is full of infinite opportunities and possibilities. And the universe is where we humans will eventually venture. Li Fu smiled. And what he said next seemed completely inconsistent with the topic of conversation this time. Of course, this was what Li Fu said deliberately. After 4 years of classmate friendship, Zhao Dongye and Qian Jin also had a lot of feelings for Li Fu. Take care of them, so it can be considered as a warning to them in advance here. Interstellar era? Upon hearing this, the 3 people almost said in surprise in unison. Well, the interstellar era is coming soon. Li Fu nodded and looked towards the blue sky, as if he could see the distant universe from the blue sky, deep and far away. After listening to Li Fu's words, the 3 of them lowered their heads and thought one by one, seeming to be thinking about the deep meaning of Li Fu's words. If someone else had said this to them, the 3 of them would definitely not believe it. But the Li Fu in front of them seemed to be a man of his own. It is full of countless miracles. And the most important thing is that he is a world-class scientist. What he says will never be without purpose. It seems that a great era is about to come. Haha. We are really born at the right time. If we can make a difference in such a great era, we will definitely be famous in history and be remembered forever. Zhao Dongye pondered for a while, then laughed happily, looking very excited. Chapter 86. The beginning of the space race. Parting is always in October, and memories are the sorrow of longing. Graduation is about to happen, and there are always too many sorrows about separation. Time flies and years rush by. Throughout the campus of Yanwan University, senior students can always be seen shedding tears and recounting their feelings of parting. Li Fu was no exception. He easily completed his graduation defense and did not return to Jiangnan province immediately. There were still many activities to attend at the school, and the farewell parties were naturally indispensable. As for various social activities, Li Fu refused all invitations to participate in various activities. Now Li Fu has too many titles and is too famous. If he really wants to participate in various social activities, once he gets started, countless invitations will come to him in the future. I didn't plan to accept any invitations from the beginning. Just when Li Fu was immersed in the sadness of leaving the university. Because of Li Fu's appearance, China took the lead in the world in mastering plasma power and developed aerospace fighters. The world situation quietly changed suddenly. The change, unlike in the past, which liked to be secretive and play some tricks of truth and falsehood to deceive others. This time China announced in a very high-profile way that it had taken the lead in developing the aerospace fighter. The news broadcast took more than 10 minutes. Time to conduct detailed reports on the development, performance, strategic significance, etc. of the Aero fighter jet. An aerial fighter jet that can take off directly from the ground and enter space, and can easily break through 10 times the speed of sound, is enough to be called a magical weapon for the country. China has also modified its original space development plan. He proposed to improve his own space station within 1 year, and to surpass the International Space Station jointly established and managed by Western countries led by Incheon, and to build even larger space factories, space cities, etc. 1 year the 7-star navigation system will be completed within a certain period of time, and the original navigation system that can only cover parts of China will be upgraded to a true global positioning system that can cover the whole world. It has also proposed that an unmanned spacecraft will land on the moon within this year, and next year a manned lunar landing will be held. A permanent lunar base will be built on the moon, and personnel will be stationed there for a long time to conduct lunar mining, etc. At the same time, an unmanned probe is sent to Mars. As soon as the official news from China was revealed, the whole of China instantly burst into joy, and countless Chinese people cheered. Whether online or after dinner, people were extremely proud of the strength of the motherland. The increasingly powerful China and the gradually rising China really need such news to inspire the fragile hearts of the Chinese people. We once led the world for thousands of years, and our short-term backwardness will only encourage us to keep moving forward and surpass ourselves. The future of the world, the center, will also return to our east. China's strong rise in the aviation and aerospace fields and its huge and magnificent space program have greatly inspired people's hearts and made China's cohesion unprecedentedly strong. The original doubts have been replaced by various praises, and all kinds of questions about space. There are endless reports on science and technology, reports on manned moon landings, etc. So much so that even grandpas and grandmas have learned about the moon and know that the moon is a satellite of the Earth. And there is no fairy Chang'e and her little moon rabbit on it. The whole country was celebrating in China, while the whole world was silent. After the world powers confirmed that China was indeed the first to develop aerospace fighters, they became even more gloomy. When China's magnificent space program was after it was brought up, the whole world was in an uproar. The Footpot Chicken Daily has been reporting in detail the details and content of China's various space programs for half a month, one after another, such as: China is rising strongly in the space field and wants to dominate the moon. China plans to carry out manned landings next year, activities on the moon, and build permanent bases, station people there for a long time, and seize lunar resources in advance. A giant dragon leaps up around us. When it comes to how to get along with the dragon, maybe we should be humble students again. Ever since Taibaji defeated China at that stop 100 years ago, it has always had an arrogant attitude towards China. Now that China's huge and magnificent space program has come out, and China has been prospering over the years, its national power has gradually become stronger. Footpot Chicken also felt extremely panicked and restless in his heart. It can be said that the two countries have a blood feud. The various dramas in China every year are enough to prove this. The Chinese people have not forgotten the pain of the past. Space is the future of mankind. This has almost become the consensus of all countries in the world. The rich resources on the moon are also coveted by all countries in the world. More importantly, the moon is an unclaimed land, and whoever occupies it first will get it. Having always been troubled and restricted by resources, and not satisfied with its small territory, Footpot Chicken naturally has a lot of ideas about the moon. Now stimulated by China's huge space program, Footpot Chicken will soon also come up with a huge space plan. Plan it out? Taibaji plans to invest up to $2 trillion in the aerospace field in the next 10 years. It proposes to rely on its own technology to achieve manned aviation within the next year, and to launch a probe to the moon within 5 years. It will have its own space station will enable manned landing on the moon within 10 years. In the past, China has always been a second-rate country in the space field. It mainly relied on eagle sauce, blended in with the Western world, participated in many affairs of the International Space Station, etc., and had no intention of independently developing a space program. But now being stimulated by China, Jaya Benji is ready to rely on its strong economic and technological strength to independently develop the space industry. It must rely on itself to carry people into space, build its own space station, land on the moon within 10 years and seize resources, etc. A series of huge space programs. Of course, the biggest irritation is not the footpot chicken, but the eagle sauce on the other side of the ocean. As the only superpower in the world, the eagle sauce is the best in the world in every aspect. But now, China has taken the lead in developing aerospace fighters, and has even proposed a huge space plan. All of a sudden, Jiang couldn't stand it, and it was difficult to accept the situation of lagging behind others in the field of cutting-edge technology. It is very rare for the New York Times to use the form of headlines for more than a month to report in detail everything about China. From China's 5,000 years of history to China's current vast space program. Wait, one after another. Such as, China is rising strongly and wants to provoke the space race. China is preparing to achieve manned landing on the moon next year and establish a lunar base. What is our government doing? They are still trapped in the quagmire of the Middle East. The rise of China is a factor of instability in the world. And so on. From these headlines, we can fully see the worries in the heart of Jiang. The people of Jiang even held a massive "Let's go!" demonstration. Countless people ran to the door of the White House to question the inaction of the Jiang government. It is absolutely unacceptable for China to surpass itself in the space field. Under tremendous pressure, Jiang soon came up with its own huge new space plan, known as the Return to the Moon plan. The Return to the Moon plan proposed that in the next 10 years, the field has invested more than $5 trillion in huge funds to land on the moon again before 2020, and will also establish a permanent lunar base on the moon, and even build a lunar factory on the moon, implement lunar mining, etc. Jiang cannot accept the situation that he lags behind others, let alone China's wanton seizure of resources on the moon. There are huge resources on the moon. Jiang, who has landed on the moon, knows very well who has seized more lunar resources, and who have a greater say in the future. In addition to the eagle sauce and the chicken with feet, the polar bear, which has always been a space power, is naturally deeply stimulated. Although its own economy relies on selling resources to maintain its economy, and although it has always been resting on its laurels, polar bears also know the importance of space, sex, and even more aware of the importance of the moon. Gritting his teeth, the polar bear actually came up with a huge space program, named the Korolev program. The origin of this name is to commemorate the name of the scientist who presided over the moon landing program in the pre-Big Bear era. In the last century, he and the eagle in the space competition inspired by Jiang. Eagle Jiang successfully landed on the moon. However, the former Big Bear ended in failure. Now that the plan has been proposed again, there is no doubt that polar bear will once again carry out manned moon landings, and plans to invest more than $1 trillion in the space field in the next 10 years. Huge amounts of money will be used to achieve a manned moon landing that was not achieved in the previous Big Bear era. And a permanent lunar base will also be built on the moon to seize lunar resources. The European Union, with John Bull, Gallic Rooster, and Germany as its core, was naturally not to be outdone. They joined forces and jointly formulated a plan called Athena. The core of the plan was around manned landing on the moon and the establishment of a permanent moon. Based on the plan, a huge investment of up to $5 trillion will be invested in the next 10 years. It not only requires the EU to get rid of the influence of eagle sauce, independently own its own space station, independently implement manned moon landings, establish a permanent base on the moon, mine lunar resources, and a series of huge space programs. In addition to these powerful gangsters, Ah San, who has always liked cheating, naturally did not dare to show weakness. He came up with a huge space plan, planning to have his own space station and achieve manned landing on the moon within 10 years. The budget for establishing a permanent base on the moon, a lunar factory, etc. is not to be outdone, and we are prepared to spend more than $1 trillion. Nan Bangzi, who has always believed that the universe belongs to him, has naturally sharpened his head and wants to enter the space field. He even proposed to develop his own space technology in the next 10 years to realize manned spaceflight, and so on. Of course, some countries such as Israel, Brazil, Indonesia, etc. were naturally deeply stimulated by the space programs of various countries in the world. Regardless of whether they had the conditions and capabilities, they all put forward corresponding plans. Suddenly, the entire visible space race has begun on Earth. Chapter 87. Changes in Hometown. When Li Fu returned to Sanjiang Town again, it was already the end of October. For almost 4 months, Li Fu participated in the research of plasma power and aero fighter jets, and dealt with matters related to graduation in the imperial capital. Wait, when he left, he was just a world-renowned biological scientist. When I came back, I had already held many titles such as Chinese academician, Nobel Prize winner, honorary professor of Yanwan University, etc. It was like being on a rocket, and earth-shaking changes had taken place. Of course, this is also the case in Meijiang County and Sanjiang Town at this time. Because of Fuyun Technology's settlement and rapid development, Fuyun Technology can attract nearly 20 billion Chinese dollars in huge funds from the global market every month, which is more than India. The money machine is even faster. And these funds are not left to rust in the bank by Fuyun Technology. They are all thrown into various planned projects. Almost all the funds have been invested in several towns around Sanjiang Town. Over the past 18 years, hundreds of billions of huge funds have been invested in such a small place. It is conceivable that at this time, Sanjiang Town is the center. The surrounding towns and villages have also undergone tremendous changes. The expressway from Meijiang County to Sanjiang Town has been changed from the originally planned 8 lanes in both directions to 12 lanes, with a huge construction team working day and night. It is estimated that it will be officially open to traffic in November, with Sanjiang Town as the center. There are more than a dozen towns and villages around Yuanjiang Town, Yuanyuan Town, Longling Township, Longtu Township, etc. And circular kilometers of highways are also being constructed rapidly, which is expected to turn the center of Meijiang Town into trends in Sanjiang Town. The second and third phases of Sanjiang Town Fuyun Technology Biotechnology are under construction day and night. And Sanjiang University, which is planning for the future, has also begun relocation planning. Yuanjiang Town Fuyun Material Technology Company occupies an extremely vast and huge construction site. Here you can already see huge high-tech steelmaking reactors, together with super-large material processing centers, etc. Nearly half of the land in Yuanjiang Town has been reserved in advance by Fuyun Technology Group. Materials technology is really important. It is related to many plans that Li Fu needs to implement in the future. Li Fu attaches great importance to this aspect. Fuyun Materials Technology Company here in Yuanjiang Town is not like a traditional steel company. High pollution, high energy consumption, low efficiency, but a huge base integrating material production, processing and research and development. Here in the beautiful source town, Fuyun Technology Research Institute is also under construction day and night. Fuyun Technology Research Institute is Li Fu's key construction project and the core of Li Fu's future plan. Fuyun Technology is now recruiting in universities across the country, with more than 10,000 graduates of various science and technology-related majors. We can see Li Fu's huge ambition in this regard. Most of the area in Yuanyuan Town has been covered by the Fuyun Technology Research Institute. The mountains and rivers here are beautiful. The air is fresh, and the environment is pleasant. It is most suitable to set up a research institute. Top construction companies from all over the country are currently in Yuanyuan Town. A world-class scientific research institute is designed and built here according to local conditions. On the way from Sanjiang Town to Lijiao Village, the original small rural road has long been unable to meet the huge transportation needs. At this time, it has been replaced by a two-way 6-lane high-standard kilometer road, directly connected to the external expressway of Sanjiang Town. Kilometers here. There are factories in full swing everywhere. Fuyun Technology has the largest investment in Sanjiang Town. Several factories covering a very large area are under construction day and night. In fact, there is an automobile factory that Li Fu pays close attention to, such as large automobile factories. Comprehensive factories cover an extremely large area and require a very large group of supporting enterprises to operate normally. In the future, Li Fu has long been determined to enter the automobile industry. And once he develops anti-gravity technology, he will produce anti-gravity flying cars in the future. Now is the time to lay the foundation and prepare for the future. There are a lot of vehicles coming, and going in Fuyun Technology Industrial Park. Many of the vehicles have the logo of Fuyun Technology on them. They are obviously public buses equipped by the company. At the same time, Li Fu was actually looking near the main entrance of Fuyun Technology Industrial Park. Arrived at the bus sign. Buses are generally standard equipment in cities. Many small counties don't even have buses. I didn't expect that Sanjiang Town would be equipped with buses so quickly. This bus actually starts from the center of Sanjiang Town, connects to Fuyun Science and Technology Industrial Park in Sanjiang Town, Fuyun Science and Technology Research Institute in Source Town, then enters Sanjiang Town in another direction to connect to Sanjiang University in the future setting, and then to Yuanjiang Town Fuyun Material Technology Industrial Park. Li Fu looked at the bus route carefully with interest. It basically went around the area planned by Fuyun Technology. It can basically be regarded as serving Fuyun Technology Group. But Li Fu furthermore, I know that the company has purchased a large number of buses. Now that the company's employees want to work in other towns, there are regular and fixed buses to pick them up. It seems that the Meizhong County government is not really useless. Once they have a goal to strive for, the speed and potential they unleash is quite amazing. It is a bus, a ring line, a straight expressway, and 3 Tongyi Ping, etc. All aspects of services have kept up with the drastic changes. Li Fu couldn't help but nod his head as he walked. Now, all parts of Sanjiang Town are extremely busy. Not only is Fuyun Technology investing a lot of money, there are also many companies and institutions that have settled here one after another. In addition, when locals see opportunities for development, they are naturally willing to invest. Therefore, there are bustling construction sites everywhere. The vehicles transporting materials have never stopped. But everything is managed in an orderly manner. Traffic lights are installed at every intersection, crossroads, etc. to guide the vehicles to move in an orderly manner. And it is also done quite well in the urban environment construction of Sanjiang Town. The 3 rivers in Sanjiang Town used to be garbage dumps where people dumped garbage. Now they have been cleaned up, and the river water is clear. Trash cans, sanitation workers, etc. can be seen everywhere. In the past, there were random parking and stalls on the streets. The phenomenon of waiting has also disappeared. It seems that all vehicles, and so on, are required to be placed in the designated parking lot. Although the entire Sanjiang Town is lively and busy, everything seems orderly, full of vitality, and full of new atmosphere. Entering Fuyun Technology Industrial Park, strange and young faces come into view. All of them are in a hurry and full of energy. Although Fuyun Technology Group is located in a remote mountainous area like Sanjiang Town, Fuyun, the reputation of the technology group is really great. It is a high-tech enterprise with rapid development and a very good future. Of course, the most important thing is that the salary package provided by Fuyun Technology is very attractive. In such a remote place, the salary and benefits provided are comparable to those in first-tier cities. Even if bonuses are included, the salary and benefits provided are generous enough. Graduates basically earn an annual salary of 100,000 when they come in. At the beginning, if you are a scientific researcher, your salary will be higher, fully worthy of the name of a high-tech enterprise. Maybe it's because everyone is busy, or maybe Li Fu is similar to everyone else, and they all seem to be newcomers who have just graduated from college and entered the company. So Li Fu strolled leisurely along the way and carefully felt the Fuyun Technology Industrial Park. Huge changes, but relatively few people recognized Li Fu. Only a few people couldn't help being surprised when they saw it was Li Fu, and came over to say hello with smiles on their faces. Li Fu could only smile and nod, because most of the faces were ones that Li Fu had never seen before, newly recruited by the company. In order to lay the foundation and prepare for future rapid development, the company is constantly recruiting people from major universities across the country. Fuyun Technology Research Institute alone has recruited tens of thousands of people, forming a huge scientific research team. Daily management, production, sales, etc. of the company also recruit a large number of personnel. And the company's security personnel all spend a lot of money to invite many outstanding military veterans from China. So at this time, there were a lot of people in Fuyun Science and Technology Industrial Park. But there were very few faces familiar to Li Fu. Unknowingly, Li Fu came to the dormitory area of the industrial park. The original more than 10 dormitories can no longer meet the needs of the company's increasingly large employee base. The company has acquired large areas of land in 5 towns: Sanjiang Town, Yuanyuan Town, Yuanjiang Town, Longling Township, and Longtu Township. preparing to build dormitories for company employees, as well as some villas, commercial housing, etc. to sell to their employees at cost prices. Here in the dormitory area, there are basketball courts, football fields, and other entertainment facilities. At this time, there are many young and energetic figures sweating here. The dormitory area is close to the edge of the industrial park, and another gate connects the outside. At this time, outside the gate, aunts, uncles, etc. from nearby villages bring their own vegetables, local chickens, etc. to sell here. Some people even sell various snacks, barbecues, etc., which has formed quite a small market. The employees of Fuyun Technology Group are all very young and have high wages, and they are very willing to spend money. Everyone in Meijiang County knows that Fuyun Technology employees are easy to make money, as long as the goods are good and the price is right. They are basically free of charge. It can be sold out. At this time, the small market behind the dormitory of Fuyun Industrial Park is like this. It can be seen that the management of this small market is also very good. The flat land has been hardened with cement by Fuyun Technology, and a shed has been built. It can protect you from wind and rain. The inside is also relatively clean. Each stall owner pays great attention to their own hygiene, because this is managed by Fuyun Technology. The young graduates naturally hate gutter oil, inferior things, etc. So they have thought of many ways. Many management regulations have been implemented, and the most important one is to eliminate them at the end. As long as they do not meet the regulations, are unhygienic, are found to be deceptive, etc. Don't think of selling here. Everything here is provided by Fuyun Technology and is free for people to use. However, you must also abide by Fuyun Technology's rules accordingly and provide better services to Fuyun Technology employees. As for the price, don't be too outrageous. That's it. Chapter 88. Small Market. Li Fu came to this small market with great interest. It was very clean. Even the sellers washed everything as clean as possible. There was no trace of the mess in the wet market. Fu employees or family members of Yun Technology can purchase products with confidence here. Li Fu knew from the company's forum that colleagues from the company's research department would come here from time to conduct random inspections. Once they discovered the use of waste oil or fake and shoddy products, they would be expelled from this small market immediately, and no one will ever buy his stuff again. Aunt Zhang, how do you sell these eggs? Li Fu had a smile on his face. The people who came here to sell vegetables and do business were all people from the surrounding villages. Fuyun Technology also adhered to the purpose of giving priority to the old people around him. Li Fu looked around the entire small market and saw a picture of a familiar face. The Aunt Zhang in front of me is Aunt Zhang from the nearby Zhangjia village. These are free-range eggs. They only cost 2 yuan each. Aunt Zhang obviously hadn't recognized Li Fu yet. The people coming and going here were all college students who had just graduated, and Li Fu looked similar. It's 2 yuan each, so it's not too expensive. Li Fu nodded. Li Fu knew that the local eggs at home now generally cost 1.5 yuan each. They sold them here for 2 yuan each, which was an increase of 50 cents. As long as they were local eggs, they were not very expensive. Li Fu smiled, did not say that he wanted to buy, and continued shopping. The entire small market was strictly divided into several areas. For example, in the area selling agricultural products, you can only buy agricultural products. And in the area selling snacks, you can only sell snacks, etc. The stalls, there are probably dozens of them, and each stall is separated by wooden boards, so there won't be any fighting over each other's stalls. Second uncle, how are you? Wandering around, Li Fu saw people from his Lijia village. An old man in his 70s was selling local chickens, local ducks, etc. at his stall. According to seniority, Li Fu would call him the second uncle. The second uncle has always liked to raise some native chickens, ducks and the like, and he is very diligent. Oh, isn't this Li Fu? Okay. Everything is fine. These days are becoming more and more promising. Thanks to you for setting up the company in your hometown. The villages around us have benefited a lot. Uncle Lier smiled when he saw it was Li Fu. In the past, when we raised some native chickens and ducks, we not only had to take them all the way to the town to sell them, but we often couldn't sell them at a high price. Sometimes we had to bring them back if we couldn't sell them. Now it's better. It's close here. The price is okay, and it's not enough to sell. But the health management requirements here are too strict. This is not allowed, and that is not allowed. It's too troublesome. We are in a rural area. Where can there be so much care? This company belongs to you. Li Fu. You are just giving us a convenience. The second prince was also a talkative person. He was very happy to see Li Fu's face, and smiled and told Li Fu some of his current situation. Second uncle, this management is indispensable. Without management, it will be very dirty and messy, which will greatly affect the overall image. Li Fu smiled and shook his head. Second master, we need management. If there is no management, how can these native chickens of yours be sold at such a high price? Not long ago, Mrs. Wang sold some feed chickens and wanted to sell them as native chickens. If not for the management staff of Fuyun Technology who promptly clear her out. Once the competition becomes fierce, it will be difficult to sell your native chickens and ducks. Li Jiaoyang, who sells pork at the stall next to him, is tidying up his stall and taking over the topic with a smile. He is also from Lijiao village. He used to sell pork in the town, but now he no longer goes to the town. After arriving, they all went to the small market behind the dormitory in Fuyun Science and Technology Industrial Park to sell pork. Uncle Jiaoyang, how about you bring the pork here and sell it? Is it easy to sell? Li Fu also said low with a smile. It was just 10 o'clock at this time, and all the pork in his stall had been sold, and he had tidied up the stall. Li Fu knew that he had been in the town before. What's the vegetable market like here? You join a partnership with someone to kill pigs and sell half of the pork a day. You may not be able to sell it from morning to night. In the end, there will definitely be some leftover that can be disposed of cheaply in the village. Pork is easy to sell here, so of course I came here to sell it. I have already sold one pig in the morning. I am going to kill another pig later for the lunch market. And I will kill another pig for the evening market in the evening. I will sell 3 pigs in one day. Li Jiaoyang was smiling all over his face. Ever since he started selling pork behind the Fuyun Science and Technology Industrial Park, his life had been very comfortable. He could easily earn thousands by selling 3 pigs a day. Now his whole family is very busy with this matter. There are only 2 or 3 pork sellers in the whole small market. All of them are people from the surrounding villages. Whether it is the cafeteria of Fuyun Technology Company or individuals, they basically come here to buy meat. Disaster. It also makes many other butchers in the town jealous. But there is no way. This is a small market in Fuyun Technology Industrial Park. Everything here is built and managed by Fuyun Technology, based on the principle of giving priority to the people in the surrounding villages. Others cannot enter this market. Pork is easy to sell, but it's troublesome. These college students have a lot of requirements. They can't have any fat. The pork must be cut finely, and every single hair on the pig's trotters must be cleaned. It's really difficult. Too much trouble. There are too many various tests and inspections, and the hygiene requirements are too strict. How can this pork seller be as clean as the office they sit in? Li Fu, you should speak up for everyone. Li Jiaoyang's daughter-in-law was also busy beside her. No matter what she said, she had a smile on her face. She used to work exclusively at home, doing farm work and growing vegetables. But now she is selling pork full-time. That's right. The management is too strict, and the hygiene requirements are too strict. They should be looser. The chicken and duck seller, have to deal with it cleanly. The water can't come out on the ground. The blood can't come out. And the hair can't be blown away by the wind. Yes, I'm really not used to it. Uncle Li on the side nodded. Second uncle, if you feel that management is too troublesome and the requirements are too many, you can go to the town to sell them. There are no requirements at all. You can sell them at will. Li Jiaoyang smiled and shook his head, then glared at his wife fiercely. What do you? A woman? No. This management is for everyone's benefit. Look at this market. It's so clean. How comfortable it is to do things. Go. Go. I don't want to go to the town to sell things. It's far away, and the things can't be sold for the price. It's not easy to sell. It's a little more troublesome here. But I'm dealing with educated people who won't bully an old man like me. They're all college students. They're polite, cheerful, and easy to talk to. When Uncle Li heard this, he immediately stopped and smiled and shook his hand. That's right. We do business honestly and do things according to the rules here. We are better off, and they can rest assured. You are fine. I am fine. And everyone is fine. Li Jiaoyang smiled. These days are very rare, and he cherishes them even more. He strictly enforces all the requirements and regulations here. The stalls are kept clean, and the pigs are handled cleanly every time. If you dare to bring it in, you don't dare to be short of weight. Otherwise it will be miserable if you are kicked out. Ha ha. You guys are busy. I'll keep checking. Li Fu on the side is always smiling. Everything he sees in front of him is the goal of Li Fu's struggle. Not only to change the backward appearance of his hometown, but also to slowly change the spiritual outlook of his hometown. A small market is in this way. Li Fu smiled and nodded with satisfaction as he watched. It was natural to go up and say hello when meeting an acquaintance. Many employees of the company had already recognized Li Fu and greeted Li Fu one after another. Li Fu also smiled and nodded. Chapter 89. Companies developing towards internationalization. Li Fu took a leisurely walk in the Fuyun Science and Technology Industrial Park, looking east and west, as if he was a wealthy landlord inspecting his land. The formerly desolate rural land was now bustling with life and vitality. Just like the rising sun, the sun infects everyone around you. Unknowingly, we returned to the headquarters building of Fuyun Technology Group. The newly hired security personnel were wearing black work clothes and guarding the door of the company like straight bamboo poles. They had a resolute look on their faces and glanced at each one with sharp eyes. People entering and leaving the company. These are all outstanding soldiers recruited by the company from the army. And many of them are even from the special forces. They have extraordinary skills. Of course, the price for the company to hire them is also quite expensive. Various benefits are indispensable. And the annual salary is also the same as other people in the company. The employees are the same. Plus various bonuses and the like. It's pretty good. This is the company's headquarters building. So the security is relatively strict. Of course, the strictest is the company's research institute. This is where Li Fu has arranged manpower to guard. Because there are too many technologies that are coveted by the outside world. Once it is leaked, the company will suffer huge losses. Hello, Mr. Li. The two security guards at the company gate obviously had very good eyesight. And they recognized Li Fu immediately. Well, thank you for your hard work. Li Fu smiled and nodded as he walked into the company building. At this time, the first floor of the company had been converted into a reception area. An interception device was installed at the stairway that required swiping a card to go up. There was a goddess-level receptionist on the side. Remember, this is completely different from when Li Fu went out. It seems more formal and can prevent some idle people from entering the core office area of the company. However, Li Fu is in a daze now because he does not have a work card for entering or exiting the company at all. So I was stunned at the entrance and exit. Beauty, could you please help me open the door? Li Fu had no choice but to walk to the reception desk aside. At this time, the receptionist was still looking down at the computer. When he heard Li Fu's words, he immediately raised his head and then smiled immediately. Hello, Mr. Li. Hello. Can you help open this door? Li Fu smiled and pointed to the card door leading to the elevator. Mr. Li, this is your entry and exit card. You never came back. So you kept it here with me. The goddess receptionist handed over a job card and said, Thank you. Li Fu took the card with a smile, swiped it smoothly through the entrance and exit doors, and took the elevator directly to his office on the top floor. CEO's office? Li Fu smiled and shook his head. There was no such brand when he first went out. After vigorous management in 2018, all aspects of the company have been on track, especially in the office area. Mr. Li, Lo, I am your secretary Ding Xian. As soon as he entered his office, a tall and beautiful woman wearing black professional women's clothing came up to him with a smile. Li Fu's office was also divided into two rooms, one large and one small. The one outside at this time was the small one. At first glance, you can tell that the office is Ding Xian's office. The large office inside is Li Fu's office, equipped with a living room, gym, etc. Hello. This is the first time we have met. I will trouble you more in the future. Li Fu smiled and nodded. Lao Fang also informed Li Fu in advance about arranging the secretary. Li Fu chose the person himself. Although Ding Xian looked like a college student who had just graduated, she was actually already 30 years old. She is ahead of her time. But she is well maintained and is a very professional secretary. Mr. Li, you are joking. This is my job. Please point out if there is any mishandling. Ding Xian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The receptionist on the first floor had informed her when Li Fu got on the elevator, so he could be greeted in time as soon as Li Fu came in. Li Fu seemed to be very talkative. In the future, the work is relatively easy, and being a secretary is a big worry for a boss who is difficult to maintain. Everyone calls me old. Just call me by my name from now on. Li Fu smiled. Still not used to being called boss. Okay. Ding Xian smiled and nodded. Many big bosses are actually relatively approachable, and don't like to be called this boss or that boss. She also knows this. But usually, she doesn't call her by name directly. She also calls them Laoli, and Laoli, Zhang or whatever. But Li Fu is so young. He should think carefully about his future titles. Is Lao Fong in the company? Li Fu asked as he walked towards his office. Mr. Fong has gone out to inspect the materials company in Yuanjiang town. He will not return to the company until 3 p.m. Ding Xian followed Li Fu, with a pile of documents in her arms. She was very clear about the schedules of various key personnel in the company, and could even recite them by heart. She remembered the time and place clearly. Where's Lao Dong? Li Fu originally wanted to talk to Lao Fong about the company's situation in the past few months. When he heard that Fong Zheng would not be back until the afternoon, he thought about it, and planned to talk to the financial director Zhong Yun to learn about the detailed financial data. Mr. Zhong is here in the headquarters building. I'll go over and invite him over. Upon hearing this, Ding Xian knew that Li Fu was looking for Zhong Yun to learn about financial data, and immediately went out to call Zhong Yun. Soon, Zhong Yun came to Li Fu's office with a piece of financial data. He obviously knew what Li Fu wanted to know from him. As a boss, he didn't manage the daily affairs of the company. He didn't care about financial matters. Naturally, I pay more attention to it. Li Fu, when did you come back? I just came back. I didn't expect that the company has changed so much. I even wonder if I went to the wrong place. Li Fu smiled. If he were to manage the company, it would definitely be a mess. Let Fong Zheng, a professional manager, handle it. Everything was handled in an orderly manner. The company quickly got on track and became a top international high-tech company. Move forward. Haha. The company has indeed undergone a lot of changes during your absence. Our Fuyun Technology Group is now a world-renowned technology company after all, and all aspects have naturally caught up. Zhong Yun smiled happily, obviously hearing Li Fu's affirmation of the company's management team. How is the financial situation of several companies recently? Li Fu smiled and nodded, and asked about the financial issues that he was more concerned about. I am also about to report to you the current financial situation of the company. In the past few months, as our production capacity for HIV treatment drugs has continued to expand, our company's operating income has also achieved rapid growth. In August, we achieved operating income of 15.2 billion in September. It exceeded the 20 billion mark in one fell swoop. Although there are still a few days left in October, it has already exceeded 20 billion. This is the detailed financial data. Please take a look. Speaking of financial data, Zhong Yun immediately changed his expression and showed Li Fu the detailed financial data of the past few months. The company can have an income of 20 billion Chinese dollars a month, and nearly 250 billion Chinese dollars a year. The turnover is enough to rank among the world's top 500 companies. And as the company's CFO, Zhong Yun is very aware of the company's profitability. The profit rate is astonishingly high. A monthly turnover of 20 billion can actually make a huge profit of more than 17 billion. And this is after-tax profit. Of course, this is also related to the many tax preferential policies that the company currently enjoys. However, even if it is paid according to normal corporate tax, Zhong Yun has calculated that the company's after-tax profit can be as high as more than 70%, which is extremely terrifying. This is still a company on the premise of providing employees with high salaries and benefits. If we follow the example of other black-hearted capitalists, the company's profit margin can be increased to a higher level. The company's production line is running 24 hours a day, just like a money printing machine, continuously absorbing huge amounts of funds from the global market. Boss, can we slow down our comprehensive expansion for a while? Although our company is making a lot of money every month, our company's expenses are also staggering. Now it's basically moonlight, and sometimes it's not even enough. Zhong Yun reluctantly suggested to Li Fu that although the company made a lot of money, it spent the money very well, like running water, on the second, third and fourth phases of the project, and on investing in the Fuyun Technology Research Institute. The big gold-swallowing tiger also needs to plan Sanjiang University, Sanjiang Hospital, and even build automobile production lines, etc., plus the company's high benefits, salaries, etc. for employees. This money is simply not enough to spend. Huge capital reserves are also very important for a company, so as to ensure that the company's capital flow will not be cut off. and the company can continue to operate stably. As a CFO, Zhong Yun attaches great importance to this aspect. You see, the world-famous fruit company holds $250 billion in cash. And the famous domestic orange company also holds nearly 80 billion Chinese dollars in cash. Every well-known large company in the world is holding on to huge amounts of funds and never letting go. Naturally, there is a profound reason for this. As the saying goes, if you have food in your hands, you will not panic. This is actually what it means. Money is money when it is used. I can tell you for sure that in the future you will worry about the huge amount of money in the company account. But for now, our money still needs to be used continuously. Let's pay the way first. Li Fu smiled. This is the difference between the perspective of the boss and the finance. Li Fu is considering laying out the foundation of the company as much as possible to prepare for future development. Zhong Yun is hoping that the company can start slowly and step by step. The company's capital flow is relatively tight, which will increase the company's operating risks. But, boss, this company's capital chain is very tight. Once it breaks, it will be in trouble. Zhong Yun said helplessly. I know. It seems we can't sustain it with one product alone. Chapter 90. The Future of Biosensing Technology. Here at Fuyun Science and Technology Industrial Park Research Institute, Li Fu, who is wearing a white coat, is discussing something with Yin Zhang, who is in charge of biosensing technology research. The company currently only has one drug for the treatment of AIDS, and only this single product income, although it can bring in 20 billion in turnover every month. However, even under Li Fu's full-scale deployment, it seemed to be stretched thin. What's more, Li Fu participated in the research work of the Arrow fighter earlier, but he knew very well that the cost of a Arrow fighter was more than 30 billion Chinese dollars. And this is just the cost price, not counting numerous other expenses. There are many precious resources that cannot be bought with money. If this Arrow fighter jet, which can freely travel to and from space, is sold to foreigners, it will never be sold without hundreds of billions of Chinese dollars. Of course, the country will definitely such a national artifact will not be sold. In the future, if Li Fu wants to enter space, interstellar, and universe, he will not be able to do it without a strong economic foundation. This is a truly high-tech and high-funding field. With the current amount of money, he will not even be able to see a shadow in it. Therefore, Li Fu must develop new financial resources as soon as possible. He must have more capital input. Only in this way can he have enough capital to play in the space field. Space is full of countless treasures. Among other things, just by being able to mine on the moon, you can obtain countless resources. What's more, if you build factories, develop agriculture, interstellar mining, interstellar energy, interstellar transportation, etc. in space, any industry can bring endless benefits. Brotherly, since this biosensing technology has achieved new breakthroughs in the past few months, our research has been progressing very quickly. We are now able to directly input video content into the human brain through biowave technology. However, it is still impossible to accurately read the information contained in the human brain waves. The human brain is really amazing. The jumping and speed of thinking are far beyond what our current computers can keep up with. Even if we use the most advanced computers, we still can't keep up with the jumping and speed of the human brain. And the content of what the human brain thinks is too huge. And the information contained is too rich. So we have never been able to accurately read the information in the human brain. Yin Zhang sighed helplessly to Li Fu. Biosensing technology has been relatively successful at this time. But the human brain is too complex. It is too difficult to accurately read the information contained in the brain waves of the human brain. Difficult? Well, because the brains of higher organisms have the ability to abstract imagination. They can slowly develop civilization. This is something that rigid things like computers don't have. Computers can only run according to their own programs. In essence, it just cannot keep up with the human brain. Even if technology develops 10,000 times or 100 million times in the future, the abstract ability of the human brain cannot be replaced by computers. Even now, computers are already far behind in terms of computing speed alone, beyond the human brain. Li Fu nodded. Even the Han technological empire, which has developed to a super-civilized level, dare not say that it understands the brains of advanced intelligent creatures. This abstract imagination ability is the fundamental difference between humans and animals. And it is also what determines human beings. The fundamental reason why civilization can develop. We should focus on the technical thinking. We only need to read out the relevant main brainwave information. not necessarily all the information. In this case, it should be achievable. And for personal privacy, we also take care of confidentiality. After pondering for a while, Li Fu slowly suggested that the human brain reads information very quickly. So when transmitting information to the human brain, there is no need to worry about the brain not being able to accept it, because the human brain has special functions. Ability to automatically filter out unimportant stuff, just like the pictures we see every moment. Although the content and information of the pictures are huge, the human brain only pays attention to a very small part of it, and automatically ignores other irrelevant information and contents. But there is another magical place in the human brain. The brain can store information that has been ignored, and when prompted later, it can suddenly remember it very clearly again. This function is terrifying. If we can study the principle behind this phenomenon and apply it to computer technology, the computer will never jam. Moreover, the human brain can not only quickly associate relevant information about a certain thing, but can also use abstract imagination to enrich and improve the relevant information. For example, a very simple thing. The moon. When you hear the moon or think of the moon, a pattern of the moon will be formed in your brain. There are round full moons, first quarter moons, last quarter moons, moons with stars, and dim moons, the lightless moon, etc. And I can even think of the illusions about the moon fairy Chang'e very quickly, or think of the Apollo moon landing, etc. And this is far from what computers can match. Even the fastest computers are very rigid and can only execute according to the program. Nowadays, all kinds of so-called intelligence are just better than dull computers. It cannot be said to be intelligent at all. Of course, this does not deny the power of computers. The human brain is far slower than computers in terms of signal calculations, information reading and storage. We have also conducted relevant research. But now, we always feel like we are in the fog and cannot see clearly. We still have no way to distinguish between primary and secondary information and abstract information contained in biological brain waves. It's very easy to make mistakes when retrieving updates. Yin Zhang shook his head and couldn't help but frown when he talked about this issue, seeing that the biosensing technology had reached the last step. But it got stuck. You can imagine the inner feelings of Yin Zhang and others at this time. Anxious and depressed. It's okay. Take your time. As long as we work hard to find and explore, we can always discover some of the patterns. Li Fu smiled to comfort him. He already knew very well that the biosensing technology researched by Yin Zhang and others has almost reached the final step. As long as the information contained in the brain waves of the human brain can be accurately read, then it can be announced the success of biosensing technology. Of course, this is only an initial success, and it is far away from the biological sensing technology in the seeds of civilization of the super-civilized Han technological empire. Once this technology is realized, the next product in Li Fu's mind will basically be ready, and that is biosensing equipment, the two most important of which are biosensing computers and biosensing mobile phones. With biosensing equipment, all content and information are transmitted directly to the human brain through radio wave information. All human operations on computers or mobile phones are completed through brain waves, without the need for hands or language to operate. An epoch-making and leap-forward development. Of course, there is also more advanced and high-end biosensing communication technology. Once this technology matures and develops, human communication will be very fast and more confidential, because everyone's brain waves are completely different. It's like everyone's DNA. For Li Fu, once this technology matures, Fuyun Technology Group can officially enter the electronics industry and subvert the computer and mobile phone industries in one fell swoop. If you can still watch movies, surf the internet, and play games without facing the big screen of a computer, and you can achieve faster input without typing and operating with your hands. Once such a computer comes out, all traditional computers will be eliminated. Jing. If you don't have to face a small mobile phone screen, you can also make calls, speak, chat online, etc. There is no need to laboriously type, send words, etc. on a small screen. You only need to close your eyes. You can read the information in the mobile phone, chat with water friends, etc. Once such a mobile phone comes out, it is meaningless, and it can also announce the end of the traditional mobile phone industry. And more importantly, the current development trend of science and technology has basically integrated mobile phones and computers into one. Of course, many feature phones do not yet have them. After all, they are so small. However, If we rely on biometric sensing technology, mobile phones and computers can a true blend of perfection into one. In the future, there will no longer be a need to distinguish between mobile phones or computers. Only one electronic product is enough, which can complete all the functions of computers, mobile phones, etc., achieving perfect integration and disruptive development. The civilization see that every citizen of the super-civilized Han technological empire is equipped with is actually a super advanced version of this product. A citizen equipped with a terminal device can perfectly connect to the entire social network and read on the network anytime and anywhere, get information, enter information, etc. This is the product that Li Fu wants to research and launch now. Once this product comes out, Fuyun Technology Group can directly monopolize the global electronics industry. By then, all computers, mobile phones, etc. will be eliminated. It will be enough to provide Li Fu with a steady stream of huge funds. Just looking at the current list of the world's top 500 companies, you can know that, such as Fruit, Samsung Electronics, HP, Dell, Lenovo, etc. Each of these companies is a behemoth, if you include many internet-related companies. As for industrial enterprises, it is even bigger. Chapter 91. God-Level Master. At the laboratory of Fuyun Science and Technology Industrial Park in Sanjiang Town, Li Fu, wearing a white coat, was leading Yanjiang's biosensing technology team to conduct experiments and research. In a transparent laboratory made of tempered glass, a man lying quietly on a bed. Electronic sensors were attached to his head, and the electronic sensors were connected to a computer with wires. Lu Jun, you haven't done anything bad recently, right? When this device is turned on, all the movies you have watched recently that are not suitable for children will be played. Next to him, Yin Zhang had a smile on his face and said to Lu Jun, who was preparing to undergo the test with his eyes closed. Lu Jun was also a member of the Biosensing Technology Research Project team. This time, he was chosen by lot to be the guinea pig. Basically, every time anyone who is drawn will make fun of someone else. Because in many previous experimental tests, although the equipment could not accurately read the brain wave information in the tester's mind, it could sometimes read some special information, such as when a person peeked at his neighbor's sister taking a shower when he was a child. I have always had a crush on someone, or some impressive and unforgettable information is read out. Every time, other people will know some of their little secrets. So no one is willing to be the guinea pig. Each time, the only way to decide who will be the guinea pig is by drawing lots. Go! Go! Let's start as if no one has ever seen a movie not suitable for children. Lu Jun, who was a little chubby, opened his eyes and waved to Yin Zhang, secretly thinking that he was unlucky. Dozens of people in the entire project team drew lots together, and he actually won the prize. Ha ha! We have quite a few female compatriots at the scene. If you give someone to me then... Ha ha! They are all a group of young people, and they all like to watch jokes. Others on the side also join in the fun. Smile. Laugh. Laugh like crazy. Next time it will be your turn to be the guinea pig. Lu Jun simply closed his eyes and ignored them, but felt slightly nervous in his heart, silently praying that he would not make a fool of himself. Okay. Okay. Everyone. Hurry up and get ready. The experiment will start immediately. If this failure continues, we don't know when we will be able to develop biosensing technology. Li Fu was also smiling from ear to ear. As for the researchers under his command who liked to make jokes, Li Fu had always felt that as long as it was in moderation, it was okay to make a little joke as long as it did not hurt the feelings of his colleagues. When the others heard Li Fu's words, they put away their smiles one by one and hurried back to their respective posts, preparing to start this round of experimental tests. Since Li Fu's return, the entire project team has been progressing very quickly. Now it is basically possible to read brain wave information, but there is no way to achieve it very accurately. The test begins! Li Fu looked at a huge monitor, which was connected to the computer. What was displayed on the monitor was the interface of the now very popular mobile game King Pesticide. It begins to connect to the cranial nerves. The cranial nerves are connected normally and begin to transmit information. A cold female electronic voice sounded in the laboratory. During the test, Lu Jun only felt a weak current connected to his body. He could not see anything with his eyes closed. But as this weak current flowed through, something appeared in Lu Jun's brain. The game interface of King Pesticide is very clear, and there is no interface size limit. Well, let's try it out in a solo queue first. It's quite fun. Lu Jun suddenly felt very novel. He felt it carefully in his mind. He looked at the runes for a while, then looked at them all, and then immediately switched to the friend interface. The speed was very fast. And then, he immediately started solo queue. Li Fu and others looked at the huge monitor. The screen of the King of Pesticide game interface on the monitor changed very quickly, like a fast-forwarding player, which was dizzying, following the thoughts in Lu Jun's mind. The brainwave frequency is 17 Hz, which is in the beta stage. The operation speed is 34 times per second. Reaction time 0.083 seconds. On another monitor connected to the computer next to it, various data that measured the brainwave frequency of Lu Jun's brain and the operating frequency of the King's pesticide also began to change. The screen on the main monitor quickly switched, and the game start interface appeared. 10 players began to compete to see who could load faster. There was no doubt that it was Lu Jun. The network in the laboratory was provided by dedicated broadband. Downloading short movies takes seconds, let alone connecting to a game. The settings of the characters in this game are also real. Why are the heroine's breasts designed to be so big? She also has this cherry mouth, slim waist, and slender high-cut legs. Because he was idle and bored, and all the information was sent directly to Lu Jun's brain. He was a little bored while waiting. At this time, Lu Jun looked at Dodgy and Angela among the game heroes. I noticed the rough ways of the two beautiful heroes. Ha. I just said Lu Jun is not a serious guy. Look, it was revealed all at once. Outside the thick-tempered glass, everyone looked at the several places circled in red on the monitor. All of a sudden, everyone couldn't help but laugh. The places circled in red were Lu Jun at this time. The most active place in his mind is where Lu Jun is currently focusing his attention. So all of a sudden everyone knew what Lu Jun was thinking in his mind at this time. He was so choppy and had a small waist. And everyone couldn't help but laugh. Ha. This guy Lu Jun. Ha. Yin Zhang couldn't help but want to cover his mouth. But he couldn't help it. Every time someone made a fool of himself in the test, everyone couldn't help laughing. He knew the thoughts and secrets in other people's minds, and was naturally curious. This was almost its human nature. Even Li Fu couldn't help laughing. Soon, the screen switched again, and soon it entered the game screen. The screen seemed to be fast-forwarding. Zhuge Liang, controlled by Li Jun, opened the equipment purchase interface almost instantly. And then almost instantly, after buying the equipment he wanted, he set off leisurely towards the middle, while his teammates were still in a daze. It seems that Lu Jun is a master at playing King Pesticide. How can he buy equipment quickly? If Li Fu's eyes weren't sharp enough, he wouldn't even have had time to catch Lu Jun buying equipment. Soon, the battle began, because Lu Jun directly controlled the entire game using brain waves, and the network speed in the laboratory was very fast. Zhuge Liang, who already had a considerable level of Lu Jun operation, became even more powerful. Almost all operations are completed instantly. Each set of skills is almost perfectly connected, and the reaction speed reaches a dazzling level. The battle is often over before enemies and teammates even have to understand what is happening. Chirp! Chirp! Throughout the laboratory, the sound of Zhuge Liang being passively triggered and released never stopped. Zhuge Liang, controlled by Lu Jun, harvested wantonly like a top master, flexibly and skillfully dodging attacks one after another. In less than 10 minutes, at the god level under the leadership of Zhuge Liang, he destroyed the opponent's crystal in a one-sided manner. 32 kills, 0 deaths, 12 assists. Zhuge Liang undisputedly won the MVP with his perfect data. I wonder, when did Lu Jun become so good at playing with pesticides? Last time, his Zhuge Liang was a cheater. He led me to kneel down 7 times in a row. Someone couldn't help but exclaim loudly when they saw this data. It was obvious that they had played games with Lu Jun. It was clear that Lu Jun's Zhuge Liang level was not that high, and the current qualifying matches were all about quality, not a bronze game that abuses food. The brainwave frequency is 25 Hz. In the beta stage. Extremely excited. Operation speed 529 times per second. Reaction time 0.067 seconds. The calculator monitor that was testing various data on the side recorded all the peak values of each data. Lu Jun's brainwave frequency was very high at this time. 25 Hz. He was basically in an extremely excited state, which was similar to that of a person who had taken drugs. Almost. He has reached the state of selflessness. Obviously, he had a lot of fun playing the game just now, with various top-level operations, various heads harvesting, etc. His operation speed has reached a terrifying and wonderful 529 times. You must know that ordinary people are already quite powerful if they can reach 150 times. Basic masters of great gods can only exceed 200 times. But Lu Jun can easily exceed 500 times. And it can basically be maintained above 400 during the game. The accuracy of information transmission is 99.9999%. Information reading accuracy, 99.9%. Soon the two data that Li Fu was most concerned about were also displayed. The accuracy of transmitting information to Lu Jun's brain through the device had reached 4 digits after the decimal point. As for the accuracy of reading the information in Lu Jun's mind, it was also quite high. Basically, the error occurs only once every 1,000 times. Well, it's okay. I can finally see people. This error rate has reached an acceptable level. However, this is just the simplest game interface operation. If you want to realize bursts of virtual world operations, this error rate is still too high. Got it! Li Fu looked at the data and nodded with satisfaction. Basically, the error rate in reading this information has reached an acceptable level. There is no problem at all in operating the computer for office work, surfing the internet, games, design, etc. However, Li Fu, the idea of a purely virtual world in Fu's mind is too far away. An error rate of 1 in 1,000 seems very small. But once the data reaches a certain level, the events that occur will reach an unacceptable level. Chapter 92. Virtual Machine. Brother Fu, our products are basically ready for the market. Although they are far from being able to truly build a virtual world, there is no problem at all in controlling current computers, mobile phones, etc. From just now Lu Jun judging from the situation of playing games, there is even a very huge market in the gaming field. Yin Zhang next to Li Fu also nodded with satisfaction. Although there are still many problems in reading the brain wave information of the human brain, the error rate of major commands is still 1,000. And it is even impossible to read the brain. There are virtual imaginary things in the game, etc. But if you just simply control the computer or mobile phone, it is completely fine. The information in the computer is directly transmitted to the brain in the form of brain waves, and various reactions formed in the brain's brain waves are read at the same time, so as to achieve the purpose of controlling the computer or mobile phone. It's okay. It's almost December now. We have been studying this biosensing technology every day for more than a month. If we still can't show it to people, then we won't have any new products in 2018. This is worthy of it's not in the name of our high-tech company. But what should be a better name for our product? Li Fu nodded, touched his chin and thought carefully. Li Fu didn't have much money in his hands now. It looked like the Chinese New Year was coming in 2 months. If he didn't release new products, the company wouldn't have much surplus food during the Chinese New Year. It was really hard. Each project costs too much money. New products naturally require a resounding new name, which is really hard to come up with. Yin Zhang also nodded, thinking carefully in his mind. I think it's better to call it a hand computer. The combination of mobile phones and computers will become a port of the virtual world in the future. A portable computer. So the name hand computer is more appropriate. At this time, Lu Jun, who had come out of the mouse experiment, came over, and everyone who saw him couldn't help but laugh. Hand brain? That's a pretty good name. After listening, Li Fu thought carefully, nodded and said, I don't think it's very good. The hands and brain are both organs of the human body. When combined together, they don't reflect the meaning of our high-tech products. We should focus on the advantages of using our brains to control computers or mobile phones. I think it's called a mind machine. Better. Someone immediately shook their head in opposition and proposed a new name of Idea Machine. As soon as it was said, many researchers present nodded. Idea Machine, using thoughts to control machines, can fully express the characteristics of the product. Come out. Idea Machine. That's a good name too. Li Fu nodded. The wisdom of the crowd was indeed great. Only 2 people came up with 2 good names. I think it's good to call it a virtual machine. It means a port that connects to the virtual world. It is also the direction and goal of our product development in the future. Another pretty good name was proposed. Virtual Machine. A connection machine for the virtual world. As soon as the name of the virtual machine was mentioned, it got the approval of quite a few people. They felt that this name was also quite good. It is a port of the virtual world, and a connection machine of the virtual world. Soon, everyone came up one by one, and dozens of different names were mentioned at once. But the three names of hand brain, mind machine, and virtual machine were the three names that received the most recognition. After much deliberation, I don't know which one is better. Let's vote. The name with the most votes will be used for our new product. Li Fu smiled helplessly, and finally gave the decision to everyone, who voted by a show of hands. Support the hand brain call. Raise your hands. Lu Jun on the side immediately shouted loudly. This is an epic-making product. If he can name it with the name he wants, he might also be able to follow the Qin dynasty and leave his name. Naturally, he wants to shout. People raised their hands one after another at the scene. But not many. Obviously, the name hand brain cannot be supported by most people. Raise your hands in support of calling the mind machine. Raise your hands if you support calling a virtual machine. Not to be outdone, the other two people also shouted. The mind machine and the virtual machine were almost evenly matched. But after careful calculation, the virtual machine won by 1 vote. Okay, since the virtual machine received the most votes, this new product will be called a virtual machine from now on. An epic-making product is born. Li Fu nodded happily and officially announced the name of the new product as a virtual machine. At the same time, he loudly announced the historical significance of the virtual machine. This is an epic-making product. The origin and beginning of virtual products. What computers and mobile phones were there in the past? Waiting will be completely eliminated with the birth of virtual machines. Lu Jun, you have been a guinea pig. Do you have any good suggestions for virtual machines? After everyone cheered, Yin Zhang asked Lu Jun with a smile. Well, there is no doubt that our virtual machine is an epic-making product. All the information on the mobile phone can be directly transmitted to our brains without having to use our eyes to see it. Moreover, this kind of transmission is faster than what we see with our eyes. Clearer and more complete. I think our product, if nothing else, can restore vision to blind people by simply adding a camera. Using the camera to replace eyes can also be regarded as a derivative product, and it should be quite marketable. However, I think there are still many areas for improvement in our products. First of all, our products are relatively bulky and not easy to carry. It would be best to make them the size of a mobile phone or a watch. Of course, this is because we have not yet finalized the product and design. In addition, the current connecting the brain waves should be further reduced, preferably to a level where people have no obvious feeling. Otherwise, every time the brain waves are connected, the current will be shocked, which will make people feel quite uncomfortable. Well, also, our product should be designed so that people can connect to the virtual machine as long as it is in contact with human skin, rather than needing to be placed in a specific location. If these problems can be solved, our virtual machine, it can be considered very perfect. Lu Jun thought carefully and spoke out all his thoughts and suggestions about the virtual machine. Someone on the side took a notebook and quickly recorded all Lu Jun's suggestions and ideas in detail. The virtual machine must be miniaturized. We are only in the research and development stage now. If the technology develops further in the future, we will even have to make it invisible to the eyes and implant it directly under the skin. Li Fu nodded. This virtual machine actually means the seed of a super-civilized civilization. If technology continues to develop like this in the future, every citizen will be equipped with a related virtual machine. It will become smaller and smaller, and its functions will become more and more powerful. Naturally, it is developing in the direction of the seeds of civilization. Although current does not cause harm to the human body, if it is connected frequently, it may be really scary. We would scream when we encountered a little static electricity in the winter, let alone being exposed to this current frequently. Regarding the problem of excessive current raised by Lu Jun, Li Fu immediately frowned. This problem is a serious problem and must be solved. As for derivative products, this is a good note. There are nearly 200 million people in the world who are blind, including visual dysfunction, vision loss in the elderly, etc. In China alone, there are almost 5 million people who are blind. People account for 18% of the total blind population in the world. If we include various other eye diseases, even myopia, we in China also have considerable problems in this regard. If we can develop related derivative products, the market will be quite large, and it can benefit a very large number of people. Yin Zhang on the side also expressed his views on the derivative product. If it just adds a camera to transmit information to the brain of a blind person, this product is still quite simple, because there is no need to consider reading brain waves. Technology. In fact, it is not just a derivative product for the blind. We can use this brand new technology in many fields. Not to mention, for diving, we can place the camera in the water and then observe the water. In the next world, although the market for derivative products like this is small, mosquitoes are still meat no matter how small they are, and we can develop them together. Let's see. Our project team is first divided into two product groups. One is responsible for the development of derivative products, and the other is responsible for the improvement of virtual machines. We will strive to launch new products as soon as possible. In addition, if everyone tries our virtual machines, everyone has to make some suggestions. If we at Fuyun Technology Group don't do it, we will make high-quality products. Li Fu pondered for a while, and then began to divide the next work. He divided the Biosensing Technology Research Group into two product groups, the Derivative Product Group and the Virtual Machine Product Development Group. The most important and critical technologies have been completed, and the remaining product design and improvement are naturally difficult for Li Fu's entire team. In just a few days, the Derivative Product Project team developed a relatively perfect product. Derivative products for use by blind people. A thing similar to a collar, with a high-definition camera installed on the front. As long as a blind person wears this collar-like thing, the world seen through the camera can be immediately transmitted to the blind person's brain in real time, thus allowing the blind person to recover in disguise. Vision is average. The progress of the virtual machine product development team is also very fast, because Li Fu is also in this product group, and Li Fu is in a hurry to release new products in early December. Chapter 93. New Product Launch. The Imperial National Stadium. The entire huge stadium has been booked by Fuyun Technology Group from Jiangnan Province for a whole week as a launch venue for its new products. From December 1st to December 7th, just right a week's time, the Imperial National Stadium with the bird's nest outside is very large, covering an area of 21 hectares. There are more than 90,000 seats in the stadium, enough to accommodate more than 100,000 people. At 9 o'clock in the morning on December 1st, outside the bird's nest, the world's major media who had heard the news were already waiting anxiously at the door. In addition, because this Fuyun Technology press conference is fully open, so any tourists and individuals can come to attend this conference. At the same time, it is the golden week of tourism. Countless people who come to the imperial capital. The bird's nest is a must-visit attraction. Now I just happened to encounter the new product launch conference of Fuyun Technology Group. Naturally, there are many people out of curiosity. I also wanted to come in and see in advance what new things Fuyun Technology would have this time. At the entrance of the bird's nest, a huge queue of more than 2,000 people was waiting to enter. Fuyun Technology Group? I have never heard of it before. It actually holds a new product launch conference in the bird's nest. Is it to attract people's attention? Otherwise, how can people come in to visit and experience it at will? A technological product that changes the world. An epoch-making technological product. Don't tell anyone anything. Just say such big words. It's not about attracting people's attention. Even fruit companies don't dare to use such a banner. Zhang Lei looked at the long queue, then looked at the huge advertisement printed on the bird's nest and the logo of Fuyun Technology Group, and couldn't help but shake his head and said to his friend Li Chong beside him. Zhang Lei and Li Chong are students from a university in the imperial capital. They are taking advantage of the National Day holiday to visit major attractions in the imperial capital. Naturally, they cannot miss the classic landmark building like the bird's nest. Naturally, they also work for Fuyun Technology Group. New Product Launch Conference. I just searched Fuyun Technology Group. Don't tell me. This company is quite amazing. Maybe it can actually come up with something good. Li Chong in front looked at the searched information with his mobile phone and said with some enlightenment, quite amazing. Tell me, how amazing it is. Zhang Lei became interested immediately upon hearing this, and quickly went up to take a look. The founder of this company is called Li Fu. He is the famous fourth-year student at Yinhuan University who pioneered the new field of biotech viruses and developed drugs to treat AIDS. He is the winner of this year's Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine. Li Chong smiled and read out the information about Fuyun Technology Group. Of course, Fuyun Technology Group's reputation is definitely not as great as that of Li Fu. So when talking about Fuyun Technology Group, they are basically talking about Li Fu. In that case, the new products released this time are likely to be related to biotechnology. Could they be new drugs to treat some disease? If it is just a new drug to treat a certain disease, there is no need to go to the bird's nest. It's a waste of money and doesn't have much effect. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lei frowned and thought carefully. He naturally knew Li Fu's name very well. I don't know. Fuyun Technology hasn't revealed any rumors. But judging from the advertising slogans they put out, it should probably be something very amazing. After all, they can even develop drugs to treat AIDS. And nothing more will come out. It's weird. Li Chong shook his head. His curiosity aroused at this time. At 9:30, all major entrances to the bird's nest were released very punctually. People who were not in a hurry were already filing in, eager to see what kind of epic-making technology Fuyun Technology Group would have this time. Product stuff comes out soon. Zhang Lei and Li Chong also entered the bird's nest. The bird's nest was very huge. In the middle was a very huge stadium, which was enough to hold football, track and field, and other competitions. However, at this time, the central area was destroyed. Cloud Technology Group arranged a venue with a fantasy and science fiction feel. There is a huge temporary stage in the middle. There are many people wearing Fuyun Technology Group work clothes with smiles around the venue. Next to each person is a table with several things placed on it. Some like cell phones. Some look like headbands. Some look like watches, etc. There are a lot of seats neatly arranged in the venue. At a glance, you can tell that they are prepared for media reporters and people who come to visit. People who come in from the front will naturally sit in the front seats as quickly as possible. Especially those media reporters, etc. are even more so, for fear of falling behind others. Long guns, short cannons, etc. were immediately brought out for preparation, aimed at the center of the stage, and some had even begun to make live broadcasts, preparing to release the news about Fuyun Technology Group's new products as soon as possible. Of course, many people saw that there were not many seats left, and even if they ran over, they would still be far behind. So they simply didn't rush to grab a seat and started looking around at the bird's nest anyway. Hey, Beauty, are these the new products of your Fuyun Technology? Zhang Lei and Li Chong didn't grab a seat, so they simply looked around, looking very curiously at the things on the tables next to the Fuyun Technology Group people around the venue. Yes, sir. The beautiful employees of Fuyun Technology Group responded very politely. Can you introduce it to us? Or let us experience it? Li Lei looked at these things carefully. They seemed familiar, but they felt strange. They looked like mobile phones, but they didn't have screens. They looked like watches, but they didn't have hands or screens. Things like headbands. I don't even know what they are used for. I'm sorry, sir. I can't tell you yet. Nor can I let you experience it. Only after it officially starts and our company leaders say it's okay, will we be able to allow you to experience our new product. The beauty said very apologetically with a smile on her face. Zhang Lei and Li Chong both shrugged helplessly. They had already reached this point and still kept it secret. This was not just to titillate. Can these few things be called epic-making products? This is so impressive, Zhang Lei said to Li Chong, slightly dissatisfied, without controlling his voice. The beauty next to him also heard it, but he always had a confident expression on his face. Just wait. It will officially start at 10 o'clock. I don't know what the use of these things is. No matter how I look at them, I feel that these things always reveal weird applications. Li Chong smiled to comfort him and silently looked at the time. It would soon be 10 o'clock. At 10 o'clock, everyone who was either discussing or speculating turned their attention to the stage. Fang Zheng, CEO of Fuyun Technology Group, was wearing a black suit and walked onto the stage with a smile on his face. Thank you very much for coming to our Fuyun Technology Group's new product launch. This time our Fuyun Technology's new product launch will last until December 7th. It will take a whole week to let everyone get familiar with and know us. Fuyun Technology has launched an epic-making technological product this time. Fang Zheng bowed to express his gratitude to the many people in the audience who came to attend the new product launch conference. At the same time, he confidently emphasized the significance of this product to everyone present. I believe everyone can't wait any longer. I won't say any more nonsense and will go directly to our topic this time. Now I will hand over the hosting of this product launch to the host, Ms. Qin Mingyao. Fang Zheng smiled, and as he finished speaking, a beautiful woman wearing a white one-piece dress slowly walked onto the stage. She was very young. She was a newly recruited graduate of the company this year. She was also a very famous host in colleges and universities in the past. This time, I was pulled over to take on a big responsibility. Okay. Thank you, founder, for giving us the opening speech. Now let me introduce our company's new products to you. Qin Mingyao, a tall man with a smile on his face, took over Fang Zheng's words and at the same time a video started playing on the big screen. The latest statistics show that there are currently nearly 3,000 blind people in the world, of which there are about 5 million blind people in China alone. If you include people with various eye diseases that cause visual impairment, there are more than 200 million people in the world. People are suffering from it. In the world of these people, they cannot have light or color. They cannot take care of themselves, and they cannot get a decent job. Their world is like an endless dark abyss. Generally, as this voice was played, the lives of the blind people in the video were played, and the scene was silent. Human beings may be selfish sometimes, but they are also the same when it comes to sympathizing with the weak, those who have blind relatives around them. She even shed tears silently. The video most truly reflects the miserable life of blind people. The whole world has no light or color, and everything is dark. They can only use sound and hands to feel the world. They cannot work or even take care of themselves. Countless strong people even choose to end their lives because they cannot accept all this. The video of a few minutes was very short, but it fully adjusted the atmosphere of the scene. Everyone present was silent. At the same time, they secretly guessed that Fuyun Technology Group may have invented some new technology this time, which can restore people's eyesight. Now we invite the famous blind musician Sun Yan. When the video played to the end, Qin Mingyao's voice sounded again. Chapter 94. There is light in the dark world. As host Qin Mingyao's voice fell, Sun Yan, wearing a pair of black sunglasses, slowly came to the stage with the support of 2 staff members. In the middle of the stage, a curtain was slowly opened and a piano was placed. On top, Sun Yan was guided by the staff to sit down next to the piano. Doremi. After a few simple sound tests, Sun Yan's hands accurately found the positions of each note, and soon a piano piece began to play slowly. Beethoven's Fifth Symphony Destiny. Soon, media friends from Western countries at the scene recognized this piece of music. Beethoven's piano music is very famous, and basically anyone who likes piano can hear it. The music is low and full of sadness, but there is tenacity in the sadness, a struggle against fate, and persistence in dreams. At this time, Sun Yan seems to have transformed into Beethoven back then. Beethoven was deaf and could not hear the sound. Sun Yan, they are blind and unable to see the world, but they both have the same persistence in music, and they also refuse to admit defeat or give up on their fate, and stubbornly resist the ups and downs of fate. After the song ended, everyone was still immersed in the sad tune. It was not until Sun Yan stood up and bowed to everyone present that everyone slowly woke up, and then thunderous applause broke out. Okay, thank you very much Mr. Sun Yan for your wonderful performance. Of course, we invited Mr. Sun Yan here today. Firstly, we want to hear Mr. Sun Yan's wonderful piano sound. And secondly, we want to use Mr. Sun Yan to showcase our Fuyun Technology, the group's new technology products. Qin Mingyao walked onto the stage again and came next to Sun Yan. This time, the reason why Sun Yan agreed to come to perform was actually largely because Fuyun Technology Group promised to restore Sun Yan's eyesight and regain his sight. I'm also looking forward to it. Please let your company go as soon as possible. It'll be fine. Sun Yan seemed very excited at this time, as if he had already made some kind of determination. He had also heard his family talk about Fuyun Technology Group and knew that it was a biotechnology company that might actually be able to help him regain his eyesight. Mr. Sun Yan, please don't worry. Our products will not harm you. Qin Mingyao smiled, and soon a staff member came on stage, holding something like a collar in his hand. There was a camera-like thing in the middle of this black collar. The staff member came to Sun Yan and put the collar on Sun Yan. On Yan's head, the camera was set just in the middle of his forehead, and then he gently pressed the start button. Sun Yan, who had always been full of expectations, was waiting quietly at this time, wondering why the people from Fuyun Technology Group wore something like a collar on his head. However, before he had any idea, he could clearly feel a very weak electric current flowing through his head. And suddenly, there was a colorful world in his mind. A huge stadium. And the scene was decorated a world full of science fiction. On the stage that was not too big, a beautiful host was looking at her with a smile. Below the stage, media reporters from all over the world were pointing their guns and cannons at the stage. Farther away was a huge crowd. Sun Yan couldn't help but look up at the sky. The sun was shining brightly, and the sky was blue. After more than 10 years, Sun Yan finally saw the sunshine and the colorful world again. Ha ha! This is incredible! Sun Yan's whole body immediately trembled with excitement. He knew very well that this was not the world he saw through his own eyes. This was a new world directly reflected into his brain through the collar-like thing on his forehead. Just like the world you see with your own eyes.
Mr. Sun Yan, can you see other people now?
Qin Mengyao asked with a smile.
Well, host, you are really beautiful.
Especially your white dress makes you look as beautiful as a fairy.
Sun Yan turned towards Qin Mengyao, his face still unable to conceal the excitement in his heart. At this time, he could see the white skirt Qin Mengyao was wearing through the necklace on his head.
Oh, God. What kind of technology did Li Fu develop that can actually restore people's eyesight immediately?
Below the stage, reporters from the Western media couldn't help but sigh. Such a living example is right in front of them. One moment, a blind man who needs help from someone can accurately tell the color of the host's clothes the next moment. It's really amazing. Incredible.
Could it be that strange collar on his head? What kind of technological product is this? It can actually restore people's eyesight immediately. It's really amazing.
Naturally, everyone immediately thought of the strange collar that had just been put on Sun Yan's head. There must be a connection, and everyone couldn't help but speculate.
Thank you, Mr. Sun Yan, for your compliment. Please take a rest. Next, we will invite 10 friends who came to our new product launch conference to come on stage to experience this magical technological product that can instantly restore eyesight.
Qin Mengyao smiled and nodded, asking Sun Yan to step down and rest. Without any support, Sun Yan walked off the stage naturally like a normal person. As soon as they heard about the opportunity to experience this brand new technological product, everyone at the scene raised their hands high.
Okay, please invite the gentleman in black, the lady with blonde hair, and the lady in red.
Qin Mengyao smiled and randomly selected 10 friends below. These people were male and female, domestic and foreign, and their skin color was both white, yellow and black. Everyone who was named seemed a little excited and hurriedly get on stage.
Please ask the staff to blindfold them.
Soon, a staff member came onto the stage with black blindfolds in their hands and covered the eyes of all 10 people, leaving no gaps at all. They could not see anything at all. This was equivalent to being invisible like a blind person.
Please ask the staff to wear our company's technology products for them.
The third eye. After covering their eyes, the staff quickly put a collar-like thing on the 10 people. The camera was placed exactly in the middle of the forehead.
Start up.
The staff gently pressed the start button, and after a very slight electric current passed, a whole body world scene with a camera appeared in the minds of 10 people.
Oh, God. It's unbelievable. Oh, that's cool. Uh-huh. This can actually transmit the information seen by the camera directly into the brain.
In an instant, each of the 10 people who came on stage to participate in the test couldn't help but exclaim. They kept shaking their hands in front of them like curious children. Some even hit themselves hard to confirm. I was not dreaming, because everything in front of me was too unbelievable.
What is your name, beautiful lady?
Qin Mengyao walked up to a European and American beauty with blonde hair and blue eyes and asked with a smile.
My name is Julie, and I'm from John Bull.
Julie responded with a smile on her face.
Julie, can you tell me how you feel now? Of course. It's very magical. I feel like I have an extra eye on my forehead. It can transmit everything around me directly into my brain. It's even clearer than what I can see with my own eyes. It's so amazing and incredible.
Julie used a very exaggerated expression to express her inner shock. Wearing a collar, it was as if she had an extra eye. She could even see the world more clearly than she could with her own eyes, and could see the world from a long distance. See clearly.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Julie, for sharing your feelings. Sir, would you mind telling us how you feel at this time?
Qin Mengyao quickly pointed the microphone at the next person who came up to test.
This is a miracle. When I was in the audience just now, I was full of doubts. It was just a strange collar that could make people regain their sight immediately. But now, I have to say that this is really an epic-making technology product. This is a very, very great technological product. Like a miracle. The expression of the dark-skinned black young man was very complimentary. He kept waving his hands while talking, unable to conceal the excitement in his heart.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir, for sharing.
Qin Mengyao smiled and continued to ask the next person. Soon, each of the 10 people who participated in the test shared their excitement and shock. At this time, everyone suddenly understood why. Sun Yan was able to regain his sight immediately. This is not to say that Sun Yan's blindness was really cured, but another high-tech method was used to obtain the image through the camera, and then transmitted directly to the brain. thus achieving the restoration of vision in disguise, and allowing him to see this again. The purpose of the colorful world. Below the stage, media reporters from all over the world, and domestic and foreign audiences, initially did not believe that Fuyun Technology Group could really restore people's eyesight immediately by wearing a strange collar. But 10 volunteers all shared their feelings. After that, everyone could probably figure out what was going on. Naturally, I feel even more shocked. It seems to be very simple to directly transmit the information from the camera into the human brain. However, just thinking about the technology involved will tell you that it is definitely not that simple. Otherwise, related products have already appeared in the world. This involves many high-tech fields such as electronics, biology, optics, etc. Of course, the most critical one is the field of biotechnology. How Fuyun Technology's products transmit information directly into the human brain is the key. Chapter 95. This is just an appetizer. As the 10 volunteers on stage took off their black blindfolds, a more magical scene appeared. The information seen in the eyes and the information seen through the third eye were brought together, and the brain automatically chose to believe the clearer third eye. Seeing the world, some of the 10 volunteers couldn't help but take off the collars on their heads and then put them back on.
Ha. You can also see the line of sight in all directions. If you wear it backwards, you can see clearly from the front and back.
Someone pointed the collar camera behind and said loudly to the others, as if they had discovered a new world. Soon others also learned to move the collar. Every time they moved the collar, the picture in their minds was completely different. It's different, very novel, and equally shocking.
Okay, thank you very much for the 10 volunteers who came on stage to experience our Fuyun Technology Group's new technology products. Due to time constraints, we still need to let more friends experience our company's new products.
Qin Mengyao on the side waited for them to have almost finished playing, and walked up immediately, inviting them down with a smile on her face. Each of the 10 volunteers showed great reluctance, but they could only hand the collar back to staff member. Then several rounds of 10 volunteers were reselected to come on stage to experience it. There is no doubt that all of them were deeply shocked by the powerful function of the third eye.
Human beings can even abandon their eyes from now on.
The Yingjiang Times reporter, who experienced it personally, could not help but give such an evaluation.
Thank you very much for the 10 friends who came to experience our company's technology products. Due to time constraints, our new technology product experience ends here for the time being. Those who want to experience new technology products can go to the venues around the venue to experience it. Of course, it is not now. Our free experience activities start in the afternoon.
Qin Mengyao, dressed in a white skirt, walked onto the stage again, with a smile on her face, and continued to host the new product launch conference.
The function of the third eye is very powerful. I think all of you friends who have just come to the stage to experience it should have already experienced it. However, the third eye is just an appetizer for our new product launch conference of Fuyun Technology Group. This time, our Fuyun Technology Group really wants to the technological product shown to the world that can change the times is not the third eye, but the virtual machine.
As Qin Mingyao's voice became louder and louder, two things were displayed on the huge monitor on the stage. One was like a mobile phone, and the other was like a watch. However, neither of these two things had a monitor, which looked a little strange. Yes, everyone naturally quickly thought of what they saw around them when they just entered the venue.
Virtual machine? It turns out that this thing is called a virtual machine. I thought it was a mobile phone and a watch. I was also wondering if Fuyun Technology Group was going to enter the red ocean market of mobile phones.
It was only then that everyone in the audience suddenly realized that when many people saw these two things at first glance, they thought they were technological products such as mobile phones and smart watches. If they were these two products, they were nothing new, not to mention any world-changing, epoch-making technological products. Now when they hear the name of the virtual machine, everyone can't help but start to think about what these two things are used for.
Virtual machine? A machine in a virtual world? Or is this thing itself virtual?
In the audience, Zhang Lei was also confused at this time. Just a name was not enough to judge the purpose of this new thing, and he was constantly guessing in his mind.
I think many friends should have been constantly guessing in their minds what this virtual machine is used for. Virtual machine is a brand new product, an epoch-making product. Virtual machine is a kind of product that can directly a technological product used to connect the brain and connect the human brain directly to the internet.
With a smile on her face, Qin Mengyao hesitated for a moment, then directly gave a definition and explained the role of the virtual machine.
Technological products that directly connect to the brain and allow the human brain to directly connect to the internet.
All the people below were still in a daze at this time, and they were still interpreting this sentence word by word. Many reporters from foreign media were actually in a daze, because they did not understand Chinese very well. Can't understand the meaning of this.
A machine that directly connects the brain to a virtual network. A virtual machine? How does the brain directly connect to the virtual internet?
Everyone who understood it was frowning at this time, still not understanding the role of the virtual machine.
How is this possible? Directly connecting the brain to the virtual internet means that the machine can be controlled directly with the brain?
Of course, some people have already made some rough guesses, but they are not comprehensive enough. Direct brain control of machines is already very science fiction, and going further is obviously difficult to imagine.
I think everyone is still not very clear about the role and function of the virtual machine. First, before I explain the role and function of the virtual machine in detail, I am here to solemnly announce to you that our Fuyun Technology Group is very advanced in the field of biosensing technology. A major breakthrough has been made, which can transmit information into the human brain in the form of brain waves, and can also interpret the information contained in the brain waves of the human brain.
Qin Mengyao obviously expected the reaction of everyone present. Just like when he first came into contact with the virtual machine not long ago. He did not understand the role and function of the virtual machine at all. Even if someone explained on the side. Only when the biometric sensing technology is used it was a sudden realization when I said it. And I understood it instantly.
Holy crap! This is so amazing! It can transmit information directly into the human brain in the form of brain waves. And it can also directly read the information in human brain waves. This is the rhythm of heaven. I instantly knew what that third eye was.
In the audience, Li Chang almost jumped up when he heard this, and said loudly,
I also know that it is just a camera and a device that can directly transmit the content captured by the camera to the human brain. No wonder it can restore the sight of all blind people and directly input information into the brain. This camera is equivalent to the eyes. And as long as you spend money, you can also install high-definition cameras, infrared cameras, multi-angle, all-round cameras, etc.
Zhang Lei on the side was also deeply shocked at this time. It was really unbelievable to directly transmit and read information to the human brain.
No wonder this virtual machine can directly connect people's brains to the internet. As long as there is a mobile phone-like thing with mobile internet functions, all information is directly transmitted to the brain, and all operations, commands, etc. are also performed by the brain. Once completed, you don't need to operate it with your hands at all. Virtual machine. Virtual machine. The name is really very appropriate.
Li Chang nodded. At this time, he had fully understood the power and terror of virtual machines. From now on, you will not need computers, mobile phones, etc. to surf the internet. You can just have a virtual machine and close your eyes and lie comfortably on the bed. For office work, surfing the internet, gaming, chatting, etc.
God! What on earth is going on with the Chinese people? Such terrible biosensing technology can be developed. I seem to have seen the collapse of countless technology companies. The birth of this virtual machine is enough to bring down all mobile phone and computer manufacturers.
If it is swept into the dust of history, it will be like the fruit company that eliminated Nokia and Motorola. And earth-shaking changes will occur overnight.
Some foreigners have a very good command of Chinese. After hearing this, they couldn't help shouting, and then started to translate to other people in English.
God, is this true? In the future, you can surf the internet without facing the computer monitor or mobile phone monitor? That's great. I'm tired of looking at the computer monitor. My eyes are very tired, and my typing speed is slow. It's very slow. And the phone is even more tiring when trying to send a message.
When a foreigner heard the translation, he immediately laughed excitedly. He could directly use his brain to surf the internet and work. Everything seemed to have become very simple. In the future, all kinds of operations can be completely commanded by his brain. Now that it's done, there's no need to learn a lot of things.
At first, I thought the Chinese people always like to brag about what epic-making technological products they can come up with and change the world. Now I have to admit that their slogan is completely worthy of the name. Virtual machines can directly connect people's brains. Virtual network technology products are technology products that can change the world. Fuyun Technology Group is really a great company.
Some arrogant foreigners could not help but shake their heads at this time and put away their arrogance. The birth of biosensing technology can directly transmit and read information to the brain. Such a terrifying technology first appeared in the appearance of Huaxia in this magical place in the east, completely shattered his arrogance in an instant. He had to face this fact. Throughout the huge press conference, everyone who came to the press conference to understand what a virtual machine knit was sighing. Naturally, the Chinese people were very proud. They straightened their backs and raised their heads. I started to look at the foreigners around me. As for these foreigners, they were all deeply shocked. Countless people took out their mobile phones, computers, and other communication devices, and quickly sent back the information they had obtained firsthand to their own people. Everyone around me released this major technological news that shook the world. The Chinese people have actually developed biosensing technology and a corresponding virtual machine that can directly connect a person's brain to the virtual machine in the virtual world. Chapter 96. Thoughts control everything. In the bird's nest of the Imperial National Stadium, everyone who came to attend the press conference was deeply shocked by the virtual machine. Just like the advertisement advertised by Fuyun Technology Group, this is an epoch-making technology product. Technology products that change the world. The powerful shock it brought was as unparalleled as the impact it could bring. It instantly conquered everyone present. So much so that the host Qin Mengyao had just picked up the microphone, and the people below raised their hands high. When you start your own business, you all know that the next step is probably to find some people to come on stage to experience the power of the virtual machine. It seems that everyone can't help but want to experience the magic and power of the virtual machine. Just like the previous third eye, we will select 10 viewers in each round to experience the virtual machine, for a total of 5 rounds. Qin Mengyao had obviously expected such a scene. Looking at the hands raised high below, he quickly selected 10 people to come up and experience the virtual machine. The staff brought up 10 chairs, all of which were chairs with backrests. Then they put a watch-style virtual machine on each of the 10 people's hands and gently pressed the start button. After a very weak current flowed through the hand, a very magical scene appeared. An interface, like a computer screen, appeared in everyone's brain. The 10 people couldn't help but curiously use their brains to control everything. Everything is very fast. With just a thought, the Penguin account that I came to chat with was already logged in, and the messages sent by the friends above also appeared in my brain. Then all the words I wanted to reply to appeared in an instant, and then were sent out immediately. It is very novel. The brain controls everything. Everything can be processed with one thought. There is no need to control anything with hands. Some people even open various office software and try to work. The speed is also very fast. Some people even open games one after another and have a great time playing them. They control the game with their own brain thoughts. All operations are almost instantaneous. There is no problem at all because the hands are too stupid to keep up with the brain. No matter the operation errors occurred, the experience of playing the game instantly improved by countless times. I was immersed in it all of a sudden and had a great time playing it. On the big screen behind the 10 people, all the contents that the 10 people were playing at this time were played one by one. The chatting speed was very fast. The typing speed was beyond imagination. And the game players were constantly releasing perfect combinations. Comes out and is very responsive. Very fast. The people in the audience were all paying attention to the 10 people on the stage. Some people were so immersed in playing games that they even danced and shouted various slogans from the games. There was no doubt about it. All 10 people have been completely immersed in the virtual world at this time. 10 minutes later, under the resentful looks of 10 people, Qin Mengyao ordered the staff to take off their virtual machines with a very apologetic expression. When will this virtual machine go on sale? I want to buy one right away, no matter how much it costs. Qin Mengyao originally wanted to interview these 10 people and ask them to express their opinions on virtual machines. Unexpectedly, the first interviewee, a reporter from Europe, asked him excitedly, "Well, this amazing virtual machine will be available soon, so you won't have to wait too long. Can you share your feelings now?" Qin Mengyao was slightly startled, but he immediately came to his senses and continued the interview. "What I feel now is that I want to have a virtual machine right away. I want to have it immediately. It is so magical and incredible. I feel that after using it, all mobile phones, computers, etc. can be completely eliminated. I now understand what a virtual world is. A virtual machine. Its name is very appropriate." The foreigner is like a child. He wants to own a virtual machine at this moment, just like a child wants to own a favorite toy. He looks very excited. "Okay. Thank you to the gentleman for sharing his experience with us. Our virtual machines will be available soon, so you won't have to wait too long.
Qin Mengyao pointed the microphone at the next experiencer.
Incredible! All the information is directly reflected in the brain. It is clearer and more accurate than what we see with our eyes. We can directly operate everything with our own thoughts. The speed is very fast. We can complete it with just one thought. All operations. Even this one is very complex. If we use it for office work, we no longer have to worry about our typing speed being too slow, or that we are not familiar enough with many office software. Because as long as we think of something in our brains, such as arranging the size of certain data, etc., it can be completed in an instant.
And there is no need to remember those complex and numerous formulas, etc. I am a game enthusiast. When I used to play games, I always felt that my hand speed could not keep up. But now it is completely different. I can control the game with my mind. It is perfect. God. I also wish I could have a virtual machine right away.
Experiencers shared their feelings one by one. The 10 experiencers did not need to ask at all. In fact, more than half of them said that they wanted to own a virtual machine right away, and they were completely unable to reach their residence. The magic of virtual machines. Round after round of experiencers came on stage to experience it, and the power of the virtual machine instantly conquered every experiencer. Those who did not participate in the experience felt as if they were being scratched by a cat's paw. In addition, the previous after the participating experiencers came down, they kept describing the wonderful and magical feeling to the people around them, which made people want to experience it themselves right away.
Thank you for sharing your feelings with everyone. Thank you. Due to time constraints, our experience activities can only be held here for the time being. Starting from the afternoon, everyone can experience our Fuyun Technology Group's products at experience points around the stadium. Let's move on to the next part of our Fuyun Technology Group's new product launch conference. In the Q&A session, we would like to invite Mr. Fang Zheng, CEO of Fuyun Technology Group, and Mr. Yin Zhang, head of the Virtual Machine Research Group of Fuyun Technology Group. Everyone's questions will be answered. The two of them will answer it for everyone.
Following Qin Mengyao's words, Fang Zheng and Yin Zhang, both dressed in suits, walked onto the stage with smiles on their faces and bowed slightly. At the same time, as soon as the audience heard the key question and answer session, everyone below he raised his hand high again.
Okay. The lady in white is the first to ask.
Qin Mengyao was very smart and handed the first question to a beautiful lady. From her job badge, she knew she was a reporter from China Television.
Hello, Mr. Fang. I am Li Yao, a reporter from China TV. I would like to ask you a question. As far as I know, your company is a biotechnology company. Why has there been such a huge change? What about developing into the electronics industry? What is your company's future development direction?
Li Yao, who was dressed in white, looked a little excited at this time. She didn't expect that she would be the first to ask a question. She sorted out her words slightly and asked,
I think the first question is better answered by Yin Zhang, because it is a technical matter that I don't understand at all. As for the second question, Fuyun Technology Group should stick to its own company philosophy in the future. Use technology to change the world. Use technology to serve mankind. And everything we do will revolve around this central point.
Fang Zheng nodded and answered the second question. The first question was thrown to Yin Zhang, who was in charge of technology.
In fact, when it comes to technology, whether it is the third eye or a virtual machine, although these two products can be said to be electronic products, from the core of their essence, the most critical thing about these two products is biosensing technology. Biosensing technology is an authentic biotechnology technology. So we can't say that we jumped across industries and entered the electronics industry all of a sudden. We can only say that technologies are integrated with each other and constantly complementary.
Yin Zhang also smiled and nodded, then thought about it carefully in his mind and said that he had just left school not long ago, and he still seemed a little nervous at this time. Unlike Fang Zheng, who was already a veteran.
Mr. Fang, I just want to ask when the virtual machine will be available for sale. What is the approximate price?
The second person who asked the question was a foreigner, and he was also someone who had just been lucky enough to participate in the experience. At this time, he looked at Fang Zheng eagerly, looking very expectant.
Our virtual machines are expected to be available for sale in small quantities around the world after December 15th. By early 2019, virtual machines should be available to the market on a large scale. As for the selling price, because our Fuyun Technology Group adopts a single seller system globally, The specific sales may vary in each region. Our company's ex-factory price is about 10,000 US dollars. As for China's domestic friends can make advance reservations through our company's official website. In China, we adopt an online sales strategy.
When they learned from founder that the sales price was 10,000 US dollars, and that it would only be released in small quantities in mid-December, and would not be available in large quantities until 2019, the people who asked the question couldn't help but complain.
Oh God, I have to wait half a month before I can get a virtual machine. How am I going to spend these 10 days?
However, more people are carefully calculating. The price of 10,000 US dollars is just from the manufacturer of Fuyun Technology Group, and the price may double after it finally reaches the hands of consumers. Those present foreigners couldn't help but feel dizzy because the price was really not cheap. As for domestic people, they were secretly delighted and couldn't help but praise Fuyun Technology Group. Chapter 97.
Super hot.
In the huge stadium, Fuyun Technology Group's press conference has ended. But no one who came to attend the press conference left. Everyone rushed to the experience point next to it very quickly, preparing to wait for the experience in the afternoon. As soon as the event started, long queues formed at more than 100 experience points. There were more than 2,000 people on site, and almost 20 people were waiting in line at each experience point. While waiting, these people naturally wanted to share the news with their relatives and friends. One message after another was sent out from here, and soon the world knows about the epic-making technological products of Fuyun Technology Group.
The people of Fuyun Group are really tired. They actually only open experience activities in the afternoon. What should we do at noon? Are we hungry?
Zhang Lei and Li Chong were relatively fast, and they were at the front of the queue at an experience point. They were stroking their hungry stomachs and complaining slightly.
You won't die if you're hungry. I can't wait to experience the magic of this virtual machine right now. If I go to eat now, I don't know how long we will have to wait in line. I haven't seen a steady stream of people. Are you coming in? Let's just be patient for a while. I guess it will start shortly after 12 o'clock.
Li Chong looked very excited. Looking at the virtual machine he visited earlier, he wanted to own it right away, although he was already a little hungry. Looking at the entrance, there were many people who came after hearing the news and were constantly talking about it. The queue is lengthened.
Oops. We forgot something important. Hurry up and go to Fuyun Technology Group's official website to see if you can reserve a virtual machine now.
Zhang Lei suddenly slapped himself, then hurriedly took out his mobile phone and logged into the official website of Fuyun Technology Group.
Zhang Lei. The price of this virtual machine is as high as 10,000 US dollars. If it is converted into Chinese currency, it will exceed 60,000 US dollars. How much money do you have?
Li Chong on the side curled his lips. The price of this virtual machine is really too high. And this is still domestic. You can place an order directly from the official website of Fuyun Technology Group. If it is abroad, the price may be doubled.
Of course, I don't have much money. But as long as we can get the quota, we can make a lot of money even if we resell it. Fuyun Technology Group has opened reservations. But no one has made reservations. Hurry up and take it out. Use your phone to book. And in fact, Fuyun Technology Group only sells 10,000 US dollars overseas. And most of the US dollars are converted into Chinese dollars in China. Hee. I just saw that the drugs for treating AIDS are like this. Hee.
Zhang Lei looked confident. He opened the official website of Fuyun Technology Group and took a look. In addition to new drugs to treat AIDS, the third eye and virtual machine products were also online and available for pre-order. And he quickly placed an order.
Damn. One person can only place an order for one device. And he even has to bind his ID card to it. And he has to take photos with his ID card. This is so cheating.
I originally thought about booking a few more units. But Fuyun Technology Group had obviously already anticipated this. So it made corresponding restrictions. The purpose was naturally to prevent scalpers from reselling. Zhang Lei and Li Chong took their mobile phones to place an order somewhere. The foreigners on the side looked at the two with envy. As for the other Chinese people who heard this, they also hurriedly started to operate. The sales amounted to 10,000 US dollars. The price clearly didn't put people off.
It's time to start experiencing it.
Just after 12 o'clock, the staff member of Fuyun Technology Group on the side said to Zhang Lei, who was at the front of the queue. Zhang Lei, who had been waiting boredly with his mobile phone, excitedly walked up immediately. There are 3 chairs at each experience point, allowing 3 people to experience the experience together at the same time. All products participating in the experience are also tied with a long rope to prevent anyone from taking them away. Zhang Lei and Li Chong couldn't wait to bring their virtual machine skills, and so did a foreigner behind them. Then they gently pressed the start button. Everyone already knew how to use this virtual machine. It was very simple. There is only one button on it. Just put on the virtual machine and press the button. The computer operation interface suddenly appeared in the minds of Zhang Lei and Li Chong. They couldn't help but curiously started to operate it with their minds. Even out of habit, their hands were still pretending to hold the mouse, making the people behind couldn't help but laugh.
Uh-huh. It feels so good. It feels so good.
Zhang Lei opened Penguin, entered his Penguin account password in just one thought, and then logged in instantly. All the information appeared in his brain at once. And then he replied immediately,
Li Chong, you are slower than me. Damn. You are a 3-second man. Everyone in our class knows this. If you have the guts, let's fight against the king of pesticides. Just go. No one is afraid of whom.
Zhang Lei and Li Chong chatted very quickly through the Penguin chat software, almost at the speed of mental communication. Then the two immediately opened the king pesticide at the same time and started a duel.
Damn it. Zhang Lei. When did your little Zhuge Liang become so coquettish? He is actually able to perform perfect combos. I remember you couldn't even activate your passive before. You are not the same as Li Bai. You are the worst of the 9 pitfalls of Li Bai. I didn't expect you to be able to dodge my skills now. I'll wipe them. You can even magnify my moves against me. I'll dodge them.
The two people had a great time competing in single combat, because they could control the game with their thoughts. The two of them were immersed in the battle almost instantly, and their level was directly higher by an unknown number of levels.
It's no fun to fight alone. Let's go. Let's go. Let's form a team and beat the losers. Well, let's get those people in our class together and let them see the great god level Li Bai.
The two of them got tired of playing one-on-one and immediately decided to play ranked matches, dragging the other 3 people in the class who were online to play together.
Damn it. Zhang Lei. Don't play Zhuge Liang. Please. What? Xiaoqiang. You still play Li Bai. You get cheated every time.
As soon as their classmates saw Zhang Lei and Li Chong playing Zhuge Liang and Li Bai, their balls instantly ached, and the painful experiences of being cheated countless times in the past immediately came to mind.
I promise not to cheat you this time. If you lose, I'll treat you to a meal. Yes. Please eat.
The two of them replied almost as soon as they spoke at the same time.
Do you two know what I'm going to say? How can you reply so quickly? But since you all said so, if you lose this game, you lose. Let's think about where to go for a meal. Hey.
The two of them came back almost instantly. And then Zhuge Liang and Li Bai were like divine assistants, under the control of powerful thoughts. They showed the level of super gods. They were almost chopping melons and vegetables,
beating their opponents to the point where they were unable to parry. In less than 10 minutes, they concentrated on pushing all the way through the middle and won.
Guys, your experience time has come. I'm very sorry.
While the two were still reminiscing about the joy of the game, the staff on the side took off the virtual machines of the 3 of them with apologetic smiles. Zhang Lei and Li Chong were reluctant to part with them and wished they could have the virtual machines right away.
10,000 yuan. It seems that I will either starve to death or be exhausted. I want to save money and earn money to buy a virtual machine.
Seeing that the queue was not very long, Zhang Lei and Li Chong hurriedly ran to the back to line up again. And at the same time, they already had a plan in mind.
Xiaoqiang, let's find someone to start a business and make games together. With the emergence of virtual machines, the game industry will definitely become more popular in the future. So let's do this.
As more and more people experience the power of virtual machines in person, the magical features of virtual machines quickly spread through word of mouth.
Come to the bird's nest to experience the virtual machine. It is very powerful and will definitely not let you down.
Messages like this are being sent out one after another. On the afternoon of December 1st, more than 20,000 people came to the bird's nest to experience the virtual machine. Many people have even been hungry since the morning and have been waiting in line to experience the power and magic of the virtual machine. It was not until the experience was announced that the day was over that I reluctantly left. On the morning of December 2nd, the bird's nest was not open yet, but there were already long queues at every entrance. Many of them were people who came to experience it yesterday. Everyone was constantly asking their friends, relatives, and friends around them. Let's talk about the power of virtual machines.
Everyone knows how good my Li Bai is. But in yesterday's battle, Zhang Lei and I directly abused each other. Zhang Wei won by lying down. All this was done by virtual machines. Everything can be done, use your mind to control it. You will know after you try it today. Hey, Zhang Lei and I have successfully made reservations on the official website. But we still have some money left. If you support us now, we can release this virtual machine for everyone to play together.
Li Chong said to the classmates around him with an exaggerated expression, while not forgetting to ask his classmates to raise the cost of purchasing the virtual machine. Outside the entire bird's nest, more than 100,000 people lined up in a long queue. Everyone was discussing the virtual machine, a magical new technology product, and wanted to experience its magic for themselves. On December 2nd, even though Fuyun Technology Group had increased the number of experience points to 1,000, it was still not enough in the face of as many as 100,000 experienced people. On that day, it only barely satisfied the experienced crowd. Let everyone personally experience the power of a virtual machine. On the third day, because there were so many people coming, the management of the bird's nest had to negotiate with Fuyun Technology Group for safety reasons and began to restrict the increasingly large number of people experiencing the experience. Only reception of no more than 100,000 people per day is allowed. The entire bird's nest is extremely popular, even more lively and popular than when the Olympic Games were held. Every day, more than 100,000 people line up in long lines to experience the power of virtual machines. Of course, what is more popular is the sales of virtual machines. They are currently out of stock. But this does not prevent Fuyun Technology Group from selling products first. Chapter 98. If you want the goods, send money first. Time goes back to the day of the new product launch. Far away at the headquarters of the Solon family in Western Europe. John Solon, because he was optimistic about the future development of Fuyun Technology Group, spent a lot of money to acquire the sales and operation rights in Western Europe and Africa. In just about 1 year time, relying on the fact that it holds the power to treat AIDS drugs in 2 regions. In addition, the Sauron family itself already has a deep foundation in Western countries. So I don't know how much benefit the Sauron family has gained from it this year. Many national leaders even have to ask to come to the Sauron family, hoping to win more shares of AIDS drugs for their country. Naturally, the Sauron family's business dealings in various countries have become much smoother. The Sauron family's wealth has increased a lot in just 1 year. Naturally, the Sauron family is a young one. The younger generation also stood out in the fierce competition within the family, almost as much as William, who ranked first. This time Fuyun Technology Group held a new product launch conference. As an agent in Western Europe and Africa, John Solon naturally received the invitation and also attached great importance to sending his right-hand man to China. It was already past 2 o'clock in the morning, and John Solon had not slept, waiting for news from China. I don't know what good things Li Fu can come up with this time. It should probably treat some kind of disease. Biotechnology is really profitable. The ex-factory price of Fuyun Technology Group is $10,000. The cost is estimated to be even a few $. You don't even need a knife. It seems that our family can increase investment in this aspect in the future. John Sauron looked at the beautiful starry sky outside and kept thinking in his mind. As a man who inspired to take over the power of the Sauron family, he naturally had to think carefully about the future of the family. In 2018, because of the operation of drugs to treat AIDS in Western Europe and Africa, the Solon family received more than just the price difference they earned on the surface. In order to obtain drugs to treat AIDS, many African countries had to ask the Solon family for drugs. A lot of mineral resources and so on have been opened up that would never have been open to the outside world before. The Solon family's investments in Africa are everywhere, and in Western Europe, the Solon family's home base. The Solon family is very smart and does not make much money with the medicines in their hands, but they get a very good profit from it. The reputation has played a great role in the development of the Sauron family in Western European countries. Therefore, John Solon is also full of expectations for the new product release of Fuyun Technology Group. DD. There was a sound on the computer nearby, and John Sauron immediately became energetic. He hurriedly walked over to check his mailbox, which contained a message that had just been sent back from China. I clicked on it immediately without hesitation and read the content of the email carefully from beginning to end. Third eye? It is a good technological product to restore sight to blind people, but the audience is too small. Having just read the beginning, John Soren couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Although the product of Third Eye is very good,
It can actually be used for many purposes, but its audience is not large. Compared with the drugs for treating AIDS, it is quite different. It won't be of much help to John Sauron.
Virtual machine? You can directly connect to the internet with your brain and control everything with your thoughts. It's incredible. An epic-making technological product?
He was a little disappointed at first, but when he saw the virtual machine appear, John Sauron's eyes lit up, and then he almost jumped with excitement.
Great. Now I see what else William can use to compete with me. Once the virtual machine comes out, all the electronic technology companies under William will collapse. And I will surpass everyone in one fell swoop because of the virtual machine.
Soon, John Sauron realized how powerful and terrifying the virtual machine was, as well as the terrible impact it would bring. From now on, mobile phones and computers will merge into one. And now all mobile phone and computer companies will be affected by it. The emergence of virtual machines has been eliminated by the ways of history. John's main competitor, William, whose family is in charge of the electronics industry, has been suppressing other competitors due to the rapid development and rise of the electronics industry in recent years. And now, John seems to have seen William's failure.
By the way, remit money to Fuyun Technology Group immediately. The more the better. This virtual machine is not a biological drug. As soon as the production line is started, you can get as much as you want. And this is something that everyone needs, just like mobile phones. The market is extremely huge, with nearly 2 billion in the two major regions of Western Europe and Africa. Not to mention anything else. Just making the difference in price is enough. Everything in this Fuyun Technology Group follows the principle of payment first, delivery later. Whoever remits the payment first will be shipped first. It seems that it is time to find time to go to the east again.
John Sauron seemed to have thought of something, and quickly picked up his mobile phone and called his secretary.
How much money do we still have in our Fuyun Technology Group account? Less than $1 billion. How much money can we use in our company account now? It's only about $5 billion. Immediately remit all $5 billion to Fuyun Technology Group. Remit all $5 billion? Yes. Send them all over.
After hanging up the phone, John Sauron frowned slightly. The area he was in charge of accounted for a small proportion of the family business, and he could only use $5 billion in his account.
$5 billion is still too little. It seems that we need to apply for special funds from the family. The price of this virtual machine is $10,000. $5 billion can only deliver 500,000 virtual machines. It is estimated that even one virtual machine will be delivered by then. Small countries don't have enough to sell, let alone the entire Western Europe and Africa. Even if they distribute a small amount of goods, they will need at least several million virtual machines to be able to cope with it. It seems that they need to apply for at least $20 billion from the family. Funds will do.
John Sauron made a simple calculation in his mind, and he already had an idea in his mind. He had been dealing with Fuyun Technology Group for nearly a year, and he knew the rules of Fuyun Technology Group very well. If you want goods, you can just call the money first. The more goods there are, the more goods will be shipped at that time. It's a very simple rule. But it happened to be such a simple rule that John Sauron and other agents around the world had to follow it. And each and every one of them sent back and forth to the Cloud Technology Group to send as much money as possible. There is no other way. Fuyun Technology Group is engaged in a monopoly on high-tech business. There is no other company in the world. What's more, the more goods you get, the more money you can make when you resell them. These businessmen are responsible for this business. It is clear that although the money can be kept in your own hands for financial management, investment, etc., you will never make money by reselling the goods. It's not just John Sauron who realizes this. Agents in 8 regions around the world are naturally very aware of Fuyun Technology Group's rules. And they all also sent people to participate in Fuyun Technology Group's new product launch conference. When you look at it, after the virtual machine appeared, the first thing that came to mind was to remit money to and from the Cloud Technology Group account in the headquarters building of Fuyun Technology Group, Fuyun Technology Industrial Park, Sanjiang Town, Meijiang County, Jiangnan Province, China. The company's CFO Zhong Yan put down his work at this time and waited specifically at the company's fund management center. Although Fuyun Technology Group is profitable, with a huge operating income of more than 20 billion and ultra-high operating profits every month, it cannot withstand the large sums of money from Li Fu that continue to pour into various fields. Not to mention that the Fuyun Technology Research Institute here in Yuanyuan Town alone has already spent tens of billions. And this is just the beginning. And the subsequent investment is like a bottomless pit. The high-standard research laboratory is built by the top engineering construction company in the country. The price is naturally not cheap. It is very expensive. There are also a variety of advanced scientific research equipment, instruments, etc., which are also very expensive. The investment in the entire Fuyun Technology Research Institute is unknown. In addition to this, other investments and so on are also very huge, and the monthly funds are actually quite tight. As the financial director of the company, Zhongyun has to live with his fingers every day, trying hard to keep the company's funds running. And at the same time, he was also afraid that Li Fu would like to enter some industry again. Mr. Zhong, agents in Europe and Africa remit $200 million, and agents in North America remit $200 million. Zhongyun was watching the new product launch conference and listening to the reports from his subordinates. As soon as Third Eye's technology products came out, various agents began to send money. However, it was obvious that they were not very interested in Third Eye. The remittances were not that's too much. European and African agents remitted $5 billion. North American agents remitted $5 billion. And East Asian agents remitted $2 billion. As of 12 o'clock, we have received a total of more than $20 billion in remittances. When the virtual machine was released at the press conference, huge amounts of remittances soon began to flow into the account of Fuyun Technology Group. Less than 20 minutes after the virtual machine was released, a huge amount of $20 billion had already been transferred, remitted to the company's account. $20 billion? That's a bit small. Zhongyun frowned slightly. This was a little different from what he expected. However, as soon as he finished speaking, several voices rang out. Mr. Zhong, we just received a payment of $20 billion from agents in Western Europe and Africa. Mr. Zhong, agents in North America have just returned $20 billion. In the afternoon of that day, Zhongyun had a smile on his face. He had a piece of data in his hand. On December 1st, 8 major agents around the world had remitted a total of nearly $100 billion to the accounts of Fuyun Technology Group. The company's official website, the orders for virtual machines booked above have reached 500,000 units. Chapter 99. Beat the cow to death every other line. The shocking appearance of the virtual machine almost instantly became the headlines of major news media around the world. From the Chinese imperial capital, all news about the virtual machine spread to the entire world in an instant. Footpod News, with its huge breakthrough in the field of biotechnology. Huaxia successfully developed biosensing technology. This technology was first used in the treatment of blindness and in the electronics field. On December 1st, Fuyun Technology Group officially announced Virtual the birth of the machine. An epoch-making technological product based on biosensing technology. Can directly transmit all information into the human brain. And can also directly read the information contained in brain waves. There is no doubt about the power of virtual machines. And they are also the technological products that countless people dream of nowadays. However, there is a fact that we have to face. That is, if we want to obtain the high-tech products of Fuyun Technology, we have to look at Nan Bangzi's face. Just like drugs to treat AIDS, the ex-factory price of drugs is only $10,000. After Nan Bangzi's hand, the price has increased more than 10 times. This will definitely be the case for virtual machines in the future. We Bigfoot Pod Chickens spent the most expensive money in the world. If you buy a product at a very low price, you can only get the worst service in the world. We strongly urge the government to put pressure on China's Fuyun Technology Group to cancel Nan Bangzi's agency rights and fight for equal rights for our citizens. Virtual machines are not drugs to treat AIDS. This is a technology product that everyone wants to obtain. The news about Jianbaji reported in detail the power of virtual machines and the origin of technology. At the same time, it once again exposed the pain in Jianbaji's heart because of a mistake at the beginning. In 2018, the number of patients suffering from AIDS in Jianbaji was they all had to endure Nan Bangzi's exploitation. Even if the price goes up 10 times to sell it to you, you still want Nan Bangzi. Sometimes when there is an anti-Jibanji movement in Bangzi, even if a patient here died of the disease, Nan Bangzi's agents are indifferent and just don't sell one. Give you some medicine. Therefore, regarding the sales of virtual machines in the future, Jaya Pinky is naturally worried about it. They call on the public to put pressure on the Jaya Pinky government, and then put pressure on China, hoping to bypass Nan Bangzi. Compared with Jaya Benji, who is crying and crying, Nanbangzi seemed to be a little more happy. The Dawei Universe Daily even praised Li Fu and Fuyun Technology Group. Today, Huaxia Fuyun Technology Group announced that it has made a major breakthrough in the field of biosensing technology and has successfully developed a virtual machine that can directly allow the brain to join the internet. All information and operations can be completed directly through the brain, without the need to use the eyes at all. See, you don't even need to use your hands to operate it. Just a thought is enough. As we all know, because at the Fuyun Technology Group agent recruitment meeting at the beginning of this year, Park Xingqi spared no effort to win glory for the country and successfully won the agency rights in East Asia. So our domestic AIDS patients can obtain prices that are far lower than the global price of new drugs. According to the agent agreement reached between Pu Xingqi and Fuyun Technology Group, Pu Xingqi has the agency rights for all countries and products in East Asia except China. So if Taibaji wants to obtain a virtual machine, it also needs to look at our faces. Compared with Taobenji, Nanbangzi is obviously too different, although they are both sons of the same father. Due to the deep historical hatred between them, Nanbangzi and Taobenji often have conflicts. There are a lot of contradictions, but Nanbangzi basically has nothing to do with him, so he is not as strong as others. Now that the agency rights are in the hands of Bangzi, Bangzi naturally has to promote it vigorously. There is even discussion on the internet about how many times this virtual machine should be sold to Taibaji. Of course, many Nanbangzi have seen a crisis, and that is the crisis in the electronics industry of Bangzi country. Samsung Electronics in Bangzi country is a technology company that ranks very high among the world's top 500. Samsung mobile phones used to be best-selling in the world, and they are said to be the only ones that can a mobile phone brand that competes with Fruit phones. Although Samsung mobile phones have plummeted due to the explosion scandal and the introduction of large-screen Fruit phones, Samsung Electronics is still a behemoth. The Samsung group behind Samsung Electronics is the largest chaebol group in the country. 16 in 2006. The output value of Samsung Group accounted for 1/5 of the entire country. Therefore, if Samsung Electronics, which is already struggling to survive, is hit by a virtual machine again, it will definitely make things worse. When the Samsung Group is hit, the entire economy will be shaken. The fact is as expected by countless people. When the news of the virtual machine reached Bangzi, Samsung Electronics stock plummeted, and there were even some cliff-like and plunge-like declines. By the way, the entire Samsung Group stock also began to fall, thus driving the entire country's stock market to plummet. Although the Bangzi state, which responded quickly took out corresponding rescue measures, it still could not stop the decline of Samsung Electronics and Samsung Group stocks. Nor could it stop the drastic changes in the entire stock market. No one is a fool. Everyone knows that once the virtual machine is on the market, mobile phones, computers, etc. will never be sold in the future. Although the price of the virtual machine is very high, the arrival of a new era will never be because of the price. Affected by these problems, the end of the traditional electronics industry can already be seen. Just like Nanbangzi. On December 1st, when it was already night in China, the Yingjiang side on the other side of the ocean ushered in new sunshine. However, when the Yingjiang stock market opened, the fruit company stocks that are now booming it actually fell directly in the middle. For a moment, countless Yingjiang people were dumbfounded. They didn't even understand what happened, why the fruit company's stock suddenly plummeted, and they watched helplessly as their wealth evaporated. The market value of fruit company is nearly $1 trillion, and it is the most well-known electronic technology company in the world. Even if it is placed in eagle sauce, it is one of the top or second behemoths. The plummeting stock price of fruit company has also had a huge impact on the entire US stock market. Yes. First, the stocks in the entire electronics sector were all red. Yingjiang is the opposite of us. Red when falling and green when rising. And then the entire market began to fall rapidly. In the entire US stock market, the market value of fruit companies alone has evaporated by $500 billion. In addition, the electronics sector is also a large sector, which has led to the decline of the entire market. On December 1st, the entire US stock market lost several trillion dollars in one day. Market value. The entire market is scarlet. After receiving the changes in the stock market, global stock markets have also undergone huge changes. European stock markets have been directly affected, and they have also rapidly become red. All mobile phones, computers, and other electronic industry-related companies have been greatly affected. Due to the impact, stocks plummeted and their market value evaporated. However, the nightmare has just begun.
With Fuyun Technology Group's virtual machine products on display day by day, more and more people have experienced the power of virtual machines, and the impact of virtual machines on the traditional electronics industry has begun to increase. In a conference room at the fruit company's headquarters, the entire fruit company's top management had gathered together, and Cook listened with a grim face as his subordinates reported various data.
Gentlemen and ladies, our company's stock has fallen below $50, and it is still falling. If it were not for the government support behind us, it is very likely that our stock would fall to worthless. Looking at our sales, our newly launched new fruit phone sales have also plummeted, and global sales are less than 1/10 of what they used to be. Based on the feedback from major sales regions around the world, our sales of mobile phones and computers have almost all come to a standstill. High-end consumers are basically waiting and see, waiting for the virtual machines to go on sale. As for low-end consumers, even more so, would never consider our product again.
Since the release of the virtual machine, Cook has not had a good night's sleep. At this time, he looks very tired and has no smile on his face. The fruit company that bore the brunt can now basically announce its farewell to the market of high-end electronic consumer products. The emergence of virtual machines easily swept the fruit company's products into the dust of history.
I beat the cow to death in every row. I didn't expect that fruit would be like this. Back then, our fruit company was making computers, and Nokia probably didn't expect that one day we would be beaten to death by a computer company. At the beginning, Nokia almost achieved the ultimate in traditional mobile phones. With super call capabilities and super battery life, Nokia mobile phones could be used to open wine bottles, smash walnuts, and move bricks. Almost overnight, Nokia mobile phones. As for the collapse, even in the words of the president of Nokia, we didn't know what happened, but we went bankrupt overnight. It was eliminated by a mobile phone produced by a fruit company that makes computers. That time, smartphones eliminated traditional feature phones. The speed was staggering.
I don't know why, but Cook's mind suddenly thought of Nokia, the king that was once eliminated by the fruit company. You must know that in 1999, Nokia's market value was as high as more than 200 billion euros, the highest market value in Europe. Company. But in 2013, it was eventually acquired by Microsoft for $5 billion.
Fuyun Technology Group is a biotechnology company. I didn't expect that our fruit company would end up in this situation. We would be defeated by companies in other industries and repeat the fate of Nokia. No! The fruit company must not fall into my hands. As long as we can quickly develop a virtual machine, we still have hope.
Chapter 100. Coming in droves. The impact of virtual machines is just like its popularity. As more and more people around the world know about the existence of virtual machines, the traditional electronics industry has suffered an unprecedented impact. Mobile phones and computers are basically unable to be sold. With the internet, many technology companies that make a living also feel that there is a sword of Damocles hanging above their heads, which may fall down and kill them at any time. No one thought that a product from a biopharmaceutical technology company could have such a huge impact on the electronics industry. Virtual machines that rely on biosensing technology will undoubtedly be the future development trend. True virtualization, the entrance to the world. Whoever masters this entrance will dominate the future virtual world. The current impact is only on the two hardware industries of mobile phones and computers. In the future, with the further development of biosensing technology, the virtual world will definitely undergo earth-shaking changes. Countless internet technology companies are also likely to be disrupted. Card. Almost when the stocks of high-tech companies such as Fruits plummeted, all internet companies in the world felt a huge crisis. Of course, many people also saw the countless opportunities that accompany the emergence of virtual machines. Everyone on Earth knows that the internet, an industry that has only been emerging for a few decades, has given birth to countless world-class super-rich people, such as Microsoft's Bill Gates, Facebook's Mark Zuckerberg, and China's Ma Ge, a certain Penguin Xiaomo, Google in the search field, Du Nyang, etc. These are all world-class companies that rely on the internet to rise. As for those sub-level companies, there are even more. Even Li Fu started his career by making games. This shows how big the market is in the internet industry, including software, games, office, shopping, intelligent management, internet communications, etc., making friends, etc. In any field, world-class large companies can be born, and world-class rich people can also be born. However, after all, the internet industry has been around for decades.
And many things have already formed a pattern. One behemoth giant has monopolized each field. And it is basically impossible for anyone to enter this field later. But when the virtual machine appeared, countless people's eyes were opened at once, as if they saw the huge changes that will occur in the internet industry in the future. The virtual network based on biometric sensing technology and the traditional network will have a qualitative change. If anyone can take the lead in this field, then he may not be able to build a world-class technology company and become a world-class super rich man in the future. Today's internet products are basically flat and web-based, and only some games can be said to be 3D games. However, there are still many shortcomings. Magical technological products, like virtual machines, can directly allow the brain to with the Allied Forces virtual network. Everything has undergone tremendous changes. Taking simple shopping as an example. Although it was very convenient to shop online in the past, it was always difficult to experience the feeling of shopping in a mall. However, once a virtual machine is applied, the virtual shopping environment can be completely transformed into a shopping mall, which is both enjoyable and enjoyable. With the convenience of online shopping, you can also enjoy the feeling of shopping in a mall without leaving home. If anyone can develop in this field first, it will be meaningless. In the future, virtual shopping will be able to eat a big cake, and it will be easy to become a world-class rich man in the new era. The emergence of virtual machines is enough to develop the current online world into a virtual world. It is basically equivalent to opening the door to a new type of world to countless people. Everything will be the same as when the internet first emerged. Whoever enters first can gain a firm foothold. Whoever can eat it will be full of fat. Naturally, the Chinese people have a deep understanding of this. Many of China's wealthy gangs are now big bosses of internet companies, allowing countless people to see the gold-producing capabilities of the emerging technology industry. Naturally, the same is true for the new virtual machines. Let countless people walk towards Sanjiang Town without hesitation. At the exit of the Sanjiang Town Expressway, a Maybach 62S made people at the toll station couldn't help but take a few glances. Nowadays, luxury cars in Sanjiang Town can still be seen frequently. But top luxury cars, like the Maybach 62S, have never been seen. I have never seen one. A car worth tens of millions is not something that ordinary people can own. Inside the Rolls-Royce Phantom car with Jiangsu and Zhejiang license plates, Ma Ge, a certain treasurer, had just woken up from his sleep. Ever since he learned about the emergence of the virtual machine, Ma Ge felt that he was restless. He couldn't eat or sleep well. As a trendsetter in the internet era, he had an extremely keen sense of smell and far-sighted vision for the development of the internet industry. He could see the rise of online shopping decades ago, which shows that his vision is not ordinary. The emergence of virtual machines allowed him to see the huge historical trend of the internet industry developing into the virtual world. And he also saw countless opportunities waiting for him. Of course, he also felt an extremely strong crisis. Once a shopping company appeared in the virtual world, there would definitely be no such thing as a certain treasure. Innovation. A biotechnology company actually developed a virtual machine. The world will be really unpredictable in the future. It is very likely that you don't know how your company will die. If you only limit your vision to your own industry, it will end up like Nokia. Driving here from Jiangsu and Zhejiang by car, Old Ma looked a little tired, but his brain was extremely clear. Looking at the scenery of Sanjiang Town outside, he couldn't help but sit upright, constantly thinking about the future in his mind. The development trends and directions of the internet. Virtual machine. I don't know how big Li Fu's ambition is. If Fuyun Technology Group is unwilling to open the interface, all our efforts will be in vain. But I think Li Fu must be smart. The sooner the virtual machine is opened up, the better. Because only in that way can the virtual world be perfected earlier. And the internet era can transition to the virtual network era earlier. And this market is really too big, with too many relationships and involvements. He alone cannot eat the huge cake. Only openness and cooperation can achieve a win-win situation. I didn't expect that we in China could dominate an emerging industry. The internet was started by Western countries first, and the virtual network era was started by us Chinese people. Maybe in the future, we in China can dominate the entire virtual network era. Brother Ma is thinking very far in his mind. He has set his sights on this virtual network era. But it is not just about online shopping. If we grasp the core and key of the virtual network era, China's dominance in this field will be unstoppable. Shake. Not long after Lao Ma's Maybach left the high-speed toll station, a Mercedes-Benz S600L with Imperial City license plate also slowly drove out of the Sanjiang Town toll station. Although this Mercedes-Benz was not as top-notch as the Maybach in front of Lao Ma. But it also costs more than 2 million yuan to drive a luxury car, which is not affordable for ordinary people. This Li Fu actually put his company in such a remote place. It's not easy to even come here. In the Mercedes-Benz, Xiao Lizi from domestic Dunyang company looked at the mountains and rivers in Sanjiang town. Although everything was very lively and developing rapidly, he could still see large tracts of fields. It was already winter and seemed a bit deserted. This time he came from the imperial capital, so he naturally asked his driver to drive to the capital of Jiangnan province to wait for him. Then he took a plane to Hongdu, the capital of Jiangnan province, and then hurried to Sanjiang town by car. Like Lao Ma, Xiao Lizi also has a very keen sense of the internet industry. As soon as the virtual machine appeared, he personally experienced it. He was deeply shocked by this brand new technology and did not hesitate to use it. Go south immediately. I don't know if we can reach a cooperation agreement with Li Fu this time. The door to the virtual world has been opened, and there are huge mountains of gold and silver inside. However, the key to entering this new world is held by Fuyun Technology, in the hands of the group. Xiao Lizi looked at the fast scenery outside and kept thinking in his mind. He personally felt the power of the virtual machine. He seemed to have seen a whole new world open to him. Not long after Xiao Lizi's big run out of the expressway toll station, a Porsche Cayenne with the same imperial license plate drove out of the Sanjiang town toll station. Boss Lei and Xiao Lizi were almost the same. They both came here in the same way. And also because he was in the imperial capital, Boss Lei also personally experienced the power of the virtual machine. As the boss of Xiaomi Technology, a well-known domestic mobile phone brand, the emergence of virtual machines this time also caused a huge impact on Xiaomi mobile phones. Of course, Xiaomi mobile phones are low-end brands, so the impact is naturally not as strong as Fruit mobile phones. It can be regarded as being affected. However, Boss Lei obviously did not rush to Sanjiang town because of this matter. He saw the huge changes that virtual machines can bring and came to Sanjiang town to seek cooperation. The door to the virtual world has been opened. Boss Lei, I saw countless opportunities, and naturally I couldn't miss them. Luxury cars, many of which are even top-notch luxury cars that are limited to production in the world. Inside the luxury cars, top domestic bosses have worked tirelessly from all over the country to come to this mountainous corner of Sanjiang town. Of course, there are also many big bosses. They are all very low-key. Maybe their cars are very ordinary, but they are no worse than those big guys who drive luxury cars. The entire Sanjiang town seemed to have suddenly become the center of the Huaxiao business district. Top bosses who had never seen the dragon before showed up one after another in Sanjiang town, and everyone headed straight for Fuyun Technology Group. Chapter 101. Even the scumbag won't be given to them. In the parking lot in front of the headquarters building of Fuyun Technology Group in Fuyun Technology Industrial Park, Sanjiang town, top luxury cars with license plates from all over China are parked quietly. Top bosses well known at home and abroad are bringing many his subordinates walked into the headquarters building of Fuyun Technology Group. Before these big bosses arrived in Sanjiang town, they had already arranged for people to come to Sanjiang town in advance and arranged everything. Naturally, this also included contacting Fuyun Technology Group, making appointments for talks, etc. At this time, Fang Zheng, CEO of Fuyun Technology Group, had also hurried back from the imperial capital. Li Fu thought for a long time and decided to choose a time to gather all the big guys together to discuss major issues in the future virtual world. So there was a scene where many big guys gathered at the Fuyun Technology Group headquarters building almost at the same time. Brother Ma, Little Plum, Boss Lei. Many people are old friends. So when we meet, it is natural to exchange pleasantries and say hello to each other. The largest meeting in the headquarters building. This conference room can accommodate hundreds of people for meetings at the same time. At this time, the conference room is already filled with big guys from the business district. Basically, the big guys from the internet industry and the electronics industry are already here. In addition to that, naturally the heads of major venture capital institutions, and even the big guys in real estate, transportation, etc. also came to join in the fun. These big guys can become giants in an industry. Each of them is quite extraordinary. They are basically very good at talking. At this time, in the entire venue, the big guys were having a great time chatting with each other, talking and laughing. Of course, the topic was natural. Virtual machines are indispensable now. Almost everyone comes here for this, and the virtual world opened by virtual machines.
Li Fu was dressed in very simple and casual clothes with a smile on his face. He was followed by Fan Zheng, who was wearing a suit and leather shoes. The entire conference room quickly became quiet when the two arrived. Everyone looked at Li Fu carefully. He looked at this outstanding young man, who had been named the talent of the century by Time magazine. Pioneer in the new field of biotechnology viruses. Inventor of drugs to treat AIDS. Winner of the 18th Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine. Chinese academician. Etc. A lot of titles belong to this young man, with the temperament of a campus student in front of him. It's mediocre. But the vague aura makes people seem to be looking at a fog, unable to see through the young man in front of them.
My dear, any one of the big guys in this conference room is worth at least tens of billions.
Li Fu's eyes swept across the entire conference room. Big bosses who could only be seen online, on TV, and in the news were now looking at him. And he couldn't help but feel a little nervous.
I didn't expect that so many friends from all over the world came to our Fuyun Technology today. It's really wonderful. If there is any inconvenience in the reception, please forgive me.
Li Fu spoke slowly with a smile on his face. Although he had expected that the virtual machine would attract attention from all parties once it was released, he never expected that so many big shots would come in person. The big boss naturally responded with a smile, and the atmosphere seemed more relaxed.
Mr. Sun from Tao Benji, Mr. Lee from Nambangbang, Mr. Smith from Western European Angel Capital, and Mr. Devon from Eagle Sauce, please take a break in other conference rooms. I apologize for the poor hospitality. Li Fu glanced at Fan Zheng. Fan Zheng understood immediately and stood up and read out a long list of names. Among them were Chinese people, but more foreigners. But without exception, these people were all foreign investors, or powerful people, some of whom they are looking for as spokespersons for China. Fan Zheng invited them to another meeting room with an apologetic look on his face. There was no doubt that he did not want these people to participate in the content of the following meeting. Li Fu knew very well the purpose of these big guys coming to Sanjiang Town.
All came for virtual machines and virtual worlds. This huge piece of cake. Li Fu also knew very well that it must be shared. Fuyun Technology Group could not eat it or digest it. However, Li Fu's consistent principle was that he would not take advantage of foreigners. So he did not want foreign forces or individuals to get involved and invited them out from the beginning. Participating in the research of the aerospace fighter. Li Fu knew that China is very powerful now, and does not need anyone at all. There is no problem for the entire China to swallow this huge cake of the virtual world. And China will develop rapidly in the future. And it will be a matter of time before it dominates the world. There was a rush of activity in the conference room. These people from foreign capital knew very well that being invited out now meant that the next thing had nothing to do with them. Even though they had great energy internationally. In China, there is no use here. Maybe in the past, China would talk about introducing foreign capital and treat these foreigners like their ancestors. Now that China has risen slowly, and is rising in an all-round way, there is no need to look at their faces anymore. Although they were very unwilling, they had no choice but to exit the conference room in the end. It was obvious that the Chinese people did not want to take this foreigner to play this time. And they did not want them to share in the virtual world. A world full of treasures.
Okay, we are all our own people now. I know very well that everyone who took the trouble to come to Fuyun Technology Group is definitely not here for tourism. Everyone should come here for the virtual machine and virtual world.
After all the foreign forces and individuals appeared, Li Fu smiled, nodded, and continued to speak slowly.
We in China have always lagged behind the West in the emerging field of the Internet. Computer operating systems are Western, as are mobile phone operating systems. And even language programming is all in English. In addition, we developed relatively late, although we have been working hard to catch up. The Internet, electronics industry, etc. have also risen rapidly in recent years. But generally speaking, we are in the downstream and at the end. Even in the field of CPC chips, which is the core of computer technology, we have always been at a disadvantage. Even now we have been able to produce chips with considerable technological content. But we simply cannot bring these chips to the market because of all the technology patents and so on are all in the hands of the Western world. They rely on layers of technical barriers to lock us out. Whether it is computers, mobile phones, chips, etc. Almost all products, we Chinese consumers spend more money but can only get the worst service. To everyone's surprise, Li Fu actually talked about the current status of the electronics industry and the internet industry. Many people were silent after listening to it. Although they are big bosses in China. When it comes to international, but there is nothing. And many people come from the electronics industry and the internet industry. So naturally they are very aware of the suppression of China by Western countries. No matter when. It is always difficult for the Western world to treat China fairly. To take a very small example. The Fruit phone was released globally. The previous several times were released simultaneously around the world. But China was lagging behind by several months, or even it takes half a year for someone to go to Xinjiang to smuggle Fruit mobile phones and sell them inland. As for other aspects, there are too many. The Western world always spares no effort to suppress China. Blocking it technically, suppressing it economically, and denying it ideologically. These big guys present are all the top people in the country. And they are naturally very aware of all this. Now, virtual machines and virtual worlds are in our hands. China, we will no longer have to look at their faces, but they will need to look at ours in the future. Today, I invite all foreign strength and capital out. The purpose is naturally very simple. That is, in the future virtual world field, we in China will eat this cake without leaving any crumbs to them. Li Fu's voice became louder and louder as he spoke. At first glance, he looked like a passionate young man. The big guys present had experienced many turmoils and had countless connections. Many of them were already much older. And they couldn't help but follow their thoughts at this time. Surging. Of course, the most important thing is that everyone has heard the news that makes them extremely happy from what Li Fu just said. Li Fu will obviously open the port of the virtual machine to everyone. And will work with everyone to carve up the virtual world and let the world doesn't even have the dregs to eat. So it can only stare. Ma Gu of a certain treasure looked at Li Fu with a faint smile on his face. At this time, Li Fu seemed to be a passionate young man with 50 cents. Full of patriotic feelings in his heart. He had seen too many young people like this. Too much. It was the same when I was young. Especially people of my generation have too deep emotions for this land. If ordinary young people dare to talk about sharing the cake in front of these big guys, no one will listen at all. But this young man in front of him is a legend who just left school. A top scientist in the field of biotechnology. And a complex scientist. The boss of Cloud Technology Group said these words from his mouth. And the big guys present naturally listened very seriously. Of course, there is no doubt that each of these big guys are carefully calculating where they are at this time. Since Li Fu, who masters the virtual machine and the virtual world, has said that he will let China eat every bit of this huge cake, then there is no doubt that everyone present can get a piece of this huge cake. As the big guys in this industry, we know how big the market of the electronics industry and the internet industry is. Naturally, if this piece of cake is shared within China. Thinking about this, all the big guys can't bear it. Xu smiled. Chapter 102. Virtual World Conference. In the conference room of Fuyun Technology Group's headquarters building, all the domestic big guys were smiling. With the emergence of virtual machines, the virtual world will surely replace the internet world. Now everyone has learned from Li Fu's words. Zhong heard that Li Fu was willing to open the port of the virtual world. And it would only be open to China. A brand new field. A brand new industry. If you look at how many world-class companies and rich people have been born in the internet industry now, you can know how many world-class companies and rich people can be born in the virtual world in the future. You only need to occupy a corner in it. It's enough to increase your wealth dramatically. Then I wonder how Mr. Li is planning to cooperate. Brother Ma, as the one with more say among the big guys present, raised his hand and asked. His problem is also the one that is of greatest concern to many big guys present. Now all the initiative is in Li Fu's hands. Li Fu has the final say on how to cooperate. The method of cooperation is the most critical. The virtual world is a brand new field. Everything is brand new. None of us have experience in this area. We all need to cross the river by feeling the stones. Our Fuyun Technology Group is willing to open the port to everyone. As for what everyone can eat, how big the cake is depends on everyone's ability. Our Fuyun Technology Group will only charge 5% of any income generated by the future virtual world, except for the research and development of Chinese programming systems and virtual world frameworks. Our Fuyun Technology Group will not participate in the development and research of any virtual world. Li Fu nodded to Brother Ma. And then after sorting out the words in his mind, he spoke slowly. At present, the role of the virtual machine has not been fully realized. It is only used as a product similar to the combination of mobile phones and computers to connect to the internet. It can only be said that it is overkill. The real role of the virtual machine is to connect to the virtual world.
which is completely different from the internet now. If the virtual world can be truly developed, it will not be much different from the real world. You can travel without going out. Once any world-famous attractions are moved to the virtual world, the number of people they can receive every day will not be online, and there will be no damage to tourist attractions. Games in the virtual world can realize true virtual games, and all scenes and so on can be moved into the real world, turning a world of human fantasy into a real world that makes people forget to leave. Once games, shopping, education, offices, meetings, and other things closely related to humans are upgraded to the virtual world, they will bring unprecedented convenience and services to humans. Only this kind of virtual world can truly show the power of virtual machines. Now, it is a bit overkill. It is just an electronic product similar to computers and mobile phones. But it is meaningless. Everyone has seen the general trend of internet time upgrading to the virtual world. So many big guys have worked tirelessly to come here from all over the world. Li Fu knew that he had now dominated the biometric sensing technology, which was equivalent to monopolizing the virtual machine product. Regarding the virtual world, Li Fu knew that this was definitely not something that one or two companies could afford, because the improvement of the virtual world required countless human effort and contribution. Only when more people join in the development and improvement of the virtual world can the virtual world become more real and open to the outside world earlier. This is just like the original internet. Only more people are connected to the internet, and continuous by improving and enriching the internet. All the internet has reached its current scale. The same is true for the virtual world. Only with more participation in the construction of the virtual world can the virtual world be improved faster and become a real virtual world. From this point of view, it is very unwise for Li Fu to reject the participation of foreign forces and capital. Without the participation of foreign forces, the construction of the virtual world will be incomplete and more content will be missing. In the future, he will definitely have to rely on foreign forces. Li Fu is also very clear about this open virtual world, because only by opening the port to everyone can the virtual world develop rapidly in an extremely short time. And when it is perfected, can it truly be called a virtual world? Li Fu now excludes foreign forces, naturally in order to buy some time for these domestic forces, so that domestic people can gain an advantage in the field of virtual world and enter it first. As for what can be done, just it depends on the individual's ability. When the virtual world is open to the whole world in the future, if it still fails to take off and is impacted by foreign forces, then we cannot blame Li Fu. Li Fu is already quite good at being able to do this. It is impossible to say that in order to protect these domestic forces and not open to the outside world, closing the country will not work, nor will it work to break away from the world. Only openness and inclusiveness are the right way. Not to mention that this world is everyone's world. And the same is true for the virtual world. Of course, holding a virtual machine in his hand, Li Fu cannot benefit from others in vain. 5% of the income seems very small. But for Li Fu, this is a pure income, and there is no need for any payment at all. The future virtual world will generate Li Fu can get 5% of all profits. This amount will be very terrifying. Absolutely an astronomical figure. And the most important thing is that Li Fu does not need to pay anything. He only needs to open a port. The port of the future virtual world. This is the one who holds the key. Benefits. Didn't you see that a large part of the revenue of the fruit company is generated by the fruit system? For any product sold in the fruit system store, the fruit company has to take 30% of the revenue. This is the real horror and the real black heart. In comparison, Li Fu only takes 5% of the revenue, which is very fair. Yes, absolutely conscience price. After listening to Li Fu's words, all the big guys present couldn't help but nodded. Li Fu only develops Chinese programming and virtual world framework construction, and has no interest in other gold and silver mountains. Everything is open to everyone, and how big of a cake you can eat depends on your ability. Moreover, Li Fu only collects 5% of the revenue, which makes everyone quite satisfied. Li Fu has worked hard to bring the virtual world to the world, and in the future, he will only collect 5% of the revenue. This is absolutely not excessive at all. Even those present many big bosses felt that Li Fu collected too little. If he had held the key, he would never have collected only 5%. All the big guys present had smiles on their faces and looked at each other. For a moment, they all seemed to be rivals. Especially Lao Ma Ge and Dong Ge. Both of them are engaged in internet shopping. They will definitely be in the future. Those who will compete for the big cake of virtual world shopping have already been competitors before. Now they are looking at each other with smiles and nodding. They both know that they are almost back to the same starting point. Of course, the two of them glanced around each other, and it was clear that there were many people who were optimistic about the future of virtual world shopping. Competition in this area would be very fierce, and the shopping pie was really too big. Penguin's little brother almost felt a lot of eyes looking at him. As the owner of the internet and mobile phone chat and communication software, Penguin almost monopolized the entire Chinese market. It is precisely with these two foundations that Penguin can sit firmly. The throne of China's #1 internet company. This huge piece of cake will undoubtedly be targeted by countless people. In the past, Penguin dominated the internet field and occupied the entire market for free. In the future, everyone in the virtual world will be at the same starting line. Naturally, there will be fierce competition. However, Xiao Ma has always been a very naughty person, but he is quite good at what he does. He glanced around lightly and did not put his domestic opponents in his eyes at all. His eyes were already looking at the whole world. He wanted to promote penguins to the whole world in the virtual world and achieve goals that have not been achieved in the current internet. The big guys present kept smiling at each other, and it seemed that everyone was in harmony. But everyone already felt that a fierce battle had begun. It was enough to just bite off a piece of the huge cake in the virtual world. Of course, these big guys are all ambitious people, and they also have huge power behind them. Naturally, they all want to get a bigger piece of the cake.
Everyone. It is only a matter of time before the virtual world is open to the whole world. Only by opening it to everyone can the virtual world be improved faster. What I can do is to give you about 1 year of protection time. All my personal suggestions, we should all cooperate more with each other. Try our best to capture this market first, and let this meat rot in our own pot.
Li Fu also felt the subtle changes in the atmosphere of the venue, and gently reminded that the improvement and growth of the virtual world is in Li Fu's fundamental interests. Whether it is domestic or foreign, the future benefits of the virtual world will be indispensable to Li Fu. Li Fu naturally hopes to make the cake bigger so that he can give more.
Mr. Li, isn't 1 year too short? We should strive for at least 3 to 5 years.
Some big bosses frowned slightly after hearing this. The 1 year protection period is really too short. For many big bosses who don't have enough strength and capital, it is very urgent to find gold.
1 year is not a short time. We in China have always been famous for our speed. Moreover, our Fuyan Technology Group has small arms and legs. Facing the huge pressure from foreign countries in the future, it will definitely be difficult for us to persist for a long time.
Li Fu shook his head slightly, looking a little helpless. The big guys nodded silently after hearing this. In the field of virtual world, a year ahead is enough. Sometimes even just 1 step ahead is enough to open up a big gap. The big guys soon left Sanjiang town again, coming and going in a hurry. And now they are all rushing back to recruit troops and prepare to go into the virtual world to dig for gold and silver. Chapter 103. A large factory with 300,000 people. Many domestic and foreign big guys left in a hurry. But one big boss from Baodao, Mr. Guo, was kept by Li Fu because there was a very important cooperation that needed to be discussed with Mr. Guo. Fuyan Technology, if the group's virtual machines want to be launched on a large scale as soon as possible, Mr. Guo's cooperation is absolutely indispensable. In a large conference room in the headquarters building of Fuyan Technology Group, Mr. Guo was drinking tea while looking at the bustling Sanjiang town outside. At this time, Sanjiang town was undergoing major construction everywhere and was in full swing. There were tall buildings one after another. Daxia keeps growing in the nooks and crannies of this mountain village.
This is the speed of China. It is rising at an unimaginable speed. China will definitely dominate the world in the future.
Although Mr. Guo was born on a treasure island, most of his business is in the inland. He has been developing in the inland since the reform and opening up. It can be said that he has witnessed with his own eyes the earth-shaking changes that are happening every moment in China. Changes. Witness the rise of this eastern dragon. A sense of pride arose in my heart. The people of Baodao in their area are not the younger generation. They are proud of being descendants of Yin and Huang at all times and anywhere. They never dare to do anything like forgetting their ancestors. Remember your identity as a descendant of the Yin and Huang dynasties. Over the years, Mr. Guo's business in the inland has developed very rapidly. He has dozens of bases in China, manufacturing products for many well-known electronic brands around the world, solving the employment problem of millions of people. Although the foundry has many problems such as excessive labor intensity, long working hours, and high pressure, but this does not deny the contribution made by his company. Of course, As China's demographic dividend gradually fades, Mr. Guo's huge OEM business has reached a crossroads of transformation. Mr. Guo is also full of worries about the future. In recent years, he has also made intensive cross-field investments, transforming the industrial internet, a large-scale expansion into the new energy industry, relocation of factories to Southeast Asia and South Asia where labor is cheaper, etc. All of this shows Mr. Guo's inner anxiety about the future. In addition, the fruit company has become the world's largest smartphone manufacturer and the largest electronic product company in recent years, making Mr. Guo's companies more and more dependent on the fruit company. The fruit company alone accounts for more than half of its business. Now it can be said that we share wheel and woe with the fruit company. Of course, Mr. Guo, who shares wheel and woe, makes very little profit. The OEM cost of a fruit phone is extremely low. The OEM profit of a mobile phone is only 25 Chinese dollars. It is all hard-earned money. And it also requires carrying a lot of infamy. Mr. Guo's company's annual profit margin is very low, less than 5%. The OEM business is not easy to do. He had long wanted to transform, but he had never succeeded. This time when he learned about the virtual machine, he came to Sanjiang town without hesitation. The purpose was naturally very simple. He saw the huge potential of the virtual world. Wealth also wants to take a bite of this huge cake.
Fuyun Technology Group kept me here mostly for the foundry business. Only my company can assemble large quantities of electronic products in a short period of time. Since the advent of the virtual machine at Fruit Company, the number of fruit phones has increased.
Sales suddenly plummeted, and I couldn't sell them at all. If I couldn't receive the virtual machine business, my company would soon go bankrupt.
Mr. Guo is also very clear in his heart. In fact, the main purpose of coming here this time is naturally to get the OEM rights of virtual machines. There are many huge OEMs under him. If they don't have enough products to OEM, they will soon go bankrupt. This is what is urgent. Orders from fruit companies have dropped sharply, and many OEMs are now running out of goods. They must find new ones to keep operating. As for the transformation of enterprises, although it is very important, it is not relevant now. It is a matter of life and death for your company.
I hope that a good agreement can be reached this time. In the past, the fruit company was too ruthless and basically had no say. If we can use this to cooperate with Fuyun Technology Group in other fields, we will be able to transform in the future. This Fuyun Technology Group is a real high-tech enterprise. Data shows that drugs for the treatment of AIDS alone can generate 20 billion Chinese dollars in revenue every month. And the profit margin is extremely high. Now there is a virtual machine. This is an epic-making technology product. And we can easily become the world's #1 technology company in the future.
Mr. Guo has already set the goal of negotiating with Fuyun Technology Group this time. The OEM price should be raised as much as possible. He hopes to cooperate with Fuyun Technology Group in other fields to lay the foundation for corporate transformation. At this time, Li Fu and Fang Zheng walked in with a dozen people with smiles on their faces to pull Mr. Guo back from his thoughts.
Mr. Guo, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Mr. Li, you're welcome. It's truly a blessing to have the opportunity to meet and talk with a century-old talent like you, Mr. Li. In person, the two parties exchanged pleasantries and sat down facing each other. Mr. Guo, let me get it straight. Our Fuyun Technology Group is going to hand over the OEM business of virtual machine products to Mr. Guo. I wonder if Mr. Guo is interested.
Li Fu was always very neat in his work and would get straight to the point after a few simple greetings.
Of course, there is no problem. We are very happy to cooperate with your group.
Mr. Guo smiled and nodded. This was something he couldn't wait to do. Without new orders, his factories would close down.
Mr. Guo, I don't know how to calculate this OEM fee.
When it came to specific price negotiations, Li Fu nodded to Fang Zheng and left the negotiation to Fang Zheng. He was an old man and was very good at these things.
The OEM fee mainly depends on the number of parts of your product, the difficulty of assembly, and the most critical OEM quantity.
When it comes to the sensitive issue of price, Mr. Guo naturally knows how to adopt some strategies.
Our virtual machine products are simpler than current mobile phones, with fewer parts and easier assembly. I have asked someone to send you the detailed information. As for the production quantity of virtual machines, we can produce at least tens of millions of units per year. If our core equipment production capacity is expanded in the future, it is not impossible to produce hundreds of millions per year.
There is nothing false in what Fang Zheng said, because the virtual machine does not require a screen, but only adds a core biometric sensing technology device. The total number of parts inside is less than that of today's mobile phones. And the difficulty of assembly is also very low. What is really important is the biology. The core equipment of induction technology.
Well, if the number of products your company manufactures per year is less than 10 million units, our quotation is 150 Chinese dollars. If the number of OEM products is between 10 million and 30 million, our quotation is 130 Chinese dollars. More than 50 million. Our quotation is 110 Chinese dollars.
After careful study with the staff of the company nearby, Mr. Gua finally gave a quotation. This price is much more expensive than the OEM price of fruit mobile phones of the fruit company. Of course, it is difficult for outsiders to know that he is related to the agreement between the fruit companies can only be inferred as a general rule.
Mr. Gua, as far as I know, this price is quite high. We have contacted other OEM companies, and the price you offered is the highest.
Fong Jin smiled and shook his head, as if he knew what he was talking about. But don't expect the lion to open his mouth.
When doing business, of course you need to bargain. Although our company is indeed more expensive than other OEM companies, our speed is fast, the quality is guaranteed, and the number of OEMs is large enough. I think other companies' OEM companies are absolutely incomparable, and it's normal for them to be more expensive.
They are all old people. Mr. Gua didn't even blush. He explained with a smile and pointed out the advantages of his company.
Mr. Gua, I can give you the price, but I have a request. I hope your company can build a large-scale foundry here in Meijiang County.
Li Fu watched the two people bargaining. He didn't want to speak at first, but after thinking about it, he said, "For Li Fu, a virtual machine sells for 10,000 US dollars in the overseas market, and the cost is quite low. It doesn't matter if you pay a little more for the foundry fee. Bargaining with the other party is also the habit and nature of businessmen. After all, being able to buy the services you want at a lower price is the real way to do business."
But when Li Fu thought about the development of his hometown, he thought about whether Mr. Gua could open a large-scale foundry here in Meijiang County. If it was the kind of foundry with hundreds of thousands of people, it would only cost a few. The employment of 100,000 people is enough to prevent people here in Meijiang County from having to go out to work, coupled with the other service industries that can be derived from these hundreds of thousands of people, related supporting enterprises, etc. The number of jobs that can be solved may be to the tune of millions. This is very crucial to the development of Li Fu's hometown, Meijiang County. If he spends a little more money to promote the development of his hometown, this business is not a loss for Li Fu.
Well, of course there is no problem with this. But in the future, the business of this foundry will have to be taken care of by your company.
After careful calculation in his mind, Mr. Gua finally nodded slowly. The investment in a large-scale foundry is not cheap, and it is also very cautious. Besides, there are already many large-scale foundries in hand, so there is actually no need. A new foundry was opened inland. However, the Li Fu in front of him is very likely to be a crucial figure for the survival of his company in the future. Without orders from Fuyun Technology Group, the collapse of his company is almost certain. So Fuyun Technology Group must be cautious in its requirements. Consider, of course, what really makes him excited is that Li Fu can actually agree to the processing fee price he proposed. If he keeps it at this price, his company's life will be much easier, and profits can increase significantly. If there are hundreds of millions of virtual machines every year, if you leave Taiwan's OEM to yourself, the profit will be quite objective.
Then I wish us happy cooperation.
Soon, a piece of news quickly spread throughout Meijiang County. Well-known foundry companies at home and abroad will invest in the construction of a giant foundry with a staff of 300,000 people in Meijiang County to OEM Fuyun Technology Group. Virtual Machine. Chapter 104. Nobel Prize Speech. There have been no decent companies in Meijiang County for a long time. It was after Li Fu's Fuyun Technology Group settled in that the economy in Meijiang County began to take off rapidly. However, except for Fuyun Technology Group, there seemed to be no other companies. The companies settled in Meijiang County. So even though the towns around Sanjiang Town are developing very fast, other towns in Meijiang County don't seem to have developed much at all. Countless people still have to choose to leave their hometowns to find jobs in coastal areas, leaving themselves behind. The children follow the old men in their hometown. Now when Foxconn is planning to invest 300,000 yuan in a large-scale foundry here in Meijiang County to produce virtual machines, the entire Meijiang County people are excited. This means that they will not need to go out to work at all in the future. You can work in your hometown. a large foundry with a population of 300,000 people. This foundry alone can provide more than 300,000 jobs, coupled with other supporting service industries, etc. Meijiang County has less than 1 million people. The employment of all people can be completely solved, and it can even attract young labor from other areas, and the economy of the entire Meijiang County will take off quickly. Fuyun Technology Group plays in high technology. Although the number of people in the company is constantly growing, every one of them is a college student. If you are not educated, you can't get in. Moreover, these factories under Fuyun Technology Group are basically the factory is fully automated and does not need any people at all. Although it can also significantly promote the economic takeoff of Meijiang County. For an agriculturally poor county like Meijiang County, its contribution to employment and other aspects is far less than that of OEM companies like Foxconn. To work at Foxconn, you don't need to have any education level at all. Diligence and hard work are enough. But unlike Fuyun Technology Group, which requires college students to do everything, this is also the reason why Foxconn's investment and construction of factories in various parts of China will be welcomed. It is not because of how much GDP Foxconn can contribute, but because Foxconn can solve the employment problem of many people. This alone is enough for local governments to welcome it with open arms. After hearing the news, the Meijiang County government was overjoyed and immediately sent people to contact Foxconn to negotiate the investment and construction of the factory as soon as possible. The entire Meijiang County people were equally excited, as they could finally work at home in the future. Finally, I don't have to live in my small bungalow at home and live in a dirty and messy rental house in other places. I finally don't have to be separated from my children and parents, and I can have time to discipline my increasingly rebellious children. There is no doubt that everyone knows that the huge changes in Meijiang County today are all because of Li Fu from Sanjiang Town, the young man who was named the Talent of the Century by Time magazine. If it were not for Li Fu's request, Foxconn would never have done so. If we invest and build factories in places like Meijiang County will not undergo such earth-shaking changes. So everything was brought about by Li Fu. If you are rich, you can help the world. If you are poor, you can be alone. It is this belief that has always made Li Fu insist on locating the company in his hometown. It is also this belief that makes Li Fu prefer to lose more profits to bring development to his hometown. But at this time, Li Fu was no longer here in Sanjiang Town. At the Imperial Capital International Airport, Li Fu and Wang Yin were holding hands and dragging a suitcase each to prepare to board the plane. Li Fu recently received an invitation from the Nobel Prize Organizing Committee and went to Stockholm, the capital of Sweden, on December 10th to attend the 2018 Nobel Prize Award ceremony. If it were an ordinary activity, Li Fu would naturally refuse without hesitation. But this is the Nobel Prize Award ceremony, the highest honor for a scientist. Although Li Fu is a big boss now, his net worth is not as high as he was different from those world-class rich people. But deep down, Li Fu always felt that he was a scientist. Becoming a scientist has been Li Fu's wish since childhood, and he has been working hard for this goal. He even won the Nobel Prize. Li Fu naturally wanted to participate in this highest honor in the scientific community. Northern Europe, where Sweden is located, has always been a holy land for countless tourists. Li Fu also planned to take Wang Yun's opportunity to have some fun. He had been busy with work for more than a year and had very little time to accompany Wang Yun. Naturally, we need to make good compensation. I want to have as much fun as I can this time. The 5 Nordic countries, Norway, Sweden, Finland, Denmark, and Iceland, cannot be missing. I will not come back until the Chinese New Year. Wang Yun Xianyu snuggled in Li Fu's arms, holding a map of Northern Europe, and planning in his mind how to go. Finally, he had the opportunity to travel with Li Fu, so he had to plan well. Ha. Everything depends on my wife. Li Fu naturally smiled and nodded in agreement. I just know that I'm a talker, and I didn't help check out the good tourist attractions. Wang Yin rolled his eyes at Li Fu and continued to read his travel guide. After more than 10 hours of flight and 1 transfer, Li Fu and Wang Yang finally arrived in Stockholm, the capital of Sweden. The whole journey seemed very long. In addition, there was jet lag after arrival, so the two of them naturally stayed at their hotel. Let's have a nice sleep in the hotel first. On December 10th, at around 3 p.m. local time, accompanied by bursts of beautiful music, the 2018 Nobel Prize Award ceremony was held here at the Stockholm Concert Hall in Sweden. This time, Li Fu was very rare and dressed very formally. He was wearing a suit that had been custom-made for a long time. Li Fu was full of enigmatic temperament. In addition, Li Fu was the youngest among the many award winners. And he was such a person. The only Oriental face stood out from the crowd.
Because you have opened a new chapter in the field of biological science virology. Opened a new world door for mankind in the field of biotechnology. And developed drugs to treat AIDS. Allowing mankind to defeat the disease. Make individuals and society healthier. And provide a great contribution to mankind. We all believe that Mr. Li Fu is well deserved to win the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine in 2018. I would like to invite Mr. Li Fu.
Before the Nobel Prize winner of each award came on stage, the host on the scene would tell the scientists' achievements. Of course, they would all speak in English. But this did not trouble Li Fu at all. Accompanied by bursts of wonderful music, Li Fu, who was sitting next to him, slowly walked onto the stage with a smile on his face. At this moment, Li Fu was a pure scientist, receiving high honors from the scientific community. King Carl XVI of Sweden Gustav personally awarded the Nobel Prize certificate, medal, and bonus to Li Fu. At the same time, he couldn't help but look at Li Fu carefully. At such a young age, he had already won countless awards that scientists would never be able to achieve in their lifetime. After receiving the honor, he always maintained a faint smile, appearing neither humble nor arrogant. Although his appearance was ordinary, he was full of countless mysteries, making people unable to help but want to understand the truest side of this genius. As the most dazzling genius scientist this time, Li Fu got the opportunity to take the stage and deliver his acceptance speech.
Dear academicians of the Swedish Academy of Sciences, ladies and gentlemen, I am very honored to stand here, in a place full of supreme honors, to deliver my acceptance speech. Since I was a child, I have dreamed of becoming a scientist when I grow up. A great scientist. I never thought that one day I would also be able to receive the high honor of being a scientist. The development of human beings is inseparable from scientific exploration and discovery. We humans have now mastered very powerful power. But compared to the vast universe and starry sky, we still appear very small. With the reproduction and growth of human beings, and with the continuous development of our human society, it has become increasingly difficult for the Earth to meet the needs of our human development. The future of our human beings should be in the stars and the vast universe. I think in the future, it may not take long before we humans can truly step out of the Earth, into the stars, and into the vast universe.
The sound of the ancient Orient rang out in the concert hall. Li Fu delivered his acceptance speech in Chinese. He did not talk about biotechnology or drugs to treat AIDS. Nor did he think this or that. Instead, he made a very bold prediction about humankind. The future development path and direction point out that human beings will soon develop into the interstellar and universe in the future. There were not many people who could understand Chinese at the scene. But fortunately, I had already asked Li Fu for the speech script beforehand. I also knew that Li Fu would give his speech in Chinese. So I found someone to translate it so that everyone could know that Li Fu had won the award. The meaning of speech.
Towards the stars. Towards the universe.
Many guests attending the ceremony were thinking about the meaning of Li Fu's words. Although the international space race is becoming more and more intense, it seems to be an exaggeration to say that we will soon be able to enter the interstellar space and move towards the universe. Morning. But Li Fu is a genius scientist, and there must be some truth to what he said.
Finally, I personally plan to donate all the prize money I received this time to the International Education Fund. And I will also donate another $10 million to the International Education Fund, hoping that more children in the third world can obtain more education, educational opportunities, more educational resources, and knowledge can change destiny. It can change not only the destiny of an individual, but perhaps also the destiny of one's own nation, one's own country, and even the destiny of our humanity.
As Li Fu's words slowly fell, waves of applause echoed in the concert hall, just as Li Fu was attending the Nobel Prize award ceremony. On the other side, an undercurrent followed Li Fu closely to Stockholm, and a conspiracy against Li Fu was brewing. Chapter 105. Kidnapped. Here is an ancient cathedral in Sweden. Wang Yun holds Li Fu's hand and quietly admires this cathedral with a history of hundreds of years. This cathedral originated from the European Middle Ages and is full of Gothic architecture. The exotic flavor, the dark and narrow hall, the statue of Jesus on the huge cross, and various exquisite paintings depicting heaven and H.L. fully show the world another world. When you come to Northern Europe, it is natural to visit these ancient churches. When something is given a sense of history, It can always resonate with people's hearts. Whether it is the Great Wall of China or this old church from the Middle Ages. When you immerse yourself in the church carefully, you can always feel that time seems to go back to a long time ago. Li Fu and Wang Yun were still immersed in the rich history of the medieval church, and they did not seem to notice that there were fewer and fewer people in the church. Soon, only Li Fu and Wang Yun were left in the entire huge church. People, outside the church, cars were speeding by, and a lot of big men in black suits and black sunglasses got out of the cars. Each of them had bulging waists, and they were obviously armed.
This gentleman, this lady, do you also believe in God?
A priest wearing a black cassock with a wide red line on it and holding a Bible came over and asked softly. He saw that the two of them had been watching in the church and were very engaged. Now, there was no one in the church at that time, and Li Fu had oriental faces, so they were very curious.
We are not religious. We just come here to feel the atmosphere of the Middle Ages.
Li Fu shook his head and answered.
I just know something about the history of this church. If you don't mind, please allow me to be your tour guide and tell you the story of this church.
The priest didn't feel angry at all after hearing this. He seemed very calm. He actually offered to tell the two of them the history of this cathedral. This still surprised the two of them. They thought that the other party would expel them.
Well done then.
Li Fu smiled and nodded.
The cathedral was built in 1378, making it over 600 years old.
The priest obviously knew the history of this church very well, and began to tell the two people about the history of this cathedral and some stories that happened in its hundreds of years of history. However, within a few minutes of the call, men in black outside poured into the church from all directions, surrounding Li Fu and the other three. The leader, a man with a tall nose and deep eyes, blonde hair and blue eyes, came straight to Li Fu.
Don't be afraid. I'm here.
At this time, Wang Yun was already a little frightened. Li Fu held him tightly and gently patted her shoulder to comfort her.
Who are you? Don't you know this is a church? How can you disturb this quiet place so recklessly?
The godfather on the side stood up very bravely and spoke righteously to the leader.
Call out!
A very weak sound sounded. A needle was inserted into the godfather's body, and he soon fainted. It was obviously an anesthetic drug.
Ha ha. Mr. Li Fu does indeed have some courage. It is very rare that he can still be so calm at this time.
The leader asked people to carry the priest away and looked at Li Fu with an expression of approval on his face.
Who are you? What do you want to do?
Li Fu frowned and asked while gently comforting Wang Yun.
We don't want to do anything. We just want to ask Mr. Li Fu to come back with us and help us study some things. I hope Mr. Li Fu can cooperate. In this case, you and your little girlfriend will be safe. Otherwise, we will have to adopt some unfriendly methods.
The leader obviously had no intention of claiming his family status, and looked at Li Fu like a cat catching a mouse, appearing confident.
Xiaoying, have you found this person's information?
In his mind, Li Fu had already asked Xiaoying to search for the other party's information the moment the other party appeared.
We found out. This person is Samuel, the ace agent of Eagle Sauce CIA. Most of the people around him are also agents of Eagle Sauce. Master, do you want to eliminate them immediately?
The little shadow in his mind directly input Samuel's relevant information and intelligence into Li Fu's brain. At the same time, he also suggested to Li Fu that as a civilization seat equipped for citizens by a super civilization, it has two main responsibilities. The function is to guide and educate, and the other is to protect the personal safety of citizens. Therefore, Xiaoying was very vigilant about anything that could threaten Li Fu's personal safety, and was always protecting Li Fu. Xiaoying naturally wanted to eliminate all those who threatened Li Fu's safety.
Xiaoying, can you protect Wang Yun too?
Li Fu is naturally not worried about his own safety, with the protection of the civilization seeds of super civilization. Not to mention these people. Even if the Earth is destroyed, Li Fu should be fine. The only thing he is worried about now is Wang Yun.
Don't worry, Master. In fact, I have already placed a layer of nano-protection around your family and Wang Yun. Although it is invisible to the naked eye, it is enough to deal with various weapons on the Earth.
Xiaoying's words in his mind made Li Fu feel relieved.
What do you want me to study? As long as it doesn't hurt us. Anything can be said.
Li Fu pretended to be slightly scared at this time.
Mr. Li, you are a genius of a century. We are reluctant to hurt you. As for what to study, Mr. Li will know when he arrives. Please go ahead.
Samuel smiled softly, moved his body to make way, and gave directions very politely. Li Fu gave him a sharp look, pretended to be very helpless. and led Wang Yun outside. In fact, he had already asked Xiaoying to contact Li Fu in his mind. Although Li Fu really wanted to kill all these people directly and neatly, that would definitely expose Li Fu's most powerful trump card. This is something Li Fu definitely doesn't want to happen. At least now Li Fu doesn't want anyone to know. So I can only follow him for the time being while asking for help. Yang Yanchang was startled by Li Fu's urgent call for help. Li Fu is now a world-renowned top scientist and a national treasure of China. He came to Sweden to attend the Nobel Prize award ceremony. Unexpectedly, he was attacked not long after it had just ended. People kidnapped? Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately reported the situation. It was not an easy task to rescue Li Fu. I was very angry when I received the news. And of course, I was also very anxious. Only the Chinese people knew clearly how important Li Fu was. It can be said that the aerospace fighters that China now travels to and from space every day were developed by Li Fu. Coupled with the current biosensing technology, biotechnology, etc., Li Fu's value is absolutely beyond imagination. Such a national treasure was kidnapped. Once Li Fu's life is threatened and these technologies are leaked, it will definitely be a huge blow. The leading edge in the space field will soon be gone. And as long as he grasps according to Li Fu, the speed of technological development in the future will definitely exceed imagination. A scientist who has made great contributions, a genius scientist who is only in his 20s now, is an extremely important and precious asset. And he will not sit idly by. Chapter 106. Saving Li Fu. More than a dozen black cars were driving fast on the road. The destination of the cars was very clear. Everything had been arranged at the nearest airport. As soon as Li Fu arrived, a plane would immediately take off to take Li Fu away from here. Everything is carefully planned and arranged. As Li Fu is the core and most critical scientist of China's air and space fighter, this news cannot be hidden from Yingjiang no matter what. With Yingjiang's strong intelligence capabilities, it is natural to quickly figure out that it is precisely because of Li Fu's participation. So China was able to develop air and space fighters in just a few months. Air and space fighters, with plasma power as the core, can freely travel between space and the ground. Since China acquired air and space fighters, it has directly taken the initiative to launch a new round of space race. And in just a few months, China is carrying out crazy space activities. Air and space fighter planes fly to and from space every day, transporting massive amounts of materials into space. China's Tiangong space station is growing at an unimaginable speed. In just a few months, it has surpassed the International Space Station jointly operated by Western countries. It has now become the largest space station in the entire space. Various probes have been launched to the moon many times in succession, laying the foundation for the manned moon landing in 2019. The power of air and space fighters is not only reflected in the powerful and rapidly developing space power of China. The deterrent power of air and space fighters is extremely powerful. It can easily reach 10 times the speed of sound. The Earth is so big that it can gallop at will, despite the fact that Yingjiang has the most powerful military force in the world. But if once faced with such a powerful air and space fighter, they would be helpless and would only be beaten. If China had a formation of more than a dozen air and space fighters, it would be enough to completely destroy all the military power of Yingjiang. The emergence of aerospace fighters has caused subtle changes in the power between China and Yingjiang. And more importantly, in the increasingly fierce space race, China, which has aerospace fighters, has an advantage over other countries. Incomparable. A round trip to space by an aerospace fighter only consumes some electricity and compressed liquid air. It is very cheap, safe and convenient. It can keep going to and from space every day. But Yingjiang and other countries have to choose to use rockets to launch spaceships and more to transport supplies. The cost of building a rocket is very high, often starting at tens of millions of dollars. And it also requires a special launch site. Each launch also carries a great risk, and one careless move may lead to heavy losses. 2 space shuttles in the history of Eagle Sauce were destroyed as a result, which can be said to be a heavy loss. Facing the increasingly fierce space race, Yingjiang feels the huge pressure from China on the one hand, but on the other hand it seems powerless and unable to follow the rhythm and speed of China. China has air and space fighter jets flying back and forth every day, as an astronaut transporting supplies in space. Yingjiang certainly cannot say that he launches rockets every day, let alone several times a day. Another very important reason is the virtual machine that Li Fu's Fuyun Technology Group recently exited. This new technological electronic product based on biosensing technology has had an extremely huge impact on the traditional electronics industry, And Yingjiang has the world's largest electronics industry. From computers to mobile phones, from hardware to software, the electronics industry can be said to account for a large part of Yingjiang's economy, now affected by the impact of virtual machines. Yingjiang's electronic industry has already suffered huge fluctuations just at the beginning. If it continues, Yingjiang's economy will be unimaginable. Everything happens around the core of Li Fu, this genius scientist. So Yingjiang can be said to be forced to have no choice this time, whether it is to save his own economy at the moment, or to regarding the future space race. Yingjiang urgently needs to obtain these two key technologies from Li Fu. So this carefully planned kidnapping was carried out. If it were in China, it would be very difficult to kidnap Li Fu, let alone transport him out of China quietly. However, here in Western Europe, which can be regarded as Yingjiang's territory, it is naturally very easy. Everything can get strong support from Western European countries, and everything is arranged very well, even in order to prevent Li Fu from sending out distress signals. There are even devices that interfere with the signals being turned on at any time in the surrounding area. Even with mobile phones and other communication equipment, there is no way to call for help. It's just that they don't know that Li Fu has the seeds of super civilization. With their little means, they can't do anything with Li Fu. Through Xiaoying Li Fu, he can report the situation to the embassy anytime and anywhere, including how many cars there are, how many people are in each car, etc. We all know it clearly. In the car Li Fu was riding in, Samuel and the agent driving were sitting in the front. Li Fu was holding Wang Yun tightly and sitting in the back. The car was traveling very fast, but his driving skills were obviously very good and very smooth.
It's okay. It's okay.
Li Fu gently comforted Wang Yun, and at the same time couldn't help but look outside. At this time, he was driving to the suburbs and getting closer to the airport. He could even see planes taking off and landing. Samuel smiled softly after hearing the voice. He obviously didn't take Li Fu and Wang Yun seriously. All the information had clearly shown that Li Fu was just a helpless person. The scientist did not pose any threat at all. And Li Fu was also very cooperative. So there were not even any restrictions on Li Fu and Wang Yun.
Burst!
Suddenly there was a huge explosion ahead, and the leading cars were overturned. At the same time, a large truck in front blocked the entire road. Then a series of whoosh and whoosh sounds continued, blowing out the tires of each car. And at the same time, the drivers of the cars with bulletproof glass were named one by one. It was obvious that this was the use of snipers. It was done by a powerful sniper rifle. But the car Li Fu was in was not attacked, apparently because he was afraid of hurting Li Fu and Wang Yun.
Fuck! We moved so quickly and used jammers. How could anyone know about it, and know everything about our actions? Request support from your superiors immediately!
Samuel was completely furious. Seeing that he was about to arrive at the airport, he was attacked by an ambush. He suffered heavy losses, except for his own car. Everyone in the other cars was attacked by snipers almost immediately. The losses were heavy. Not many people could survive. And there were definitely a lot of snipers ambushing around outside.
I'm sorry, Mr. Li. It seems I have to hold you hostage for a while.
Samuel pointed a gun at Li Fu, knowing very well that as long as he could delay it for a while, powerful forces would immediately come to support him, and he would still be able to take Li Fu away. In the end, even if he could not take him with him, without Li Fu, Samuel could also execute the final plan and destroy Li Fu.
Touch! Touch!
Outside, some of the agents brought by Samuel survived. Relying on bulletproof cars, they started to have fierce exchanges of fire with someone. However, there were many snipers on the other side. With the sound of sizzling sounds, Samuel's men were constantly being attacked. They were called, and they were quickly wiped out. A group of people wearing special combat uniforms, with their heads covered in black hoods, quickly circled towards the car Li Fu was riding in. They moved very quickly, and were never sloppy.
Harris! Move!
Samuel said with a dark face to the big man driving the car. After receiving the order, the big man pressed lightly on the car, and the head of the car immediately became angry. A rocket launcher was fired at the man in black who came in front. At the same time, the car A smoke bomb rolled out from under the sight, and soon the surrounding area was filled with thick smoke, making it impossible for snipers in the distance to target the two men.
Hold on for 5 minutes, and our helicopter will come,
Samuel said to Harris aside, and at the same time, a red figure was displayed on the car's screen. And these figures kept coming here.
Humph! Looking for death.
Samuel snorted coldly and pressed a button in front of the car. An extra-long sniper rifle was set up above the car, and Samuel could control it while sitting in the car, ready to attack. However, before he could attack in a hurry, he suddenly felt dizzy and immediately fell into unconsciousness. The same was true for Harris beside him. He fell down before he even understood what was going on. Of course, all this was caused by Li Fu asking Xiaoying to anesthetize the two of them with nanorobots. Otherwise, if the two of them were allowed to resist like this, the people who came to rescue him would suffer heavy losses. If it took a few more minutes, Samir's support force will come, and then there will be trouble.
Mr. Li, are you okay?
Soon, the man in black with infrared eyes came to Li Fu, opened the car door very quickly, and rescued Li Fu and Wang Yun. Although it was a little strange why the first two people fainted without any problems. Time is too urgent, so there is no time to rush.
I'm fine.
Li Fu nodded and quickly evacuated with Wang Yun under their protection, and soon returned to the Chinese embassy in Sweden.
You can't take a normal flight back to the country. They will never give up. I will arrange your return to the country. I estimate that it is not safe here at the embassy. You cannot stay any longer. You must return to the country as soon as possible.
The ambassador also acted quickly. Everything had been arranged in advance, and Li Fu and Wang Yun were quickly transferred through special channels. It took several days to finally send Li Fu and Wang Yun safely back to the country. Chapter 107. Be prepared for danger in times of peace. In Lijiao village, Sanjiang town, China, Li Fu brought Wang Yun home to meet his parents this time. Naturally, Li Fu's parents laughed from ear to ear. They took Wang Yun and chatted non-stop. However, Li Fu was make a cup of tea in your study and quietly think about this trip to Northern Europe.
This time, if it weren't for the seeds of civilization, I would be able to pass on all the situations around me to the rescue personnel, and the rescue team would be able to set up an ambush circle very quickly and accurately to ambush the CIA agents and rescue them. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely not be able to escape the fate of being kidnapped this time. From now on, he can only become Jiang's tool and have his personal freedom restricted. Sure enough, any country will do whatever it takes when it comes to this kind of key technology that affects the fate of the country. If the situation is urgent in the end, they will definitely kill me directly in the end. I am protected by Xiaoying, so I don't have to worry about it. But if someone threatens me with my family in the future, what should I do? They are a group of ordinary people, facing these professionally trained agents. They have no resistance at all. Once they encounter professional kidnapping, they will definitely be in danger.
Li Fu thought carefully in his mind, being prepared for danger in times of peace and making amends for the situation. Li Fu absolutely did not want something like this to happen again, let alone such a thing to happen to his relatives.
It seems that we need to carry out multifaceted protection work. On the one hand, let Xiaoying secretly use nanorobots for protection. On the other hand, it is also necessary to hire special security personnel to protect the safety of his family. Well, it seems that there is a need to find a reason to teach Yuanli cultivation to family members, so that their physical fitness can be continuously improved so that they can handle dangers with ease. Moreover, my parents are already old. Although they are practicing Yuanli now, it's too late, but it can at least make them healthier and live longer.
Li Fu kept thinking in his mind. In the past, Li Fu felt quite safe. But this time, Li Fu was kidnapped as soon as he went abroad. Obviously, these foreign forces were already quite jealous. Knowing the importance of Li Fu, they wanted to kidnap Li Fu. Let Li Fu work for them.
If nothing happens in the future, I'd better not go abroad as much as possible. Without the protective umbrella of the country, it's still quite dangerous. This time I brought Wang Yun with me, which scared Wang Yun. It is also necessary to form a force that only takes orders from oneself. It does not ask for anything else. It only needs to be able to protect itself and its family at critical moments. Otherwise, relying on others for everything is ultimately unreliable. You must rely on yourself. In the future, I will come up with more and more advanced technologies, which will definitely involve the interests of more and more people. If the company continues to grow and develop like this, it will definitely make people jealous in the future. All kinds of demons will slowly appear. And if you don't have strong power, it will be like practicing the magic of wedding clothes, and you can only make wedding clothes for others.
Li Fu also added one more item to his future plans in his mind. Many things can only be known by personal experience. For the future, Li Fu had to think and plan carefully again.
Boom! Boom!
With a knock on the door, Wang Yun walked in with a smile on his face.
What is a person thinking about here? I was thinking about what happened this time. It's scary to think about it now. If I hadn't had the latest technology virtual machine with me, we would have been in really bad luck this time. And we would have hurt you.
After being able to contact the embassy, Li Fu said to the outside world that he carried the most advanced virtual machine of Fuyun Technology Group with him. Everyone now knows about the power of the virtual machine, so there is no doubt about Li Fu. Li Fu gently pulled Wang Yun into his arms and said apologetically,
Brother Fu, what are you talking about? As long as I'm with you, I'm not afraid of anything.
Wang Yun was still frightened at this time. This time it was too dangerous. If Li Fu hadn't brought the latest technology virtual machine with him, the two of them might never be able to return to the country again.
Well, I will never let anyone hurt you again.
Li Fu said very firmly that for anyone, his family is a restricted area, and anyone who dares to harm his family will never be let off easily.
I will teach you a way to exercise, which can better develop the human body's potential. Do you want to learn it?
Li Fu said to Wang Yun very solemnly.
Oh, you actually know how to exercise and develop the human body's potential. Where did you learn that?
Wang Yun became interested immediately upon hearing this, looked at Li Fu and asked,
Actually, my current achievements are indispensable because of this method of physical exercise, which is especially effective in developing the brain. Therefore, I can learn everything very quickly. The ability to remember everything at a glance was only developed later. You may not believe it, but I am also lucky. By chance, I learned this physical exercise method from an expert. I will teach you now, but you must not spread it around.
Li Fu smiled and described the method of Yuanli cultivation as a method of physical exercise. As for the source of the method, he attributed it to an expert who appeared out of nowhere.
Is it as magical as you say? I don't believe it.
Wang Yun curled his lips slightly upon hearing this. What Li Fu said was so incredible that it was hard to believe it.
Believe it or not, you will know after you try it. Let's go and exercise. I will teach you slowly.
Li Fu smiled and took Wang Yun out for a run in the mountains to exercise and practice the Yuanli method. On the back mountain of Lijiao village, Li Fu took Wang Yun for a run on a relatively flat place while learning the introductory method of Yuanli cultivation.
You should be regular when breathing. You can only breathe through your nose. When breathing, first do the simplest 3 long and 2 short breaths. Then take 1 long and 1 short breath. And finally 2 long and 2 short breaths. You may feel it at the beginning. It's very uncomfortable. But as long as you get used to this breathing rhythm, you can slowly discover the mystery.
Li Fu accompanies Wang Yun while running, while slowly teaching her the most basic introductory breathing techniques. Now Li Fu's cultivation has already passed the level of Yuanli apprentice, and has reached the realm of Yuanli warrior. The method of practice naturally. It is no longer such a basic introductory method. You can already meditate and practice Xing directly.
Ahem.
Just like Li Fu when he started studying. Wang Yun kept coughing due to poor breathing, and had to stop from time to time.
You lie to me from time to time. If you have to breathe like this while running, there will be insufficient oxygen supply. I have practiced Taekwondo, but they have never asked me like this. You must know that as the exercise becomes more intense, the oxygen needed by the human body will increase. The more, where does breathing like this work?
Wang Yun's beautiful face turned red due to the difficulty in breathing. At this time, he curled his mouth and stopped to speak to Li Fu.
Look at how I breathe.
Li Fu breathed according to the rhythm while running. His whole body soon rose and fell like waves, very regularly. Soon after a breathing cycle was completed, a thick white breath visible to the naked eye came out of Li Fu's nose. He came out and beat a pine tree directly in front of him, causing it to tremble continuously.
This is incredible.
Seeing everything in front of him, Wang Yun found it unbelievable. The gas that a person breathes can actually make a pine tree tremble and drop a lot of dead branches and leaves. This method is a bit like what is said in TV series What a Magical Trick.
Ha ha. You know how powerful it is. Let me tell you. As long as you practice well, this can also be used to improve your appearance. When you are 40 or 50 years old, you will look the same as you do now.
Li Fu laughed happily, thinking about using beauty to lure Wang Yun to insist on practicing. For a woman, nothing is more tempting than this.
Real?
Wang Yun's eyes immediately lit up when he heard this.
Of course. I lied to you when.
Li Fu made a solemn promise.
3 long and 2 short. 1 long and 1 short.
2 long and 2 short.
Right?
I don't believe it.
After receiving Li Fu's affirmation, Wang Yun immediately became energetic and started running without the need for Li Fu to shout.
Yes. Take your time. Let's practice 3 long and 2 short first. After we get used to this small rhythm, we can practice 1 long and 1 short. Step by step. Don't rush. Practice slowly.
Li Fu patiently guided him as he followed, learning step by step. Wang Yun's talent is still very good. Although he is not as good as Li Fu, he still successfully completed the entire cycle of breathing on the second day and successfully absorbed the first breath of vitality. Suddenly, his whole body felt extremely comfortable. The toxins accumulated in the body are discharged from the body. The whole body feels as light as a swallow. And the beauty of practice is instantly felt.
It's incredible. I feel full of power in my body now. My body feels light, and my brain is extremely clear. I feel very comfortable.
Wang Yun closed his eyes and felt the changes in his body carefully. He felt unbelievable.
You know it's awesome. Don't stop yet. Keep exercising. It's best to complete the cycle for the first time and then repeat it a few more times to solidify the foundation.
Li Fu looked at Wang Yun, as if he had seen himself when he completed the cycle for the first time, and laughed happily. In the days that followed, as the Chinese New Year was approaching, the whole family was at home. Li Fu taught his parents and younger brother the basic techniques of yuanli cultivation. Li Fu's younger brother learned it quickly. After all, he is a young man. Li Fu accepts new things quickly. His parents are too old, so it took a long time to get started. And the effect is obviously far less than that of young people. Chapter 108. Virtual Machine Global Launch. The Foxconn factory in Longhua Industrial Park, Pengcheng, southern China, was a large-scale electronics foundry that once employed 300,000 people at its peak. As the morning sun rose, the entire factory began to boil. Young people from all over China, wearing uniforms in the factory. We walked into the production lines with a hint of sleepiness. The huge assembly line started, and countless parts were transported. On the production line, everyone only had to do one thing. It was very simple, but repeated infinitely. It was very boring and boring. The entire huge factory, there is no sound except the roar of the machine, because everyone is busy non-stop. Their hands are working all the time, and there is no time to chat with the colleagues around them. In the past, the largest foundry in the country basically manufactured mobile phones from major mobile phone brands. Parts were transported in one by one, and in the end, brand new mobile phones came out one after another, very fast. However, the OEM on the production line is now a virtual machine that is familiar to everyone around the world. At the end of the production line, the assembled virtual machines are being quickly packaged. Box after box, packed virtual machines. He was quickly taken away by a transport truck that had been waiting for a long time. The transport truck drives directly to the nearest airport and transports it by air to Fuyun Technology Group's 8 overseas agents. These agents then deploy these virtual machines to major markets. Western European John Bull, London. In the financial street in the center of London, a large store has begun to remove the outer covering after more than 10 days of emergency renovation, revealing its brand new look. With 3 huge Chinese characters on the virtual machine, the logo of Fuyun Technology Group is very eye-catching. The decoration of the entire store is also full of fashion and technology, with many virtual machine experience service areas set up. At this time, the store has been neatly managed, and everyone from the store manager to the waiters are also making intense preparations inside. Prepare for the upcoming global release of virtual machines. On the street, people stop from time to time and look carefully to find out what this store does. When they see the 3 Chinese characters for virtual machine, they still don't understand it very well. But the line of English under virtual machine immediately becomes clear. Let them understand the products that the store will sell in the future. Oh God! Is the virtual machine finally going to be on the market? I can't wait any longer.
Some people walked into the store without hesitation and seemed very anxious. The virtual machine did not need any publicity and advertising from Fuyun Technology Group. News media all over the world had already carried out various operations on the virtual machine. Various reports have promoted virtual machines to people around the world for free.
God! I want to buy a virtual machine. Watch style. Now! Right now.
David took out a bank card and spoke directly before the waiter said anything.
Sorry, sir. We are not officially open for business yet. Our official opening time is December 15th, which is tomorrow.
The beautiful waiter had an apologetic smile on her face and said very politely,
Oh my god! It's tomorrow. I have already wanted to own a virtual machine. I have been waiting for almost half a month.
When David heard this, he immediately felt bad.
Yes, sir. I'm very sorry. However, sir, you can pre-order and pay the money today. As soon as the goods arrive tomorrow, you can get your beloved virtual machine immediately. If you come here tomorrow, I think you will most likely have to queue up. And there may not be a queue.
Enough supply.
The beautiful waiter smiled and gave another suggestion. Of course, this was also requested by the owner of the store. The cost of opening a store in a place like Financial Street is very expensive, and the investment in the prerequisites is very huge. The owner also focused on virtual reality. It must be a big hit before I am willing to invest huge sums of money to open a store here. However, the supply of virtual machines is currently very scarce. Only a small amount of supply is supplied to the world. The real large-scale supply will have to wait until January, although it will be officially launched globally tomorrow. According to the news from Fuyun Technology Group, the first supply the number is less than 5 million units. After being distributed to major markets around the world, John Bull's entire market could not allocate less than 200,000 units. The London area was considered a priority. This store was also the exclusive third-level agent in the London area, with less than 40,000 units allocated. Can be said to be in very short supply. Specialized scholars have conducted a general survey on the global demand for virtual machines. Although the price of virtual machines is very high, the global market demand is at least 500 million units, especially in these established developed countries. The per capita income is very high, coupled with the long accumulation. There is no shortage of money. Basically, everyone said they would buy a virtual machine. Therefore, less than 40,000 virtual machines are simply a drop in the bucket in the face of the entire huge London market. The store owner knows this very well, so he dares to conduct advanced pre-sales.
Okay then. Let me buy a virtual machine. How much does it cost?
When David heard this, he frowned slightly, but he still planned to buy one in advance. He already knew how popular virtual machines were from the internet, and also knew that the first batch of supplies was very small, so it was quite good to be able to lock in one in advance.
It only takes 20,000 pounds.
The beautiful waiter quietly quoted a figure. 20,000 pounds converted into US dollars is almost 27,000 US dollars. This price can be said to be quite expensive. You must know that the ex-factory price of a virtual machine is only 10,000 US dollars. Now it is almost double. 3 times.
20,000 pounds? Why don't you rob a bank?
When David heard this, he immediately felt like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He almost jumped up. He knew that the ex-factory price of a virtual machine was only 10,000 US dollars and more than 7,000 pounds. He thought it would be more than 10,000 pounds at most. Okay, I didn't expect it would cost 20,000 pounds. The waiter was not angry at all when he heard this. He just looked at David with a smile, as if he wanted to buy it or not. At the same time, other waiters on the side were already consulting. And after hearing the price of 20,000 pounds, without hesitation, I took out my bank card and swiped it.
Sir, would you like to reserve one? There are not many of these. We missed the sale tomorrow. We are not sure when the next batch will arrive. The beautiful waiter looked at David, who was in a daze, and reminded him gently.
Okay, give me one.
David thought about it carefully, gritted his teeth, and finally decided to buy one. Although the price was very expensive, the virtual machine was the technological product he had always dreamed of.
Okay, sir, here is your pickup order. Just come to us tomorrow with this order to pick up the goods. Thank you for your patronage.
Soon, the beautiful waiter swiped the card very skillfully and handed a small receipt to David. David held the small receipt and felt as if he had lost something. The 20,000 pounds turned into this receipt in the blink of an eye. He shook his head slightly and prepared to go out. When he looked up, he found that the whole store was already full of people. There was a long queue behind him. Everyone was using their mobile phones to call or send messages to relatives and friends. They were all obviously planning to come over to buy virtual machines. Everyone had anxious looks on their faces. Suddenly, David felt that something was wrong in his heart. I suddenly became happy. From London, Paris, and Berlin in Europe to New York, Washington, and Los Angeles in North America. From Seoul, Hong Kong, and Tokyo in Asia to Moscow, Dubai, etc. Almost every world-renowned big city is here, in the most prosperous areas. Every virtual machine experience store has been working overtime to prepare for the global launch of virtual machines on December 15th. Of course, here in China, virtual machines adopt a real name sales model. So there are no experience stores for virtual machines. And there are no agents, etc. It may not seem grand, but consumers can enjoy real benefits. The price is only 10,000 Chinese dollars. And now there are tens of millions of orders on the official website of Fuyun Technology Group. As London gradually fell into night. At the London Virtual Machine Experience Store, the manager William was counting today's data with a smile on his face, while calling the superior agent from time to time to urge the goods.
Today, more than 30,000 virtual machines have been pre-sold in one day. And this is just because we opened the store in the afternoon. In less than 3 hours, more than £600 million were already lying in the bank. It is simply worse than robbing a bank. And make money.
William looked at today's pre-sale data with mixed feelings. He was happy that £600 million had been sold before it was officially released, which showed that virtual machines were really popular. But he was worried that it was already past 12 o'clock in the evening. The virtual machines have still not been shipped to the store. And I am even more worried about how to deal with the influx of consumers tomorrow. You must know that more than 30,000 units are expected to be pre-sold today. The remaining quota of less than 10,000 times will definitely not be enough to sell tomorrow. It is far from enough. It is estimated that the news has spread, and it can basically be announced within an hour tomorrow. Close the door.
Mary, please call again and ask where the goods are. If the goods don't come, we won't have enough time to prepare.
After reading the data, William looked at the time and gave instructions to the employees on the side.
I just asked. It should be arriving soon. I got off the plane an hour ago.
Mary on the side said very definitely, and before she finished speaking, someone hurried over.
Goods too. Hurry up and unload the goods. Everyone, hurry up and get ready. I'm very sorry for making everyone work overtime and stay up late today, but I will satisfy everyone in terms of wages.
As soon as William heard this, he immediately loudly said to the employees in the store that the virtual machine had finally arrived. Chapter 109. We want a virtual machine. When he heard that the virtual machine had arrived, William felt relieved and quickly asked his employees to work overtime to prepare. It was early in the morning, and they needed to unload the goods and arrange them for the global release of the virtual machine tomorrow. William carefully inspected the store and checked everything carefully to ensure that there would be no problems with the release of tomorrow's virtual machine. He had been the manager of a fruit flagship store and had rich work experience in this area.
There are already people queuing up outside?
When he came to the gate, William was shocked because he actually saw people queuing up here with small tents. You must know that it is December, which is the coldest season of the year. The temperature here in London is also the same. Quite low. I didn't expect people to start queuing here. And William found that the queue was getting longer and longer. Obviously, there were many people who had not pre-ordered a virtual machine today and were afraid that they would not be able to buy a virtual machine tomorrow. So they rushed here overnight, bringing tents with them, and prepared to stay here all night while getting ready tomorrow. Buy a virtual machine as soon as possible.
Fruit phones have never been so crazy back then.
William shook his head. He had seen this phenomenon before when he was the manager of Fruit Mobile. But that was also during the day when many people lined up in long lines to buy mobile phones. He would never say that in the cold winter like now, waiting in line all night to buy a mobile phone for an electronic product. Early the next morning, after a busy night, William finally breathed a sigh of relief. All the preparations had been completed, and all the virtual machines in the experience area had been installed. He connected to the fastest network, put on the virtual machine, and his whole body, I was instantly immersed in the beauty of the virtual world. William also experienced it personally last night. He was instantly attracted and understood the power of this epic-making technological product.
Thank you, everyone. Finish your breakfast first. We will start selling on time at 10 o'clock.
Although he looked very tired, William was still very excited. He personally experienced the power of the virtual machine and was full of confidence in the future of the virtual machine.
Manager, come over quickly and take a look.
At this time, an employee hurried over and said, looking very anxious. William quickly followed him, came to the door, and saw an incredible scene through the glass. At this time, there was already a long queue outside the virtual machine product experience store. It was impossible to see the end at a glance. There were people queuing up on one side of the whole street, and everyone was waiting anxiously at this time. There were also London police officers coming to help maintain order, for fear that something would go wrong. because the number of people gathered here was so huge. The people who received the news yesterday all hurried over today. Many people in front of them had stayed up all night with their tents. At this time, they were putting away their tents and drinking, while enjoying the hot coffee and breakfast sent by my friends. I looked at the virtual machine experience store from time to time. At the same time, there were people from the news media who came over after smelling the smell. They had already set up their guns and cannons at this time, recording the scene in front of them, constantly explaining, and occasionally interviewing people in line. The whole scene seemed like something major had happened, with the police maintaining order and the news media being intrusive. It was comparable to the lively scene when John Bull's national team won the World Cup.
This is terrible. We pre-sold too many yesterday. And today we only have less than 10,000 virtual machines, which is simply not enough to sell. I don't know how to explain it to these consumers who stayed up late and queued up.
William frowned instantly. Although he had expected the popularity of the virtual machine, he never expected that there would be so many people queuing up overnight. When he turned on the news on his mobile phone, he realized that the queue was now several blocks away. Wherever they go, more than 500 police officers across London have been deployed to maintain order, for fear of something similar to a terrorist attack or riot.
All 50,000 virtual machines at the Seoul Virtual Machine Experience store were sold out in less than half an hour. Some consumers were so dissatisfied that they had to wait in line all night to buy virtual machines that they even smashed the glass of the experience store and forcibly snatched them away. The virtual machine was used for experience. Fortunately, the police controlled the situation in time. The price of a virtual machine in Tokyo is as high as $50,000, which has caused strong dissatisfaction among the people in the South Bangsi country. In the South Bangsi country, a virtual machine can be purchased for only $20,000, while in China, a virtual machine can be purchased for only $20,000. The price is only 10,000 Chinese dollars, less than $2,000. The first batch of virtual machines have arrived in the hands of consumers, and all consumers are full of praise for the powerful functions of virtual machines. The most popular fashion now is to wear virtual machine watches, which are standard equipment for successful people. Looking at the news messages on the mobile phone, almost all the news has been occupied by the release of virtual machines. Due to the time difference, the virtual machines in the East were released first, so related news came out here first. Hey, everyone, come here. It seems that our preparations are still somewhat inadequate. Virtual machine experience stores in other regions have had some problems, so we need to pay special attention to a few points when we open the store. First, we must pay attention to order, and there must be no disturbance. Second, the virtual machines used for experience in the experience area must always be paid attention to prevent someone from taking them away with force and violence. Third, after the virtual machine is finally sold, we must patiently persuade emotional customers and avoid verbal conflicts. Does everyone remember it?
William called all the employees in the store to his side and emphasized once again that there were actually a lot of problems in the experience stores that had sold virtual machines. So William had to pay attention to these. At 10 o'clock in the morning local time in London, under the spotlight, the virtual machine experience store opened on time, and the queue that had been waiting anxiously rushed into the experience center in an instant.
I want 10 virtual machines. I'm sorry, sir. Because of the shortage of supply, each person can only purchase one. Bring me one right away. I want it in the style of a watch. In white. Okay, sir. For £20,000. Would you like to pay by card or cash? Swipe your card. I'm here to pick up the goods. Here is my receipt.
David held yesterday's receipt in his hand and said to the beautiful service,
He already pre-ordered yesterday. Why did he still wait in line all night?
The people behind me were immediately dumbfounded when they heard this. They didn't expect that this person had already pre-ordered and was queuing up all night.
This is the virtual machine you want. Please check it carefully. If there is no problem, please sign here.
A small box was placed on the desktop and attracted everyone's attention. The 3 huge Chinese characters for virtual machine on it instantly attracted everyone's attention. Under everyone's envious eyes, David opened the box and handed over a watch. He took out the virtual machine in the style, inserted the mobile phone card that had been prepared without any hesitation, and then put it on his wrist. Press the button lightly, and after a weak current flows, a pattern appears in your mind. After some setting instructions, you can officially connect to the virtual network.
Ha! I got the virtual machine. I can easily control everything with just one thought. It feels so good. As soon as he thought about it, he immediately sent the good news to all his friends. And then, while surfing the internet in his brain, he walked out of the virtual machine experience store in a very high-profile manner. The hand holding the virtual machine clenched his fist in front of his chest, letting him know that early the news media that had been waiting for a long time flashed countless lights. The flow of people moved forward very quickly. There were many people like David. Although they had pre-ordered the virtual machine yesterday, they still queued up overnight to pick up the goods today. It only took less than half an hour. All 40,000 virtual machines were sold out. Everyone, I'm very sorry. All the virtual machines in our store have been sold out. Please wait patiently for the next batch. It is expected that about 80,000 virtual machines will arrive next Monday. As the manager, William had already let the police enter the store in advance, and then said to the long queue behind him very embarrassedly. As soon as he finished speaking, the situation exploded. Shit! It's only been half an hour, and you're telling me it's out of stock. I queued up all night, staring at the cold wind for more than 10 hours, and now you actually tell me that it's out of stock. We want virtual machines. We want virtual machines. After hearing the news, everyone in the crowd became excited, shouting slogans, and some even started throwing things in dissatisfaction. Fortunately, William was already prepared, and the police quickly stopped the riot and kept the crowd in order. Everyone, although the goods are out of stock now, you can place an order now to pre-purchase the next batch of goods. When the goods arrive, you can just come and pick them up. This is not a waste of time, and we have a lot of experienced machines in our store. You can try them out first and feel the charm of virtual machines. In desperation, William had to resort to the pre-sale strategy, which slowly made everyone satisfied. Although the goods were out of stock, the sales of virtual machines were still very hot. After one sale, the virtual machine quotas for next week have also been sold out. Scenes like the Virtual Machine Experience store in London are happening all over the world, because the supply is so scarce, evenly distributed. Each experience store has a very small share, and it is sold out quickly. And even the next batch of virtual machines is not available, already sold out in advance. In every experience store around the world, they are basically sold out in less than half an hour. And even the next batch of 10 million virtual machines are sold in advance within a few hours. Chapter 110. Popular all over the world. On December 15th, 5 million virtual machines were sold out in the global market. The first person to get the virtual machine would naturally have to show off. This virtual machine is not cheap, except that it sells for less than 2,000 in China. In addition to US dollars, the price in any other region of the world will not be less than 20,000 US dollars. What is the concept of 20,000 US dollars? The per capita GDP of Xinjiang is only over 50,000 US dollars. Qatar, the country with the highest GDP in the world, only has just over 100,000 US dollars. Now a virtual machine is sold for 20,000 US dollars. And even the prices in many areas have reached sky-high prices of 30,000 US dollars, 40,000 US dollars, or even 50,000 US dollars. It is conceivable that the price of this virtual machine is naturally not cheap. Even for developed and high-income countries, the price is quite expensive. You must know that after working for a year, you will not have much money left after deducting various expenses. Well, judging from the living and consumption habits of Europeans and Americans, it is hard to say whether you can have enough money to buy a virtual machine after working for a year. 5 million consumers around the world have spent a lot of money to buy virtual machines. Naturally, they have to evaluate the virtual machines in various friend circles, social networking sites, social software, etc. And basically every article about the virtual machines, the news will make everyone who sees it want to own a virtual machine right now. Haha. Have you seen it? This is the virtual machine I just got. It's in the style of a white watch. It's very delicate and compact. I took the photo with my mobile phone. I'm going to throw the fruit phone into the trash soon. The message is what it sends last. Now that I have switched to a virtual machine, it feels so great. Have you noticed that I can flash back all your messages in seconds? As soon as all the information appears, the virtual machine will be transmitted to my brain. I thought can give you an instant reply. On an international social networking software, messages similar to this have aroused countless comments and likes, allowing everyone to truly experience the horror of virtual machines. All messages are replied to in seconds. Maybe you just finished typing the message and the message is answered instantly. Reply to you. Maybe you are chatting with a friend who has a virtual machine, and you even think you are chatting with a robot. Virtual machine. 555. I regret it so much now. My roommate asked me to place an order together.
But I just hesitated for a moment. And the quota was immediately ranked behind more than 10 million people. Now every day I see my roommate lying on the bed, and when we play games, a rookie becomes a master instantly. Who could understand this feeling?
Some people show off, and naturally some people post and cry online.
Brother, if you rank more than 10 million, that's enough. Basically, it will be your turn in 2 batches. I am now ranked after more than 50 million. I don't know how long it will take to get a virtual machine. I am willing. I will offer you 10,000 Chinese dollars in exchange for this spot. 10,000 Chinese dollars? Are you kidding? Now the top 10 million people have already received 30,000 Chinese dollars. You want to change the order with someone just for 10,000? You think too much. Brother, I will offer 30,000 Chinese dollars, and if you change it, my quota is more than 20 million. I paid 100,000. 555. But now I can't buy a virtual machine even if I have money. I can only watch my fishing roommate using a virtual machine to pick up girls. At first, I thought that if I had money, I would be able to buy it. I bought a virtual machine. So the quota was ranked after more than 100 million. Now I feel regretful. Brother, 100,000. Let's change the order. Please help me. Now that I don't have a virtual machine, I'm really embarrassed to go out and meet people. When I asked a girl out, she saw me holding a fruit phone and was deeply despised. I can't live this life.
There are rich people crying and shouting that they want to spend 100,000 to buy a virtual machine in advance. As if they are embarrassed to go out to meet people and unable to communicate with friends without a virtual machine.
The quota is not for sale, no matter how much money is spent. Hee hee.
The person who posted the message left a slightly proud expression at the end. Hearing the many people crying and shouting made him feel much better. In the student dormitory of a university in the imperial capital of China, Zhang Lei and Li Chang's dormitory was full of people. At this time, each of them held a virtual machine in their hands, while chatting with everyone with a smile. They were chatting with classmates, and there were other people beside them. There were 3 people at this time, each holding a mobile phone and operating it carefully and meticulously.
I won again. It's so cool to play games on a virtual machine. Watch my Li Bai kill everyone.
Soon after the game ended, Zhang Lei smiled proudly, because the 2 of them were the first to participate in the release of the virtual machine. They were the first to place the order. They were the first people on the planet to get the virtual machine.
Damn. This game can't be played anymore. You 2 are just showing off the whole time. The 3 of us just hang up. That's right. It's so perverted. I used to feel weak when I saw you playing Li Bai. But now everyone has become a great god. It's totally unreasonable. Lend me your virtual machine to play with.
Several other people put away their mobile phones one by one and couldn't help complaining. They should be happy to win this game. But when they met a master with a virtual machine to lead the team, they found it boring. It may not be possible to grab it.
Xiaoqiang. Sure too. Hurry up and help. Our team recently had a fight with another team. We have lost several games in a row. Now we know that someone on the other team is controlled by a virtual machine. You too. Hurry up and help. Field.
At this time, someone hurried over to look for Zhang Lei and Li Chang. People with virtual machines have great advantages in playing games. Even rookies can quickly become masters. Basically, as long as players with virtual machines participate, they will become a one-sided situation. On a large live broadcast platform in China, the live broadcast of the King of Pesticide game has always been very popular. Many great players live broadcast on this platform, and basically a lot of people pay attention to it.
Hell, this Duchan is even better at playing Duchan than me. He even took my first blood. The top Duchan in the national server, must give way to me. I don't believe that anyone can play Duchan better than me.
Heise was currently live broadcasting. He was holding his best hero, Duchan. He thought he could easily beat the opponent.
But he didn't expect to meet someone playing Duchan in the middle. And he actually took his own first blood.
Uncle can bear it, but Aunt can't. Duchan from the opposite side comes to the middle and plays solo.
As he typed, he directly called Duchan across from him.
No problem. Today I will let you see what Duchan is. Damn. The other person is typing too fast. He replies in seconds, but he's too arrogant. He even said he wanted to teach me how to play Duchan. I couldn't help it.
While interacting with friends on the live broadcast platform, Hishi once again came to the middle to fight against Duchan on the opposite side. A few minutes after taking over, Hishi was knocked back to the spring water again and was stunned.
Brother, what on earth is going on? My Duchan was singled out twice in the middle. I was stunned. Could it be that my level changed overnight?
Everyone in the Hai family was dumbfounded. Duchan was her specialty in recruiting heroes, even against top professional players. She didn't expect that she would be tortured into a dog today.
Hey, silly, it's not that you have changed your skills, but that the other party is a virtual machine player. People who use virtual machines to play games can achieve perfect control. No matter how fast your hand speed is, you can't be faster than other people's thoughts.
People who knew the truth immediately left messages.
Oh, virtual machine. I said that when I play games recently. I always feel that there are many more masters all of a sudden. It turns out to be a virtual machine. No. I have to find a way to get a virtual machine. Who among you has one? If you want to sell a virtual machine, you can contact me with the price. It seems that you can't survive in the live broadcast industry without a virtual machine.
As soon as he heard it, he understood immediately. He had heard of virtual machines, but he always thought that virtual machines were not as magical as everyone said. Only now that he was tortured did he realize how scary virtual machines are. Suddenly, the entire world's fashion has undergone tremendous changes. From politicians to celebrities, from major websites, dating communities, to gatherings and chats with friends, from the office field to the gaming industry. Almost all people are crazy about a virtual machine, and the topic of discussion is inseparable from the virtual machine. Virtual machines are popular all over the world. Its high price does not stop people from loving it crazily. The millions of people who have obtained virtual machines are the best publicity machines. They tell everyone about this epic-making technology product all the time. Countless people originally dismissed it. After experiencing it for themselves, many people instantly became die-hard fans. Countless wealthy bosses spent several, or even 10 times the price to purchase second-hand virtual machines. More than 50 million virtual machines have been sold in pre-sales at major virtual machine experience stores around the world. But there are still people queuing up every day to pay money at the virtual machine experience stores, and slowly wait for the virtual machines to arrive. Because now paying money means that you can get the virtual machine as soon as possible. Otherwise, you may not be able to buy a virtual machine if you have money. Major news media around the world are also enthusiastic about reporting on virtual machines. The daily news headlines are basically digging into the content related to virtual machines. Why did a rich man from the Middle East spend $1 million to buy a second-hand virtual machine? What about virtual machines changing the world and changing the traditional forms of office and creation? What about a certain football star broadcasting live while playing football? Frequent cases of virtual machine robberies in a certain country, etc. Because of the emergence of virtual machines, this new technological product that can directly connect the brain to the internet. Many things in the entire world have undergone earth-shaking changes. Of course, this is just the beginning. The arrival of virtual machines will definitely be accompanied by the arrival of the virtual world. A new fully virtual world is about to emerge. Skipping Chapter 111 does not affect reading. Chapter 112. I have so much money that I don't know how to spend it. In the headquarters building of Fuyun Technology Group in Sanjiang Town, China, Li Fu walked into his office with a smile on his face. He was in a very good mood. The global sales of virtual machines were unprecedentedly hot. The first batch of 5 million virtual machines was sold almost one day in advance. Almost all the virtual machines have been pre-sold. In every virtual machine experience store, almost all virtual machines have been sold out. Now tens of millions of virtual machines have been pre-sold around the world. The company's sales department has almost nothing to do now, because agents from all over the world are calling 24 hours a day to ask when the next batch of virtual machines will arrive. Fuyun can the technology group increase production as soon as possible, increase supply, etc. In addition, major agents have been sending people to Sanjiang Town to personally request goods from Fuyun Technology Group. They hope that when allocating the number of virtual machines, they can be more tilted toward themselves, and each one brings them with them. The generous gifts were sent to the sales manager and founder. Each of these agents knew very well that the virtual machine could double its profit as soon as it was resold. The more goods it received, the more it earned. Of course, no matter how much they earn, the most profitable person is naturally Li Fu. The cost of a virtual machine is the company's top secret, except for a few senior executives. Others don't know the cost of a virtual machine at all. Of course, Everyone, we can all know from the overflowing smiles of the company's senior management that there is no doubt that Fuyun Technology Group has really made a lot of money this time.
Li Fu. Morning.
Li Fu walked into his office, and Ding Xian, dressed in professional attire, stood up to say hello.
Morning. Please go and inform Lao Feng and Lao Zhong. We will hold a high-level meeting later to discuss the new year.
Li Fu thought for a while and gave instructions to Ding Xian.
Okay. I'll contact you right away.
Soon, Ding Xian contacted the company's senior management to prepare the conference room, etc. In the past, although Li Fu was the boss, he rarely attended the company's meetings. Basically, Fang Zheng presided over and managed the company's affairs. Li Fu is only responsible for the affairs here at the research center. Unexpectedly, Li Fu would take the initiative to convene a high-level meeting of the company today. Naturally, Ding Xian did not dare to neglect and hurriedly prepared. An hour later, in the small conference room of the headquarters building, company boss Li Fu, CEO Fang Zheng, CFO Zhong Yun, Fuyun Technology Group Research Center Yan Zhang, Shen Bin, Yu Liang, Chao Haidao, Yang Yiping, and Company Human Resources Director Luo Yunchang wait for all the company's top executives to arrive. As a technology company, Fuyun Technology Group has very enviable characteristics. More than half of the senior executives present are from Fuyun Technology Group's research center. For example, Yan Zhang is responsible for the research and development of biosensing technology. Now virtual machines can be so popular and natural. It is indispensable for him to lead the research team day and night. Shen Bin, Yu Liang, Chao Haidao, and Yang Yiping are top scientists in the field of aerospace power. They also followed Li Fu to participate in the research of the Aero fighter jet. Now they are all Chinese academicians. Will be a key figure in the company's entry into the space field in the future. Fuyun Technology Group implements two sets of employee hierarchies. One is similar to other companies' employee hierarchies, ranging from those who just joined the company to founder, the most senior CEO. The other is a rank unique to research and scientific researchers. System. From junior researchers who have just entered to project team leaders. The level of employees who belong to scientific researchers is definitely several grades better than the salary and benefits of ordinary employees. Apart from anything else, the moment they enter the company, the salary and benefits of researchers are at least 100,000 yuan per year plus scientific research projects, bonuses and scientific research contribution awards, etc. can amount to at least 200,000 a year. And as long as you perform outstandingly in scientific research, you will soon have the opportunity to be promoted and raise your salary, and have the opportunity to independently lead research projects. If you can become like Yan Zhang in this way, the person in charge of the research project can even be directly positioned at the top of the company. In comparison, ordinary employees are far inferior to scientific research employees in terms of starting point and future development space. Their basic salary and benefits are far behind. Promotions and salary increases are definitely not as fast as those of scientific researchers. Of course, this just comparing internally and externally. There are countless ordinary employees of the company who are eager to join. Fuyun Technology Group is developing rapidly and has many opportunities. Many college graduates who just joined the company at the beginning of the year are now in important positions and are independent, responsible for the company's major events.
I called everyone here for a meeting today. Firstly, I haven't sat down and chatted with you for a long time. Secondly, it's the end of this year. Matters related to the company's annual leave arrangements, our company's plans for next year, etc. I also want to hear everyone's opinions.
The conference room was relatively small, so everyone naturally sat close to each other. Li Fu looked at a circle of company executives and spoke slowly.
Old Zhong, please tell everyone about our company's current financial situation first, so that everyone can have an idea.
Li Fu turned to Zhong Yun and said that Li Fu never interfered in the daily management of the company. But Li Fu often intervened in financial matters. Every time there was a meeting, Zhong Yun would always make a financial report first.
Our company now has so much money that we don't know how to spend it. We have more than 300 billion US dollars in our account, which would be nearly 2 trillion Chinese dollars when converted into Chinese dollars.
Zhong Yun smiled and spoke slowly. It was exactly as Li Fu said. He was really worried about the huge funds in the company's account. Not long ago, he was worried about the company's funds being cut off every day. As soon as the virtual machine appeared, the funds in the company's account quickly skyrocketed.
At the beginning of December, When our virtual machine was released to the world, our company received $100 billion US in remittances on the first day alone. Since our company's virtual machine was officially released to the world on the 15th, the first batch of 5 million virtual machines, as the machines were almost all sold out immediately. The data reported by overseas agents now shows that more than 30 million virtual machines have been sold in advance. As of yesterday, the world's 8 largest agents have remitted more than $300 billion US to our company. There are people looking for help every day. Fong wants the goods.
Zhong Yun's tone seemed very relaxed, as if he had food in his hands, and would let the wind and rain hit me without any panic.
My dear, more than $300 billion US. Nearly 2 trillion Chinese dollars. TSK. You can do whatever you want next year.
The company's human resources director, Luo Yuncheng, is similar to Fong Zheng. He is also a middle-aged man. He used to hold important positions in large companies, but he has never heard of any company with a huge amount of more than $300 billion US in its account. Originally, he only knew that the company became very rich all of a sudden because of the virtual machine. Who would have thought that there would be such a huge amount of funds?
There is a lot of money, but our boss is also a master of spending money. I estimate that this money should be enough to ensure that we don't have to worry about funding problems in the first half of next year.
Zhong Yun smiled and shook his head after hearing this. He was very aware of Li Fu's spending ability.
Am I that prodigal?
Li Fu said with a slight aside when he heard it. If he didn't think about it carefully enough, it seemed that he was indeed a prodigal. In 2018, the company also made hundreds of billions by relying on drugs to treat AIDS. But Li Fu spent all the money, and there is still a long way to go. Not enough. So that Zhong Yun is always worried about the company's capital chain.
I think our first priority now is to increase the production of virtual machines. I think we should continue to open a few more biosensor chip production lines next year to increase the output. First, we can satisfy the virtual machine market and stabilize our company's growth. Income. Then consider other things. I have been annoyed to death by agents all over the world during this period. Some people come here every day to urge the goods. Domestic people also call our company every day to complain, saying that our supply is too slow.
Fong Zheng thought for a moment and spoke slowly.
Well, increasing the production of virtual machines is a problem. You have to pay close attention to this. We will strive to increase our annual production of virtual machines to more than 100 million units next year. The progress of the construction of our company's research institute can be accelerated. We had no money before, so we could only do it slowly for fear of running out of funds. Now that we have money, we must hurry up on this matter. We now have more than 10,000 researchers. They are still attending classes and training every day. In addition, the construction of materials companies should be accelerated next year, and it is best to be able to put into production before April. Biopharmaceutical companies should also build more production lines. Our research institute has also made breakthroughs in the new field of biological viruses. With some results, new drugs will be launched soon. Next year we are going to enter the aviation and aerospace fields. This is a huge investment, and we need to prepare in advance. I estimate that the space age will come soon. We must make relevant preparations first. Otherwise we will miss the space by then. The golden age of the era. Sanyang University must also step up its preparations and apply for school qualifications as soon as possible. We can communicate and cooperate more with the local government in this regard. They will definitely give us a lot of support.
Li Fu thought carefully in his mind and spoke out his plans for next year. Every item Li Fu mentioned cost a lot and required huge investments. But every item was included in Li Fu's future plans. Important link. Regarding Li Fu's words, the senior executives present naturally took notes one by one. The entire company belongs to Li Fu alone. Now Li Fu is obviously telling everyone about the company's future development direction. Everyone only needs to remember it and follow Li Fu's instructions. Just work hard in the direction of recovery, and it will be okay. High-tech companies should stick to their own high-tech route and continue to dig out gold and silver in high-tech fields. The initial investment may be very huge, but once successful, they will make a lot of money. The company's current 2A product is the best explanation. Chapter 113. Year-end bonus.
Look, let me tell you, the money we have is definitely not enough for our boss to spend.
After listening to Li Fu's words, Zhong Yun, who was in charge of finance, couldn't help but smile and shake his head. He was already accustomed to his boss's habit of spending money lavishly. This money would probably be spent like running water before it was too late.
Ha ha. This money has to be spent to be money. Otherwise it's just a bunch of numbers.
Fang Zheng and others also laughed. Li Fu's ability to spend money and his ability to make money are basically directly proportional.
Now that we have finished talking about the company's plans for next year, let's talk about the new year. This is the first spring festival that our company has experienced since its establishment. So all aspects must be properly arranged, including year-end activities and so on. In addition, year-end as for the prize. Lao Nong, I wonder if you have a plan yet.
Li Fu smiled and then brought up the year-end activities and year-end awards. As a boss, Li Fu knows that he cannot just talk about feelings and dedication to his employees, but should use actual material rewards to stimulate his employees to keep moving forward. The management is also quite generous. The standards for the company's ordinary employees are in line with those of large international companies. The salary packages for scientific researchers are even higher. He not only talks about his feelings and dreams with his employees, but also uses real money to tell them that if they work hard for him, they will have a bright future and money. Year-end bonus is a topic that basically everyone is very concerned about. In this regard, Li, of course, I have to personally take care of it and let all employees have a good year.
We have already worked out the distribution plan for the year-end bonus. Let's take a look.
Zhongyun nodded and ordered his virtual machine in his mind to send a year-end bonus distribution plan to the senior management present. The emergence of the virtual machine made the meeting much simpler, and many materials did not need to be printed. Just send it directly to the relevant personnel. Soon, a year-end bonus distribution plan appeared in everyone's mind. In his mind, Li Fuzi studied it carefully. The 2018 year-end bonus distribution plan follows the 3 principles of
fairness,
justice, and openness that Li Fu said at the beginning. It is divided into 2 systems: the ordinary employee system and the research and scientific researcher system. The ordinary employee system, according to the length of time since joining the company, the height of the position, and the size of the contribution. It is divided into 9 levels, from the low level with half-year salary to the highest level founder with a year-end bonus of up to 100 million. The research and scientific research personnel system is relatively half a level higher. Those at the lowest level can also receive 12-month year-end bonuses. The year-end bonuses for the highest level important project leaders such as Yan Zhang, Shen Bin, and Yu Liang are even more, nearly hundreds of millions, which is a little less than founder. It seems that the highest year-end bonus for scientific researchers is smaller than that for ordinary employees. But the overall year-end bonuses for scientific researchers are very high, including millions of people, and tens of millions of people. There are very many, and there are relatively few ordinary employees, which means there are more senior executives present.
Well, our company has made money this year. Is this year-end bonus a little less? Anyway, there is so much money in the company account. I think we can pay a little more.
After studying it carefully from beginning to end, and making some rough calculations in his mind, Li Fu slowly said, Boss Li is not short of money now, and is willing to pay more to his employees.
The distribution of year-end bonuses is actually quite high. Many people in our company have been working for a long time. Of course, our company has only been established for a short time. If too many are awarded at once, it will be difficult for us to do things in the future. It will be more difficult to distribute year-end bonuses next year and the year after. You must know that the employees from the beginning of the company to the present can be regarded as old employees. They basically belong to management positions, and they have at least several million in year-end bonuses. Many of them have just graduated. Relatively speaking, it is quite high, and I think there is really no need to increase it. Even if our company is a high-tech company, such a year-end bonus can be said to be very high in the world.
Fang Zheng shook his head and objected. He has a lot of experience in management and understands people's hearts better. Really, things like salary and remuneration should be increased slowly, not too high all at once. Otherwise it will be more difficult to deal with in the future.
Lao Fang is right. This plan is already quite high. There is no need to add more. What's more, there will be a lot of money to spend next year.
Luo Yuncheng, the older human resources director, also nodded. He and Lao Fang are both very experienced in company management and know that there are many things that need to be paid attention to, especially salary and benefits.
Well, what you are saying is very reasonable. I think it goes like this. The year-end bonuses for middle and low-level employees will remain unchanged, and the year-end bonuses for top-level employees will be doubled. Ordinary employees will receive half-year or 1-year salary. The top-level employees will be paid It's like half a year. And that's not okay. If the year-end bonus cannot be added,
I think it can be like this. The employee benefits and housing allocation should follow next year. Anyway, we get the land cheaply. And it doesn't actually cost much to build a house. The middle and high-rise buildings are divided into villas. And the low-rise buildings are divided into villas. Sweet. However, all houses must be stipulated and only given to internal employees. Once an employee leaves, the ownership will be taken back. If an employee gets promoted and changes to a villa, the original house must also be taken back.
Li Fu thought carefully, nodded slowly, and then continued. The company has now acquired a large area of land in the towns around Sanjiang Town, part of which is used to build employee housing. Since the last time Li Fu bought a house in the imperial capital, Li Fu is well aware of how terrifying the current housing prices are. Li Fu's house in Huaxia Garden is worth more than 20 million. It would be difficult for ordinary people to live in a house by working all their lives. I bought a house in the imperial capital. Of course, Sanjiang Town in Meijiang County cannot be compared with the imperial city. But with the rapid development of Fuyun Technology Group in Meijiang County, huge funds continue to be poured in. In addition, Foxconn also announced an investment of 30 million yuan not long ago. With a huge foundry with 10,000 people, housing prices in Meijiang County have also skyrocketed. The house price was originally only 4,000 to 6,000 per square meter, but now it has been speculated to exceed the 10,000 mark. In Sanjiang Town, there are many real estate projects under construction day and night, and the prices are easily over 15,000. It's unbelievable to say it. Real estate speculation is really crazy. Li Fu also knows that if he wants to truly retain talents, especially the many young people in the company, first of all, the salary and benefits must be good enough. And secondly, he must make people settle down and start a career. If everyone settles down in Sanjiang Town and Xilai Meijiang County, the development of my hometown will be stable from now on. The more important reason is that Li Fu wants to take advantage of the fact that it is now very convenient for his company to acquire land. As long as Fuyun Technology Group opens its doors, the Meijiang County government will take limited care of it. So he first acquires a lot of land to build good homes for the company's employees. No matter whether the house prices in Sanjiang and Meijiang counties rise to the sky in the future, our employees can still live and work in peace and contentment. Hearing Li Fu's words, the senior executives present smiled at each other. When the year-end bonus was set, the senior executives did not dare to give themselves more bonuses. After all, Li Fu was the boss, so he had to be careful when spending the boss's money. The highest-ranking founder also it's only over 100 million, but after paying taxes, it's actually only tens of millions more. Now that Li Fu has doubled everyone's year-end bonus, everyone is naturally grinning from ear to ear, especially young people like Yin Zhang, Yu Liang, Chen Bin, Yang Yiping, and Chao Haitao, who are all smiling even more. Open.
Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss.
The distribution plan for the year-end bonus of Fuyun Technology Group will soon be made public to all employees of the entire company. Each employee can calculate his or her own year-end bonus based on his or her position, level, contribution, etc. If there are any questions, they can report to their superiors. Very fair. Just and open. After every employee read the year-end bonus distribution plan, they calculated it carefully with their fingers, and all of them laughed slightly. Li Fu was generous. Basically, everyone's year-end bonus exceeded their original expectations. It is expected that they will all have a good year. Of course, the entire distribution plan quickly spread throughout Sanjiang Town and Meijiang County, and became a topic of heated discussion among all the old people in Meijiang County. At the vegetable market behind the dormitory area of Fuyun Technology Industrial Park, Li Jiaoyang could not help but shake his head while sorting out the pork, and discuss the Fuyun Technology Group's year-end bonus with Uncle Li beside him.
It's really irritating to compare people to each other. I thought we would be fine after working hard for a year. But compared with these people, there is really no comparison. I asked several people this year, and the year-end bonuses were basically more than 300,000. At the beginning, one young man even received a year-end bonus of more than 2 million yuan. That's right. A little girl came to me today to buy local chicken. Her year-end bonus is more than 500,000 yuan. A little girl has just graduated from college.
Uncle Lier also shook his head repeatedly. It was difficult to understand Fuyun Technology Group's year-end bonus. He didn't know where Fuyun Technology Group came from to give so many year-end bonuses to its employees.
Lao Liang. My eldest brother's daughter is already 21 this year. Can we help find one at Fuyun Technology Group?
Mrs. Wang, Li Jiaoyang's daughter-in-law, who had been helping with the work, took over the topic and tried to ask.
Your brother's daughter is pretty. It would be great if she could find a husband in Fuyun Technology Group. However, her education is only a junior high school education. These college students may not be able to appreciate her, let alone not to mention how high everyone's income is.
Li Jiaoyang thought for a while and shook his head.
Marriage is something that can't be determined. I'm not a matchmaker for nothing. I have to match up at least several couples every Chinese New Year. This year, I have set my sights on these young men and girls from Fuyun Technology Group. I don't believe it. We can't match up a few couples. Now, many people have asked me to help identify the young men and girls of Fuyun Technology Group who are educated, talented, and well-educated. Many people are interested in them.
It turns out that Li Jiaoyang's daughter-in-law, Mrs. Wang, is a well-known matchmaker in the neighborhood. She likes to be a matchmaker very much and has a very good vision. She can match several couples every year. This year, because she works in this vegetable market, many people ask her for help. Chapter 114.
Matchmaking? Of course I'm attracted to them. The young men and girls from Fuyun Technology Group all have what they want. They're all different at first glance. Why don't you fall in love with them?
Uncle Li on the side also shook his head and said,
Many people are asking me now. The second son of our village asked me to help introduce a partner to his son. Aunt Chen from the town also asked me to help introduce a young man to his daughter. Even relatives in my county asked me to help with introductions. Now everyone has their eyes set on the top. And they all shout that they are only looking for young men and women from Fuyun Technology Group.
When it comes to this matter, sister-in-law Wang starts to tell her. He is a famous matchmaker in Sanjiang town. He has a very sharp eye and a sharp mouth. Many people will ask her to help introduce partners to their children. But this year everyone is shouting that the employees who can introduce Fuyun Technology Group are the best.
Erguzi's son also wants to find a girl from Fuyun Technology Group. He doesn't want to take pictures of himself. He wants to be educated but not educated. He wants to work but has no job. He is lazy and lazy. Even ordinary girls will not marry him.
Li Jiaoyang immediately shook his head and said,
Of course I know this. The conditions of these young men and young girls from Fuyun Technology Group are very good. If you want to introduce them, at least some aspects can be talked about. I don't dare to agree to the matter of Ergu's family.
Sister-in-law Wang also nodded. Without some discernment, it would be impossible to become a matchmaker.
I think you should stop worrying about it and sell our pork properly. The employees of Fuyun Technology Group are all educated people. They must all advocate free love, and their income is high. How can this happen? I like our rural children here.
Li Jiaoyang also shook his head. His wife, Mrs. Wang, worked as a matchmaker and was different from other professional matchmakers. She did not charge any intermediary fees. It was simply that Mrs. Wang was a warm-hearted person and liked to chat with family members everywhere. At the beginning, it was just a matter of time. I just tried to match him up. But I didn't expect that after a few successes, she became more interested in this matter. She was worried enough during the Chinese New Year. What happened to the rural children? There are also outstanding rural children. Don't look at people through cracks in the door. I heard Li Fu say that many employees of Fuyun Technology Group are also children from rural areas. And their family conditions are actually similar.
Naturally, Mrs. Wang was unwilling to be outdone and ignored Li Jiaoyang. But her eyes were looking at the employees of Fuyun Technology Group who were walking around.
Aunt Wang, please have a big pig bone.
Lu Jun walked around the vegetable market and came to Li Jiaoyang's pork stall, ready to buy a big bone to make soup.
I'm sorry, Xiao Lu. The big bones are sold out today, and there are still some dragon bones left. Do you want to see if you want them? It tastes good when making soup. It can clear the fire.
Sister-in-law Wang put out the dragon bones and asked. Lu Jun often came to his stall to buy meat. He was also one of the earliest employees of Fuyun Technology Group, so they were relatively familiar with each other and knew each other. Sister-in-law Wang looked at Lu Jun. Lu was plainly dressed, a little fat, and average-looking. However, sister-in-law Wang knew that Lu Jun had a good heart and was from a rural area. His family was also quite poor. Thinking of this, Wang, my sister-in-law's eyes lit up.
Just killed bones. Give me some.
Lu Jun thought for a moment and nodded. Pork bones are more difficult to buy. You have to come very early to buy them.
Okay. Xiao Lu, how many years of final bonus do you have this year?
Mrs. Wang tried to ask while slowly helping to chop the dragon bones into pieces.
I should have more than 20 million.
When talking about the year-end bonus, Lu Jun couldn't help laughing and said with a grin.
My dear, more than 20 million. Xiao Lu, you are really amazing.
When Li Jiaoyang heard this, he immediately gave Lu Jun a thumbs up.
No, it's mainly because our project team has developed biosensing technology, which is the main technology of virtual machines. Therefore, the year-end bonus of our entire project team is relatively high. I can only call it average. Our team leader is above theirs a year-end bonus of 100 million yuan.
Lu Jun smiled and shook his head. The company's year-end bonuses are all public, so there is nothing to hide.
More than 20 million is not much. Many people may not be able to earn so much in their lifetime. Gee, you cultural people are still great. It is easy to make money with your brains, unlike us who can only use our strength.
Li Jiaoyang shook his head with a sigh. Although he had heard about many people's huge year-end bonuses, he still couldn't help but sigh when he heard that Lu Jun in front of him had a year-end bonus of more than 20 million.
Uncle Li, you are already very powerful. My father can't even kill pigs. He can only farm.
Lu Jun also smiled and shook his head. He himself never thought that one day he would be able to get a year-end bonus of 20 million. It all seemed as unreal as a dream. But it really happened. Since he followed Li Fu, everything becomes possible.
Xiao Lu, do you have a girlfriend?
Sister-in-law Wang on the side naturally did not forget important things and asked with a smile. She had already seen that Lu Jun was relatively honest and introverted. And he was from a rural area. There might be a chance to match him up.
Not yet.
Hearing this, Lu Jun couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. Lu Jun used to have a little inferiority complex in college. Since he followed Li Fu, he has no time to fall in love. He does research and study every day. How can he have a girlfriend? Now back home, my parents also urge me to find a girlfriend every day.
Would you like me to help you introduce us? That is, get to know each other first, and treat it like making more friends to get in touch.
Sister-in-law Wang asked very enthusiastically, secretly thinking that there must be something interesting.
That's good. That's good.
Hearing Mrs. Wang's warm-heartedness, Lu Jun blushed. He didn't expect that someone would enthusiastically introduce someone to him. He didn't want to hurt Mrs. Wang's warm-heartedness, so he casually agreed.
It's settled. I'll leave you a phone number so we can get in touch.
As soon as sister-in-law Wang saw Lu Jun's appearance, she knew that Lu Jun was very green in this area. As long as she seizes the opportunity, it is not impossible for a girl to chase a boy. Her brother's daughter still has a chance. Although she is not educated, she is also pretty. So she is lucky to be dating an employee of Fuyun Technology Group and an employee engaged in scientific research. Lu Jun smiled helplessly and left his number. Although he has a high income now, Lu Jun is still quite simple. After all, he has just left campus and was taught in a place like the research department. So he has not been infected. Some bad ideas in society are very simple.
Who do you really want to introduce this young man to?
After Lu Jun left, Li Jiaoyang was speechless to his wife. It seemed that he could never change his habit of being a matchmaker in this life.
Of course. I want the wealth to stop flowing to outsiders. I introduced it to my brother's daughter. Although this young man is average looking, he is honest. If A really succeeds, his life will not be bad in the future.
Sister-in-law Wang rolled her eyes at Li Jiaoyang, as if it was a matter of course.
You have a beautiful thought.
Li Jiaoyang shook his head and refused to think about it, leaving Mrs. Wang to fiddle with it on her own.
A man chases a girl across a mountain, and a woman chases a man across a vale. It's hard to say what fate is like.
Uncle Li Air on the side was obviously someone who had been there before. He had seen many such things and nodded slightly to support Mrs. Wang.
This young man's annual income is in the tens of millions. I wonder what kind of beauty he would like.
Li Jiaoyang still shook his head. Not optimistic.
Just wait and see. Anyway, I am used to seeing these young men from Fuyun Technology Group, who are educated, qualified and polite. Now look at the young people in our village. They are so different. I must give you find a satisfactory one in Fuyun Technology.
Sister-in-law Wang said very confidently, based on her years of experience. She felt quite certain. That night in Lijiakan, at Li Jiaoyang's home, Mrs. Wang's brother and sister-in-law came over with their daughter Ayu to discuss the matter. Although freedom of marriage and love have long been popular, many people in rural areas still follow the orders of their parents. Matchmaker's words.
Sister, you've made a lot of money this year, selling several pigs a day.
Wang Daniu, sister-in-law Wang's brother, said with some emotion while carefully looking at his sister's house.
Brother, why are you talking about this? I called you here today because there is a more important matter. If this matter comes to pass, your AU family will have a good life in the future.
Mrs. Wang smiled and changed the topic.
Is what you said true?
Wang Daniu immediately asked as soon as he heard this. After all, it was a matter related to his daughter's lifelong event.
Of course it's true. I've already inquired about this Lu Jun. He is indeed from the Fuyun Technology Research Department. His income is very high. His year-end bonus is more than 20 million yuan. And I just went to Li Fu's house to talk to Li Fu. After asking around carefully, I found out that this kid is a very nice person.
Sister-in-law Wang patted her chest and assured that she was very considerate in what she did. Especially her own niece, who went to Li Fu's house to find out everything about her.
And it's strange that someone with such a high income would look at me.
Wang Xiaoyu on the side curled her lips. Wang Xiaoyu has a pair of big watery eyes, an oval face, and a slim figure. She is a beautiful beauty. Although she says so, she is still slightly moved in her heart. Now everyone talks about it the most. It's about the employees of Fuyun Technology Group.
Hey, my aunt tells you that although Lu Jun is an average-looking kid, he is very honest and reliable. And from my point of view, he must be the kind who has never been in love. You should seize the opportunity, and don't if you're afraid of getting red in the face. Be proactive.
Sister-in-law Wang said to Wang Xiaoyu earnestly.
My niece is so good-looking, and anyone who goes to her eldest brother's house as a matchmaker during the Chinese New Year will really have to cross the threshold. And it's not like I can't get married. This is necessary. It also depends on who you marry. Can the matchmaker at your house be as good as the employees of Fuyun Technology Group? Let me tell you, don't think that your tail will be raised to the sky when there are many people chasing you now. Go. Marriage is not a child's play. You need to see clearly.
Sister-in-law Wang said with a bit of hatred. She was afraid that her niece would be easily deceived because of too many people chasing her. Many people would listen to you and love you very much when they chase you. But after getting married? But they are all kinds of scum. So Mrs. Wang usually looks for honest, reliable, and good-natured children when she is a matchmaker. Such children are very suitable for life.
Hey, your aunt is right. Your aunt has been a matchmaker for so many years. She is very accurate in judging people. Listen to your aunt.
Wang Xiaoyu's mother also nodded in support. Chapter 115. New Year's Party. The new year is getting closer and closer, and the entire Sanjiang town has become more lively. Many people who have gone out to work have returned to their hometowns early to prepare for next year's fortune-making plans. With the continuous development of Fuyun Technology Group, coupled with the large foundries invested by Foxconn, almost no one will choose to leave their hometowns to work next year. And there will be many opportunities in their hometowns. Fuyun Technology Industrial Park, the top of the headquarters building of Fuyun Technology Group. Li Fu stood in his office overlooking the beautiful night of Sanjiang town. Although it was already 6 o'clock in the evening, everywhere in Sanjiang town was still very busy, and various construction sites still working day and night. The lights shine in the night sky, and the newly opened hotels, restaurants, etc. are shining with colorful neon lights.
Another year has passed.
Li Fu thought about the scene he saw in Sanjiang town on the back mountain last year. Although Sanjiang town was lively at that time, it did not have the scene in front of him. High-rise buildings were rising from the ground, and highways were connecting the 4 directions. Everything in the atmospheric industrial park is full of the atmosphere of urban civilization.
Technology changes the world. Without the power of technology, everything in front of us would not be possible.
Li Fu was constantly thinking in his mind. The development of his hometown naturally made Li Fu very happy. He originally chose to locate the company in his hometown in order to promote the development of his hometown. In just 1 year, with the advanced technology at his disposal, Li Fu absorbed money from the global market and invested it all in the construction of his hometown. Only then did he have everything in front of him.
Boom! Boom!
Li Fu's secretary Ding Xian walked in today wearing a snow-white dress.
Li Fu, our company's New Year's party is about to begin. Let's go. Don't keep everyone waiting too long. Sister Xian, you are dressed beautifully today. Do you think you have some show to perform?
Li Fu nodded and walked out while asking Ding Xian with a smile.
Of course there is a show. Although I am old, my heart cannot grow old.
Ding Xian nodded with a slight smile. Most of the people in the company were young people. and Ding Xian was considered old even in her 30s. Sanjiang Hotel. Currently the largest 5-star hotel in Sanjiang town. Today the entire Sanjiang Hotel has been booked by Fuyun Technology Group. At this time, in the largest Sanjiang Hall, employees of Fuyun Technology Group are entering one after another. Sanjiang Hall. The entire hall is very large, enough to accommodate thousands of people for dinners, meetings, etc. at the same time. Moreover, this hall is divided into several floors. There are several floors above that can also watch the huge stage of the venue at the same time. This is barely possible. It can accommodate all the current employees of Fuyun Technology Group. The entire hall is magnificent. The stage has been decorated in a sci-fi style, and the huge monitor is playing a documentary about Fuyun Technology Group's glorious year. Backstage, people performing shows are still putting on makeup and rehearsing frequently. All the shows are directed and performed by various units and individuals within the company. They are all young people, and you can easily find a lot of them. There are a lot of talents, and after repeated screening, the number of programs is still dozens. At 7 o'clock in the evening, everyone had arrived and the party officially started.
I am very happy to be able to gather with you all at Fuyun Technology. In the past year, our company has made brilliant achievements with the joint efforts of everyone. In just 1 year, our company has become large enough to rank among the top 5 in the world, among the top 100 companies. I still remember last year's Chinese New Year. I was determined to set up my company in my hometown. At that time, I was just one person. In the blink of an eye, our company has grown into a company with tens of thousands of employees and an annual output value of hundreds of billions. Big company. This is our first New Year's party, and it may also be our company's first New Year's party that all employees participate in. By next year, our company will definitely continue to develop at a lower level. By then, the number of people in our company may be tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. Would make it impossible for everyone to get together and hold a New Year's party like today. In the future, our company will continue to adhere to the high-tech route and continue to advance in various high-tech fields. The speed of development will only be faster, and the value we can create will be greater. All of us can play on the company's platform. Use your own energy to realize your own life value.
As the boss of the company, Li Fu was naturally the first to speak on stage. The content of his speech was very simple. He just wanted to thank everyone for their efforts in the past year. He also stated the company's future plans and development prospects, and gave everyone a chance to talk about their dreams. Talk about feelings. As long as you work hard, the future will be bright. In fact, the meaning of any company's New Year's party is to revolve around this, so that the company's employees can be more cohesive and continue to create more value for the company in the new year. Talking about ideals and dreams are the most commonly used methods, but few bosses can generously come up with substantive things. Li Fu is different. Let's not talk about year-end bonuses and remuneration. It was this New Year's party, and Li Fu was very generous with real money. The company is building 10 villas and 30 suites, 100 BMW cars, a glittering cash wall consisting of 100 million Chinese dollars in cash, etc. It is very luxurious. These things are all presented to award outstanding employees on the spot. Yes, Li Fu personally spent 100 million in cash from his own pocket to play the lottery game on the spot. The highest prize was the 5 million grand prize that countless lottery players dream of winning. The huge wall of cash shimmered with red light, attracting countless eyes. Although everyone's year-end bonus sounded generous and everyone's pockets were bulging, when 100 million cash was placed in front of them, the impact is still very shocking. After Li Fu finished speaking, various programs began to take place. While tasting delicious food and drinking fine wine, he enjoyed various programs directed and performed by his colleagues around him, plus the exciting awards and lucky draws after each program. The atmosphere of the entire party was very lively, although the programs are all directed and performed by myself. The employees of Fuyun Technology Group are all college students. They are all people who have just left campus. They are the most energetic and imaginative people. Even Fang Zheng, the 40 uncles and their teens also came on stage to sing a song. And they sang in style, and at a very high level. Various programs such as singing and dancing, crosstalk, sketches, magic, etc. came one after another. Each program won a flood of applause. In the eyes of many people, apart from not having as big a stage and having as many people as CCTV, it was wonderful. The degree is not inferior at all. Every time there is a lottery, everyone gets even more excited. Everyone has a share of the Sunshine Prize, which costs several $1,000s. It is considered a New Year red envelope given by the boss Li Fu to everyone. The bigger the prize, the bigger the prize. Those who win the lottery will shout loudly to express their inner excitement. The entire party lasted until 10 o'clock in the evening and became the best memory for many people. Chapter 116. Chinbin goes home. After the company's New Year party, the company basically announced that it had entered the holiday rhythm. It was already mid to late January 2019, and the new year was only half a month away. The production lines of the company's factory were also stopped one after another for maintenance and began to prepare for the long annual vacation. The production line that can print money faster than a banknote printing machine stops at any time. Perhaps this is the willfulness of high-tech companies. If an ordinary company will not care whether you celebrate the new year or not, making money is important. And only Li Fu can being so willful, and making a lot of money without making money is something that many people don't understand. Especially after the 8 major agents in the world heard the news that Fuyun Technology Group was going to suspend production for 1 month and take annual leave. They were all dumbfounded. They cried and shouted that Fuyun Technology Group could not stop. Fuyun once technology stops, it also means that they will also stop for the next month and will not make a penny. Of course, Fuyun Technology will not care what they think. Should it be a holiday or a holiday? Factories, research institutes, office buildings, etc. have basically come to a halt. Of course, the construction of major branches, research institutes, and new factories, the wait has not stopped. These have been outsourced to other companies. And under the trend of money, they are working day and night to put them into use as soon as possible. In the employee dormitory area of Fuyun Science and Technology Industrial Park, Chinbin carried large and small bags to the parking lot downstairs. A brand new BMW car was quietly waiting for the arrival of its owner. This time, the company was very generous with it. Very generous rewards were awarded. And of course most of the rewards were taken away by researchers. Chinbin followed Li Fu to participate in the research of the aerospace fighter in 2018. He made outstanding contributions in many aspects, and even won the title of Chinese academician, which won the company a great reputation. And of course, more importantly, this is to lay a solid foundation for the company's future development in the aerospace and aviation fields. Naturally, it also won the highest award at this annual meeting, a villa and a BMW car. As for the year-end bonus, it is also a high-level standard. Beep! Beep! As Chinbin gently pressed the button on the car key, the BMW made a sound, and the trunk slowly opened. Chinbin stuffed all the large and small bags in. There were many things inside that Chinbin had carefully crafted. He chose it to give to his parents. Now that he is famous and rich, he is naturally ready to return home in glory. Similar to the situation of Li Fu's family, Chinbin's family used to be very poor, because there are many brothers in the family. With 4 brothers, which is considered a very rare family. His parents are also farmers, with limited income, and life is tight. But things are different now. Ever since Chinbin followed Li Fu, everything has changed dramatically. The BMW car was slowly moving on the road. Seeing the huge changes in Sanjiang town, Chinbin was filled with emotion. When he came here at the beginning of last year, there was no difference between this place and his hometown. But now, it has the atmosphere of a metropolis. Nowadays, the transportation in Sanjiang town is very convenient. There are several expressways connecting all directions. The roads are spacious. Although there are many vehicles, there will be no congestion. Soon Chinbin saw his BMW getting on the expressway and heading straight for it. Go to your hometown. Chinbin's hometown, Shannon Town, is also in Jiangnan province. It is about a 2-hour drive from Sanjiang town. Qinjia village is more than 20 kilometers away from Shannon town. But cement roads have been built, so you can drive there. It is also very convenient to get up. Qinjia village is not a very big village, with only a dozen households. The whole village is like most Chinese rural areas. New small bungalows and old brick houses coexist. At this time, young people who go out to work also, they have all come back one after another, chatting with each other about what happened in the past year in the village. Hell, the BMW X6 is still a high-end version. Whose car is this? When Chinbin's BMW slowly appeared at the entrance of the village, it was immediately recognized by the young people in the village, and they couldn't help but hand it over immediately. Nowadays, many rural people buy cars. I dare not say that every household has a car, but the penetration rate has been quite high in recent years. But most of them only cost hundreds of thousands of cars. Cars like the BMW X6 are rare. After all, it often costs hundreds of thousands or millions. Even if most people have this kind of money, they won't be willing to buy one. If they can afford to drive such a car, the price is still worth it. Okay, there are several cars in Xinjiao village, but they are all very ordinary cars. There is no way to compare with such a good car. At this time, it looks like this car is obviously heading for Xinjiao village. And it looks very, with a familiar look. He drove straight towards the crowd.
Is it Shinbin?
Sharp-eyed people immediately spotted Shinbin driving among the BMWs.
It turned out to be him. I heard that Shinbin got rich this year. He built a small villa at home. And now he drives such a good car. He must have made a lot of money.
People in the village have naturally been discussing about Shinbin for a long time. The villagers have seen the huge changes that have taken place in Shinbin's family this year. In addition, Shinbin's parents naturally have to brag about themselves among the neighbors. Of course, everyone knows about his son.
No. I heard that he works for Fuyun Technology Group, the company that produces virtual machines. It's very powerful.
Rural people speak like this. They don't have too many adjectives. And they can only say some exclamatory words such as great and incredible. At this time, Shinbin slowly stopped the car, walked out with a few Chinese cigarettes in his hand, and greeted everyone with a smile on his face.
Uncle, are you feeling well?
First, he said low to the oldest generation. And then he stuffed 2 packs of Chinese cigarettes into his mouth.
Okay. Little monkey, you are really promising now. I never thought that I would be able to see a capable person like you emerge from our village.
Holding 2 packs of Chinese cigarettes in his hands, the old man naturally smiled and nodded with joy. Shinbin greeted people while giving out cigarettes. The old people were given 2 packs, and the young people were given 1 pack. Soon, a few Chinese cigarettes were given out. Listening to everyone's compliments, Shinbin smiled and continued without paying much attention, driving to his home.
TSK. Did you see it? This is the aura of a big boss. He has been sending out Chinese cigarettes for the past few days. I don't know how much money he made. He is really promising.
When Shinbin left, the old people in the village couldn't help but shake their heads. Who would have thought that the little kid who was climbing trees all over the village would become so promising in the blink of an eye?
I don't know if Shinbin can talk to Fuyun Technology Group. It would be great if we could be included in the company. I have heard that Fuyun Technology Group's salary and benefits are terrifyingly high. Year-end bonuses start in the hundreds of thousands, and are very common in the millions. Their company only wants college students. You, a junior high school student, are not even qualified to sweep the floor. You still want to get in. Why didn't you think of studying more? Let's see. When I asked you to study, you had to work. Now I know I regret it. Many companies can't even get in.
In the most luxurious small villa in Xinjiang, Shinbin's family gathered together happily, with smiles on their faces. Shinbin's parents even laughed from ear to ear when they saw their son. It is natural for parents to have hoped that his son will become a dragon. Now Shinbin can be said to be very promising, which is very gratifying.
Mom's cooking is still delicious,
Shinbin said while taking a big bite of food.
If it's delicious, eat more. I'll make it for you every day during the Chinese New Year.
Shinbin's mother was naturally pleased to pick up food for Shinbin. The family could afford such a beautiful new house, and Shinbin had to pay for it. Now that Shinbin even drove a nice car back, he obviously made a lot of money.
Shinbin, although you have made some money now, you should not be too lavish with money. I also saw you giving out cigarettes to the villagers just now. It was such a waste. Several Chinese cigarettes were given out like this. I don't have a wife. I haven't bought a house outside. And I will have to maintain a car and other things in the future. So I need to save more.
Shinbin's father was smoking Chinese cigarettes, and spoke to Shinbin earnestly.
Dad, it's just a few cartons of cigarettes. It's nothing. As for the house, I already have it. This time the company rewarded me with a villa and a car. In addition, my year-end bonus is huge.
Shinbin smiled nonchalantly, and raised a finger when talking about his year-end bonus.
1 million.
Shinbin's father asked with bright eyes, while Shinbin smiled and shook his head.
10 million?
Shinbin's father's breathing became a little heavy. Although Shinbin had already heard that their company was very rich, he never expected that it would be so rich, with a year-end bonus of tens of millions.
It's 100 million.
Shinbin gently reported a number. In an instant, Qinbin's parents stopped what they were doing and were stunned. 100 million? Such a number was absolutely astronomical to them. It was an unimaginable number. But now Qinbin's year-end bonus turned out to be 100 million. You can imagine how shocked the two of them were now.
100 million? Is this true? How could your boss be so generous and give you a year-end bonus of 100 million?
After a long time, Qinbin's parents still didn't believe it and shook their heads.
Of course it's true. Now our family is rich. Mom and Dad, you can enjoy peace and happiness easily in the future. Don't do those farm jobs anymore.
Qinbin nodded seriously, looking at his parents' old faces and white hair. He couldn't help but say,
"It's not that easy to enjoy a happy life. None of you 4 brothers have even started a family yet. Just be successful and make a difference."
Qinbin's father let out a long sigh, and then said with a happy smile, Chapter 117. Virtual machines can also assist when it comes to starting a family and starting a business. Qinbin can't help but feel a little pain in his heart. His family is really too poor. Qinbin is the youngest of the 4 brothers in the family. There are 3 brothers in front of him. The eldest is already in his early 30s. The youngest is old. Senyi is already 25 years old. But none of the brothers has found a wife. First of all, the family is really hardworking and notoriously hardworking. It is very rare for a family of 4 brothers to be in a family. After all, due to the special policies of that era, the 4 brothers were punished to death just for the sake of registering their household registration. It can be said that the family is completely destitute. No one wants to marry into such a family. There is not even a decent house. In the past, the house was still a mud tile house with only 2 rooms and 4 brothers living in it. Once someone got married, there was no wedding room at all. When the matchmaker heard that it was Qinbin's house, she frowned and shook her head repeatedly. She couldn't even help with the introduction even if she gave him a red envelope, because it was too difficult to earn money for introducing each other. Secondly, Qinbin's brothers are all like Qinbin's parents. They are all honest people, and they are clumsy when talking about girlfriends. In addition, their appearance is relatively average. Qinbin's second brother used to be from outside. I talked about a girlfriend when I was working, and we were already talking about marriage. But after the girl came to Qinbin's house once, nothing happened again. Due to their conditions, the 3 brothers basically went out to work after graduating from junior high school. They had no education and were not very active, so they could only work in factories, with average jobs and average incomes. Qinbin was also lucky because he was the youngest. 1. There are 3 brothers in front, and the 3 brothers who are studying also help a lot. If Qinbin is the eldest, he probably won't have money to study. Of course. Another very important reason is that betrothal gifts are becoming more and more important in rural areas. In today's China, if there is anything that can rise more than housing prices, it must be betrothal gifts. Especially in rural areas of Jiangnan province, the heaviest betrothal gifts are ranked among the highest in the country. Such as how much they weigh, how they are colorful, how they are green, how much they are motionless, etc. Let's not talk about other things. The betrothal gift alone starts at least 180,000 in Shannon town, Qinbin's hometown. And the market is bullish every year, getting higher and higher every year. What's more, there are still things that don't move. Cars. And things that don't move. A house or a car can cost hundreds of thousands. And even a down payment on a house can cost hundreds of thousands. It can be said that it is really difficult to marry a wife. Of course, if 2 young people fall in love on their own, all aspects can be reduced a lot. However, none of Qinbin's brothers have the ability to talk about girlfriends themselves. So that now Qinbin's family is famous in the village. There are many bachelors, and all the brothers are bachelors, so they are often laughed at. So much so that Qinbin's father even told his brothers that as long as they could get a wife, he would have no problem even if they were to become someone's son-in-law. You must know that in rural areas, it is very important for one's own son to be someone's door-to-door son-in-law. It is a shameless thing to give birth to a child who will not bear his family name in the future. This is something that rural people absolutely cannot accept. But Qinbin's parents had no choice but to do this. I hope that my children will be able to marry wives, so that they will not be laughed at by people saying that the 4 brothers of the Qin family are 4 bachelors. Buddhas compete for a breath of fragrance, and people compete for a breath of life. No matter what, they must marry wives. This is Qinbin's parents' the biggest wish now, is also the most difficult thing.
Mom and Dad, Now that our family has built a new house and is rich, we have organized the weddings of my brothers during the Chinese New Year. As long as they are willing to marry, they can set whatever conditions they want. We can do whatever they want, such as a house, a car, or a gift. Come on. I don't believe that the brothers in our family can't find a wife.
Chinbin put down the bowls and chopsticks in his hands. Now he has food in his hands and speaks with a strong voice.
Well, we originally had such a plan. Your eldest brother and second brother have not been home for several years. They really can't stand the gossip. I plan to call them back this year and take advantage of the Chinese New Year to get everything done.
Chinbin's father nodded. He couldn't help crying when he talked about Chinbin's eldest brother and second brother. It wasn't that the eldest and the second brother were unfilial and didn't go home, or that they didn't want to go home. It was really that every time they went home, there were so many people. There is a lot of gossip and comparisons between relatives and friends. It is not easy to go home for the new year. So for several years, I have not gone home during the new year, choosing to go home to see my parents on a regular basis. Chinbin's parents had made a decision. And now that Chinbin had made it clear that he would support the family's major events, the Chin family naturally acted quickly. With just one phone call, Chinbin's 3 brothers all came back the next day. Chinbin drove his own BMW car to the county town with his 3 brothers, and bought a BMW car for each of them. At the same time, he also bought 3 large houses of more than 200 square meters in the county town with full payment. I took a few people to the barber shop to have a good grooming and put on carefully selected suits. After transferring 1 million to each of the accounts of his 3 brothers, Chinbin's brothers instantly exchanged bullets for cannons. Each one of them became energetic and human-looking. They were no longer the honest, incompetent, and fool-like people they used to be. A very bad state of distress. Chinbin knows that people rely on clothes, and Buddha relies on gold. His 3 brothers are average in appearance, and they are more honest and dull. If he wants to win a beautiful woman in the fierce rural marriage market, he must improve in other aspects. If you put in more effort and have a deposit to buy a house or a car, it will naturally be easier for a matchmaker to introduce you. If you can help, the probability of success will naturally be higher. In fact, just as Chinbin expected, Chinbin's family is now rich. This house is the most luxurious in Qingjia village. There are 4 BMW cars parked at the door. Each of the brothers is dressed like a human or dog. Although he was not very good at talking, the cigarette he was handed was a good smoke, and he definitely showed the aura of a rich man and a nouveau riche. The matchmakers who used to be indifferent to the Chin family naturally nodded and agreed to help with the introduction in front of the big red envelopes presented by Chinbin's parents. Nowadays, the Chin family is different from the past. Both the matchmakers and relatives and friends are very happy to do so. Help with introductions. As long as there are resources, we will basically help connect people. At Chinbin's house, Chinbin's father was happily accompanying the matchmaker and chatting with the girl's parents. Chinbin's mother was busy preparing something to entertain the guests. Chinbin's eldest brother was wearing a suit and looked at the woman opposite with his face flushed. There was no doubt that they were on a blind date at this time. It can be seen that the woman's parents are obviously not very satisfied with Chinbin's eldest brother because of his age. However, the current conditions of Chinbin's family are still very good, and the matchmaker is constantly helping. The old Chin family is completely different now. They have bought a large house of more than 200 square meters in the county, with 2 floors. You have also seen this car. The brothers all drive BMWs, and the savings in their hands are also all in the millions. You must have asked someone about this child. He is honest and hardworking. He is not the kind of person who is idle. He has been very hardworking since he was a child and works very hard. The old couple Chin and his wife are also honest people. If Xiaowan really gets married, I'm sure you'll have a good life. The matchmaker's mouth is also very powerful. She kept talking about the advantages of Chinbin's elder brother. These things are all bonus points. Naturally, she has to talk about it in a big way. The person she brought to the blind date this time also has this aspect. I mean, I also like that big brother Chinbin is honest and honest. Although I don't have much ability, but I have a very powerful younger brother who is very willing to help him. So my life will definitely be good in the future. The girl named Xiaowan also looked at Chinbin's eldest brother from time to time. Although Chinbin's eldest brother was dressed more fashionably at this time, he still had an honest and responsible look on his face. He was already in his early 30s. He's a man, and he can actually blush even if he goes on a blind date. Isn't the virtual machine he has the most popular right now?
How could he buy a virtual machine?
Soon, Xiaowan noticed the virtual machine worn by brother Chenbin. The black virtual machine exuded nobility and elegance, looking low-key and unassuming.
You actually bought a virtual machine. I have always wanted to buy a virtual machine, but my quota is already over 80 million. I don't know when I will be able to buy a virtual machine. How is this virtual machine? Is it fun?
Xiaowan became interested immediately, and took the initiative to chat with Chenbin's eldest brother first.
Of course virtual machines are fun. Here, I'll lend them to you for fun. My brother gave them to me. He's a senior manager of Fuyun Technology Group. He just wants a few virtual machines. For casual things. I'll call him my brother. I'll give you one too. What color and style do you like?
Chenbin's brother also very generously took off the virtual machine on his wrist, and handed it to Xiaowan to play with. At the same time, he also very generously expressed that he could give one to Xiaowan through Didi.
Real?
When Xiaowan heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up. Nowadays, virtual machines are very popular. They are almost the representative of the trend among young people. They are quite crazy about virtual machines, and Xiaowan is obviously one of them.
Don't worry. I'll take care of it.
Chenbin's brother patted his chest in assurance. Maybe it's because of the virtual machine. Or maybe the conditions of Chenbin's family are already quite good. Things about Chenbin's eldest brother were quickly finalized. The oldest and most difficult boss has already solved major problems. Chenbin's family people finally breathed a sigh of relief. Next, Chenbin's second and third brothers also received good news one after another. With the help of many conditions, the big event was quickly finalized. The Chen family was busy organizing events for Chenbin's three brothers throughout the new year. Had an engagement banquet. Chapter 118. Everyone is busy making money. In Lijia village, Sanjiang town. It was rare for Li Fu to spend time at home and spend time with his parents during the Chinese New Year. Of course, Li Fu's family is no longer what it used to be. There are really too many people who come to visit Li Fu's family during the New Year and the holidays. Not to mention relatives and friends. Yes, all kinds of people came uninvited. Charitable organizations such as relief societies, whose names I had never even heard of. Conservation funds. Disaster relief societies, etc., came to visit me. There was no doubt that they came to rip me off. There are also some local governments in poor and backward areas who have come to Li Fu's family, hoping that Li Fu can invest in them. Now the huge changes in Sanjiang town and Meijiang county have been reported on the news. And even more so by Jiangnan province. Planned to be a center for future economic growth and a high-tech industrial zone. Governments in many backward areas naturally want to try and see if they can invite the great Bodhisattva Li Fu there. Even investing in building a factory in your own place is enough. Fuyun Technology Group's huge output value has long been famous around the world. The virtual machine that has taken the world by storm is a super gold-eating beast. From the time it was launched on December 15th to now, it is in just over a month. Hundreds of billions of dollars have been sucked away globally. Faster than a money printing machine can print money. What's more, several other products of Fuyun Technology Group, derivative products of biosensing technology, such as Third Eye, are also selling well in the global market. With the help of Third Eye, tens of millions of blind people around the world, the light was restored and he was able to live a normal life. As for the new drugs to treat AIDS, they are also a gold-sucking beast. With the continuous expansion of production capacity, it can now bring huge revenue of more than 20 billion to Fuyun Technology Group every month. In the future, if the production capacity continues to expand, every month it will bring huge revenue of more than 20 billion. It is also very easy for Fuyun Technology Group to bring an output value of hundreds of billions. What's more, judging from the current development momentum of Fuyun Technology Group, more technology products will definitely emerge in the future. Such a technology company with unlimited potential is naturally the target that many local governments are trying to win over. In addition to these people, there are also many corporate bosses and CEOs who also come uninvited. Naturally, all of them are here to look for cooperation, hoping to take over some of Li Fu's business. Fuyun Technology Group's reputation for being rich and generous has spread throughout the industry. Currently, Fuyun Technology Group's prices are sufficient for major construction sites, research institutes, new parks, etc. that are still working day and night. The profits are huge. The OEM price offered by Foxconn OEM also makes many people jealous. After all, OEM does not have much technical content at all. In addition, major companies that provide virtual machines are also making a lot of money. Fuyun Technology, the group has very high requirements, such as good quality, large output, and short time. However, the price is also very high, and the payment is never delayed. Everyone also likes to do business with Fuyun Technology Group. All this naturally makes many people jealous. They don't even need to invite them to come to Lifu, hoping to have the opportunity to carry out some cooperation. As long as they can get a little bit of leftovers from Fuyun Technology Group, it will be enough to make many companies live a good life. In short, all kinds of people came to Lifu with various purposes. In the first few days, Lifu would go to receive them. After that, he really took the trouble and had to let the security personnel of the company responsible for the security of the Li family transfer these people. With everyone blocked, Lifu could live a peaceful life. On the early morning of the New Year's Day, Lifu had nothing to do after paying New Year's greetings and had a meal. He started wandering around Lijia village. According to the rules of previous years, on the New Year's Day, even the most diligent people in the village would have some free time, take a day off, or find someone to chat with, or visit relatives and friends. But most of them gathered at Li Dazue's house to play mahjong, cards, and gamble together. Last year was also the Chinese New Year. Li Fu saw the bad custom of gambling in his village and the backwardness of his hometown. Only then did he make up his mind to set up the company in his hometown, hoping to change the destiny of his hometown.
I don't know if the young people in the village will gather at Li Dazue's house again this year to gamble.
In Li Fu's mind, he remembered the scene he watched at Li Dazue's house last year. He really wanted to see it, so he went directly to Li Dazue's house. Soon, Li Fu arrived at Li Dazue's house in the middle of the village. It was a little different from previous years, although some people could still be seen walking to Li Dazue's house. They were all elderly. These people usually went to Li Dazue's house. He doesn't win much when playing cards, and doesn't know how to gamble. Young Li Fu is rarely seen, and seems a bit abnormal. As soon as he entered Li Dazue's house, Li Fu saw Li Dazue sitting in front with a sigh and a frown on his face. He didn't know what was going on.
Li Fu, why do you have time to come to my place?
Li Dazue looked outside from time to time, and his eyes lit up when he saw Li Fu coming in.
Uncle Big Mouth, I will make a fortune in the new year. No matter how much money you make, it won't be revealed.
After hearing Li Fu's words, Li Dazue frowned even more inside.
What's wrong? It's the first day of the Lunar New Year, and you're saying such unlucky things.
Li Fu asked curiously.
Well, in the past, a lot of people came to my place during the Chinese New Year. On the first day of the new year, most young and old men from our village would come to my place to play for a day. But this year, there haven't been many people since the end of December. Let's play. Today is the first day of the Lunar New Year. It's already past 9 o'clock. Even the second floor hasn't been opened yet. Do you think I can't open the pot? I bought a large amount of goods before the new year. Now I put them all in the back. 1 o'clock none were sold.
Li Dazue sighed and started chatting with Li Fu. It turned out that there were fewer people coming to Li Dazue's house to gamble, especially young people. None of them seemed to gamble anymore. The lively scene during the Chinese New Year in the past was no longer there at all. Cannot see? During the Chinese New Year, Li Dazue used to have many people at home come over to play, gamble, etc. During the Chinese New Year alone, Li Dazue's family would be able to live a well-off life just by pumping water. In addition, they also drank a lot of drinks, alcoholic drinks, cigarettes, etc. As long as there are people playing here, these things will sell very well, and they can make a lot of money. But this year is completely different. From before the Chinese New Year to now, no one has come to Li Dazue's house to gamble. Not only is the large amount of goods brought and unable to be sold, but the money is also very small. It is no wonder that Li Dazue is sighing and frowning here.
Everyone stopped playing cards this year. So what are you doing?
Li Fu asked in surprise. He didn't expect that the young people in the village stopped gambling. This was quite surprising.
Everyone is busy making money. In fact, it is all influenced by the college students in Li Fu's company. The young people in the village are now very motivated. Some active people are taking the lead in organizing, and some are preparing to open companies. Some are planning to open restaurants,
and some are setting up farmhouses, etc. Even those who have nothing to do go to play basketball and exercise. And no one comes to play at all.
Li Dazue shook his head and said with some emotion, he didn't know what to say about this huge change among the young people in the village. Logically speaking, it was naturally not good for him. If no one came to play, it wouldn't matter. Income, But he also said that he has become more motivated. Apparently he still thinks that young people should not be addicted to gambling.
Uncle Big Mouth. I think you could consider opening a restaurant, supermarket, etc. this year. Change your career. Move people to live and trees to death. The storage will be better than what you have now.
Li Fu smiled and shook his head and left Li Dazu's home. But he was very happy in his heart. Fuyun Technology Industrial Park is very close to Lijia Village. It doesn't take long to walk. Many people in the village eat vegetables behind the industrial park. Selling things in the market is also very profitable. And I often have contact with college students in the company for a long time. As the saying goes, those who are close to red are red, and those who are close to ink are black. Naturally, they have been greatly affected. Li Fu can clearly feel this impact. He has also become more polite when speaking, pays more attention to public health, and dresses accordingly. It is much more fashionable. And of course, the more important thing is the change in ideology. In the past, people in the village thought that there was not much difference between studying and not studying, because outsiders also saw many college students not doing well. But this year, the employees of Fuyun Technology Group used themselves to tell them that reading more books is still useful. Yes, every year in bonus makes everyone regret it. I regret that I didn't study hard back then. Otherwise, I would have gotten a bachelor's degree. And with Li Fu's relationship with the same village, I might have been able to join Li Fu's company and be able to work for myself for many years in 1 year. In the past, I thought it was enough to live in a hazy way. Now that I see outstanding young people of the same age, I naturally learn from others without knowing it. I work hard to learn knowledge, exercise, be polite, civilized, and have quality. Not only in Lijiakan. These villages around Fuyun Science and Technology Industrial Park have been greatly affected. From the elderly to children to these young people, everyone has been greatly affected. This kind of influence is exactly what Li Fu has always wanted. To drive changes in the social atmosphere of his hometown through the influence of his company's employees. In addition, the current economic development of Sanjiang Town and Meijiang County is booming, driven by the powerful rocket of Fuyun Technology Group. There are many opportunities. You must know that Li Jiaoyang, who sells pork in the wet market behind the industrial zone, has been selling pork every year. You can earn hundreds of thousands, which shows that there are many opportunities to make a fortune. Sanjiang Town has an increasingly large migrant population, especially the employees of Fuyun Technology Group. They are young, have high incomes, and are very willing to spend money. These young people can make a lot of money casually, and the young people in the village are now making plans. With the big plans for the new year, the atmosphere of the whole village will naturally change. Chapter 119. Apply for school qualifications. In the courtyard of the Wang family in the imperial capital, Li Fu was playing Go with Mr. Wang and chatting. Not long after the Chinese New Year, Li Fu naturally wanted to visit the imperial capital. After all, Li Fu and Wang Yun are now the relationship has been confirmed. And it's time to formally obtain the certificate and hold a banquet.
I didn't expect your Go level to be quite high. I haven't met an opponent in Go for a long time.
Mr. Wang was holding a white piece at this time. He had a white piece in his hand and didn't know where to put it. He frowned and thought. Li Fu smiled slightly. Li Fu had only just started playing Go, so he could not be the old man's opponent. However, Li Fu had Xiaoying's help, and Xiaoying's computing power was billions of times stronger than AlphaGo. I can handle the old man casually.
The two of them were playing chess and talking about everything. And naturally they talked about the current affairs.
Li Fu, what do you think of our country now? Our country is now prospering, and it can basically be said to have achieved a great renaissance. However, our country still has many problems. The current situation is still very fragile. If there are fluctuations, I am afraid it will return to the past.
Li Fu thought carefully about a cautious answer in his mind. When he was with the old man, he had to think twice before speaking or doing anything.
Well, in those areas, do you think our country is weak and needs improvement?
The old man nodded slightly. He was very clear about the situation. Just as Li Fu said, if he described it as a person, he would look like someone who has just escaped poverty and entered a well-off society. However, this kind of well-off society is still very unstable, is not solid enough. And if you get sick or have a natural or man-made disaster, you will immediately become a poor household again.
There are many areas that need improvement, such as education, medical care, and social security. These 3 areas are enough for us to work hard for a long time. What's more, if there is a deeper level of social fairness, justice, equality, and the improvement of the overall quality and mental outlook of the people. There are so many things that are profoundly related but are not taken seriously at all now. Li Fu combined the national situation of the Han technological empire that he learned from the super civilization seeds of the Han technological empire, and pointed out the current problem. The current problem is that he has just left the food and wants to pursue a better level. But he has some limitations. Too many flaws limit further progress. Fair. Just. Equal? After hearing Li Fu's words, the old man gently put down the chess piece in his hand and carefully pondered the profound meaning contained in it. Yes. With the continuous improvement of the overall cultural level of the people in our country, coupled with the rise of the internet, information is now very developed. The people are definitely not the ignorant people they used to be. They are naturally more aware of fairness, justice, and equality in their hearts. Desire, because there are too many unfair, unjust, and unequal phenomena in society, and many of them are even unfair, unjust, and unequal at the highest level. Li Fu nodded and continued to speak slowly. What Li Fu said was certainly not empty talk, nor was it aimless. Anyone who has entered society should be able to understand it. Not to mention the employment of college graduates. Banks, government units, and public institutions all basically require connections to get in. As for a position in a state-owned enterprise being passed down from grandfather to son, and from son to grandson, it is not uncommon. There are too many things like this in society. As social classes solidify, this will become even more true in the future. The old man nodded gently. Of course he was very aware of these situations, but he was also very clear that it was too difficult to change this, and it could even be said to be basically impossible. Then what do you think should be done to change this? Education and technology. Li Fu said these two things without hesitation. Tell me in detail. Seeing Li Fu's quick answer, the old man asked immediately. The importance of education is self-evident. It can improve the quality of citizens, enable them to have more survival capabilities, and of course, it can also have stronger competitiveness in the increasingly fierce international competition. However, our current education has already some have gone astray. If nothing else, it is very wrong to just list English as the three most important test items. Just because the Earth is developing towards internationalization, we need to make every citizen speak English. Because of English, too much has been lost. Many people have pretty good grades in science and engineering, but they fail the college entrance examination because of English, and they can only be buried in the end. Moreover, the current education has slowly transformed into exam-oriented education. This is the biggest failure. As for technology, technology is the key to determining whether a country or a civilization is strong or not. In the future, if we humans enter the interstellar age and the cosmic age, technology will be even more critical. Li Fu carefully sorted out his words and said everything he wanted to express in his heart. Li Fu's grades were quite good since he was a child, so he could be admitted to university. But Li Fu also watched Taipei when he was in high school. Too many top students in science can only enter third-rate schools because of poor English scores, and are slowly buried. In fact, if these people are well trained, they may not be able to become outstanding scientists, engineers, etc. in the future. However, just because English is a foreign language and they have studied it for many years, they will eventually be useless and regret for life. The reason why English has such a high status has a lot to do with the lack of confidence of our people back then. Although we have stood up now, we are still mentally short and not confident enough. The old man nodded when he heard English. In fact, this can be regarded as a product of that period of history. In the early days of the founding of the People's Republic of China, there was even a discussion about whether to completely abandon Chinese and use English as the official language. He also experienced that period personally. Know everything clearly. Chinese people spend a lot of energy and resources on learning English. But learning English is of no use at all for future work, life, etc. Most people will not need to use English. This is like a people spend a lot of time and energy practicing the art of slaying dragons. But it is useless. If a person takes the wrong path, it is only related to the fate of that person. But once a country takes the wrong path, it is related to the fate of the country. Yes, our Chinese people are still too unsure. Li Fu also nodded slowly. There are too many signs that Chinese people are not confident. For example, rich people and middle and high-level immigrants must respect others wherever they go. But others can disrespect you. etc. There are too many.
I heard Wang Yan say that you are planning to open a university. How are you planning to educate in the future? What is your teaching philosophy?
While talking about this, Mr. Wang also remembered what Wang Yan had told him about Li Fu before, and knew that Li Fu was now preparing to open Sanjian University.
The teaching philosophy is very simple. You are willing to spend money to enter, combine theory with practice, and demonstrate everything in the textbook one by one, instead of just reading it once and taking the test once. The teaching content will focus more on high-tech fields and the future aviation and aerospace fields, with science and engineering as the main focus.
The planned university in Sanjiang is very important to Li Fu, because it is related to whether Li Fu will have enough talents to use it in the future. Basically, Li Fu still needs to train the employees recruited by the company, especially scientific researchers. Conduct a relatively long period of training. I can still master the theoretical aspects, but I am far behind in terms of practical ability, divergent thinking, and creative thinking. I can still sustain it now, but in the future in the interstellar and the universe, Li Fu feels that I still need to learn the hand technology imperial methods of education. Try to train everyone as a scientist as much as possible. The investment in education should not only be generous, but also should be trained in a targeted way. Only by focusing on science and technology can your civilization master more powerful technology as soon as possible. Has more powerful power. And only in this way can we stand at the top in the cruel environment of the universe. This time Li Fu came to the imperial capital, not only to come to the Wang family, but also to get the qualifications to run a school through Mr. Wang's help. Opening a private university is not an easy task, and he doesn't even know the stamps that need to be stamped for approval. How many are there? And they also need to have enrollment qualifications, etc. Everything must go through layers of approval. Although Sanjiang Town, Meijiang County, and even the Jiangnan provincial government have also made great efforts to help, some less important problems have been solved. As for the teaching staff, etc., it will be very difficult for Li Fu to spend a lot of money. It can be done easily.
Not to mention Li Fu, a Nobel Prize winner and academician. However, we are still stuck in the final approval process. Nowadays, many private colleges and universities are basically affiliated colleges of some universities, and cannot enter the mainstream at all. Many of them are even junior colleges and the like. With the name of a certain university, a certain college is actually a money-making tool. It doesn't say that you really want to teach and educate people. When you enter such a university, you basically spend money and play there happily for a few years. After that, you get a diploma that can't even enter the threshold of many companies. You can't learn anything at all. Li Fu was naturally unwilling to just open such a university. And Li Fu had no intention of making money from Sanjiang University. What Li Fu wanted was to open a university that could truly cultivate elites. Chapter 120. Blueprint for the Space Age. If you want to build a university that can truly cultivate elites, naturally you can't make money by using the name of such and such university and such college, like other private universities. At least it must be able to meet the qualifications of the first batch of enrollment, or have the qualification to enroll students independently. Li Fu prefers to recruit students independently, because only in this way can he recruit the talent he wants. But this is also the most difficult to do. Huaxia is not Uncle Sam. There are very few schools in Huaxia that can recruit students on their own. Basically, all it is a prestigious school among the
or major leagues.
Even for prestigious schools, the quota and proportion of independent enrollment are not too high. And they are also criticized by the Chinese people. They believe that the independent enrollment of these prestigious schools is non-open, unfair, and unfair. In fact, it is just a special channel open for the children of the rich. Therefore, it can be said that there is basically no hope for Sanjiang University to obtain the qualifications for independent enrollment. Even if Li Fu is now a Nobel Prize winner, a Chinese academician, and a top scientist at the national treasure level. That's why Li Fu had to take Wang Yan's route. Li Fu knew the huge influence and energy of the old man in front of him, if he was willing to help. Plus Li Fu himself made a decision during the aerial fighter plane. With this huge contribution, there is still a good chance of obtaining the qualification for independent enrollment. If it were an ordinary matter, Li Fu would never ask the old man for help. And if it were other matters, the old man would definitely not help. But when it comes to education, the plan of cultivating people over 100 years is a real benefit to the country and the nation. The old man will also support Li Fu in useful things. The old man knows very well that Li Fu's net worth is now enough to easily rank first in the rich list. However, Fuyun Technology Group is not listed, so there is no need to disclose it to the public. Therefore, ordinary people cannot figure out Li Fu's net worth. Li Fu definitely not the kind of person who wants to make money by running a university. The old man prefers to believe that Li Fu is a pure scientist. He runs the university just to teach and educate people, and to make his hometown develop better. This can be seen from the fact that Li Fu set up his company in his hometown.
It is a good thing to run a university, but if it is to be run, it must be run well. Education has a profound relationship, and we must not let our children suffer.
The old man nodded slowly, and said to Li Fu very seriously, Li Fu nodded solemnly, and he could already hear the old man's support for Li Fu from his words. As Li Fu himself expected, the old man was still happy to help with matters that benefited the country and the people.
You just talked about the interstellar age and the cosmic age. Do you think we will soon enter the interstellar age and the cosmic age?
After talking about education, the old man remembered the interstellar age and the cosmic age that Li Fu had just mentioned, and asked quickly. The old man knew very well that Li Fu was the main core scientist of China's aerospace fighter, and he was very concerned about the development of future technology. He definitely has his own opinions.
Of course, after our country's aerospace fighter research is successful, it will be very convenient for us to travel to and from space. And the cost has been reduced to a very low level. Now our Chinese Tiangong space station is much larger than all the man-made objects in space. Dozens of astronauts or scientists are working on it all the time. This shows that the space age has arrived. In the future, China can build factories in space, develop energy, mine resources on the moon, and even land on Mars. Try to transform Mars and turn Mars into a second Earth. The entire solar system can become our backyard. And there are endless resources waiting for us to exploit. I estimate that the space industry will become a supporting industry for our country in the future. From resource extraction, energy extraction, space factories, space agriculture, space transportation, planetary transformation, interstellar immigration, etc. Any industry contains huge wealth.
Li Fu nodded. Thanks to the emergence of aerospace fighters, China's space technology is developing very rapidly. The huge Tiangong space station can sometimes be seen with a telescope.
The scene you described is indeed very attractive. However, although the cost of traveling to and from space has been reduced now, the cost of building air and space fighter aircraft is not cheap. Our country only has 3 aircraft so far, and there are none at all. Use the excess funds to build more air and space fighters. It's simply impossible to develop to the extent you're talking about without decades.
Having said this, the old man shook his head slightly. The cost of an aerospace fighter is more than 30 billion Chinese dollars. And that's just considering the cost factor. If other factors are taken into account, the cost of an aerospace fighter is at least 50 billion Chinese dollars. Coins. Such a huge amount of purple gold. Even if the country is now rich and wealthy, it is not willing to build many frames. The country's current model and method of developing space is still lagging behind. In fact, private capital is also very huge, and the future development of space must be inseparable from private power. And the participation of private power is absolutely indispensable. So I think if the country wants to develop as quickly as possible in this area, it should also open up its domestic civil society as soon as possible and let more people participate. The cost of building a space fighter is very expensive, but that is because the materials used include many very precious rare metals. Rare metals are very scarce on the Earth, but they are very abundant in the universe. Others not to mention, the rare metal reserves on the moon alone are astonishing, more abundant than those on the Earth. If we occupy the moon early and occupy more resources, the cost of aerospace fighters can be greatly reduced. And if we just sail in the universe, there is no need for air-conditioned fighters at all, because there are no air-conditioned fighters in the universe. Gravity, etc. An ordinary spaceship is enough. If a situation can be formed in which the government takes the lead and private capital actively participates, China's power in space will rapidly expand. Now is like the early days of the Earth's Great Voyage. We are still very vague about the outside world. What we need to do is to bravely step out and occupy the resources of the entire solar system as much as possible. The more the better. In this case, even if other countries in the future develop their technology, they will not have enough resources to develop in the future. The opposite is also true. If we lag behind others in the space age,
We are likely to be bullied and beaten again in the future as we were 100 years ago. If Europeans and Americans are allowed to occupy more resources, our descendants will if you are controlled by others. It will be even more difficult to develop. The entire solar system is very big, but it is actually very small. The resources seem to be very huge. But in the future, we will use the resources of the solar system as the basis to move towards the interstellar era and the cosmic era. And these resources will appear to be very few.
Li Fu thought carefully in his mind for a long time, and then spoke slowly. Li Fu saw a lot from the development experience of the Han Technology Empire. The Han Technology Empire has always attached great importance to resources. In many cases, even if there is no need now, we need to circle the resources first, and then lay the foundation for the development of future generations. Of course, Li Fu also has his own selfish motives for saying this. If Li Fu wants to legitimately participate in space, he must obtain state approval. If the country can develop it to private forces, then Li Fu will be able to legitimately follow the development. In this way, Li Fu can come up with more technologies, which will not only promote his own development, but also drive China to capture the resources of the solar system as soon as possible. Civil forces, seize resources. After hearing this, the old man thought carefully in his mind. Li Fu's words undoubtedly opened up a new perspective for the old man. If he looks at the upcoming space age, he can accordingly formulate strategies that can promote China's development faster. After a long time, the old man nodded slowly. There was nothing wrong with what Li Fu said. The current space age is actually about seizing more resources first and laying the foundation for future development. Resources. Resources. Seize resources. We in China have too few resources. So we have many helplessness. Such as the birth policy. If China was also a vast country with a sparse population, we would not have to adopt such helpless policies. The old man also let out a long sigh. Their generation has experienced too much from the founding of the People's Republic of China to the present. They know how precious resources are. They also know that although China is known as a vast land and rich in resources, resources are actually very scarce. At that time, when the population explodes, we have to choose a very helpless policy. If a country like Canada and Polar Bear had a sparse population and a vast territory, it would not be necessary to introduce a birth control policy. Everything would be very helpless. If we can first seize the resources of the moon, and then use the moon as a base and springboard, we can then march to Mars and transform Mars into a planet suitable for human habitation. Then we descendants of the Yin Huang people will not have to fight for land for a long time. And resources troubled. Li Fu nodded and described a magnificent scene. Transforming Mars. Monopolizing Mars. And turning Mars into the cradle of the descendants of Yin and Huang. I'm very excited just hearing you talk about the space age. It's a pity that I'm already old. The future still depends on you young people. After hearing this, the old man let out a long sigh and wished he could borrow another 500 years from heaven. However, Li Fu saw a lot of things from the old man's eyes.